gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to do a couple things tonight, but first, just every once in a while we get behind these mics and you've got to get something sort of off your chest because it really annoys you. If I see one more headline from the scribes who are basically the Democrat propagandists, and I'm sorry to be that mean, I've tried to treat the press respectfully over these years, but, you know, the Republicans want to cut Social Security and Medicare. Okay, up until a few hours ago, I was the senior Republican over Social Security in Ways and Means Committee. No one's asked me. I talk about Social Security every single day when I'm here. I've never met a Republican member, ever, talk about cutting Social Security. So yesterday, I grabbed one of the reporters out here and who had it in their story but had no names, walked up, said, okay, tell me who this is because I really need to talk to them. I can't tell you. It's a reporter thing. I can't explain that to you. No, you need to tell me who's telling you to write stories that the Republicans intend to cut Social Security. I'm the ranking Republican, I was up until a few hours ago, over Social Security. I've spent the last year of my life working on it. No, I can't tell you who. If you're going to make crap up, stop doing it in a way that you hurt people. You know, for my Democrat colleagues, I know power. I know you desperately want to be back in charge. But the fact of the matter is the math is the math. You all saw the CBO numbers from a couple days ago. Social Security runs out of money in 10 years. Do you care? The fact that CBO is saying there's going to be a 23% cut in Social Security recipients' checks in 10 years. We will double senior poverty. Do you care? Or is the politics of weaponizing it more important than saving retirement security? This is perverse. And this is called reporting around here. If you want to weaponize something that doesn't crush people. I feel better getting that off my chest. All right. I want to do something I consider a bit amusing and maybe a little sadistic. A week ago or so when we were here, I did a presentation on the structural deficit, and I was trying to talk to the new members of Congress, my friend from Oklahoma, others. What's actually going on? Where does the debt come from? The fact that 10 years from now, you have almost a $2 trillion structural deficit, and that $2 trillion is functioning interest, $1 trillion, and the growth in Medicare, and a little bit of Medicaid. And then I did something I almost never do. I actually read the comments. And look, I'm appreciative. Almost 600-some thousand people have watched the YouTube video. And you'd get these comments like, well, cut foreign aid, that will balance the budget. Just don't pay members of Congress and Senate, and that will balance the budget. So we had a conversation in our office. How do I explain the scale? Look, if you're not used to 12 zeros, or in this case, current deficit, 14 trillion, or if we're at 31 trillion, that's 14 zeros. If you're not comfortable with the math, maybe I can find an easy way to discuss this. And if this comes across a bit sarcastic, I mean it too. So we actually built a little calendar. And we thought this would be sort of fun because we have too many people out there. They hear the political class get behind the microphone and say, we have a spending problem. And then they come up with stupid ideas that really don't save us. So let's actually walk through these. Let's start with the one I consider most amusing. A number of the comments were, just don't pay members of Congress and the Senate. Okay, great. So this is a calendar of the year. 12 months, 365 days. If I said, this is just the borrowing, so this is a calendar, every day we borrow the equal amount, and we're going to base it on last year's borrowing, so it's a real number. If you didn't pay any member of Congress, maybe we shouldn't get paid for the quality of our work. I'm not going to argue about that. How much of the debt deficit would it take care of? Well, it turns out it's this little tiny sliver down here. We calculate it's about 28 minutes for an entire year. That's all you got. You got a whole 28 minutes. What would you like to do with the other 365 days, 364 days, 23 hours, or 23 and a half hours? You get the point. I know it may make you feel better. I lashed out. I was mad. But you have a country that structurally is going to be buried in a scale of debt where you're starting to flirt with a debt crisis and a failed bond auction in a decade or so. This is not a game. This level of debt takes down a republic. So let's do a couple of the others here just for the fun of it. I'll explain what these colors. So whatever color that is I guess that's like a turquoise. Foreign aid. Every dime of foreign aid. If you removed it, hey, functioning, you just got rid of maybe 17 days, and we threw everything into it. So you got rid of 17 days of borrowing. Okay, what would you like to do with the rest of the year? Well, if we got rid of the 2017 tax reform and played the fake scoring that every dime would come in and you didn't lose the growth effects that we got from the tax reform and all those other things, you basically get 2 weeks of borrowing. Okay, well, this obviously isn't working. So if we went to a marginal 50% tax rate, 50% tax rate, which some of the Democrats have actually proposed, you basically take care of 6 weeks of borrowing. Now, you slowed down the economy, but let's just pretend the money keeps coming in. You walk through, hey, how about a 35% marginal tax rate on corporations? Well, you got rid of, you maybe get another month and a half of borrowing, just borrowing coverage. And that's assuming that you get all the revenues in and you haven't slowed down the economy, slowed down GDP, which is pretend. Okay, let's do one of my others. You take out itemized deductions. Okay, you got rid of a week. To understand almost all the ideas that are out there, really, on the scale of it, if you threw them all in, you can't even get rid of half the year's borrowing. And that's for that last year. Understand, this year we're going to probably borrow a little less than $1 trillion. In 10 years, we've doubled it. And I beg of our brothers and sisters here, if the Democrats don't want to help, don't want to play, don't want to tell the truth about the math, and the math will always win, I beg my Republican brothers and sisters, let's be the truth tellers. And yes, there's waste and fraud. As of a couple hours ago, I just became the chairman of the Oversight Committee in Ways and Means. And there is waste and fraud we are going to grind into. There's a chance unemployment fraud, some of the pandemic fraud, may be the largest fraud in human history. And we're going to find out what happened. But I need you to think of our world and our government. We functionally have become an insurance company with an army. So I want to walk through a couple of the other comments you get, just so I can get them off my chest. When you look around the House here, you notice there's no people here. These are what we call the special orders. It's a chance for members to come to the mic and walk through something, tell a story. But we're on probably 1,000 televisions around Capitol Hill. So sometimes I do this, I'm not actually talking to my constituents in home in Arizona. I'm actually talking to the staff. I'm talking to the new members of Congress to help them understand. Here's the numbers I see. I'm the senior Republican in the House on something called the Joint Economic Committee. So I have a handful of economists who are just freaky smart, who are in my office pounding information in my head every single day. I know it's not the shiny objects. We want to talk about, a laptop with secret documents and a Chinese spy and this and that. Those are shiny objects that you can see on cable television tonight. I will argue these numbers are what take out the republic. So let's actually go over some of the other comments I get over and over and over and over, particularly when I've talked about Social Security. And this is back to the cruelty the Democrats and the press have been doing this last 2 weeks, trying to light people's hair on fire with basically, what's the proper term? Oh yeah, lies. for the average American who's going into Social Security today. Remember, I keep seeing these comments, if I could just get all my money back. Okay. If you were willing to make a deal with the Republic saying if I gave you back all your money on Social Security and Medicare, would you sign up for that deal? Because we'd take it in a moment. Because when you see what you get back, you realize this is actually where much of the structural deficit comes from. And when people say, well, the money, there's no lockbox. You don't want it in a lockbox. You want it in T-bills so you get interest back. Social Security for years ran a surplus. That was building the trust fund because we had this demographic bubble coming called baby boomers. We saved and saved and saved and saved. And then a couple years ago, we started having more people move into retirement than functionally what they were paying, workers were paying. And so every month when the check goes out, you take the FICA income that's associated with the old age survivors system, the Social Security system, send that out, but we needed a little bit more. So Social Security would take its Treasury bill, present it to the Treasury. Treasury would give them cash plus some interest. For many years, the interest rate was actually a spiff over higher what you would get on a market T-bill. The money wasn't stolen. It was put into T-bills, just like you might do with your extra savings. Stop making stuff up. So the average American, the typical retiring couple, let's do it that way because it's easier math, will receive, well, let's not do the Medicare number. Let's first do the Social Security. That couple, the average, over a lifetime of work, so this is 35 plus quarters, sometimes 40 quarters, will put in $625,000 in FICA on the Social Security portion of that tax. And they're going to get back a little under $700,000. So they make a little bit of money. Now, the reality, if you had put that money in your IRA or something like that, it would have been multiples of this. And if you remember, George Bush tried to have the conversation of taking, particularly young people, allowing them to take a sliver and put it in private accounts because it would have a much higher rate of return. And the Democrats and the unions went berserk on that. But now we can look back 25, 30 years, and it would have been a hell of a lot better today for Americans if we had done it. But the politics of it is the control freaks wanting control of your money. This is in inflation-adjusted dollars, so it's like for like. You get your money back, plus a small spiff on Social Security. You could have had a lot more if you put it in markets and other places, but you get your money back inflation-adjusted. Okay, that's not what drives the debt. Our problem on Social Security is our number of workers. It's Medicare. And this is hard to talk about, but math is math. And I know many people will come up to me, Schweikert, you can't talk about that. You're going to get unelected. I'm in one of the most competitive districts in America. But at least I'm in one of the best educated, smartest districts in America and understand whether you like me or not, I'm telling you the truth on the math. Here is the substantial portion that drives about 3/4 of all U.S. sovereign debt. The average couple in their lifetime of working will put in $161,000 into Medicare. Remember, the Medicare tax you pay as part of your FICA, your payroll tax, is just for the Part A, the hospital portion. The rest of the health care spending you get when you become 65 and are on Medicare comes out of the general fund. The average tax-paying couple put in that $161,000, and they're going to get back $522,000. And this number is based on sort of before the inflation cycle. We're working on some math, but I wasn't able to vet it, that the amount of money we expect in medical costs for our brothers and sisters on Medicare actually has gone up rather substantially, which that means when you say 161, 500 plus, that gap, now multiply that towards how many? 70 million Americans, 65 up, and the number grows with baby boomers? Because what, just the baby boom population is what, 76 million? You see the driver of U.S. sovereign debt. The solution is not cutting. The solution is having a revolution of the cost. Obamacare was a financing bill. It's who had to pay and who got subsidized. Actually, it was mostly about subsidizing. The Republican alternative actually spread out the actuarial numbers so you got some efficiencies, but it was still about who had to pay and who got subsidized. Medicare for All is all about subsidies, but those are financing bills. They don't touch the problem. The real problem is the cost of delivering healthcare services. And for people who might say, whoa, he's not giving us the solutions, go look at the probably 70 hours I have over the last few years on the floor here. Half those were bringing solutions. Most of my solutions are uncomfortable because they require disruptions. It's technology. It's the thing you can blow into that knows you have the flu and allowing it to prescribe. Taking on the big things, curing diseases. Turns out cures are remarkable at crashing the price of healthcare and just the basic morality of it. If diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending, and there's chance out there that there's been some success in curing type 1 with a CRISPR-altered stem cell treatment, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but the literature right now says there's about 6 people who've been cured of type 1. We need to know this. We need to find out over the next decade, could it be for type 2? What do we do in the Farm Bill on nutrition support and everything else? Is that the possibility? Because if you could disrupt that cost, do you realize if you could disrupt just half of the diabetics cost in this country, you'd actually wipe out the substantial portion of the next 30 years' debt. These are moral, but they're also financial ideas, and we run away from them. It's almost easier for members of Congress to talk about cuts than it is to competition to disrupt business models. So understand, the next time you have someone saying, well, if I could just get all my money I paid back in FICA taxes, we'll make that deal because you're getting that couple is getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars more than they put in. It's the math. Whether you feel that way or not, it's the math. And that's the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Now, look, we made this deal. This is a societal contract. People worked their hearts out. They paid into FICA. We made a deal as a society. Our job as the brain trust here as members of Congress, we've got to figure out how to make this work. And you start to look at how fast these numbers are eroding. I've already said this a couple times, maybe seeing it on a board makes it easier. And I'm trying, one of the criticisms was too many of my boards had too many numbers on them. I'm trying to make them easier to read. Let me know if I'm succeeding, but I'm trying. This is a really simple chart. It basically says, here's where we are today. In a decade, structurally, just functionally, Medicare, Medicaid, and then if I add in interest, then there's another. Functionally, just my cost there, I'm heading towards $1 trillion+ just for my Medicare. Medicaid adds another $250 billion of borrowing. And then somewhere in there, I have almost $1 trillion of interest. That's what I look like a decade from now. So people run around here and say, I'm going to cut and give you a 10-year balanced budget. Okay. Tell me what part of paying our bonds you're going to cut. That's $1 trillion of the deficit 10 years from now. You got to do that. All the people, you're going to default if you don't raise the debt ceiling. No, you're not. And I'll do another presentation in the coming weeks on stop making crap up. United States has plenty of cash flow to cover our sovereign debts and the majority of our earned entitlements. It's a lot of the discretionary we don't have enough cash for. These are big, complicated, and then to have, as I started with, the trite Democrats and the wanting an edge in the press, making it really hard to do something that's got to happen bipartisan. So, Mr. Speaker, I know we're up against time. The last one I'm just going to show very, very quickly is this is your 10-year chart. It's very, very simple. This is Social Security. This is the health care entitlements. This is everything else. This is the entitlement board. So next, this is what we're up against. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate tolerance for everyone. If I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. Maybe too much caffeine and too much just being damn cranky around here. And with that, I yield back.
Schweikert for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When I first got here, there was sort of a joke. There were two ways to get in trouble around here. One was to say something stupid, and one was to tell everyone the truth they don't want to hear. We're going to see if I can get myself in trouble tonight. I've come behind this microphone repeatedly over the last few years trying to do the math. If you're one of the people around this campus, because we're probably right now on 1,000 televisions around this campus, and you actually care about the math, please give me a little bit of your time. I've never done a set of presentation that actually has made my stomach turn more than this. We have spent the last couple weeks with my joint economic economist. I'm blessed to be on the Ways and Means Committee. I chair oversight, but I also am the senior Republican on joint economic, meaning I have some freaky smart people that work for me. And we've been trying to figure out what the math looks like for this nation a decade from now. Remember, we have lots of people who ran this last election saying, we're going to balance the budget in 10 years. Wonderful. Do you understand the math? So we actually sat down and broke apart every document we could find, every projection from CBO. And I care a lot about this. I accept I'm an older dad. My wife and I spent years trying to adopt. We were able to adopt an amazing little girl. She's 7. And we just are in the process of finishing up adopting her brother, who's 7 months old. So yes, my wife and I are 60 years old, and we have a 7-month-old. So we are pathologically optimistic about this country. But please, look at the math I'm about to show you, and then tell me what you are willing to advocate to save my little boys, my daughter's future, your kids' future, your own retirement. Okay. CBO baseline, Congressional Budget Office baseline. If we just keep doing what we're doing, and there's no recession, there's no war, there's no more pandemic in 2034. So that is 10 budget cycles from right now. The baseline number is we'll be borrowing $2.6 trillion that single year. And it gets worse from there because the next year, Social Security Trust Fund is gone, and we always made the assumption that when it blows up, you're not going to double senior poverty in this country. And this is not a non sequitur. I was just so angry at the president's speech last night on the comments about, promise me you're not going to cut Social Security and Medicare. We're not going to cut Social Security and Medicare, but are you promising you're going to work with us to save it? Where was the discussion saying all the data says in 10 years the trust fund is gone and there's a 23% cut out there? And I'm going to show you at the end of this slide deck that the pandering from my brothers and sisters on the left, just raise the taxes. It doesn't fix the problem. It doesn't even come close. And instead of having a moral discussion from this podium over here saying we're going to not let doubling of senior poverty happen in this country, we're going to work together. It was used for a campaign kickoff. This number here is the baseline. So for all of us running around saying we're going to balance it in 10 years, great. You have a structural $2.6 trillion on 2034. That's 10 budget years from now. Where are you going to get it? So let's walk through the math even more to understand where we're at in the fragility. Let's say over the next 10 years, there's 1% more interest on what CBO was projecting last year. What was 1% do to us? It basically means on that 2034, that 10-year budget from now, you're sitting at 3.1 trillion structural deficit. That's every year. That's the baseline deficit with just 1 point change in interest rates. You're going to balance in 10 years. I want to balance in 10 years. You find me $3.1 trillion that will be gone in 10 years. Do you understand how bad the math is? But we're going to talk about the shiny objects around here. Oh, there's a balloon. The balloon's a problem. Oh, there's this. It's a problem. This is what will take down the republic. And it's hard to talk about. It's math. And I don't know how to make math necessarily interesting. But it always wins. And we produced this chart, and I know this one's geeky. We basically took all the CBO projections. And we partially stole this from others. So I can't, our economic team can't take all the credit for it. What it's basically telling you is most of the projections, almost all the projections from CBO have been far too optimistic. So when I'm showing you numbers, I'm basing them on the CBO numbers. And oh, by the way, historically, they've been far too optimistic. You get the punchline? Now, the only other caveat I need to give you on the math is because it's going to take 10 days or so to calculate it. We haven't done the interest adjustment, so I'm going to show you on some of these of what would happen if we got rid of this portion of discretionary, if we got rid of all discretionary, got rid of defense, did this. Okay, you have interest savings there. I have not done that calculation yet. And there's a whole other concept I've talked about here, that if we could convince the debt markets here and around the world that buy all this U.S. sovereign debt, that we might get lower interest rates because they realize we're starting to be serious about what the future looks like, and that we're really serious that we are going to have capacity to manage our future debt, that we're going to suppress it, and over time, the growth. Remember, there's two sides to this ledger. We need to find a way to grow like crazy. And we're going to have to discuss things that are uncomfortable. We're going to have to discuss how to fix the immigration system, how to fix the cost of health care, how to do a tax system that is all about growth, a trade system that is about growth, blowing up the bureaucracy in this country using technology. The regulatory state, much of it could be done through technology instead of armies of unionized employees. But we need to almost just be fixated on economic growth. And then we got to tell the truth about our demographics and what drives this debt. So remember my two caveats here. It's going to still take me a couple weeks to do all the interest calculations, but these numbers are pretty darn accurate. So let's sort of walk through it. Let's do some of the budget discussions we're all having. What would happen if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, we're right now doing the 2024 budget, but we adopted the 2021 baseline. So this means for all discretionary spending, the FBI, the Park Service, the Defense Department, everything it is government other than the earned entitlements, the mandatory spending. We adopt the 2021 baseline, and we go from there and held constant, the 21 level. That basically means no inflation. So if you had, 2-3% inflation at the end of a decade, the purchasing power of that is 25, 28, 30% less? But you held it constant. There's no growth. You adopt the 2021 budget in this 2024 we're building on right now and say we're holding discretionary, no defense increased spending, nothing. In 10 budget years, you still have $1.9 trillion of borrowing. How many of you understand how ugly this is? And look, I will get people who will start emailing, texting me, going into our website. I don't like what he says. It's math. And if you don't believe me, go online. All the congressional CBO reports are there. The OMB reports are there. The Social Security Actuary report is there. That one's a little harder to read, but the CBO just did one a few days ago. That's a really easy read. But you don't get to just look at the executive summary. You got to read the whole damn thing. Take out your highlighter, go through it, and then tell me what your ideas are. I came here from the last couple weeks and said, let's walk through some of the suggestions. Hey, we'll get rid of all foreign aid. In this coming year, it takes care of like a couple weeks of borrowing. Get rid of congressional salaries. That will take care of, well, that took care of 28 minutes of borrowing for a whole year. And the numbers actually get worse. So let's have a little fun here. So let's say instead of using the 2021 baseline budget for discretionary, that's defense, that's everything that's not a mandatory spend. So we're going to now use 2019. And we're not going to let it grow at dime. So every year, you know, inflation, that purchasing power goes down, but we're not going to do it. We're going to hold defense. So the purchasing power of defense a decade from now is what? 28, 30% less because of the inflation. You still have a $1.6 trillion borrow 10 years from now. How many of you are ready to vote for that because you promised, oh, we're going to balance in 10 years? But it's the math. I'm going to say it over and over. Unless you have a revolution in the cost of health care, you don't do it by cutting. You do it by cures, by innovation, by competition. You've got to have a revolution. And then you've got to have that type of competition and disruption all through government. Unless there's a revolution in growth, this is your future. This is my children's future. So let's go to the other flip side. How bad is the number really? So 10 budget years from now, which is 2034, no discretionary. No discretionary spending on defense. We basically say, hey, we trust everyone. We cuddle everyone in the world. Yeah, we're all buddies. You just wiped out the Defense Department. You still have almost $1 trillion of borrowing in the 2034 budget. So let's do the opposite. If you actually look at the numbers where you had no discretionary at all, no discretionary, there's no, government as you know it is gone. There's no defense. So all the constitutional obligations we have to provide for are just gone. We walk away from the Constitution. Now, we haven't done, my caveat again, we still haven't done the interest savings calculations on the savings. And would the bond markets treat us more kindly because we're taking debt seriously because they'll know we'll have plenty of money to pay our obligations. But if you just do the straight line number, a decade from now, you're still borrowing $300 billion. That is how big the mandatory spending is. And understand, most of the debt's coming, 3/4 of it comes from the growth of Medicare. And you had a president behind that podium last night. Did he talk about the morality of us keeping our promises and the fact we're going to have to work together and do really hard things to make this economy grow, to actually add competitions in these things so we crash the price because we're going to keep our promises? Instead, it was almost sounded like pandering for the next election. Does this place have a soul? And you start to look at the reality of different scenarios. So once again, what we just did, CBO baseline, $2.6 trillion of borrowing in 10 years. If we got discretionary, we used the 2019 discretionary and just held it. No growth, no growth. You're still borrowing $1.6 trillion in 10 years. If you come and say, well, let's use the 21 budget, and we'll just take that discretionary budget on defense and everything else, and we freeze it. You're still borrowing $1.9 trillion in 10 years. How about we do this? There's no defense. Well, you're still borrowing 0.9, so almost $1 trillion. Well, what if you had non-defense? So you do this, saying, we'll pay for defense, but we get rid of all of the rest of government. You're still borrowing $1.4 trillion in 10 years. If you get rid of all discretionary, with my caveat, we haven't done the interest calculations, all the interest savings calculations. But if you do it a straight line, you're still borrowing $300 billion. I've come here dozens and dozens of different times, and I've shown the little pie chart saying, do you understand, 71% of all spending was mandatory. Now, much of these are earned benefits, da-da-da-da, and look at the shrinking part that's discretionary. Maybe doing it in reverse now people will understand. If you're heading towards retirement, do you understand what this means to you? If you're crazy like I am, and I have a 7-month-old, this is the moral question of our time. And instead, how many speeches were behind any of these microphones today giving a damn about the country's future? Yes, but we were looking for a good political edge that will look good on my next campaign thing. And to the people who keep trolling our attempt to find a way to save the Social Security Trust Fund so you don't have grandma having to have a 23% cut in 10 years. I have one that keeps, maybe it's a bot, that keeps sending in things to our office saying, just increase the taxes, so take all income and make it subject to the Social Security tax. Okay, fine. Guess what? We found it in the Social Security Actuary Report. Go read the damn thing. If you take every dime of income in the country and do the original Social Security formula, so I'm taking 90% of all income, and what is it? Well, and forgive me, I'm going to get this wrong. Last year it was $142,000 was subject to the Social Security, 12.4%, and we basically now, I know that's going up because, and it's taking good pop because of inflation, but we basically say every dime of earnings, you make $1 million a year, every dime of your earnings is subject to the 12.4% Social Security tax. I only cover 31% of the shortfall. For my brothers and sisters on the left, read the actuarial reports, not the political highlight talking points. If we're going to save it, you got to actually buy a calculator, put batteries in it, and start sitting down with people like me who passionately are going to protect seniors. We're going to protect our promise, but I can't do it without you. I have divided government here. I have a president up there that got up and said things that were mathematically absurd. And the family motto, the math will always win. And it always does. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 12 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I've done this chart, and there's an update on this chart coming in a couple weeks. And I'm told it's going to look substantially uglier. But this is the reality. And remember, this chart was built like 2 years ago. Every dime of the $114 trillion of borrowing in today's dollars that we expect to have 30 years from now, 75% of it is functionally Medicare, 25% is if we actually reach into the general fund and backfill the collapse of the Social Security Trust Fund, which happens in 10 years. Oh, and the rest of the budget is actually calculated to have about $1.9 trillion positive. We got old. I'm a baby boomer. I'm a crazy baby boomer. I have a 7-month-old. Greatest little boy you ever met. I wanted to bring a big picture of him. He's so cute. And I will do whatever's necessary to protect my kids. But this is the truth. Unless this is part of every conversation around here, we're not telling the truth, because this is going to drive every discussion of policy. I want to spend more on defense. Have you figured out this? I want to spend more on the environment. Have you figured out this? I want to help other countries. Have I figured out this? Unless you're willing to work on the morality of, here's what's about to happen to us because it's our demographics. Are you going to adopt policies from the immigration, the tax code, to technology, to everything that grows like crazy this nation? And then are you going to take on the cartels that cost us so much money? Are you going to actually build a world where we crash the price of healthcare because you use technology, because you cured diseases? And some of that may be utopian. We don't have a choice. And for everyone else who says, saying, well, I just want my money back. If you're someone out there who will say, for Social Security and Medicare, just give me my money back, we will take that deal in a second. Now, people forget, Social Security is progressive. If you're a lower income worker, you work your 40 quarters, you get actually quite a spiff on the taxes you paid. If you're a higher income worker on Social Security and you had your 40 quarters, you actually get less than you actually paid in. But the average, if you do the mean, a couple on Social Security, you will have paid in about $625,000 in taxes over your 40 quarters, and you're going to get back $698,000. Now, you would have made a hell of a lot more money if you'd been allowed to take a portion of that and put it in the markets. President Bush tried doing that. He got the crap kicked out of him by the left. So fine, you're poorer today, but you do get, for the average American, you get your money back. You get a little spiff on Social Security. What the primary driver of those debt numbers is this right here. That average couple will have put in $161,000 over that lifetime of work into the Medicare. And understand that Medicare taxes you pay, the Medicare Trust Fund is the Part A. 3/4 of Medicare actually comes right out of the general fund, and that's what this is. So you put in 161, you get about 522, and we expect that number to go up fairly dramatically in the next sets of calculations. It is this gap right here that is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, at some point here, you find out, does telling the truth actually get you in trouble? Because I can't tell you, my brothers and sisters here are really smart. They're truly experts in different things. And I swear they run away from me in the hallway when they see me carrying my charts, saying, David, I don't want to know, because if I tell my constituents that, they get mad at me for telling them the truth. Every day we wait, these numbers get worse. And you had a State of the Union there saying, oh, everything's fine, we're doing great. At one level, that's immoral, because this is coming. And remember, 10 years from now, it's not long. These are 30-year, or these are lifetime charts. It's fixable. And for people saying, well, just get rid of all that other stuff of mandatory spending except for my earned benefits. Okay, maybe we should. But the chart, this is the chart of, this is Social Security, this is the other mandatory, this is mostly health care, portion of this is actually Medicaid. You start looking at, this is nutrition support, EITC, Social Security supplemental income, but you start to see everything else that's in mandatory is pretty darn small. Now, doesn't mean some of these shouldn't be looked at and reformed or be put back on budget, but you see it's these two programs. It's Social Security and health care that are almost everything. I'm absolutely committed. I am going to keep my promises. I'm going to have this country keep its promises. But the only way we will do that is this body, this campus, every smart staffer around here, every lobbyist that walks in our doors that has a soul, bathe in the math. Let's get creative. Let's promote economic growth in every lever we can. Let's legalize technology. Let's legalize disruption and disrupt the price of delivering health care. It can be done. Dear God, I have a 7-month-old. Doesn't he deserve a future? With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
But we're going to actually end it up with a dozen or so solutions. I know the parliamentarians said I can't hold my 8-month-old, but I wanted to prove the 8-month-old was real. Look, there's some realities I keep coming behind these microphones to try to explain, and I continue to be just enraged, particularly my brothers and sisters on the left, the avoidance of the math. My little boy who's 8 months old, in 25 years, according to CBO, his taxes will have to be doubled. Corporate taxes will have to be doubled. Tariffs will have to be doubled. Everything has to double just to maintain baseline services. That's the math. How many discussions have you heard here, even today, over the last month? The reality of the math, and the math will always win. So once again, I'm going to walk through some of what's really going on. And for everyone here who says, we're going to balance in 10 years. Okay, I can do it, but you got to understand the amount of bloodletting that's required to actually make that math work. And the actual structural problem is actually not on the left, not on the right, it's demographics. Something we are terrified. And what the president did in his State of the Union speech was just unconscionable. You know, when he basically used Social Security and Medicare as props for his reelection, instead of telling the truth, in a decade, the Medicare Trust Fund is gone. In a decade, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. Does the left plan to help us fix it? Because if they don't, they get to be responsible for doubling senior poverty in this country. It's the math. So once again, I've started with this board now for multiple years, and the new numbers are coming out, and they're actually worse. The United States functionally has $114 trillion of borrowing, and it's every dime of it is Social Security and Medicare. The rest of the budget actually has a positive balance. We got old. Look, I'm a gray hair with a child. Maybe I'm pathologically optimistic. But it's hard to fix a problem when you work in a place where your brothers and sisters there will not look you in the eye and say, I understand the driver of our debt is our demographics. And we will get people, and for those of you, if this ends up on YouTube, read the comments. Look at some of about half the folks get it. About half the folks, we really it's just heartbreaking, the absurdities. Tax rich people, that takes care of it. Get rid of congressional salaries. We actually did the math. The funny thing is if you get rid of all the Senate salaries, House salaries, it's 28 minutes of borrowing, and that was last year's number. In 10 years, it's like 12 minutes of borrowing. People have no concept. You can get rid of every dime of foreign aid, and it's about 12 days of the borrowing. So let's actually start to walk through to understand structurally how much trouble we're actually in. Reducing the discretionary spending to zero. So remember, the point I'm trying to make here is you just got rid of all the military. You just got rid of the White House. You just got rid of Congress. You just got rid of the Supreme Court. You got rid of the EPA. You got rid of the IRS. You got rid of everything. All discretionary money. The only thing you're paying is Medicare, Social Security, the earned benefits, some of the Medicaid, veterans benefits, so what we call mandatory around here. When you get to about 10 years, so remember, you've just wiped out of government. All you are doing is paying the benefits. When you actually remove all the mandatory, you're still having to borrow a couple $100 billion. So when the clown show comes and says, if we just got rid of this or that, we would be fine, it's not true. Your government functionally is an insurance company with an army. An insurance company that technically is broke. So let's walk through some of the math. And I'm going to do this over and over and see maybe one of these slides will actually help sink in. And I got to throw out something else. It's just annoying. The room is empty. That's okay. People are in their offices working. We're on thousands of televisions around this place. I'm desperately hoping. I've given up on so many of my fellow members. but maybe the staff. Maybe the staff that's sitting there trying to figure out the math and the policy and what's going to go on. Maybe they're listening. But this is where we're at. Remember, this was just done last week. Congressional Budget Office updated a bunch of the math. So our shortfall over the next 30 years is $21 trillion on Social Security. Now remember, Social Security still has a trust fund, but in 10 years, the trust fund is gone. And I don't think I brought the charts, but I've done it over and over and over. The average American who works their 40 quarters and those things, you get every dime you put in plus a spiff. You would have made a lot more money if you put it in the markets or other places, but remember, there was discussions to try to do that 25 years ago. The left went nuts, so it didn't happen. It's mathematically impossible to do today. But Medicare functionally has $48 trillion a shortfall because the trust fund on Medicare, which is only the Part A, the hospital, part of the doctor portion, is empty in 10 years. So when you're seeing us talk about 10-year budgets, one of the great little lies around here is we're not telling you that on the 11th year, it gets a hell of a lot worse. Because are you going to backfill Medicare? Are you going to backfill Social Security? Transportation Trust Fund, Highway Trust Fund's also gone at that time too. And then you put in these over the 30 years and now add in about another $47 trillion of interest. And you start to understand when you're seeing the new scoring looks more like if you do a 30-year math on it, and this latest CBO update, you have to do a little bit of imputing of the math. You're probably approaching about 128 trillion, not that 114 trillion on the first slide. And it's actually over the next 9 budget years. I know this one says 10. Just Medicare goes up another $1 trillion in spend. And then it really starts to take off because the trust fund's gone. So, when the president basically said, we're not going to touch Social Security and Medicare, I agree. They're earned. But where was the next sentence saying, and I plan to work with Republicans to keep them solvent, to keep them here? Instead of the clown show that's going on right now saying, well, we're not allowed to talk about it. I had protesters at my office a couple days ago saying, don't touch Social Security. Okay, if we don't touch it in now it's 9.5 years. Are you ready for your 23% cut? Because that's what the actuaries say is coming. And then the next year, it gets bigger, and the cut gets bigger, and the cut gets bigger, and the cut gets bigger. And our back-of-the-napkin math is at that time, you functionally double senior poverty. So the clown show around here goes, you can't talk about Social Security. It's become a political issue. The president actually used it in the State of the Union. Okay. So we can I'm going to show you some of the Democrat solutions and the absurdity of the math. I need my brothers and sisters all here, if you give a damn, put some batteries in the calculator, hire a couple competent actuaries. Actually, try something even crazier. And for anyone that's watching or listening, go grab, you got 2 different documents out there. The one is really an easy read. High school math, you'd be fine. Congressional Budget Office, about 6 weeks ago, did an update on Social Security. It's an easy read. A little harder to read, but actually much more impactful. Go actually get the copy of the Social Security Medicare Actuary Report. Or is it Medicare Social Security Actuary Report? Either way. And dig through that, and you understand the demographic curve. And I'm going to show you some demographic slides, and I promise you I'm going to upset some people, and maybe it's a little too geeky. My father used to have a saying, for every complex problem, there's a simple solution. That's absolutely wrong. We're talking trillions of dollars. We're talking millions and millions and millions of our brothers and sisters. Guess what? Solutions are complex. Is this body capable? I don't know if it is anymore. And part of the problem is we've politicized everything to the point that we are incapable of telling the truth. Because often telling the truth gets you either unelected or screws up the fundraising or other things. And I just continue to be enraged. Does my little boy, do you deserve a retirement? Does he deserve a future? Because the wheels are coming off. I just showed you a slide that said 10 years from now I can wipe out everything you think that is government. And you still have to borrow money. And no, China has actually been dialing down its bond holdings for a decade. Japan has been dialing down their bond holdings for decades. We now finance most of our borrowing ourselves, actually almost all of our borrowing ourselves. Single failed bond auction, you want to talk about hell? In future time, I'll actually walk you through scenarios of what happens when we go to sell U.S. sovereign debt and it's undersubscribed and watch the interest rate go through the ceiling because you got to sell it. So let's actually just take a quick look just to understand the baseline structure of what's happened to Social Security. And once again, no one stole your money. That was a rhetorical thing that politicians did to sound like they cared and tough because they didn't want to tell you the actual math. And the actual math was demographics. Social Security by the numbers. 1960, I had 5 workers for every retiree, for every beneficiary. How far away is 2030? Come on, seriously. Can anyone else help me do some math here? How far away is 2030? Think of that. At the end of the decade, if you are married, you and your partner, your spouse, you got your own retiree. Does that help explain part of the math problem? Understand, in the early days, for a working male, on the very first year of Social Security, I've seen it documented that the average life expectancy was 64 years old, and you didn't get the benefit till you're 65. You see some of the design issues? And yes, there was a major update in 1983, Tip O'Neill sitting in that chair over there, Ronald Reagan in the White House. They did difficult things, they shorted up, but now we've hit the baby boom curve. We have divided government again, just like we did back in the 80s. What a magical time for us both to hold hands and save it. Because you got a math problem. You got 2 workers for every beneficiary. How much did you see the President in the State of the Union show like he gave a damn for anyone that's on Social Security? I'm not going to touch it. And then what's his next sentence that's going off the cliff? There are some very creative structural ideas, almost setting up either a sovereign wealth fund, some incentives where you actually get benefited to stay in the labor market, other things. We can save it with no one taking a cut. It's just going to require math and a lot of explaining. So let's actually walk through. Now, this is pretty much another way of saying the same slide of how many workers to a retiree. And this is for my Democrat brothers and sisters. And I know this is done as a percentage of the economy, which, believe it or not, when you actually look at the actuarial reports, that's actually how we structurally look at programs like this that require trillions of dollars to finance. We actually sort of say, here's the percentage of the economy that actually goes to that benefit. Total tax revenues raised in combined federal, state, and payroll taxes approach 100% for wealthy taxpayers as a percentage of GDP. It's basically saying what would happen if we functionally took 100% of the income from the wealthy. Once again, let's try this again, because there's a couple trolls out there say, well, Bernie Sanders had this idea. Okay, he does, but if you got to read through it, the amount of all the wealth income just to shore up Social Security, and then they forget 3/4 of the borrowing is Medicare. You get 4% of GDP if you take all the taxes we're already paying and then add in, functionally, 100% tax on the income for the wealthy. Problem is, the spending on just Social Security and Medicare is 6%. So you still got a 2% of the entire economy as the shortfall. And how much do you think if we took every dime of the wealthy's income, what do you think the economy would look like? What would the growth be? What would the investment be? You've got to understand, I do these things, they're absurd, but the discussion around here is absurd. If we just tax the wealthy more, maybe we should. But don't think it actually fixes the problem. And here's where it gets more uncomfortable, but let's do some demographics. First point, I think our math says in like 19 and a half years, United States has more deaths than births. So in less than 20 years, the United States has more deaths than births. I need you to think through that. I need to finance programs that, remember, a Social Security actuary is modeled for 75 years. And in less than 2 decades, I've started having more deaths than births in this country. And you start to understand what they call, it's actually a demographic term, a dependency ratio. And it turns out the 3 biggest economies in the world, United States, China, Japan, and this is a little hard to read, but it's worth a concept, because I also am an outlier in my belief of what much of what China does is because this curve collapsing down here is China. It's what they call dependency ratio of the number of folks they have that will be dependent on a worker. And right now, today, they're healthier than the United States. They have more workers than dependents, but their curve falls incredibly hard. This one is the United States. We basically sort of fall and fall and fall and sort of flatline. Japan is already in just a miserable state. This is happening all around the industrialized world. We don't have enough kids. It's math, it's demographics. So are we ready to embrace some pretty radical concepts? There's some great authors out there talk about how the 70s and 80s, and maybe even through part of the 90s, the world had competition for what they call hydrocarbons, oil, natural gas. In the previous decade and right up to right now, it may be world sort of competition for rare earths because of the electrification and batteries, those things. In the next couple decades, it may be an international battle for smart people. Take a look at how many of the countries we compete with that have changed their immigration codes to actually recruit people who have skill sets. And it's not all just, PhDs of electrical engineering. It's you're a skilled carpenter, you're a skilled programmer, you're this or that. It's actually a really interesting and uncomfortable debate. But as you're going to see as we talk about these charts, I can make the numbers work. But on one hand of the ledger, we need economic growth, and we need a lot of it. Well, the way you get there is through fixing the regulatory system. The way you get there is from an economy that starts to become incredibly competitive again instead of the protection racket it's become today. You also got to fix the immigration system where you're not importing poverty, but you're importing talent so you have growth, economic growth. Because remember, the trick here is over the coming decades, I need the debt to not grow faster than the size of the economy. You need that too. We all need it, and so does my little 8-month-old. And we are going to compete against the world because the rest of the world is also, at least the industrialized world, is facing the same demographic collapse. And now we get into the stuff that becomes really uncomfortable to talk about. and I got to find a way, but it's math and it's policy. There's something really crappy going on in our society right now. And it's uncomfortable, and almost, I may be the only idiot who's dumb enough to walk up behind these microphones and talk about it, but we got a problem. We have young males entering universities almost similar to females and then not graduating. We have, and I didn't bring all the charts, but the number of young males, particularly under 35, who just are functionally not showing up in the economy. And why this is important is I'm not talking about a few, I'm talking about millions and millions and millions. And we're actually even looking at some of these charts, and where this gets a tricky conversation is when you start to see college enrollment by gender, and then the males basically falling off the cliff here, particularly the last few years, where females graduating. Great! This is wonderful over here. This is a real societal problem. There's a cultural concept called marriageable populations. And I'll see if I can weave this in why this unified theory. If I have a young woman that's worked her heart out, she's graduated, and the pool of available spouses are people that did not graduate, we're actually seeing it what we call a marriageability gap. And we see that across the board, across ethnicities, and it's actually now it's really starting to show up in our economic data of basically slowing down our economic growth projections. So when you get someone who says, well, I can do this, I'll do a tax cut here, I'll do this here, and I'm getting all this economic growth, I got a problem. I got a whole bunch of my society that's not entering either the workforce, they're not forming families, they're not having kids. The basic structure that builds both a society, a healthy community, but also actually builds that economic underpinning of that society. It's worth studying. It's worth digging into. We got to understand what's happened with young men, because it's such a large number now. We see it in our economic data as basically stultifying, if that's a word, the economic growth. So you have a world now where my brothers and sisters on the left, my Democrat colleagues, run around saying, well, we have this low unemployment. And then you look at the available populations that should be in the labor force, but they don't show up in the data because they're not even looking. Remember, we have fewer people today in the labor force than we did before the pandemic, by millions. And then I stand up here, just pissed off, trying to say, does anyone care about the math? Because at the end of the decade, the wheels are coming off. And they don't need to. This is just more of the same, just sort of showing that the participation of prime-age males basically continues to decline. Other chart actually may have done a better job of showing the cliff. So what have I tried to argue here? I have debt that is exploding, and it's substantially healthcare costs. It's substantially our demographics. We got old. So I have a seesaw here that if we could get both sides in balance, there's a way it works. But you got to, over here, I got to have growth. I got to have labor force participation. I have to have encouragement for people, whether you be older, and we incentivize you saying, hey, we're not going to take your side of the Social Security, the FICA tax if you stay in the labor force and you're 70, but you feel that you want to work. Great, we love you. Please, thank you. How do I get young males back into the labor force? I get them to actually graduate college. This is important. If you're a university, please pay attention to these numbers. There's something, it's almost crisis level going on out there. The adoption of technology in regulation. Do you need buildings full of file cabinets and paper to regulate the environment, or could you actually do it through technology? I mean, you're all walking around with a supercomputer in your pocket. Stick the little sensor on it and you can do air quality monitoring. Boom. I no longer need a building to file paperwork. I always know what's going on. You can crowdsource it. There's ideas like this that both disrupt, shrink the size of government. Government is just far too massive. And you can replace much of it with technology. It's the battles I have in Ways and Means over the IRS. Do you hire an army of unionized workers, or do you use technology? If you believe there's a bunch of tax cheats out there, use technology to find it. Or do you think an army of unionized workers is a much better way to do it? That's absurd. Growth ledger. What I'm going to talk about now is some of the disruptive ideas. Maybe a number of these won't work. Maybe they're just techno-utopianism. But it's the thought process, it's the mental discipline to start thinking through the basic idea of, if I had a vibrant, competitive, disruptive economy that's actually crashing the price of healthcare over here and growing over here, I can do the math and I can show you that we can flatten out this debt bomb that's about to wipe out your retirement and my kids' future. So I want to give one that's just a simple thought experiment, except it's real. Do you remember half an hour ago, the Democrats touting in the Inflation Reduction Act, we're going to spend billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars subsidizing insulin. We're going to give the very companies that they used to come to the floor here and scream about that they were pillaging people with the cost of insulin. We're going to give that big pharma money. That's how the brain trust on the left over here works. Well, actually, right over here in Virginia, there's a co-op. Remember, most of the insulin formulas are off patent. So this group over here, and it's insurance companies, it's hospitals, it's actually, I think, a couple state Medicaid systems got together and said, screw it. We don't like the price the market's giving us. We're going to build a co-op and do it ourselves. We're going to make 8 types of generic insulin. Oh, by the way, they're doing it less than the government subsidized price the Democrats pushed through, where they're handing out billions of dollars. Why didn't they turn around and say, let's bring this to market much faster? No taxpayer money, cheaper prices, competition. Instead, the Democrats' version was, let's just subsidize big pharma. How dare they act like they did something? They basically almost screwed up competition because they started subsidizing the very organizations they used to complain about, and then made it so competition actually had to now compete with subsidized companies. Does anyone else see the absurdity around here? If you want competition in the pharmaceutical world, get more people making them. The majority of the pharmaceuticals we all consume are off patent. There's some crazy articles out there that I saw this summer of super high-speed 3D printers that you no longer need a couple $100 million clean facility to make your generic drug. There's alternative ways to produce it. What could we do regulatory-wise, tax incentive-wise, other things here to actually say, we want everyone and their cousin making safe, affordable, competitive pharmaceuticals, if that's part of the fight that we have here, saying, well, these drug prices are too high. So what are you going to do? The Democrats actually decided they're going to regulate, price cap, subsidize. As a supply-side conservative, I come back and say, screw that. Let's grab today's technology and get the competition flowing. I do not know all the details on this. I only saw part of the article this weekend. But this is the thought experiment I need from you. How many of you saw the article this weekend that Apple basically believes they've broken the code for a glucose monitor in the watch? Think about that. If you are a thinking person, if I came to you tomorrow and said, you could put something on your wrist, and maybe it's not because they're expensive, but the concept of the technology. I can have something on my wrist that knows my oxygen, knows my blood pressure, knows my heart rate, knows my temperature, and now knows my glucose. If you had all those data points, what could you run as an algorithm, and also your ability to take my data 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Could you keep me much healthier? Could you keep our brothers and sisters? Remember, diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending. It's 31% of all Medicare spending. If it's true this technology may be coming, just thought experiment. You're all smart people. Think about it. What would happen if I could take my pre-diabetic population, even some of my diabetic population that may not now be on insulins, and said, we're going to work with you so you understand what's going on. I represent this, probably the second highest per capita population in the world with diabetes, one of my tribal communities in Arizona. Incredible people. And they're not poor. They're a gaming tribe alongside Scottsdale. They're very entrepreneurial. They've done great. The data may be the disruption and the price of health care. Why am I the first idiot to walk up to the floor and say, I saw this, we should actually investigate it, we should understand what this could mean? May have we invited the scientists in to talk to us and say, what's the future look like? What would happen if it's true? And I'm going to show another thing about a stem cell treatment that's going on from a San Diego company that believes they may have found a way. I think they've cured like 6 people of type 1 diabetes, but it's less than a year, so you don't know the efficacy. But the concept is there, and the ability to stop someone from ever screwing up their islet cells. The reason I show this stuff is instead of saying, we're just going to walk in and we're going to have to cut Medicare by trillions of dollars, how about the crazy thing of curing people and making the healthcare prices dramatically lower through technology, through disruption? You got a choice. This is just a blunt, troglodyte approach. This is actually something where the society gets healthier, more prosperous. And I'm just going to go through some of these, because some of these I've done whole presentations on the floor. When you start to actually read some of the literature, that we may be on the cusp of, I think actually there's a paper being presented in this coming week on the first data sets for a cancer vaccine. Some of the drugs that are having just incredible success in curing people. The ability to actually have that supercomputer you carry around in your pocket basically actually help you manage your personal health. I have hypertension. I have to take a calcium inhibitor. I came here a couple weeks ago and showed once again, another thought experiment. 16% of all healthcare spending is 16% of all healthcare spending is, this is $550 billion a year, so over $500 billion a year, is calculated to be people not taking their pharmaceuticals. So you have hypertension like me, I take my calcium inhibitor, I take 1 pill every day, and I don't stroke out. And they say 16% of healthcare spend is people choosing not to, darn it, I forgot, I didn't take the pill. Now, and I know some people are going to say, well, you should eat healthy, you should exercise. Trust me, I do. I haven't touched ice cream in a couple of years. I really miss it. But walk through just the concept with me instead of your preconceived conceptions or notions. If 16% of healthcare spend is people not taking their pharmaceuticals appropriately so they stay on their rhythm, grandma forgets to take her pill, you need a statin, you forget to take it. How about a 99-cent pill cap that beeps at you when you forgot to open it up that morning? Is that 99 cents worth what it would mean to go at $550 billion. What if you could just shave off a couple points of it? $200 billion, is that worth it? These are just trying to be creative. Instead of the folks who want to run around here with a chainsaw, hacking apart things, start saying maybe the idea is using technology so we're healthier. And there was another article I picked up a couple days ago just to show the revolution that's about to be here. This now has an FDA approval. It's functioning you can blow into it from your home medicine cabinet. And guess what? It's a flu test. It's a COVID test. And there's another version coming that's actually going to be 2 or 3 other things. You can have it in your home medicine cabinet, blowing it. You don't have to go to the urgent care center. You don't have to go to the doctor's office. You don't have to go to the emergency room. You don't have to go to the hospital. The technology is the disruption. The disruption actually crashes the price. Other things, and these are uncomfortable. I had this really neat article. It's a bit geeky, but it basically talks about the ability to use an X-ray, and now with some of the predictive AI looking at it, it can actually do amazingly accurate, cheaply diagnostics on whether you're going to have a risk of a heart disease or other things. It's here. And they've gone through the efficacy trials. Do we set up the policy where we make these things reimbursable? Do we make these things so we take down the barriers? Because remember, Washington often is more like a protection racket. I've done whole presentations on this from a couple of years ago, and yes, it's actually moved forward to some of the immunotherapies for some of the types of cancers. These are coming about. And now the one that I talked about a couple weeks ago was that possibility in regards to diabetes. And we're actually bringing a couple of their researchers here, I think sometime next month, to just talk about the mechanisms. The reason I walk through all these is the first part of this presentation is understand how devastating the debt is. And it's not pretend. You can't just say, well, we'll just pretend. We'll print $1 trillion coin and walk away from it. You got to stop the clown show. Yes, there's a whole bunch of government that we can do without. But you saw the very first couple boards that basically said 10 years from now, you can get rid of all of what you think is government. And you still got to borrow money. You got rid of all of defense. You got rid of all discretionary. And you still had to borrow money to be able to cover Medicare. And the punchline there was, it's the next year. That was all a 2033 number. The next year, 2034, Social Security Trust Fund is gone. 23% cut. Is that going to be allowed to happen, or do we have to take it out of the general fund? Next year, 2034, the Medicare Trust Fund is gone. The next year, the Transportation Highway Trust Fund is gone. The second half of this was hope. I know some of this stuff is hard to process. It's hard sometimes to think, saying, oh, I'm going to disrupt. I'm going to eventually legalize disruption. And I've used this before, but it's the easiest. How many of you went to Blockbuster Video last weekend? Come on, work with me here. How many of you went and got that little silver disc last weekend? Of course not. Schweikert, that's absurd. The fact of the matter is that technology came along, we started streaming, now you have how many choices, so you sit there because saying you got too many choices, I can't make up my mind, instead of standing in line for the disc that wasn't there, that you really wanted, that you promised your family, so you come home with some crappy one and they're all mad at you. That's not that long ago. We have these types of disruptions in our society all the time. Stop being afraid of them. And Congress, damn it, stop acting like a protection racket where you protect incumbency, not incumbent elected, incumbent bureaucracies, incumbent business models. Design the tax code, design the regulatory code. If the Democrats continue insisting that subsidize everything, fine. Design it so there's competition, not the chosen favorites that they want to hand a grant out to. And in that competition, I think actually becomes the disruption that saves us. If you have a better idea, one that makes Americans healthier, more prosperous, fixes your future retirement, fixes my little kid's future, I want to hear it. But right now, this is some of the best I have. And we have a whole portfolio of these things. I beg of this place, please, buy a calculator, work through the math, understand how devastating it is, and then just try to think of a future. Try to think of a future that actually is incredibly hopeful, incredibly optimistic. But you can't have this sort of dystopian State of the Union speech we had if you actually break it down, where they know these programs are going off the cliff. And the left cares so much more about winning the next election. So much more about winning the next election. They're not telling the truth to their own voters, let alone the people are really dependent on here. And it's a level of cruelty. It's a cruelty that might work through the next election, but it's coming. The math always wins. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona has yielded his time.
But we're going to have a great conversation of virtue signaling probably over the next couple of weeks. And the math is out there for everyone. Anyone that's watching, just go to OMB, CBO. I mean, some of the other groups that give a darn about the debt. It's all over the charts. You can get emails every single day talking about what's happening in the differentials. And we all ignore it because it's really, really uncomfortable to go home and stand in front of an audience of your voters and tell them the truth, because we've lied to them for so long. And you start to look at federal government has a spending problem. Now, this may not look like a lot, but you start to look at average tax receipts. And I have 2 or 3 slides that if you ever want to argue this, and I've done this with leftist groups trying to show when we raise taxes, when we lower taxes, we always get within a certain band of about 18 to 20% of tax receipts in as part of the size of the economy. There's just a sort of like law of physics in taxes. You raise taxes really high, the economy and growth slows down, you get 18 to 20% of GDP in taxes. You lower taxes, economy grows, you get about 18 to 20% in taxes to GDP. It's just about 100 years worth of data. Okay? You know, I mean, it is what it is. But what's happening is our spending. Okay, you see this huge spike there. That's COVID. We went to crazy town. It became an excuse to fund every dream, every group that ever, you were trying to buy to vote for you, fine. But then you go back to our baseline, and that baseline grows and grows and grows. You got to understand that spending here, in just about 10 years, the spending crosses about 25% of the entire economy. Yet our best model is we might be getting 18, 19% of the economy in taxes. That differential, year after year after year after year, buries us. And it's not falling revenues. Look at it. Our models actually, even in the long term, the best CBO data still has us hovering around 19% of the economy in tax receipts. And it's within the mean of functioning since the 1960s. So there were years here where we had very high marginal tax rates. Some years where we had very low marginal tax rates. And look at the band. But do you see, if I go way out, if I go out to 30 years, our spending hits 30% of the entire economy. 30% of the entire economy is spending. And every dime of this growth out here is demographics. It'll be the shortfall of Social Security and Medicare. Why is it so hard? That's not Republican or Democrat. We got gray. Look at my hair. And there are fixes. I've come here dozens of times. I've walked through innovative solutions that disrupt the price of healthcare, that disrupt the bureaucracy, that make us more efficient, that make us grow. And we ignore them because it turns out complex problems require complex solutions. And it's not one magic bullet. Oh, sorry, am I allowed to say bullet? But it's not one magic solution. It turns out you've got to do a dozen things, and you've got to do them all at once. And yes, you've got to fix immigration down to you got to legalize technology, to you got to change the way bureaucracies work. So bureaucracies start using these supercomputers to collect data instead of making you fill out paperwork. There are solutions out there. But damn it, this place needs to get rid of its 1990s solution and join this century. And I just bring this board just to knock down one of my leftist friends who always says, but you guys did tax reform and you cut receipts. We're taking in $1 trillion more a year today than we did the year after tax reform. It's spending $1 trillion more today. So that's like a 25% growth in receipts and revenues and tax receipts post-tax reform within functionally 4 years. Don't tell me it's the tax reform, because the tax reform grew the size of the economy. And do you remember what it did to the Social Security Trust Fund? It actually saved us for a couple years because there were so many people working. And that growth, could you imagine if we hadn't had the tax reform when we hit the pandemic? Could you imagine if we hadn't had that healthy economy, what the numbers would have looked like? And I'm sorry, I know this is repetitive, but there's a reason saying it over and over and over, because I'm trying to break through to people who've never really thought about the truth of the math. Eliminating every dime of defense on the long term does nothing. Think about that. So here's defense. Defense is going to be sitting around 2.7% of GDP. And we're heading towards a time where just Social Security and the healthcare entitlements out here are over 15% of the size of the economy. So defense is under 3% of the size of the economy. Just Social Security and the healthcare entitlements are over 15%. Does anyone see the issue? But yet, I will have my brothers and sisters on the left, it's defense, we need to cut it. Fine, it doesn't do anything. The scale of the dollars are so out of control, we gotta stop living in a fantasy world. I know it's good politics. I know it's good virtue signaling. You get your reporters and your constituents at home go, yay, that's true. None of them own a calculator. Or if they do, there's no batteries in it. And you've got to understand, entitlement programs, and I don't like it when you call these entitlement programs. Call them anything you want. Call them mandatory spending, calling them earned benefits. They are earned benefits, and it's a societal promise. I don't give a damn what you call them. It's still about the spending. You need to take a look at what's driving. Over here is the growth over those years. Defense, just Social Security, other mandatory, Medicare, all these, the growth in these mandatories here. How many members here are bold enough to tell the truth? Because when you tell the truth on this stuff, you get attacked ads, you get groups that raise money, lie about it, beat the crap out of you if you're a member of Congress. I can't talk about that, David. In that case, you can't actually talk about the debt and deficits. And Medicare, much of my life I've done healthcare finance. As a child, I was in my state legislature for a couple terms, and I was working on our Medicaid system. And even then, you'd have the experts come sit you down and say, you do realize how much trouble we're in. Well, here we are 30-some years later. Look at the curve. The curve. And this isn't that long from now. We're looking at numbers that are only functionally a decade from now. This drives all policies. If you're a member who says, I care about the environment, where are you going to get the money? I care about defense, where are you going to get the money? Health care is consuming everything. And look, I believe CBO in a couple of weeks is going to update these numbers, and they're going to look much uglier. We have some back-of-the-napkin math we've done with the Joint Economic Committee, but I used the last year's CBO number for this chart. So here's my point once again. Over the next decade, there's functionally $1 trillion of additional spending on Medicare. If you add in Medicare, Medicaid, it's, one something. Take a look here. When you get out here, this is 1.1 trillion increase. That's 9 budget cycles from now. It's not 10 years, that's 9 budget cycles from now. So if I came to you, you saw the earlier chart, it said, okay, a decade from now, if the nominal interest rates stay where they're at, our interest cost is $1 trillion a year a decade from now. And now my additional spending on Medicare and Medicaid is an additional $1 trillion. Does anyone start to see where a structural deficit of $2 trillion a year is? Now, you promised your voters you're going to balance the budget. What you going to do? Just stop paying the interest on our debt? Okay. Stop paying Medicare? Stop paying Medicaid? Fine. How about Social Security? Because remember, 10 years from now, the trust fund's gone. Our brothers and sisters who are on Social Security that rely on it are going to take what? Around a 25% cut. We're going to let that happen? It's coming. The math is real. You can't pretend it away. And you start to look at some of the lunacy that we get from our friends on the left. Well, let's just tax more. Even 100% tax rate on small businesses and upper income families. You can't even come close. You can't. So take all their money and just assume that you live in some magic fantasy world where everyone keeps working. Where the small, just let's live in fantasy. This is what you get. My spending in 30 years my borrowing is about 12.4% of GDP. If I take every dime of someone who makes $500,000 or more, the next dollar, we just take it. You get about 5% of GDP. And that's pretending people would keep working. The math is the math, and we need to stop lying. And look, if you don't believe me, go look up CBO. Go to Brian Riddell, Manhattan Institute. He does a beautiful job of taking ONB data, CBO data, some of the others out there, and puts it on charts that it's absorbable. But he walks through all your solutions. What if we, repeal every, the tax cuts, and raise the taxes on low-income people? How about if you get rid of every tax idea that's out there? So all the Democrat solutions, you still fall incredibly short. You can get a fraction of what's required. And you go on some of the other solutions that have been offered. No easy pay-fors for Social Security, Medicare programs. Everything falls short. So I need more than 6% of GDP. And if I take almost every solution, I only pick up a fraction of that. The math is the math, and the math will win. And now here's the point where I'm going to make some of my own friends on my side a little cranky. I'm going to tell the truth. Many of the solutions we run around here and tout, we're going to balance in 7 years. We're going to balance in 10 years. Do you understand the fraud? We say, well, we're going to cut Medicare. okay? We're going to shift it to the individual. We're going to do this. We're going to take Medicaid, and we're just going to cut our spending because we handed it back to the states. They're shell gaming the math. They're not willing to actually tell the system, we're going to legalize technology. The thing you can blow, this exists today, the thing that looks like a large kazoo, you can blow into it. It tells you have a virus, bangs off your phone to know you're not allergic to a certain antiviral and orders your antivirals. Allowing that algorithm, that technology, to write a prescription. You can't do that. Why? You know anyone with a diabetic pump? All day long, that algorithm is prescribing to them. We got to get this out, because if you can't have that type of technology disruption, my other is a much grander theory. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are over half of our healthcare spending. We are on the time of miracles where we're seeing cures. We, as a body, need to basically do an Operation Warp Speed as a way to save ourselves from our own crushing debt. Bring those cures. If it's true that a San Diego company, which has just gotten bought up, was working with CRISPR, has now cured about 6 people of type 1 diabetes. And we're trying to bring out one of their researchers to come talk to us in February. If it's true, if there's just the slightest opening of a door, that there's a path there. Now, I know that's type 1. I know type 2 is often, we have our health issues, what we do in our farm bill here, the fact that so much of our society has become almost self-destructive with obesity. And yes, I may have just hurt your feelings, but damn it, when government has to pay 70% of all healthcare costs, we actually as a society should care. When I represent the population with probably the second highest per capita diabetes in the world, one of my tribal communities in Arizona, when I meet people who are blind on that community, who have lost parts of their feet, is that compassion? So what would happen if we could marry up legalizing the technology that will make your life easier and more convenient and make you healthier? And yes, it does mean you don't walk into the urgent care center because you have a breath biopsy in your home medicine cabinet. Legalize the technology, and then we push as hard as we can that if we're in the age of miracles, cure, 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 because that's more moral and compassionate. And damn it, it has an amazing effect on U.S. debt. Remember how many times I showed you? 31% of all Medicare spending is related to diabetes. What would happen if you could cut half of that? And yes, it's lifestyle. Yes, it's what people eat. Yes, it's exercise. Yes, it's those things. But at some point also, what would happen if we can get people, give them back islet cells that produce insulin again? We found a way to cure hep C. Remember when we were getting this body, when I first got here, was getting ready to try to figure out to have hundreds of thousands of people get liver transplants. And it was going to bankrupt Medicaid systems all over the country. And then someone came up with a hep C cure. And it was really expensive. And we bitched about the cost of it, except for the fact it cured them. And like 7 months later, there was a second drug that crashed the price. Was that moral? Of course it was. Was it really good economics? Was it just compassion? Yes. I need this to become part of our lexicon, that the solution is disruption through technology, optionality, but it's also the morality of we need to push those cures out because it's really good economics. Instead of giving lists of things of, here's how we're going to cut the debt and deficit, we're just going to shift it to someone else to spend. Is this body, and particularly to the freshmen and the freshman staff that I've been trying to talk to with this speech, this will be the most important stuff you deal with in your time here. It's not the shiny object that may get you on Fox News tonight. It's not the shiny object that gets you applauded when you go into your town hall meeting. Oh, we did this. This stuff is hard. It's complicated. You are going to be lobbied like a war. They're going to spend money in your district beating the crap out of you because you're taking away their money. It also saves this country and gives my little Matthew, who's 6 months old, a future. And that's the morality. And with that, I yield back.
As the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I don't know if I can top Panetta's, my friend from California's great white shark attack, or talking about airline delays, but we're going to do something that's particularly amusing and fun. We're going to talk about why the fiscal house of the United States is collapsing. And for a number of folks who've watched my floor presentations, a lot of this is going to be familiar. This is a primer particularly for our new members. Right now we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new staff with the new members here in the House of Representatives, and hopefully on the 1,000-some televisions around the campus where you have C-SPAN on. Please, if you actually are interested, if you really want to understand how much trouble we're in, give me a few minutes of your time. Well, actually, give me almost an hour of your time. Let's sort of walk through the reality. I'm going to walk through some of the solutions that are absolutely wrong. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the reality of the math. And the punchline we're going to come back to multiple times is really simple. The primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt is our demographics. Those of us who are baby boomers, we got old. And the political class here, unless we're willing to tell the truth, there is no path to saving us from a failed bond auction, a failed debt crisis, a world where we all live dramatically poor. And it doesn't have to be that way. And look, I know I'm a broken record, but damn it, somehow we got to get this to start to sink in. So let's actually walk through some of the reality. I always start with this chart because it's just easy to get your head around. This is 2022. Now, the funny thing is, looks like 2023, the percentage that is mandatory, that means it's on autopilot. Your members here, people like me, we won't vote on it. This is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, these things that are a formula. This percentage actually went down it looks like it's going down in this budget year. It's not going down because we're spending less money. It's because we're spending so much more money on discretionary. It actually took several points more of the percentage of spending. Now, a lot of that was one-time spending, will fade back down. But you got to get your head around. The majority, the vast majority of U.S. spending is what we call mandatory. It's entitlements. It's you get because you work so many quarters. It's because you turned a certain age, because you're a certain tribal group, because you're a certain level of poverty. You get these benefits, and they're automatic. It's a formula. And then over here, you see this little green part? That's discretionary. That's what we call non-defense discretionary. This is what everyone thinks of as government. That's your foreign aid, that's your FBI, that's the IRS, that's all those things. And here, the blue, that's defense. And you're going to see, I'm going to show you in some charts later, you know, my brothers and sisters on the left will often throw out rhetoric of, cut it defense, get rid of it. Believe it or not, it's not even enough money to keep us in balance. You can get rid of every dime of defense. There needs to be an understanding of reality. Your government is an insurance company with an army. And I know that sounds trying to be somewhat humorous, but it happens to be the truth. Think of it that way. So what's the primary drive? If I came to you right now and said, you're a new member of Congress, you've made a passionate pitch to your voters that you're going to take on the deficit. Okay, did you stand in front of your voters and tell them over the next 30 years, 100% of the deficit is Medicare and Social Security? The rest of the budget, according to the Congressional Budget Office, actually has a positive balance. over the next 30 years, and this is based on the 22 numbers, with inflation, some of this is actually worse today. And we're not going to get the updated numbers till probably mid-February using the Congressional Budget Office. Functionally, Medicare, the shortfall in Medicare is about 75% of all of our borrowing. The shortfall in Social Security, and the reason you put that on there, understand, look at the Social Security actuary report. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat. These are people that actually own calculators. With the COLA that was just given, you lost almost a full year of life. So there's this trust fund. Yes, it's Social Security money that we've paid in over the years. It's then loaned to the Treasury. The Treasury gives special, think of this, special Social Security T-bills. And then when the Social Security needs money, they cash them in with Treasury. Fine. And then actually the Treasury goes out and borrows other money. That money runs out in about 10 years. 2 years ago, I believe, the Social Security actuary report said when the trust fund runs out, our brothers and sisters who are 65 and older, or who are actually 62 and older, or whoever are just taking a Social Security check will get about a 27% cut. I think last year's actuary report said about a 25% cut. It's based on, here's our projection of the revenues, the FICA taxes we take in today, and then it goes out the door. There's some data out there that says 10 years from now, unless we fix Social Security, you're going to double poverty among seniors. What's the moral aspect there? How many of this body are ready to actually deal with the political nightmare cascade of the trolls who lie, the politicians, trying to tell the truth about a multi-trillion-dollar system that's out of money and what the negative shortfall. You do understand, I think the model said like in the next 60 years, 65 years, it's like $212 trillion short. And that's just the Social Security Trust Fund. And it is gone in about 10 years. It lost almost a full year of actuarial life with this year's COLA. These are the things that we're here to fix instead of the trite crap we come behind these microphones and talk about. These are the things that destroy a society because it breaks our promises. And how about, yes, don't laugh at me. My wife and I are both 60, and I have a 6-month-old. We adopted another child. When my 6-month-old is 25 years old, two things. We either blow up the debt and deficit, which we're probably going to do that too, or double the U.S. taxes. When he's 25 years old, we have to double corporate taxes, import fees, tariffs, everything else, every what we call receipt. We got to double. It means top marginal rates like 70-some%. That's just the federal. Do you understand what these numbers mean? This was based that we have $114 trillion of borrowing in today's dollars. And these calcs were done before this inflationary cycle. This is what takes down a republic. How serious is this body really about telling the truth about the math? So let's actually walk through the fragility. And once again, I'm doing this substantially for the new members and the new staff here to understand what reality is. All day long, you are going to get pitched with people with shiny objects, or I need you to regulate this so I don't get competition in my business in the home district. I want some free money. I want you to give me a grant. We get this inbound all day long. We get the crazy conspiracy theory that has nothing to do with reality. And that consumes our time instead of thinking about this math and coming up with actual solutions. And we've come to this floor over and over and over with solutions. Except it seems to terrify our brothers and sisters here because it means A, telling the truth about the math. And then it means we got to do things really differently. You got to legalize technology. You got to legalize the disruption because it's not about changing who pays. Before I do this, let's see if I can explain this. For my fans on the left who love Obamacare, the ACA, Understand it's a financing bill. It just moves the money around. I get subsidized over here, but this group has to pay. The brilliant Republican alternative was a financing bill. Now, we actually did a more elegant job of spreading it along the curve, so you got some efficiencies, but it was still a financing bill. It's who had to pay and who got subsidized. Medicare for All is a financing bill. It strips and this pays. None of those ideas in regards to health care change what we pay. They just move around who pays. Until the conversation becomes about what we pay, you can't save us. Because the debt doesn't change. And on my very last board, I'm going to do something that's a little cranky and a little mean. I'm going to make fun of some of my own work. But I'm going to tell the truth that a lot of times when we talk 10 years to balance, you do realize one of the things we're doing is saying we're going to take this portion of the spending and we're just going to give it back to the state. We're going to take this portion of spending and make the users of Medicare or users of this group or this, that. We're going to make the individuals pay, but we're going to take it off the federal books, but we don't change the spending as you would do the calculation as a percentage of the gross national product, the GDP, or gross domestic product. And that's what's so important here. Unless we legalize the disruption and do this quickly. I had a meeting earlier in my office today with someone that's really smart, who's been here for a long time. He's a medical doctor. He's one of my favorite members. David, you got to go slower. People aren't going to embrace it. The bureaucracy is going to fight you. Do you know how many vested interests there are in the lobbyist class and down in K Street? Why, we're watching the numbers erode. I'm going to show you a slide here that structurally, 10 years from now, we may have a structural $2 trillion a year deficit. That's the structural deficit. And half that will be just interest. Is this body ready to tell the truth about the math? Because the math will always win. And one of the other things that terrifies me here is we're not telling the truth about the fragility of interest rates. Take a look, and I'm going to do 2 or 3 slides here, but you start to look what happens if interest rates are up. So rising interest rates could push up the national debt towards 300%. So get this. If the mean interest is 3 points over what CBO projected last year, which, believe it or not, is actually closer to the mean of interest we had paid over the last 30 years. So if we go back to what was normal for the last 30 years, you're at 345% of debt to GDP. It's all gone. If you care about the poor, there's no more money for them. You care about defense, there's no more money. We're basically, every dime is just covering interest. Government is gone. The fantasy that goes on around here of let's talk about shiny objects but avoid the real crisis ahead of us. And I'm going to show a bunch of slides that the Democrats' proposals of raising taxes doesn't work, and a bunch of the Republican ideas of let's get rid of waste and fraud, we'll get rid of foreign aid. Do you realize every dime of foreign aid covers about 12 days of borrowing? Last year we borrowed $43,600 a second. And how much of the conversation here is about my little Matthew, who's 6 months old? What's his future like? Does anyone here give a damn about your kids, your grandkids, your own retirement? This is everything. This will take us down. Will this body take it seriously? And you start to look at the charts. This is where we're at right now. Understand, the CBO model is now starting to look at that 10 years from now, 2032. That may seem like forever, but it's 10 years. What were you doing 10 years ago? Do you remember? Wasn't that long ago. We're heading towards a structural cost just of $1 trillion just on interest. Just the interest cost. Now add on another $1 trillion in spending. And remember, in that 10 years, just Medicare and its portion of Medicaid go up $1.1 trillion. The total budget 10 years from now goes up, I think, just a little less than the CBO model from a year ago was about $2 trillion. We're spending more. We take in about $0.5 trillion more plus on new tax receipts. It basically means you're heading towards a structural deficit, close to $2 trillion a year. And that's the baseline. Now, how many of you ran for office here and said, I'm going to balance the budget? Okay. Your structural deficit 10 years from now is $2 trillion. What are you about to do? I'm just going to move it to the states and let them pay for it. I'm going to play a shell game. I'm going to tell my voters it's wasted. I'm going to tell my voters I need to tax businesses more. We got old. I'm sorry. But go back to that second slide. Every dime of the borrowing for the next 30 years is 3/4 Medicare, 1/4 Social Security. And and you look at the comments that will be on the video of this, and people say, oh, that's not true. Get rid of Ukraine. Fine. Strip it. But you just got rid of 12 days, 14 days of borrowing. There's this lack of ability to do math here. But I'm glad everyone gets their feelings satiated. And you got to understand, this is the baseline we're at right now. The baseline. 30 years from now, half of all tax receipts go just to interest. And in Ways and Means, we call it tax receipts, tax revenues, whatever you want to call it. Half of it. And there's a model out there that if we're 2 points higher than the CBO model, in 30 years, it actually comes in closer to 25 years, all receipts, if we kept the same tax code, so all the things expire, all the tax reforms, we go back to the bad old days, and we have 2 point higher interest rates. So that's still lower than the previous 30-year mean. 2 points. Every dime of tax receipts in about 25, 28 years, every dime goes just to cover interest. There's no more government. We're nothing more than a bond house paying out interest. Does anyone here understand this? Doesn't this make anyone nervous? Am I the only idiot getting up here and trying to point out, saying this is going to fall off the cliff? Does anyone else care? This is the stuff that's real. But we're going to have a great conversation of virtue signaling probably over the next couple weeks. And the math is out there for everyone. Anyone that's watching, just go to OMB, CBO. I mean, some of the other groups that give a darn about the debt. It's all over the charts. You can get emails every single day talking about what's happening in the differentials. And we all ignore it because it's really, really uncomfortable to go home and stand in front of an audience of your voters and tell them the truth, because we've lied to them for so long. And you start to look at federal government has a spending problem. Now, this may not look like a lot, but you start to look at average tax receipts. And I have 2 or 3 slides that if you ever want to argue this, and I've done this with leftist groups trying to show when we raise taxes, when we lower taxes, we always get within a certain band of about 18 to 20% of tax receipts in as part of the size of the economy. There's just this sort of like law of physics in taxes. You raise taxes really high, the economy and growth slows down, you get 18 to 20% of GDP in taxes. You lower taxes, economy grows, you get about 18 to 20% in taxes to GDP. It's just about 100 years worth of data. Okay? You know, I mean, it is what it is. But what's happening is our spending. Okay, you see this huge spike there. That's COVID. We went to crazy town. It became an excuse to fund every dream, every group that ever, you were trying to buy to vote for you, fine. But then you go back to our baseline, and that baseline grows and grows and grows. You've got to understand that spending here, in just about 10 years, the spending crosses about 25% of the entire economy. Yet our best model is we might be getting 18, 19% of the economy in taxes. That differential, year after year after year after year, buries us. And it's not falling revenues. Look at it. Our models actually, even in the long term, the best CBO data still has us hovering around 19% of the economy in tax receipts. And it's within the mean of functioning since the 1960s. So there were years here where we had very high marginal tax rates. Some years where we had very low marginal tax rates. And look at the band. But do you see, if I go way out, if I go out the 30 years, our spending hits 30% of the entire economy. 30% of the entire economy is spending. And every dime of this growth out here is demographics. It'll be the shortfall of Social Security and Medicare. Why is it so hard? That's not Republican or Democrat. We got gray. Look at my hair. And there are fixes. I've come here dozens of times. I've walked through innovative solutions that disrupt the price of healthcare, that disrupt the bureaucracy, that make us more efficient, that make us grow. And we ignore them because it turns out complex problems require complex solutions. And it's not one magic bullet. Oh, sorry, am I allowed to say bullet? But it's not one magic solution. It turns out you've got to do a dozen things, and you've got to do them all at once. And yes, you've got to fix immigration down to you got to legalize technology, to you got to change the way bureaucracies work. So bureaucracies start using these supercomputers to collect data instead of making you fill out paperwork. There are solutions out there. But damn it, this place needs to get rid of its 1990s solution and join this century. And I just bring this board just to knock down one of my leftist friends who always says, but you guys did tax reform and you cut receipts. We're taking in $1 trillion more a year today than we did the year after tax reform. It's spending $1 trillion more today. So that's like a 25% growth in receipts and revenues and tax receipts post-tax reform within functionally 4 years. Don't tell me it's the tax reform, because the tax reform grew the size of the economy. And do you remember what it did to the Social Security Trust Fund? It actually saved us for a couple of years because there were so many people working. And that growth, could you imagine if we hadn't had the tax reform when we hit the pandemic? Could you imagine if we hadn't had that healthy economy, what the numbers would have looked like? And I'm sorry, I know this is repetitive, but there's a reason saying it over and over and over, because I'm trying to break through to people who've never really thought about the truth of the math. Eliminating every dime of defense on the long term does nothing. Think about that. So here's defense. Defense is going to be sitting around 2.7% of GDP. And we're heading towards a time where just Social Security and the healthcare entitlements out here are over 15% of the size of the economy. So defense is under 3% of the size of the economy. Just Social Security and the healthcare entitlements are over 15. Does anyone see the issue? But yet, I will have my brothers and sisters on the left, it's defense, we need to cut it. Fine, it doesn't do anything. The scale of the dollars are so out of control, we gotta stop living in a fantasy world. I know it's good politics. I know it's good virtue signaling. You get your reporters and your constituents at home go, yay, that's true. None of them own a calculator. Or if they do, there's no batteries in it. And you've got to understand, entitlement programs, and I don't like it when you call these entitlement programs. Call them anything you want. Call them mandatory spending, calling them earned benefits. They are earned benefits, and it's a societal promise. I don't give a damn what you call them. It's still about the spending. You need to take a look at what's driving Over here is the growth over those years. Defense, just Social Security, other mandatory, Medicare, all these, the growth in these mandatories here. How many members here are bold enough to tell the truth? Because when you tell the truth on this stuff, you get attacked ads, you get groups that raise money, lie about it, beat the crap out of you if you're a member of Congress. I can't talk about that, David. In that case, you can't actually talk about the debt and deficits. And Medicare, much of my life I've done healthcare finance. As a child, I was in my state legislature for a couple terms, and I was working on our Medicaid system. And even then, you'd have the experts come sit you down and say, you do realize how much trouble we're in. Well, here we are 30-some years later. Look at the curve. The curve. And this isn't that long from now. We're looking at numbers that are only functionally a decade from now. This drives all policies. If you're a member that says, I care about the environment, where are you going to get the money? I care about defense, where are you going to get the money? Health care is consuming everything. And look, I believe CBO in a couple weeks is going to update these numbers, and they're going to look much uglier. We have some back-of-the-napkin math we've done with the Joint Economic Committee, but I used the last year's CBO number for this chart. So here's my point once again. Over the next decade, there's functionally $1 trillion of additional spending on Medicare. If you add in Medicare, Medicaid, it's one something. Take a look here. When you get out here, this is 1.1 trillion increase. That's 9 budget cycles from now. It's not 10 years, that's 9 budget cycles from now. So if I came to you saw the earlier chart, it said, okay, a decade from now, if the nominal interest rates stay where they're at, our interest cost is $1 trillion a year a decade from now. And now my additional spending on Medicare and Medicaid is an additional $1 trillion. Does anyone start to see where a structural deficit of $2 trillion a year is? Now, you promised your voters you're going to balance the budget. What you going to do? Just stop paying the interest on our debt? Okay. Stop paying Medicare? Stop paying Medicaid? Fine. How about Social Security? Because remember, 10 years from now, the trust fund's gone. Our brothers and sisters who are on Social Security that rely on it are going to take, what, around a 25% cut. We're going to let that happen? It's coming. The math is real. You can't pretend it away. And you start to look at some of the lunacy that we get from our friends on the left. Well, let's just tax more. Even 100% tax rate on small businesses and upper income families. You can't even come close. You can't. So take all their money and just assume that you live in some magic fantasy world where everyone keeps working. Where the small, let's live in fantasy. This is what you get. My spending in 30 years my borrowing is about 12.4% of GDP. If I take every dime of someone who makes $500,000 or more, the next dollar, we just take it. You get about 5% of GDP. And that's pretending people would keep working. The math is the math, and we need to stop lying. And look, if you don't believe me, go look up CBO. Go to Brian Riddell, Manhattan Institute. He does a beautiful job of taking ONB data, CBO data, some of the others out there, and puts it on charts that it's absorbable. But he walks through all your solutions. What if we, repeal every, the tax cuts, and raise the taxes on low-income people? How about if you get rid of every tax idea that's out there? So all the Democrat solutions, you still fall incredibly short. I mean, you get a fraction of what's required. And you go on some of the other solutions that have been offered. No easy pay-fors for Social Security, Medicare programs. Everything falls short. So I need more than 6% of GDP, and if I take almost every solution, I only pick up a fraction of that. The math is the math, and the math will win. And now here's the point where I'm going to make some of my own friends on my side a little cranky. I'm going to tell the truth. Many of the solutions we run around here and tout, we're going to balance in 7 years. We're going to balance in 10 years. Do you understand the fraud? We say, well, we're going to cut Medicare, okay? We're going to shift it to the individual. We're going to do this. We're going to take Medicaid, and we're just going to cut our spending because we handed it back to the states. They're shell gaming the math. They're not willing to actually tell the system, we're going to legalize technology. The thing you can blow, this exists today, the thing that looks like a large kazoo, you can blow into it. It tells you have a virus, bangs off your phone to know you're not allergic to a certain antiviral, and orders your antivirals. Allowing that algorithm, that technology, to write a prescription. You can't do that. Why? You know anyone with a diabetic pump? All day long, that algorithm is prescribing to them. We got to get this out, because if you can't have that type of technology disruption, my other is a much grander theory. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are over half of our healthcare spending. We are on the time of miracles where we're seeing cures. We, as a body, need to basically do an Operation Warp Speed as a way to save ourselves from our own crushing debt. Bring those cures. If it's true that a San Diego company, which has just gotten bought up, was working with CRISPR, has now cured about 6 people of type 1 diabetes. And we're trying to bring out one of their researchers to come talk to us in February. If it's true, if there's just the slightest opening of a door, that there's a path there. Now, I know that's type 1. I know type 2 is often, we have our health issues, what we do in our farm bill here, the fact that so much of our society has become almost self-destructive with obesity. And yes, I may have just hurt your feelings, but damn it, when government has to pay 70% of all healthcare costs, we actually as a society should care. When I represent the population with probably the second highest per capita diabetes in the world, one of my tribal communities in Arizona, when I meet people who are blind on that community, who have lost parts of their feet, is that compassion? So what would happen if we could marry up legalizing the technology that will make your life easier and more convenient, and make you healthier? And yes, it does mean you don't walk into the urgent care center because you have a breath biopsy in your home medicine cabinet. Legalize the technology, and then we push as hard as we can that if we're in the age of miracles, cure, 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 because that's more moral and compassionate. And damn it, it has an amazing effect on U.S. debt. Remember how many times I showed you? 31% of all Medicare spending is related to diabetes. What would happen if you could cut half of that? And yes, it's lifestyle. Yes, it's what people eat. Yes, it's exercise. Yes, it's those things. But at some point also, what would happen if we can get people, give them back islet cells that produce insulin again? We found a way to cure hep C. Remember when we were getting this body, when I first got here, was getting ready to try to figure out to have hundreds of thousands of people get liver transplants. And it was going to bankrupt Medicaid systems all over the country. And then someone came up with a hep C cure. And it was really expensive. And we bitched about the cost of it, except for the fact it cured them. And like 7 months later, there was a second drug that crashed the price. Was that moral? Of course it was. Was it really good economics? Was it just compassion? Yes. I need this to become part of our lexicon, that the solution is disruption through technology, optionality, but it's also the morality of we need to push those cures out because it's really good economics. Instead of giving lists of things of, here's how we're going to cut the debt and deficit, we're just going to shift it to someone else to spend. Is this body, and particularly to the freshmen and the freshman staff that I've been trying to talk to with this speech, this will be the most important stuff you deal with in your time here. It's not the shiny object that may get you on Fox News tonight. It's not the shiny object that gets you applauded when you go into your town hall meeting. Oh, he did this. This stuff is hard. It's complicated. You are going to be lobbied like a war. They're going to spend money in your district beating the crap out of you because you're taking away their money. It also saves this country and gives my little Matthew, who's 6 months old, a future. And that's the morality. And with that, I yield back.
As the designee of the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to go after a handful of things, but we're actually going to try something that's somewhat unique for this body. We're actually going to use math. We're going to use facts. We're actually going to get the way the system actually works instead of doing what seems to be a moniker around here is we make public policy by virtue signaling, by feelings. So let's actually go over something that's been just grating on me, and I'm going to try to minimize being a jerk tonight. But if I get one more Democrat running around here screaming at us, we're going to default, da-da-da-da. You remember we got downgraded. That's not what happened. The language S&P did in 2011 wasn't because of the debt ceiling fight. If you actually read it, the U.S. loses AAA credit rating after S&P downgrade, but it was because S&P cuts the long-term U.S. rating by one notch to AA+ with negative outlook, citing concerns about budget deficits. Wasn't the debt ceiling. It was the failure of this body to take our demographics, our spending seriously. This is a decade ago. And even earlier today, I heard, I believe it was today or yesterday, I heard one of my colleagues on the other side walk up behind one of these microphones and lie. Excuse me, I take that back. Forget what actually happened. It wasn't because of a fight over the debt ceiling. It was because we didn't do enough to demonstrate to the debt markets around the world our own pension systems, your own retirement, other ones around the world. We didn't communicate to them that we were going to take the debt seriously. And this is a dozen years ago. The agency said the deficit reduction plan passed by the U.S. Congress on Tuesday did not go far enough. This is from 2011. And we still have members running around here going, oh, you're going to default, you're going to do this, oh, just do a clean debt ceiling. My argument is very, very simple. Do you not think the debt markets will punish the United States if we walked in and said, we're just going to keep borrowing? Just raise the damn debt ceiling. Just raise it. Do not take the seriousness of the trouble we're in, the demographic curve we have. Do understand, 9 budget years from now, 9 budget years from now, according to the Congressional Budget Office from 3 weeks ago, you can get rid of all of defense. You can get rid of the White House. You can get rid of Congress. You can get rid of The Supreme Court. You can get rid of all of government. The FBI's gone, the Park Service is gone, Foreign Service is gone, all foreign aid's gone, money to Ukraine. It's all gone. Every dime is gone. There is no discretionary. You still have to borrow a couple $100 billion. And the next year, it's dramatically worse because the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, the Highway Transportation Trust Fund is gone, the Medicare Part A Trust Fund is long been since gone. This place is an economic fraud. And yet, if you listen to the speeches around here, we do beautiful virtue signaling. My feelings. Screw our feelings. Let's hold out a calculator. The cruelty that will happen around here if we don't take this seriously. Why is this place so terrified to buy a calculator or actually read budget documents? Once again, S&P, and I want to make sure I get this one right. It was S&P, it wasn't Moody's. Take that back. S&P downgraded U.S. debt in 2011. And the number of times I get from reporters outside, aren't you fearful you're going to get downgraded like you did a dozen years ago? That's not what happened. We got downgraded because we didn't take the debt seriously. And the numbers today are dramatically worse than in 2011. But is that the discussions you have around here? Are our brothers and sisters on the left saying, hey, I care about, we got to fix Social Security because in 9 some years, we're going to double senior poverty if we don't fix it because that 23, 25% cut seniors are going to take. Do they have a soul? Do they care? Well, if you cared, when the president gave his State of the Union speech, it would have been not, you promised not to touch Social Security and Medicare. It would be, we're going to save them. So in the president's budget, a number of my colleagues on the left have been running around saying, oh, they put in all this taxing to raise money for Social Security Part A. Remember, that's only 25% of the spending. 3/4 of Medicare comes out of the general fund. And over the 30 years, Medicare is responsible for 75% of all the borrowing. So when we get up to close to $130 billion of borrowed money in 10 years, remember, 75% of that is just the shortfall in Medicare. We got old, and we haven't taken on health care costs, and we're going to finish on that. But it just grates me that this place just makes up stories. We misinterpret because it would require reading and owning a calculator. Yeah, well, we're going to have to deal with the debt ceiling in a serious adult fashion. Fine. I also believe if we do not communicate to the debt markets that we're taking our debt seriously, that they're going to get paid back. Just raising the debt ceiling against, hey, it's a clean debt ceiling, just go borrow more money. You don't think the markets are going to punish or not punish the United States? We need to communicate. We need to demonstrate that we're adults, that we understand how ugly our demographics are, how ugly the borrowing is. Remember, last year I think we were borrowing like $48,000 a second. I get the clown show, it says, David, if you just didn't have salaries for members of Congress, that would balance the budget. Now, I know that's just a stupidity. They know it's stupid. But we calculated it was like 28 minutes of borrowing over an entire year. And a decade from now, it's like 19 minutes of borrowing. I think all foreign aid is like 14 days of borrowing an entire year. Remember, in 9 years, you can wipe out almost everything you know as government, and to have enough cash flow to cover all of Medicare, all of Social Security, all the veterans benefits, all the things that we have on autopilot we call mandatory spending. We still got to borrow a couple $100 billion. Getting the math right is moral. The avoidance and the theater that's gone on around here, where saying we're going to get reelected because we're going to vilify Democrats. vilify Republicans for even being willing to take on the discussion of how much trouble we're in. We're going to beat them up because they're talking about these things. It's absolutely immoral because they're letting it fester, and every single day the math gets harder. And I'm going to show some charts. And this isn't what I wanted to talk about tonight, but I'm finding I'm having to react to all the just crazy propaganda out there as my brothers and sisters on the left do everything they can to avoid the responsibility for what they did with causing inflation and the cascade of inflation. You understand, the banking difficulties we have today are a derivative of inflation. You go, huh? Okay, inflation goes up. What do we have to do to knock down inflation? Well, we got two things we could do. We could really step up productivity so we make more goods and services to sop up all the excess cash and spending that's out there. Or we do what this lazy body has been doing for the last couple of years, and that is we'll just let the Federal Reserve raise interest rates, and roll off their books, so we're going to pull liquidity out of the economy. Oh, by the way, when you do that, I'm going to show some charts here. When you do that, what happens if you buy a bond today at 1% and 6 months from now interest rates are at 3%? You do functionally understand you lost 2/3 of the value of that bond. What do you think happened to Silicon Valley Bank? The banking crisis is an absolute derivative of crappy Fed policy, keeping interest rates at zero, and substantially displaced spending like crazy in the previous years, setting off inflation, forcing the raising of interest rates, and now interest rates, when they go up and inflation, create distortions in the economy. I think it was last week or the week before that, I came here and showed how much poorer Americans are, and they don't even know they've been taxed. I think I brought some charts that said, do you understand if you made $60,000 a year and you're in the mean of the country, not my community, when you're in Phoenix and Scottsdale, I've had substantially higher inflation than the rest of the continental United States. But the mean was what, 8-9%. I take your $60,000, 1 year, if you're still making that $60,000, you're actually now only making about $52,000 something. Do you understand you got taxed and you didn't even realize? You knew you were paying more for your groceries and your rent and your electricity, but you also got to understand where'd that money go? You were taxed. Inflation goes up. Your income, your savings become worth less. And who's the biggest debtor in the world? The United States. Guess what you did? We get to pay back the U.S. sovereign debt with deflated dollars. Or, excuse me, inflated dollars. Meaning, we took your money, put it towards the debt. Now, where we get screwed is we get to do that for a little while. You'll actually see this funny calculation where debt to GDP moves. And then the fact that we got to constantly roll our debt, and the insatiable appetite of keep spending, keep borrowing, when you're close to 30 cents on every dollar is borrowed. And now you have to sell the bonds at the new higher interest rates. And that's when it functionally eats your lunch. And I've shown over and over and over that it's not that long from now, interest will be the number 2 expense in this country. It'll be more than defense. So when you start to look, here's that point once again. So let's just pretend the inflation caused by reckless monetary policy and spending, da-da-da-da. So you take a bond. Let's take a long-term bond. It's $100. If over, it's a 30-year bond. You bought it in August 2020. Today, that same bond is functionally worth almost 2/3 less money. And this is just an interest rate differential because on that 30-year bond, it's basic. Think of it, it's an annuity. Its value is the interest it throws off. The problem is you could take that same money today and get interest 3 times higher. You want to know about stresses in financial markets? This is it. This is a derivative of inflation. This is a derivative of our spending policies. This is a derivative of the Fed's policies. And I'll do a much better job in coming weeks sort of walking through some of the policy options out there. But you got to understand, you see this red line here? This is functionally what the CBO is telling us. And this is the moment where it's not partisan. It's us. We got gray hair. What we have 76 million baby boomers moving into their benefit years. This red line is almost all health care costs for our brothers and sisters who move into their benefits. There are proposals where you can at least flatten it out. And I'm going to throw a couple things that are just not often considered. I've done so many presentations here about if it's healthcare costs, disrupt the price of healthcare. One of the things you do is you cure people. You also legalize technology. But you got to understand how steep the curve is. And if I get one more person that comes, well, if we just got rid of waste and fraud, foreign aid, we'll be fine. No. I know it's hard seeing 14 zeros in your head. But that's the reality. I know these numbers are crushing. I know so many of us in the political class, we've gone up and given speeches of, if we just got rid of this, or isn't this an outrageous spending? They're all outrageous spending. Okay, fine. It doesn't actually fix the problem. So I'm going to go over some of this again because I have a new punchline. I did this a week or so ago, got all sorts of crap about it, except I have reconfirmation that my math was good. So let's actually take a look at the left's Inflation Reduction Act, which is the most Orwellian name in modern history. The cost estimates for the battery production credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, it was supposed to cost $30.6 billion. That's what they told us. That's what they told the American people. So we've had the economists breaking it down, looking at the numbers, and they're coming back saying, hey, that's not actually what the language in the legislation says. It's not $30.6 billion for the batteries. It's $196.5 billion. Okay. So maybe one of the first things we need to do around here as a body is say, brothers and sisters on the left, we're going to help you. We're going to hold you to your own promise. When we do our next budget, we're going to at least make sure these things are frozen where you told the American people they were going to be. Maybe this explains why so much of the lobbying class was absolutely giddy around here with the design of the Democrats' language on those legislations, because they knew it was going to call, they were going to get multiple to the multiple to the multiple of actually cash in their clients' pockets. You want to understand why the American people are so upset with us? It's scams like this. Well, let's actually take it a little bit further, and there's a punchline coming. Cost estimates on the wind. Okay, fine. You may love wind. You were told in the Inflation Reduction Act that it was the budget in there, the spending in there was going to be $11.2 billion. Economists are coming back and saying that's not what the language actually says. If you actually model it, it's $68.4 billion. Are my brothers and sisters on the left willing to say, hey, hold us to the 11.2, because if we start having this types of spending, remember that curve continues to just blow off the charts, and it will create more inflation, and you will be poor. And now we have others out there have been scoring. So when I did this a week or two ago, I got some lovely, lovely inbound from a number of leftist folks out there that think they're economists. Well, it turns out Credit Suisse, God bless their souls, actually came back and said, hey, you know, this actually total cost, CBO told us it was going to be well under $300 billion in total spending on all these clean energy, some tax credits. They're actually grants and other things, refundables. Credit Suisse comes back and says, no, it's actually closer to $700 billion. And the latest update, Goldman did a complete workup, and they're at $1.2 trillion. You're getting the punchline here. When the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, we were told this was going to be well under $300 billion over a 10-year cycle of spending on all this green energy. Great. Actually, not great. I mean, I voted against it. It was absurd the way it was being laid out. You know, you give someone a tax credit for something they're already going to do. But that's the way this place works when you hand people cash because, let's be honest, they're big contributors. Now we're finding out the language and what's really going on in the marketplace. You're going from under $300 billion to possibly $1.2 trillion. $1,200 billion. $1.2 trillion. Okay? Will the Democrats work with us to keep their own words and their own commitments, saying we need to cap this. We need to put this back to at least what they committed to the brothers and sisters, the members here, and also the American people. This sort of stuff is you wonder why you wake up the next day and the numbers are just running amok. We get scammed. This just happen to be scams that are now well over $1 trillion. This one's a little hard to explain. I'll do it fairly quickly. There's this concept of nominal GDP. Hey, here's where we can be at, we can grow, we don't set off inflation. I've tried to explain this multiple times. Here's where the Democrats went and spent that $1.9 trillion a couple years ago. And you can almost see within the next day, the actual nominal GDP explodes. And this difference isn't economic expansion, it's inflation. A dollar goes up by 5% because of inflation isn't a 5% dollar more valuable. You've lost 5% of your purchasing power. I've had members here go, well, look how much bigger the economy is. No, it's not. It's not nominal. You got to adjust it back for how much devastation's happened in the economy, called inflation. And now think about what you're doing to people with the higher interest rates. So let's actually talk a little bit more about the Biden budget and some of the baselines we were given by the administration. So even with the tax hikes, remember, there's substantial tax hikes in the Biden budget. Remember, we're going to cut the deficit. No, they're not. Even with the tax hikes, Biden's budget would still cause the national debt to skyrocket $44 trillion over their 10-year window. That's their cut. There's no cut. And now what we're finding out is when we actually dig into the math, there's all sorts of just, what's the best term? Oh, yeah, fraud in that math. So you come to us and say, we're going to have, right now, debt held, and this is debt held by the public. And we need to explain this. You'll have many of us come behind the mic saying, there's 32 trillion of debt. There's offsets that economists say, well, it's the $1 trillion that are left in the Social Security Trust Fund. We don't count that as a stressor to the markets and society because we're just taking the trust fund over here and we're buying treasury bills, and then when Social Security needs it, they cash in their treasury bills. Sort of think of it as internal financing. These numbers are where you got to go to the market. You've got to find people here in this country or around the world who are saving their productivity, saving their cash to buy our debt. You're heading towards $44 trillion in that 10-year window. And an interesting thing, I was sort of working through today, so we made a slide. The Tax Foundation tried to work through the Biden budget on what would it mean, because you had people come here and give speeches about how wonderful they thought the Biden budget was. Well, now we got some scoring. Some of the cruelty in it. Long-run GDP, long-run growth of the economy, actually shrinks by like 1.3% in the Biden budget. Wages, your salaries go down about 1%. And we lose about 335,000 jobs. This isn't us, this isn't the Republicans, this isn't the Congressional Budget Office, this is the Tax Foundation, which is nonpartisan, and they have some of the best modeling in the country. Look, stop making crap up. This is what their version, their vision of compassion, remember, we used to get the former speaker, show us your budget and we'll see your priorities, your ethics, your values. Okay, so losing 335,000 jobs and having workers lose 1% of their wages, is that the Democrats' compassion? This is what crappy economics do. So, President Biden's proposed budget comes nowhere close to solving the long term. Remember how they were just so excited? We're going to have $3 trillion if every dime of the almost $5 trillion of new taxes comes in. And I asked even Janet Yellen this, and she was very polite, completely avoided giving me an honest answer. Did you score what you do to the economy's growth? Well, you just saw on the Tax Foundation slide what happens to the economy's growth with all their almost $5 trillion in new taxes. But we're reducing the deficit. No, you're not. They just reduced how much more spending they were going to cause. They still raised the deficit by another $20 trillion. Once again, it's games with virtue signaling around here. This is their vision. When does it break? When do we break the back of this economy, the American taxpayers, the working middle class? How much more debt can we stack up on them? And if we do this, will we have any capacity to follow the Constitution, defend this country, and also keep the commitments to those who are Medicare or Social Security? You understand, remember the comment before, 9 budget years, you can wipe out all what you consider government. All defense is gone. All discretionary is gone. And you still got to borrow hundreds of billions of dollars just to cover Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits. President Biden's tax hikes would place significant burden on the American people. So they acted like, and I should have actually labeled this even better. You remember in the president's speech when, hey, here's my budget, some of the talking heads that were supporting it, total revenues, we're going to get this. Well, what they forgot to tell you is half those revenues come ultimately in income tax hikes. And when you work them out, it's small businesses, it's individuals. It's not the big corporations. Half that revenue is just coming functionally from people's incomes, from their salaries. It's income tax hikes. So the federal government reserve outlook for 2024 growth has worsened significantly. All right, what does that mean? Okay, think of this. Do you remember way back when, last December? So how many months ago? It was, 3-4 months ago? Do you remember way back then, Congressional Budget Office, others, we were saying, hey, we're going to have 1.6% GDP growth. Completely anemic, dramatically lower than the long-term average, which we need to grow. Well, be happy to know, as of this month, it has gone from 1.6 economic growth when you adjust away inflation to we're down to 1.2. Do you have to anyone listening, do you understand how screwed we are if we don't get this up dramatically? And I'm sorry my language, I don't mean to potty mouth. I'm just frustrated because I don't know how to break through people mentally, because you're going to have this brain trust saying, yes, but if you got rid of this, or if you didn't do that. And look, I understand many of the comments we get are just bots, or people who actually may be off their meds, but take this seriously. You know, a couple weeks ago I had my 8-month-old here, and I kept trying to ask the moral question: do you have the right as an American to be secure in your retirement? Does my 8-month-old, my 7-year-old, do they have the right to have prosperity in their future? That 8-month-old, wonderful little boy, we're blessed to be able to adopt him. In 24 years, the taxes he pays will have to be 100% more, double what you pay, what I pay, just to maintain baseline services. Not expansion, not all this other crazy spending, just the baseline. That's every corporate tax, that's every individual tax, that's every... So I had this crazy idea. And I want to see if anyone else out there is willing to discuss this with me. Because every time I've discussed this, I look up and the room is running towards the exits. If you're a publicly traded corporation, you must actually now, according to what is the SEC and the Democrats, you have to disclose global warming, or environment, whatever we call it today. We call it climate change, and the stresses that could put on your book of business. Okay, fine. Disclose it. Should you have to also disclose the fact that over the next 24 years, your corporate taxes will double? What does that mean to your investment portfolios? What does that mean to your long-term capital outlook? What does that mean to your corporate risk? We're talking about, hey, shareholders deserve to have all sorts of disclosures. You know, environmental, climate change, fine. Should they also have to behave disclosures that explain what U.S. fiscal policy means to the future investments of that company? Why isn't it fair? Why does the left get to have climate change forced on corporations' disclosures, which I think, fine, I'm not going to fight that. But why shouldn't they also have to disclose the actual math that the Congressional Budget Office has put out that their taxes will double over the next 24 years? Why isn't that a disclosable item? It's worth thinking about. Fair is fair. If you want investors to know what the risks are of their investments, you know, it's like the brain trust here. I'm going to go buy a 30-year bond. Understand, by the time you get the final day of that bond, your taxes have doubled. What rate of return do you actually need? This is reality. It's math. Even confiscating. Now let's get this one straight, because I keep getting leftists, my Democrat colleagues, who come and say, well, rich people just need to pay more. Okay, let's just pretend that's the way it works. Even confiscating all income over $500,000 would fail to eliminate the fiscal year 2024 budget deficit. Get the punchline with me right now. This is the fiscal budget we're working on right now. The amount, and remember, in a decade, that number's doubled. We're going to go from about $1.5 trillion borrowing here to the end of the decade. Its best number was like $2.7, $2.8 trillion of borrowing. So just the budget we're working on right now, if we took, hey, you make $500,000, $1, we get that dollar. We take every single dime of people over $500,000. You don't even get near paying off the deficit. You get it? Yet, I promise you tomorrow, I'll have members of the other side who are going to walk behind these microphones and just say, if we just tax rich people more, we'd be fine. It's not the math. And I've come here multiple times and shown the entire list that if you confiscated every dime of the wealthy, yeah, you get another year or two on the paid off on the borrowing, and then boom, it's all back. It's demographics. And unless we as a nation have a revolution, is disruption too uncomfortable a word for so many people? How about an alternative way to change the price of delivering health care to our brothers and sisters? Because that's 3/4 of all the debt over the next 30 years. We can do that. If we could have a disruption in the cost of health care, and it's not tomorrow, it's over the next decade, you're not going to pay off the debt. But what you do is the size of the economy and the size of the borrowing stabilize. Because the problem right now is that it grows dramatically faster than the growth of the economy. That's what crushes you. So I'm going to end on something I'm incredibly optimistic on. I've been mocked for talking about this, but it looks like it's heading towards its phase one. There's a company out there. They've been chasing this for like 15 years. There's stunning amounts of money and efforts have been put into it. They just got permission to start the next phase of a phase one trial. And the punchline here is this is joyful, this is optimistic, and it's moral. And it also would do amazing things on U.S. debt, actually for the entire world. So the concept here is a type of stem cell that's been tagged, I guess, with CRISPR. And look, I'm not a synthetic biologist. This is not my specialty, but I'm fascinated by it. And because the way they tagged it, you could get a stem cell treatment that gets your body to start producing islet cells that start producing insulin again, and you don't need anti-rejection drugs. It would be universal. That means there's this concept I've been reading about for a decade called a biofoundry. And yes, I am geeking out, but this is important. Turns out for every complex problem, there's a simple solution that's absolutely wrong. It's a complex solution that if we would actually do everything over the next decade to knock down pre-diabetic populations and then work with our brothers and sisters that have it, and the offer that at the end of the decade, if you improved your healthy lifestyle, we might get your body producing insulin again. Could you imagine the economic benefit? The crushing of income inequality to poor families that actually have someone that's severely diabetic, who's losing their feet, their eyesight. What is the morality for my tribal communities in Arizona? Also, it's the single biggest thing you could do for U.S. sovereign debt. And yes, this is just the beginning of the next phase of a phase one trial. And maybe it doesn't work. There's been so many heartbreaks in this over the last couple decades. But so far, the early data to get to this point is they've been given the green light about 5 days ago to start. This is the type of things we as members of Congress on the left and the right should be bringing in, people saying, is this a path? How do we help it? How do we do it safely? But we need to be starting to think through, what if it works? What have we done to change the way we deliver nutrition in this country? What have we done technology-wise that watch the things you can wear in your body that help you understand your blood glucose? What could we do to actually, what is it, and I'm going to screw up the proper name, but the pharmaceuticals that help some people suppress their appetite. Apparently they're safe, and apparently they come off patent very soon. What could we do to say, if this works, maybe by the end of the decade, we have a societal agreement that this is a deal because it would make the population so much healthier? And yes, there's dozens of ideas like this, but it's an example. It doesn't all have to be dystopian misery around here. What's the chance we're going to hold a single hearing and have a single conversation around here of something that's actually a potential solution? Or do we continue to just say, the debt's going to bury us, let's just keep spending because that's what gets us reelected, and God forbid we tell our voters the truth? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to yield back because if I keep going, I might hurt someone's feelings, and we wouldn't want to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm just sort of getting ourselves set up. I was going to yield some time to a fellow member for a moment, but I think that member has disappeared. We're going to try something tonight. And for anyone watching and listening, if you don't like lots of geeky conversation and lots of math, this isn't your night to watch. We're going to try to walk through a handful of concepts. One is one we've been discussing with our economic team. Look, I'm blessed to be on Ways and Means, but I also am the senior Republican for Joint Economics. So I have a handful of PhD economists, and we've been sort of trying to understand what the Federal Reserve is doing and inflation and why it's becoming so difficult to crush inflation in our society and our economy. Then we're going to walk through some numbers so there's an absolute understanding of what's happened, particularly to the working middle class in this country. Demonstrate how much poorer they are today than even a couple years ago in purchasing power, and the reality of just how devastating inflation is to people. People that save, people that tend to have a retirement, actually people who just are trying to make a living and survive. And we're going to show some charts just demonstrating how much poorer Americans are. And then we're going to do some walking through Democrat policy, particularly from the last couple of years, and sort of show the fact that their math is not lining up with what we're seeing. Their math is not lining up with other economists. And the reason for that is, at the same time, we're going to also talk about how much debt has been created in the last couple of years, that what was demographics, we're getting older as a society, and actually what was just spending priorities of the left. Then we'll spend a little bit of time, and much of this, we're running and gunning. We got the president's budget a couple hours ago. We're trying to assemble an understanding, but just a demonstration of here's the tax hikes, here's the spending priorities, and trying to also run ahead of the propaganda mills that are often what our modern media is on, they're going to cut the deficit. No, they're not. There may be, they claim $3 billion. Well, there's like $3 trillion over the 10, but it's a time where there was going to be $20 trillion of borrowing. So, okay. And that's if every tax hike goes in, and it does not slow down the economy. So, first off, a concept. Federal Reserve, when they're raising interest rates, when they're rolling off the book of bonds, all the holdings they have, even mortgage-backed paper, what are they doing? No, seriously, I need everyone to sort of think this through. What are they doing? They're basically pulling liquidity out of the economy. They're removing the cash. Because the previous couple of years, pandemic, whatever excuse you want to give, this body pumped massive amounts of liquidity. Here's checks. We're not going to ask you to work. You don't have to participate in the economy. All that cash is sitting out there, and then you hit everything from supply chain issues to manufacturing issues to people saying, I get money, I don't have to participate in the economy, so I don't have to work. Get inflation. Remember our high school economics classes. What is inflation? Simplest definition, too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. Okay. So why has the interest rate hikes and the pulling of liquidity out. Because remember, the Federal Reserve is doing more than just raising interest rates. They're letting their balance sheet books roll off. And by rolling that off, that should also be stripping much liquidity. Why isn't it working? I mean, there's certain things we're seeing. Commodity prices seem to be coming down. Wage hikes are not keeping up, though, with current inflation, which is a really bad thing. But if you look at every model we had, second quarter last year, third quarter, fourth quarter last year, we should be much further in the progress on knocking down inflation than we are. And I know there was some dodgier economic news today, but yesterday, you remember seeing the 2-year Treasury bill going over 5%. Then it fell, but just the fact that it hit, I think, that's one of the all-time highs in modern times. It lets you understand how much of the market thought inflation staying with us longer. And our economists actually came back with a theory. So you have the Federal Reserve trying to pull liquidity out, but on the other side of this equation, you have fiscal policy. This Congress, when it was controlled by the left, our Democrat brothers and sisters put so much cash, so much money into the economy. Whether it be, as we start to walk through some of the things that were happening, the American Rescue Plan, the omnibus bills that actually raise spending, you add everything from even the CHIPS Act, all these other things, where you're pumping in money. So do you understand what point I'm trying to make is, if you cannot line up fiscal policy, and fiscal policy is what we do in Congress, and what happens when it's working contrary to monetary policy. Monetary policy is what the Federal Reserve does. And we're starting to actually see a really, really interesting, let's call it an academic debate, except it hurts people. I'm a Congress idiot standing up here going, you understand this and that, but ultimately these numbers hurt people. And I'm going to show you how much poorer most Americans are today. And so, how many times have you heard any member of Congress get behind these microphones and say, maybe we really should think about our spending priorities, either stripping some of the spending that happened last year under Democrat control and saying, okay, maybe that's the program the left will fall on their sword for, maybe spread it out over more time so it's not working contrary to what the Federal Reserve is trying to do in knocking down inflation. It's an interesting thought, but it's worth thinking about. That the financial markets, the old days of inflation is always a monetary issue. Okay, I'll make you the argument that the Federal Reserve in the previous years when they were buying so much of U.S. sovereign debt, they were like the uncle who keeps buying the alcoholic son bottles of scotch. They were enablers. They made it so we didn't have a penalty. Except now it's time for us to start going to our AA meetings, and we don't have a driver's license anymore. We're not getting there. It's not happening. And we're having a little trouble getting to the first step. What is the first step? You admit you have a problem. So this one is important. And let me know. I'm sure the AA references work, but that was top of mind. How much has President Biden added to the deficit in these last couple of years? Okay. I want to be a little careful on this. There's this running argument here saying, well, the left will say, well, your incentives to grow the economy, your tax reforms, this and that, that's all what added all of it. And we will turn and say, well, Democrats, it's all your spending. I'm partially pointing this out in reference to also why haven't we been able to knock down inflation more? And it's this spending. And when you start to realize that it's functionally well over $5 trillion of additional spending that the Democrats created over the last couple of years. Okay, you may love it, you maybe think your priorities, fine. But then understand how much poorer you are through inflation, because this actually worked contrary to trying to slow inflation down. So it's the concept of fiscal policy crashes into monetary policy. And then you start to wonder why the high school math we were all taught on how this is supposed to work isn't working. So let's actually walk through what we've done to working men and women in this country. I represent the Scottsdale, Phoenix area. For most of the last 2 years, my neighborhoods have had the highest inflation in America. So when America's over here saying, we had 8% inflation, it's devastating, I'm having 13.1. You're just that hard-working person in my community, and you've had your teeth kicked in. And this is important, and I'm heartbroken we don't talk about this more. Inflation has dramatically reduced workers' purchasing power, but let's go all the way 10 years. So you had a 2% and a 2% and a 1.8 and a 2.3 over the last, and then you hit the last 2 years. So let's actually say in 2013 you're making $60,000 a year, and you haven't had a pay increase, so you understand sort of the baseline. You're making $60,000 in 2013, and you kept the same salary. Now, that's 10 years. Dear Lord, I hope you've been being paid more, but let's say you're not. That $60,000 today would only buy $46,000 worth of goods. You've gone from $60,000 of purchasing power in the 10 years to $46,000. In 2021, functioning that single year, if you're being paid $60,000, by the end of the year, you functionally lost about $8,000 of purchasing power. And that's the mean. In my state, in my community, it was substantially more than this. Do you understand where that money went? This is something, and I promise you this was going to be a little bit more geeky. That's actually a word. Where does the money go? When we devalue your salary, when we devalue your currency, where does that money go? To borrower. We take it from borrowers and those who actually, what's the easiest way to say this? We took your salary, your savings, we devalued it, and we put it over here to those of us who borrow. Who's the biggest borrower? United States government. So we are going to now pay back the debt with inflated dollars. Now, it's not a magical free option. You didn't suddenly say, hey, we got $30 trillion of debt. We're going to pay it back with dollars now that are only worth 90 cents. Isn't this neat? We took 10 cents off of our debt. No, we didn't. What we did is we stripped it from you. We taxed you, and you didn't even know it. You do understand. Because we stripped the value of your salary, the value of your savings, it was functionally transferred to the United States Treasury and devaluing the debt when we pay it back. How many Americans understand the last 2 years, I think statistically, may be the largest tax hikes in modern history? We made you poorer. There's even some crazy math out there, if you take a look, that will show you debt to GDP, at least for like a month, flattens a bit because the economy continues to grow nominally over inflation or at inflation, and that the debt, we're going to pay it back with the inflated dollars, actually stable. So all of a sudden, hey, doesn't this look great? Except the very next day, now you need to float the next refinance of your bonds or the new debt, and it's at the higher interest rates, and boom, the little pretend value you got is stripped away from you. So you may be paying back the U.S. sovereign debt with inflated dollars, but now you're paying a hell of a lot more interest. And that's why I started in the comment, did you watch the debt markets this last week? They're all over the place. We refer to that as fragility. We are carrying so much debt, and it's about to get dramatically worse. How many times have I been behind this microphone, walking through, showing you and showing you and showing you? In functionally 10 years, the wheels come off. And the danger that I was terrified of over the last couple of days of what happens if, hey, the debt interest rate cycle, you know, that 2-year yesterday being over 5%, what if that lasted for a year, 2 years, 3 years? All the CBO projections we're working on are wrong. Now, I hope today's retrenchment in the numbers is a good thing, but it also may be a thing because we're hurting people. So this is the next part of this moral argument. We've made you poor. You do understand what the Federal Reserve may have to do to you. They may have to take a substantial portion of this society and put you out of work. That misery, they may have to put you out of work. And part of it's because Congress kept spending, making it even harder for the Federal Reserve to bend the inflation curve. And yes, I understand there's supply issue, demand issues. They pumped in too much liquidity. The Democrats did all this spending. It got ahead of it. Policies here are really hurting people. So let's take a little bit more look at how this math works. I'm going to do it again. Your 2021 salary. So in a single year, you're making 60 grand. Its purchasing power is 52. If you live in my district, it's probably about 47. How much should your salary go up? Because if you live in my community in Arizona, if you didn't functionally get about a 13% pay hike in the previous year, you are poor today. If you look at it from 2013 to today, once again, your purchasing power when you used to have 60 grand, let's say you were a saver, you had $60,000 you've saved. You do realize today, and this is functionally the beginning, the very beginning of the year, you basically only have $46,000 in the bank. You may think you have $60,000, but the purchasing power has been lost so much. So let's actually walk through one of the things I believe is another fraud that's being committed on the American people. And that's when our brothers and sisters on the left did all their legislation last year to functionally subsidize, as I almost prefer to say, soft nationalize so much of the economy. They did all sorts of projections on what certain things were going to cost. So I'm going to use a couple of these. There was functionally a tax credit for battery production. CBO, Congressional Budget Office, put out this score. Said, hey, it's only going to be about $30 billion. Only. Now we have outside economists looking at it, reading the statute, saying, hey, it doesn't actually say $30 billion. What it says is anyone doing this, you get these tax credits. And then they looked at how many people were doing that. We're seeing articles coming in now, it may be as high as $195 billion. This is one of the great scams around here. Put together a piece of legislation saying, hey, you're going to get the tax credit, but then don't put a cap on it, so it just keeps going. Because, let's be honest, who writes checks to the Democrats? So, as we're dealing with the budget issues, will our brothers and sisters on the left at least work with us saying, hey, you promised America that this particular battery tax credit would not exceed $30.6 billion. Okay. Will you lock in a cap? Remember the fragility concept when lots of other, hey, the statute didn't cap the money, so it looked like it's going to cost dramatically more. Will you work with us? Will you cap it? You think that's going to happen around here? So let's take a look at some more of this. Cost estimates on the wind production. You may love wind, but once again, Congressional Budget Office and the piece of legislation the Democrats did last year, which was actually an expansion of the tax credits on wind, they promised us it would come in at $11.2 billion. Now the outside economists are looking at the legislation once again and saying, hey, there's a math problem. They didn't actually cap it. It may come in as high as $68.4 billion. Is that a fraud on the American people? Of course it is. But that's the way the scam here works. Produce a piece of legislation, tell everyone, hey, it's only going to cost this much. But the point I'm going is that Inflation Reduction Act, which is an Orwellian name for a piece of legislation, spent money and actually helped set off inflation. But you start to understand why so many of the big spenders, the people that get these, were just giddy. They actually read the language. So my challenge to our friends on the left, saying, okay, this was your promise, $11.2 billion. Will you cap it at that? Because the modeling now is coming in at maybe as high as $68 billion. This is why we end up in so much trouble here. So now let's actually take a look at, and I'm not going to try to read all these to you. If any of you have insomnia, please go grab the president's budget. Remember Nancy Pelosi used to stand behind that microphone over there and tell us, budgets are your ethics, your priorities. Okay, we're going to look at a lot of the left's priorities here. This is just one of a couple boards of tax hikes. Tax hike after tax hike after tax hike. And I cannot wait till we try to figure out some way to model these tax hike boards and try to understand what's the level that this actually slows down the economy. And you're going to see some boards here where I'm going to make the argument that the duplicity we're seeing in the president's budget, it just blows off the page. With the amount of the GDP, the size of our economy that's going to go to taxes, and then to pretend it's still going to grow. So, it would be that would be cruel and unusual punishment to read through these. But understand, this is just one board, two boards. These are all the proposed tax hikes that are in the president's budget. And then they're going to tell you this nice thing saying, we're raising taxes enough to reduce the deficit over the next decade by $3 trillion. They forget to mention we're borrowing 20. And so I put a little board together saying, if every single one of their tax hikes come in and every single one of them produces the revenue that they scored it at, and these actually haven't been they're just baseline scores. There's no actually analytics behind it. And it doesn't actually slow down the economy and doesn't actually now create incentives for people to put their resources in other places other than these areas that have all had the tax hikes. It might produce $3 trillion over the 10 years. Okay, great. We're heading towards a projected cumulated deficit from 2024 budget to the 2033, so functioning 9 budget years, of $20 trillion. If you have someone on the left run around here saying, we're doing something for deficit reduction, something where you basically go from, hey, we were going to hit 118% of GDP in 2033 of debt to GDP, where they might bring it in if they got all their taxes and all the revenues came in and they don't slow down the economy, they might hit 110%. So let's walk through what's being proposed to us. Remember, we're just starting. We're digging through this as fast as we can, and we're trying to, once again, understand their priorities. So just some of the basic taxes. Over the next 10 years, the budget process, an average level of taxation has been about 19.7%, which is actually higher, I think, than the historic average. But you basically look at higher than any 10 years. Let me rephrase that. The 19.7% of GDP going into taxes, that's functioning the baseline math of the president's budget. You do realize that functionally is higher than any time in modern history. And I've been here before over and over and shown the charts that saying here's really high marginal tax rates. We get about 18% of GDP in taxes. Here's really low marginal tax rates. We get about 18% of GDP. I'm just wondering what magic wand the left is waving that's all of a sudden we're now going to start getting close to 20% of the economy in taxes. Maybe they come up with some magical way to do it. The problem here, this is the president's own budget. So you just saw, what was it, 19.7% of the economy coming in taxes. The new spending is at 24.8% of the economy. And then we're going to have people running around here, particularly on the left, saying, look what we did for deficit reduction. Huh? And trust me, there's no saints here. The hardest thing I say over and over and over, and I probably get more hate from this, but it's absolutely mathematically true. From today through the next 30 years, 100% of future U.S. sovereign debt, 100% of future sovereign debt is demographics. It's baby boomers. We got old. If you're someone screaming at the television or wherever you watch things like this, which if you're watching things like this, I worry about you. It's foreign aid. We've shown over and over and over and over the calculations that foreign aid last year would only be like 12 days of borrowing. At the end of the decade, it's only like, 6-7 days of borrowing. Congressional salaries. It was 28 minutes of borrowing for a whole year. And 10 years from now, it's like 19 minutes of borrowing. The fact of the matter is, you got to stop pretending. The scale of the debt, once again, and I did this last week and the week before, the Congressional Budget Office's model said in 9 budget years, you can wipe out the entire defense of the United States, our constitutional obligation. You can wipe out all of Congress. You can wipe out the White House. You can wipe out the Supreme Court. You can wipe out every dime of spending. There's no FBI. There's no Park Service. There's nothing. No discretionary dollars at all. And you still have to borrow a couple $100 billion just to maintain the baseline services of Social Security and Medicare. And the very next year, the punchline here is the very next year it gets much uglier, because that's also the year the trust funds are empty. The Medicare Part A trust fund is gone. And that's also one of the other frauds we're seeing in the president's budget. We're going to shore up Medicare. You do understand the Medicare trust fund is only the Part A. 3/4 of the other spending of Medicare is coming already out of the general fund. So once again, that previous sentence, you got to let that one sink in. You can get rid of all discretionary spending. No more of this crap of, let's just get rid of foreign aid or waste and fraud. It's all gone. Just get rid of all of it. And in 9 years, 9 budget years, you got to borrow a couple $100 billion. And that's being optimistic that there's no recession, that all the revenues come in projection, there's no war, there's another pandemic, everything's fine. Do you understand how fragile? And then the Democrat spending is approaching 25% of the economy. Deficits. Now this is with all the tax hikes and assuming every dime comes in and this place is willing to vote for every one of Biden's tax hikes. you're still borrowing an average of $1.5 trillion a year. And at that ninth budget year, I think it's still like $2.3 trillion that year because it keeps going up. Interest payments. This is right out of the president's budget. We're going to basically average over the next 10 years. The interest payments on the debt will reach $1.3 trillion a year. Just the interest. So you have the interest, then the borrowing. So if we're estimating 2033, so 9 budget years from now, if under the president's budget, forgive me, I'm doing this from memory, it's like 2.3 trillion borrow, 1.3 of that is just interest, the other trillion functionally is the growth of Medicare. And remember, the very next year, Social Security Trust Fund is gone, and our brothers and sisters are taking about a 23 to 24% cut in their check, and you've just doubled senior poverty. That's one of the things that also outrages me is where's the conversation of we're going to save Social Security, we're going to work on it together, instead of using it for the next campaign piece that the left is putting together. You're going to see also the left run around here saying, we're going to raise taxes on wealthy people to save Medicare. No, they're not. What they're going to do is actually start to add another 5 points on capital gains, the 3.8% special premium that they basically stole and put into the general fund that was originally supposed to go to Medicare. Okay, let's say they now finally stopped stealing it, put it all towards the Medicare Trust Fund Part A, and now it goes up to 5 points. That's only 1/4 of Medicare spending. The model basically says, according to the president's budget, we're going to go from about $661 billion of interest borrowing to a baseline of $1.3 trillion in 9 budget years. And now we start getting into the way we try to actually model much of this debt. There are ways. There is hope. The markets around the world that like to buy U.S. debt, your pension plan, your own personal savings, your union pension plan, a state pension plan. When I was Maricopa County Treasurer, we bought it because it was safe and very liquid. We would buy U.S. T-bills, U.S. Treasuries. One of the key things you always look at is what's the debt of a country to the size of its economy. So my Democrat colleagues are running around here saying, if we get all these taxes, we're going to lower the deficits. It's just not true. But just even believing the top line that's written in the president's budget with that before we've actually had a moment to really dive in and see what the economic analytics are, and do they model for how much they're going to slow the economy down and what that does to revenues? Are they still just pretending they're still getting the baseline growth? We functionally go from 98.4% of the publicly held debt to the size of the economy to 9 budget years, we go to 110%. We're basically right on top of the World War II peak. So we're basically going to line up with the highest debt to the size of the economy in our country's history. So here's the argument I want to make. Are there things you should do to maybe bring in more receipts, more revenues? Okay, fine. Walk us through this. You know, I can find you some things in the tax code where I believe some people are cheating, are using it in ways where that's not how we meant to draft it. Fine, we'll work with you. But walk me through all the things you're going to do to grow the economy, not try to control it and management. Because so much of the legislation, particularly last year, was almost the soft nationalization of much of the economy. You can't get this grant, and actually I should probably explain this grant unless you actually go kiss up to the White House and you actually do their bidding, their sort of woke agenda. Fine. Another bit of the con you need to understand is this administration has advocated for what they call a global minimum tax. Go around the industrialized world and say, hey, we want this 15% global minimum tax. And if you're a country, if you give a refundable tax receipt because you did certain activities or tax credit, those things, that goes into the 15% calculation. Another country can tax you, tax your operations because this country did this. So do you actually understand why a bunch of the Democrats spending last year, they made it grants? They basically played our European allies for fools. Hey, sign up for this global 15% minimum, wink, wink, nod, nod, but grants don't count as subsidizations for businesses. And the beauty of the grants actually make the bureaucracy and whoever holds the White House dramatically more powerful. It's a soft nationalization and a way to escape their own tax extortion. So if I came to you tomorrow and said, one of our most moral obligations is we got to find a way to stabilize this national debt to the size of our economy. Okay, you got to do functionally two things. I got to bend the spending here, and I got to grow. We have to grow. Last week when I was behind this microphone, I had my 8-month-old little boy with me. Parliamentarian wouldn't let me hold him, broke my heart, but that's the rules of the rules. What's our moral obligation to him? When he turns 20, actually it's 24 now, it's a whole year later. When he turns 24, if we were going to maintain baseline services, we have to double U.S. taxes. It's demographics. We got old, and lots of our population, what is it, 67 million of our brothers and sisters, I'm one of them, will have moved into their earned benefit years. Okay. So you need a revolution in the cost of health care. I've already been behind this microphone repeatedly talking about that we're on the cusp of, but not curing, but also stabilizing diabetes being 33% of all healthcare spending. But lots of other great things are happening. And go look at last week's speech if you're curious. I spent the last half of it walking through things that are actually hopeful and optimistic. I don't particularly like this board because it is missing a number of things, but we're going to have to deal with the reality of our population. In 19 years, the United States has more deaths than births. You remember your high school economics class. How do you grow an economy when your population is flatlined or is sinking? You could do it through high-skill immigration. You could also do it through automation. Should we incentivize robots, just like they're doing in China and other places we compete with? You got to have a tax code that is all about growth. How do you say expensing? Remember, when we had the 100% expensing that we did in the 2017 tax reform, the economists said that may have been the number one thing that helped us grow the economy, and you don't lose revenues from it. You actually gain revenues. It's a timing effect. If I say, hey, you get to have expensing, but you got to do it over 7 years, or you can do it all today, it's still the same deduction. It's about the time. And because you let them do it today, it puts you in a cycle where, hey, I'm going to buy the next piece of efficiency on the equipment sooner. And so the model said if you look at a longer horizon, you actually get more revenues by making it so you can have 100% expensing today, because it forces you into a cycle where you're constantly trying to get to the next level of productivity with your capital investments. Ideas like that in the tax code are elegant because it raises wages. It grows the economy. Remember, we're trying to actually stabilize our debt to the GDP. And the last one, and I probably should come back in the next couple of weeks and demonstrate, I believe we could have a revolution in regulation. and I'm going to try to visualize this one. So everyone work with me, and if you get bored, I think I have a YouTube video from years ago I put together, a little cartoon that basically says, I think it's under Schweikert environmental crowdsourcing, and it's a simple concept. When you walk, you want to open a motorcycle paint shop or a bakery or whatever the hell it is, and you need your air quality permit. Let's just do it this way, air quality permit. So you fill out lots of paperwork, you hire a consultant, you design your scrubbers, and then you walk into your county air quality office and you file paperwork. Does a file cabinet full of paperwork make the air quality in your community better? Huh? No, it's basically documentation so the trial lawyer can sue you. How about if you in your community had a little sensor, had a few thousand people driving around your community. I'm from a huge county. Had a sensor, and if there's idiots over here painting motorcycles in the back of their yard and not doing it in a booth, okay, fine. You catch them immediately. You crowdsource the data. You don't need an army of bureaucrats watching the file cabinets and then hiring armies of consultants. You could crowdsource. You basically put the sensors on, let people, give it to the Uber drivers, give it to the UPS drivers, and say, hey, we really care more about where we have a problem, and if there's a problem, we'll go and fix it, than punishing everyone in our marketplace. The people are following the rules, the elegance of this, they get left alone. You don't have to deal with government, you get left alone. And if you screw up, you get caught. That's the use of technology. It's just one very simple idea, but there's dozens and dozens like that. You could drop the size of the bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I appreciate the tolerance. May I request the time?
The gentleman has 19 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Look, for everyone who's been willing to give me part of their time, I'm just trying to make a couple simple points. We have a fiscal responsibility and blame for inflation. We could do policies on pieces of legislation that say, we're going to actually help. How about a piece of legislation? Actually, guess what? I already have this one. That basically says, how do I pull liquidity out of the marketplace but not hurt people? How about actually give every American a spiff for taking some cash out of their checking account instead of running out and buying a new colored television, even though the televisions are beautiful, put it in their retirement account. You actually slow down consumption over here, you shore up their retirement security, and it's almost the exact same thing the Federal Reserve is doing. There's things we can do policy-wise that would help knock down inflation. We have a handful of bills like that. The other thing is the reality of we've been lied to on the scoring of the Democrats' spending from last year, and we're starting to see it now. And third thing I want to point out is the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of tax hikes. And then the White House is pretending it's not going to change the economic velocity. They're going to get all these revenues, and they're still going to spend like crazy. And within there, the morality of, are they going to step up and help us save Social Security? The morality of it, are they going to actually help us grow the economy? Because if it's unacceptable that their big accomplishment will still be over 110% debt to GDP in 9 years. It's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I want to yield back, or should I yield to Mr. Cloud?
You can yield.
1 minute speeches. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I could see some of the faces going, oh God, they're going to let him speak for an hour. I saw those faces, but there's a lot to share. And first is, I tried to cut back on my coffee this evening, so hopefully my shared annoyance will be somewhat under control. First off, to my brothers and sisters on the left, please buy a calculator. That's simple. Some basics I want to walk through here. Okay, let's do Democrat math here for a moment. And I'm sorry, I often try not to be a partisan this brutal, but math is math. So if I have a world where you can't raise taxes on people who earn $400,000 or more, the Democrat mantra, it's part of their platform, no tax hikes for $400,000 or higher income earners, right? Okay. You do realize that's 98% of taxpayers, meaning there's only 2% left that make income over $400,000. That's how they're going to balance the budget? The math is absurd. So you actually start to work through how this actually works. So you could do a 100% tax rate, 100% tax rate on all those $400,000 and over, and you get nowhere near, I mean, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what's required to handle the shortfalls, the requirements for Social Security and Medicare. That's the plan the left has given us. It's great political talking points. It gets you cheers at the neighborhood town hall, and you're lying to them. The math will always win. So let's walk through this a little bit more. Do you understand the scale, the cruelty, the immorality of this place and its avoidance? In less than 9 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. Many of us on the Republican side spent the previous year trying to find a moral way, and we were working with Democrats to save Social Security. But instead, the Democrat plan, right there from that podium, when President Biden got up and said in his State of the Union saying, promise me you won't talk or touch Social Security or Medicare. And the room all applauded. You just sentenced American seniors to the doubling of poverty. In 9 years, the United States doubles senior poverty because those seniors take a 25% cut in their check. That's the plan. Does anyone see the cruelty? I mean, is this what we've become? That an idea that's saying, well, this polls really well if we blame Republicans for wanting to talk about it. This polls really well, this gets us reelected. And yeah, in 9 years we will double senior poverty, but it's okay. Because most people will never hear that, they'll never understand that, they'll never know that. And then we'll do some sort of big tax hike in the future, crash the economy, and it will still not come close to what's necessary. If we don't have a revolution in the cost of health care, do understand what's coming. The CBO's own numbers, and if you do the inflation adjustment on it, we are scheduled to borrow about $128 trillion over the next 30 years, okay? 100% of that borrowing is the shortfall of Social Security if we choose to backfill it. There's the big tax hike. Or the incredible debt financing. The other 75%, so 86, $87 trillion when you add in the financing costs, is the shortfall in Medicare. This is what goes on around here. The lying to the American people about the math. So let's walk through this. Stabilizing the debt at about 95 to 97%, which was always what the economists told us we needed to do. If you did that without spending restraints, remember, the fight right now over the debt ceiling is we're basically, as Republicans, saying we have to communicate to the world debt markets that we take our debt seriously. It's more than just raising our credit limit. We're going to do something. In 2011, I'll show you the words from S&P. We were downgraded not because of the debt ceiling fight. We were downgraded because we did not communicate to the world and to the debt markets we were going to take debt seriously. It's a decade later, debt is dramatically worse. The demographic curve now is crushing us. And the proposal from the left is just spend more money. Don't worry about it. We'll tax people over $400,000. Even though it's 2% of the population, you can take every dime they have and it doesn't do anything. One more time, if you were to stabilize U.S. sovereign debt at 95 to 97% of GDP if you don't do anything on the spending side. Remember, we're trying to do something on the spending side. So we do what Democrats have proposed, saying don't do anything. You have to go to from our current sort of 15% payroll tax, that's your FICA tax, you're paying into Social Security, Medicare, unemployment. You have to go to 24%. So that's the Democrat plan. FICA taxes go up to 24%, and you have to do a national value-added tax on top of everything else. So everything just went up. And you remember how a value-added tax is every step of production you add another 20%. And this is not paying off any debt. This is just stabilizing enough cash flow to hold us at that about 95, 97% of debt to the size of the economy. You need a 20% VAT and a FICA tax that is actually at 24%. And that just provides stability. That doesn't pay anything off. That's the plan. And you realize the absurdity of the speeches that come behind these microphones, and it breaks my heart because there's things going on in our society. We're getting old very fast. There's a horrible article today out about seniors living on the street. Think about what's going to happen in less than 9 years when those seniors get a 25% cut in their Social Security check. And that's the plan. Avoid it until the last moment. Maybe we'll just cut them. Social Security over the 75-year is $202 trillion underfunded. And the unwillingness here to tell the truth to the American people, we got old. We got, 67 million baby boomers. The end of the baby boom is calculated to be about 1964 births. So we got a few more years before they all are 65 into their earned benefits. And what is this place doing to grow the economy and crash the price of health care? Nothing, but we're going to have a theater around here about talking about the debt ceiling, and Republicans will actually want to bend a little bit of the spending. So we're scheduled to borrow, $21 trillion over the next 10 years, and we're talking about dialing back $4 trillion? And that's the end of the world. It shows you just how perverse this place is. And look, some of the other data, and between 2020 and 2022, there's some $362 billion that's still left in the $5 trillion in stimulus. Remember, we went through that little thing called the pandemic. We basically spent like $5 trillion trying to mitigate its damage, keep the economy stable. Fine. There's about $362 billion that's unspent. Our really difficult proposal in our debt ceiling that the Democrats are screaming, oh, how dare you, isn't after the $362 billion. We're after 30 of it. Give us back 30 billion of that. It's 8% of the money. And it's the end of the world. Has our politics become that perverse here that we're willing to lie to the American people about the math, make up things, and destroy my children's future? Remember, I have a 10-month-old and a 7-year-old. Does my child have the right to live as well as we do? Because right now, CBO's math says in 24 years, U.S. taxes double. If any of you plan to be working 24 years from now, at that moment, your taxes will be double today. Corporate taxes, tariffs, all types of income taxes, everything will be double in the United States just to maintain current services. That's the math. The math will win, or we can just do what we do around here, pretend, oh, we'll just tax rich people. They don't have enough money. You can take every dime of every billionaire in America, and you cover what, about 16 months of borrowing, and then it's all gone? And that's what the brain trust here's ideas are. So let's, one more time, let's try to understand the reality and there's actually some solutions that actually could be bipartisan. If you actually look at the math on what's going on in healthcare costs, on our brothers and sisters with diabetes, obesity in America. Do you know if you just took those two things on, you could actually make a major, major impact on borrowing and spending, economic growth, and just plain morality of our brothers and sisters out there who are dying at shockingly young ages. I don't know if I brought the chart. We'll see if I have it here. Of what's happening to prime age working males. And the fact that longevity in America is going backwards the last couple of years. And when you dial into it, obesity, drugs, car accidents, suicides, firearms, we got a sick society. I'm going to show you a board in a little bit that says in less than 18 years, the United States has more deaths than births. Half the states today have more deaths than births. It's math. Demographics drive the budget. The budget is on a calculator, and yet it's so much easier to lie, and I'm saying that word over and over if you've noticed, because we're not telling the truth. All right, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more time, the math may be uncomfortable, but it is real. If you look at this chart, and I often start with that one, don't look at 1965. Let's look at 2022. This is our spending pie chart. It's just easy, it's simple. Do you see this part here, this green and this blue? This is defense, this is discretionary, everything else is on autopilot. According to CBO from 2-3 months ago, we can get rid of every dime of discretionary. There's no more White House, there's no more EPA, there's no more anything. And you can get rid of every dime of defense. This is according to CBO, because I know we all sat and read it. In 9 years, you get rid of all discretionary spending and you still have to borrow a couple $100 billion, and that's without backfilling a dime into Social Security. And remember, then CBO a couple weeks later did an update on Social Security saying, 9 years, it's out. It's gone. 25% cut to our brothers and sisters who are 65 and older. Double senior poverty. And we already have to borrow a couple $100 billion a year just to cover the mandatory in 9 years. That's where we're going. It's the math. And I know we all bathe in the facts because we don't want to mislead our constituents on how much trouble we're in. So one more time, the debt ceiling fight. Did anyone go and pull up their copy of the 2011 Standard & Poor's report? I've heard multiple folks here refer to it. We got downgraded one tick from AAA to AA+. Read the report. It was not about the debt ceiling fight. It basically clearly says it's because we provided no vision of what we were going to do about U.S. sovereign debt. We're a decade later, and the numbers are dramatically worse. And some of that being worse is not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's COVID. It's demographics. It's the number of missing Americans in the labor force. We have about 3.5 million workers that have just disappeared. But understand, there's a number of us who believe if tomorrow we just said, clean debt ceiling, just keep borrowing money, we get downgraded. It happened in 2011. The rating agency did not believe we were serious. And understand, if 2 rating agencies did this exact same rating, the stress in U.S. sovereign markets is real, because all of a sudden, lots of states, lots of governments, lots of bond funds can no longer hold U.S. sovereigns, because you can have one of the 3 big rating agencies downgrade you, but you can't have 2. Has anyone picked up the damn phone and called S&P, Moody's, and said, hey, if we just keep borrowing money and provide no vision? Because you remember, our brothers and sisters on the left made this, hey, we did that Inflation Reduction Act, which is an Orwellian name, and we had some deficit reduction in there. Of course, now that it's been rescored, there is no deficit reduction in there. I'm going to show you the receipts coming in, the additional actual cost of the grants and giveaways on the green energy. It doesn't reduce the deficit. And once again, the only times this place, I think 1993 was the last, or excuse me, 83 was the last time this place actually did some deficit management without being up against a debt ceiling. Of course, also understand at that time, Social Security was about to go broke, and you had this guy named Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill who got together and said, we're going to do the moral thing. We're going to save Social Security. And they got together and did something on debt, deficits, and Social Security. The problem was that was supposed to be a solution that took it out for about for at least another 15, 20 years from now. Something's gone horribly wrong. You also saw with the COLA that just happened in Social Security, where there's this 8-point plus COLA, we just lost an entire year of actuarial life in Social Security. That's one of the reasons it's now 9 years. If core inflation stays where it's at right now, this next COLA won't be 8, but could it be 4? Could it be 5? If it is, be prepared to lose almost another year of the actuarial life of Social Security. So let's actually walk through some of the things that are going on, or excuse me, have gone on. To my brothers and sisters on the left, does anyone remember the way back, well, let's call it 2019. Democrats controlled this body. You had a Republican in the White House. Democrats would not agree to a clean debt ceiling hike. 2019, I know that's a long distance for us to try to remember, but the requirement of the deal that finally was struck was 324 billion additional spending and the lifting of caps, which also raised about another $300 billion of spending. Is that the left's version of a clean debt ceiling? Come on, this is only how many years ago? This is what happened last time. This is where they're at. So the absolute disingenuous nature of this place, to come behind these microphones and say, clean debt ceiling. How dare the Republicans try to bend the spending curve and save the country? Come on, live by your own standards. And once again, look at all the debt ceiling deals. Do I need to walk through Graham-Rudman, the balanced budget amendments, the omnibus? How many of you even remember some of the really popular ones, PAYGO and all those things? This is a list. Every single one of these is because of a stressor of the debt ceiling. Some of these were Republicans controlled the Congress. Some of these were when Democrats controlled the Congress. But this fantasy here, we should just do a clean debt ceiling because that's what we always do, is an absolute lie. And you look at some of the big things that actually made a difference in this country. Go back to Graham-Rudman in 85 and 87. That was up against debt limits. The deficit reduction authorities. PAYGO. Remember, PAYGO basically got renewed multiple times in 90, 93, 97, 2010. And it basically had the multiple ways of managing. If you were going to spend more, it had to end within a certain time or had to be offset. The Budget Control Act, which is the big one from 2011, I'm going to show you, it was wonderful up until we cheated on it. Because this place couldn't actually live under its own constraints that it agreed to. But the debt limit increase, we raised it to $14.7 trillion. Now public debt is what? 28 trillion? Total debt, if you take the money we borrow functionally from agencies, or trust funds, those things were what, 32.4. And then you have a little problem, though. This is the disingenuous thing this place did. So we had the Budget Control Act. It was going to be $1.7 trillion. This was between 2013 and 2021. Discretionary savings under the Budget Control Act. Except the desire here, and this was Republicans too. I'd love to blame Democrats only, but this was Republicans too. 27% of that savings never happened. Never happened because we couldn't live under sequestration. It shows you when you walk them down the hallways here in the Capitol and there's armies of people coming into your office all day long, and what do they want? They want more money. Understand, Washington, D.C. is about the money. January 2020 to present, non-defense outlays are up 18.8%. Defense outlays are basically flat. So what's going on? We continue. Now, most of this is because the Democrat controlled, this is their desire. They pumped all sorts of new spending authorization. But now we have a little problem. Let's go to right now. Last month's number. How many were paying attention to the CBO monthly update and saw that entitlement spending in the first 7 months of this year are up 11%? Most of that is actually inflation adjustments within Medicare. Medicare went up about 16% in spending. Most of that is actually driven by inflation calcs. But did anyone pay attention to the receipts? If you look into the tables in depth, there's a pretty substantial fall in capital gains. There's a 10% fall in tax receipts. They're not revenues, they're tax receipts. I know we wrote revenues on the board, but they're receipts is the proper term. So here's first 7 months of this fiscal year. We have an 11% increase in the spending of entitlements and a 10% decrease in our receipts, our revenues. And what's fascinating is some of the economists are saying that fall in receipts is going to continue because most of it's in the capital gains category. And if you've had a big inflationary cycle, we've seen this before in the United States, during times of inflation, when most of the capital gains you have is fake. The value of your asset didn't go up. It just got more expensive, but your transfer asset, so you have a building, oh wow, it's worth a lot more money today. You're going to go buy the exact same building. Did your building do something special? Did it really go up in value, or was it just inflation? We're going to tax people like crazy on inflation. Now, some things we're starting to index. We don't do it on capital gains. The other fragility we need to deal with, I have a chart. I did not bring it tonight because I figured I had enough of them. Go to your annual CBO scoring, and within there, there's a table that basically says if you had a two-point increase in the financing of U.S. sovereign debt, so a 2% increase over, I think the number was like 25, 28 years, from the previous decade, at the end of that 25, 28 years, every single dime of receipts goes to pay interest. There's no more money for anything. A 2% increase in the baseline interest cost over the next 3 decades consumes every dime of projected tax receipts. That's the world we live in. How many people come behind these mics and tell the truth about the math? So let's take a look at what we've just experienced so far in the first 7 months. You do understand just in the role we have right now. Here's our new issues and the portion that's been rolled of the refinance of U.S. sovereigns so far in the first 7 months, our interest costs are already up 40%. So the first 7 months carrying costs will be over $100 billion more just because of interest. And you don't think debt markets, even if we raise the debt ceiling, aren't going to look and say, wow, you guys are borrowing $51,000 every second. In 9 years, we're scheduled to borrow over $90,000 a second. You don't think debt markets are going to start requiring a premium? There's some great literature today. I actually think one was in the Wall Street Journal, I think yesterday or maybe over the weekend, talking about long-run interest rates look like they're setting new baselines. Be prepared for a future where dramatically more of our spending is this. It's just the financing cost. Revenues. Budget surpluses, including adjustments, timing effects, federal outlays, You basically, our spending is up $274 billion. This is in the functionally from the baseline to the end of the 2022. So we're functionally, do April to April. Much of my baseline cost there is up 73%. And look, this board may explain it better. Year-to-date deficits. There were discussions at the end of last fiscal year that the 2023 fiscal year could be $1.4 to $1.5 trillion borrow. A couple people were predicting, hey, when you kick in inflation, it might get to 1.6. Right now, that board from April, if you take that and line that out to the end of the fiscal year, you're going to get close. You may not cross it. You're going to get close to a $2 trillion borrow this year. So think about some of the things we're fussing at each other out, and yet the wheels are coming off immediately around us. How many people are paying attention to what's coming into Treasury right now and going out of the Treasury? Does anyone care? Are we so, basically intense on, I got to push money out the door to get my votes because that's how I buy my election? You got to understand how fast the numbers are falling from us. Year-to-date deficits look like they'll be 236% more from the baseline of 2022. Here's the chart I ran ahead of, but sort of working out the math. If I continue what happened in the April receipts and my April spending, if you carry it out, you're getting close to $2 trillion borrowed this year. And I've been wanting to do a bit of this. Government spending binges, not tax reform, has been the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt to GDP. So there's a concept out there. And for anyone it geeks out on this stuff, if you have any idiot who basically says, it's tax reform. Okay, look at the long range. Since the 16th Amendment, and you start to look at what sort of the modern tax era after World War II, when we've had very high marginal tax rates, very low marginal tax rates, combinations where we raise corporate taxes, lowered income, all the combinations out there, we almost always get within a band of about 18 to 19.8% revenue receipts to the size of the economy. It's a magic number, but we have these charts when we've had these high marginal rates, low marginal rates, and for some reason, the tax receipts that come in stay within that band. If you want more money, grow the economy. That seems to be the only way you get more tax receipts in the long run. You get a spike and then boom, it goes back to that mean. And look, that comes from liberal economists, conservative economists. There just seems to be this nature that the economy comes back to this is what the society, the nature of our economy is willing to send in federal tax receipts. But here's part of the crisis coming. Just this decade, and remember, this board is already a year or so out of date. In functionally 9 budget years, our spending will be over 24% of the size of the economy. 24.3, and actually I think that number may be light because this board's about a year old. But we're projecting our tax receipts to come in, and I should explain this, about a little over 18%. When you start talking these big numbers, particularly in a time of inflation, the dollar amount is often distorted. So, and really, as economists, if you're talking with them, they're going to do percentage of the GDP, of the economy. And the reason you do that, you can have high inflation, low inflation, that percentage makes more sense. What happens in a world, just like this board says, this is what we're projected to do in 9 years, our spending will be 24.3% of the entire economy will be being spent by the federal government, but we're only going to be taking in 18.2. And you already have the other boards that talk about, well, you can raise taxes, but the amount of receipts you're going to get are going to fall back into this mean. That delta, that gap, is what will take down this republic if you carry that out for another 20, 30 years. So, now for the most uncomfortable board I'm going to show tonight. And this one, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's demographics. It's what we are. So, if I were to walk around the Capitol and knock on everyone's door, from the most liberal member to the most conservative to the most libertarian to rural urban, and said, for the next 30 years, what is the primary driver of U.S. debt? How many of you would look you in the eye? Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will come to order.
Mr.
Members
Speaker,
are
if I were to
reminded
do
to
that,
take
walk
their-
around the House and ask people, how many would look you in the eye and say the debt for the next 30 years, 100% of the borrowing? So our new calculation is about $128 trillion over the next 30 years, 100% of that borrowing, 75% of it's Medicare, 25% is if we backfill Social Security. The rest of the budget actually has a positive balance. It really, this board upsets people, because how many of us are willing to get in front of our community town hall and say, look, if we don't have a revolution in healthcare costs, we get consumed. And understand, when you start talking about the total numbers here, you're talking about approaching 200% of debt to GDP. How many of you think the world continues to want to buy U.S. bonds? We're not Japan. We don't save every other dollar we earn. We can't internally finance our own debt when we get to those levels, but that's what's coming. And it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's demographics. We got old. There are solutions here. There was a solution we could have come that was moral to try to save Social Security, but as I started with, Democrats decided it was a better campaign issue than a morality issue. So fine, let's be a country that's heading towards doubling poverty for seniors, because that's the plan right now, is we're not going to talk about it. But you can't make this go away. And this number, as healthcare inflation continues to be more than double baseline inflation, this number is running away from us. So could we maybe have an attempt to have an honest sit down with the most liberal members, the most conservative members, and saying, do you know 33% of all U.S. healthcare spending is diabetes? Would we be willing to have an honest conversation about obesity in America and how we now have 6 states that over 40% of the population now is obese, and it's killing young people? The heart disease, the other cascaded diseases. 5% of the population is over 50% of all healthcare spending. Do we love and care for people? Why don't we understand the morality of helping, doing the right thing, and building a bunch of clinics to help people manage their misery is not a solution. Curing the damn disease is. And there's ways to do it. We're doing a math project right now with some of the joint economic economists, trying to say, what would happen if I took my Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, my VA populations, took those who are morbidly obese and said, we're going to give you GLP-1s. We got to talk about it. It's real. There was a time in this place it was uncomfortable to talk about smoking. There was a time they actually smoked here. And within 3 decades, we had a cultural revolution of sorts that's much healthier. And it saves lives and extended lives up until the last couple years now, where we see U.S. mortality going the wrong way. This number is burying us. It's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's demographics. But the solution is also doesn't need to be Democrat or Republican, it's moral. It's just hard to talk about because it doesn't fit our typical rhetoric. And you'll get people say, well, I just want every dime I put into Social Security and Medicare. All right, great, that'd be a great deal. Do understand, the average couple in America, and this board is about a year out of date, will have put in about $625,000 over a lifetime into Social Security. They're going to get back $698,000 That's about a $72,000 spiff. You would have done much better if you'd been allowed to put a small portion of that in the markets. You'd done much better. You know, we all have our TSP here, our thrift savings account. Could you imagine if Americans had been just a portion of their Social Security into that? But do you remember the wars around here 20 years ago? You're talking about privatizing Social Security, so you made America poor. Great. But you won the politics. But America's much poorer today. Great. Good job. But here is the primary driver. Here's the punchline. This is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, and almost no one's willing to talk about it. That average couple will have put in about $161,000 into the Medicare tax, the Medicare Trust Fund. And Medicare Trust Fund, as everyone here knows, only covers about 40% of Medicare spend. The rest comes out of the general fund. You put in 161, you get out 522,000, and we're recalculating this number. We think this number may have now jumped all the way close to $600,000. So that delta from this 522, from you putting in 161, multiply that by just the baby boom population of, 67 million, you just found where most of the debt for the next 30 years comes from. It's not that hard. A couple batteries and a calculator. You'd be amazed what you can figure out. And then the brain trust out there, sorry, can I take that back? So many people have been misled for so long with complete folklore about the debt. So I have this one woman in the Phoenix area that literally every other day, you know, if we just got rid of your salaries and your pension, we could balance the budget. And I always say we're probably already overpaid for what we do, or at least what we accomplish. But you see the little sliver here? I tried to build a calendar. What would happen on a calendar if I could say, here's my days of borrowing? Remember, we're borrowing $51,000 a second. So if you got rid of all of Congress's salaries and pensions, it's about 18 to 19 minutes of borrowing for an entire year. That's all it is. You can get rid of every dime of foreign aid. It's about 12 days of borrowing. We need to stop misleading the public. I have things on here where if you double the corporate tax, where you get about 6 weeks of borrowing covered. The scale that is here today and the scale in a decade is almost double. Do we understand the scale that's coming? And it's demographics. We got old. It's just really hard to stand in front of an audience and say that. But it's math. And look, I can belabor this, but I have some of the charts that walk through, you know, the two, and I'm going to do another presentation when we get back on the 2017 tax reform of here's what it's scored to have cost, and here's what we found in additional receipts and revenues. But even if you do the baseline scoring from a few years ago, it's just a fraction compared to even when the Inflation Reduction Act, the green spending in there is now being scored by Goldman Sachs and those to be 1.2 trillion. And the reconciliation on tax reform was what, 1.6? Do you start to understand the scales? We make up numbers around here. And you start to look at the 2017, you see the little green slice here? That's using the baseline score of $2.74 trillion without the offsetting dynamic score added to it. And that's just saying, hey, if my brothers and sisters on the left want to say, it was the tax reform, huh? You do understand just the green energy grants, giveaways, credits, whatever the pop culture term is functionally half of everything that was in the tax reform if you use the base score without the dynamic effects. So back to demographics. Into the decade. How many of us have all used this chart? It basically says 1960 we had 5.1 workers for everyone that was 65 and older, basically receiving Social Security benefits. Into the decade, you functionally have 2 workers. So you and your partner have your own retiree. Anyone seeing the math problem? And there's something called a dependency ratio. And this one's really fascinating because if you want to even think globally, the United States is actually, we're in tough shape. We're much better off than much of the rest of the world. Let's take the world's 3 biggest economies. And I only put this one on because it interests me. You see this line here? This is the dependency ratio is worker compared to those out of the economy, right? Do you see this line crashing down? That's China. China is about to just roll over. The numbers, there's never been a society, a major society, anything like this. It is going to be fascinating over the next couple decades what happens. There is an economic argument that many of the bad acts that you and I see that China engages in, or the investments or those things, is they're desperate to build annuities because their available worker population is crashing. And if even more interesting, do you know that youth unemployment in China is almost 20%? Because they're graduating universities, they don't want factory jobs, they want white-collar jobs. We should really understand what's going on with those we consider our competitors. But the United States, we start to roll over here. It's upon us. This is our future. We need to not be scared of the things that bring disruption but productivity to our society. If you are scared of AI, okay, maybe read an article or two about it, but understand the potential productivity that brings to society. Get used to the concept that you go to your favorite fast food place and there's a robot behind there flipping the burgers. We don't have the available populations. And importing poverty doesn't work because the way we do entitlements in the United States, the offset cost doesn't work. And remember, if I ask the room, what's U.S. fertility this last year? We're down to 1.7, and that's actually a tick back up from the pandemic. So you remember how many people thought during the pandemic we were going to have this baby boom? Just the opposite happened. We're at 1.7 fertility rate. You need what, 2.1 just to stabilize population? Understand, today forward, the school districts in your neighborhood will have fewer children. Are you prepared to understand that's our future? Remember the data point before. In 18 years, more deaths than births in the United States. Now sit down and fix Social Security with me, and you understand the problem, the math. And this chart makes people upset, and it's math. If you take prime age populations, 25 to 64, functionally in, what's interesting, let's see, and that looks like it's about 8 years. So functionally the end of the retirement of baby boomers hitting 65. This chart basically says if you take the prime age working population, 25 to 64, 40% of our society will be over the 64, they'll be 65 and up. There's a chart that basically says in a decade or so, if you do from birth to the top end of the age scale, about 22% of the population in total will be 65 over. If you do prime age, it's 40%. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. How much time do we spend around here talking about that? One or two more boards, Mr. Speaker, and we are done. Yes, I'm waiting for applause on that. Medium age of first marriage. Now, why would you put up medium age of first marriage? Remember how we just talked about fertility rates, we're getting old as a society, more deaths than births? We actually have some really interesting things going on in society. And no one here really seems comfortable to talk about it because you get attacked. But there's something wrong going on in society. We have some charts I did not bring today that talk about the number of males, females entering university life. And we have some major universities where males are graduating, not exactly, but almost half as much. Okay, do you understand what that basically means, the marriageability gap and those things? There's something horribly wrong in our society. Mr. Speaker, House is not in order.
And members are reminded to take your conversation outside. The House will be in order.
This is basically, we need to have a conversation about it. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's going on around us. We may not be able to change it, but we need to understand what it means. Mr. Speaker, may I ask for how many minutes I have left? Mr. Speaker, may I inquire into how many minutes are left?
I apologize. You have 14 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My last board, and then I intend to yield to my friend. Deaths by 20, well, look, this is the chart I was going to end with. Remember how we've been talking about what's happening when we start to have more deaths than births? Understand that 18-year number, it doesn't just stop there. You basically have a society, as you get into 2041, 2043, we continue to fall more and more. We will have a population decline in the United States. Understand the responsibility for someone like myself on Ways and Means, the responsibility of all of us here. We have promises to keep. We made promises about Medicare. We made promises about Social Security. If you understand the demographics that are ahead of us, you understand the difficulty. And it's why so many of the proposals of, if we just raise this tax, and when we finally get the actual scoring on it, it doesn't actually work. Doesn't stop us from hearing it quoted all the time, but when you actually read the actuary reports, the math doesn't work. This is us. This is our country. It is continuing. It doesn't have to be dystopian. I come back. What's the single biggest thing you could do that's both moral and incredibly great economics and a major bend on the debt? All of us get together and decide we are going to take on diabetes. We're going to have an honest conversation of disrupting obesity. We're going to maybe look into, should GLP-1s be available? Should we actually take on some issues within the Farm Bill, which is always so difficult to talk about, of helping our brothers and sisters manage? Because there's some amazing math out there that says if you look at much of urban income inequality, is it racism? Is it education? You actually dig into the data sets, it's health. The number of our brothers and sisters who are sick are taking care of grandma because she's gone blind because of diabetes. Is that Republican or Democrat to be willing to dive into an issue like that? I will argue it's just moral. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Forgive me, Madam Speaker, as we get ourselves all set up here. It's the nature of when you never know when the other speakers are finishing. Madam Speaker, we're going to actually sort of walk through a couple things we did last week. We're going to do it again because I got the feeling no one was listening. We had a joint economic hearing today, which, you know, I'm blessed to be, we call it the vice chair. We rotate the chairmanship back and forth between the House and the Senate. And have you ever had these occasions where in the hearing, everyone knows the truth, but no one's allowed to actually say it out loud? And those of us who go and say it out loud sort of get fussed at? Well, as my father used to say to me, screw them. We're going to actually have something unique around here. We're going to tell the truth. First off, had my heart broken. If I have a Bloomberg reporter, this morning you broke my heart. I was listening to one of the newsreaders, and they go, well, the U.S. is going to default on maybe in the beginning of June. Okay, once again, someone go get your financial dictionary. Default is when you do not pay the interest on your bonds. 30% of our spending is borrowed. That basically means 70% we have receipts, income, tax revenues. We have plenty of cash to cover the interest on our bonds. Now, that doesn't mean there's not disharmony, unhappiness for that 30% that wants a check. But if I hear one more idiot around here, we're going to have a default. That's not the definition of default. Matter of fact, there used to be a Treasury Secretary under Lou, and he and I went around and around on this, and we finally came to an agreement that we would clean up our language. We'll call this would actually be default, not paying interest on your bonds. And we created this magic term called a technical default. That's when we don't send the check out to the worker for the agency, or that goes out late. But that isn't default. The financial markets care about U.S. sovereigns having their consistent cash flow because the fact of the matter is that is the basis of much of the world economy. We will never default, even if you pass the debt ceiling. Got to stop making things up around here. And I was going to bring in the charts of the cash flow and showing what happens in mid-June tax receipts and how that is a quarterly spike and may produce another 30 days and what other extraordinary measures have capacity. But I realized no one's actually listening to the facts anymore. So I thought we would try something else. If I get another person from the left who basically comes up and goes, we should have a clean debt ceiling. Really? Okay. Walk us through when you've controlled this body. Are you controlled the votes in the Senate? Is that what you asked for? Well, the fact of the matter, if we go back to 2017, when they didn't actually control the body, but they had enough votes to extort things in the Senate, they required about $15 billion of additional spending, and they still voted against it. But how about 2019? You remember Wayback Machine? 2019, way back, oh no, that was only a couple years ago. 2019, Speaker Pelosi, I won't give President Trump that increase on the debt ceiling without raising the spending caps and a cash spend. So the cash spend was $324 billion, plus functionally another $300 billion on that by raising spending caps. That's a clean debt ceiling? Now understand, what the Democrats wanted was more spending. They always want more spending. And we're trying to bring some fiscal sanity. But come on. If there's any reporters out there, if there's anyone who wants to just sort of tell the basic story of how this place actually works, stop running around these hallways saying, are you supporting default? Come on. You know, you may be a hardcore leftist, but at least the public deserves some of the basic facts. Because we're in real trouble. We are in such real trouble. So let's actually walk through. Washington, D.C., Congress is almost incapable of adult thinking conversation. I used to joke here, no one owns a calculator. Daddy works, when I speak to my little girl, who I want to be a math major, Daddy works in a math-free zone. And she used to think that was funny until she started to realize it's probably true. But we're only willing to do hard things when there's a stressor. You've finished your budget appropriations, you're at the end of the year, you're trying to see, oh, we're just going to do a continuing resolution, which just means we can keep spending tomorrow what we spent yesterday, but you got to get a vote for that new authorization, or we're up against the debt ceiling. Remember, almost the only times this place has ever done something adult-like on policy in regards to spending debt deficits is when we've been up against debt limits. You know, I mean, how many times do we have to show these boards? How many of you remember Grand Rudman, and then the next Grand Rudman, and the Bush tax increases? Remember, those tax increases were part of a deal with the Democrats back, what was that? 91, 92, those, actually 1990, I could just read read my board. But you look at these things when there was major policy sets. They came because of a stressor, and that stressor was the debt ceiling. Yet maybe that's why the left is so terrified of an honest conversation here. We're borrowing, my latest calculation, if I go from the day President Biden was sworn in till now, my best calculation is we're borrowing about $51,000 a second during that time. $51,000 a second. And understand, in 9 years, we're borrowing over $90,000 a second. Do you understand the wheels are coming off? And for some reason, my brothers and sisters on the left don't want to have an honest conversation about it. I don't know if you get votes or that's how they find love, but when they hand out trillions of dollars and they say crazy things, well, the tax reform you all did in 2017, even though by the fourth quarter of the next year, tax receipts were higher than they were before tax reform. Yet, the bill they passed there, Orwellian name Inflation Reduction Act, you've seen the new scoring. They told the American people, it'll be under $300 billion of handouts to green energy. Fine. Okay, lock that in. But instead, we now have, Goldman Sachs and others coming saying, no, looks like the number could be 1.2 trillion. Think about that. 1.2 trillion in direct sort of grants compared to tax reform in somewhat almost the same bracket of spending that was about growing the economy, bringing repatriation of businesses back, fastest movement of economic growth during that economic period, closing of income inequality, food insecurity, just completely different visions of the world. So one more time, why do some of us care so much about telegraphing to the markets? Remember, the world debt markets, we are borrowing so much money. That $51,000 a second, that adds up to what? Like $4.5 billion a day, every single day. We are consuming much of the borrowable, lendable capital from the entire world. We are chewing up so much of the world's capital that other parts of the world are slowing down because they don't have investment capital to build a new bridge or start a new business in other sides of the world. Do understand the scale of what the United States is doing. And if we do not telegraph to those debt markets that are choosing to collect capital from your retirement to people from all over the world, if we do not telegraph to them we're taking our debt seriously. You expect someone to go buy a 30-year U.S. bond at what? Today, that's what, about 3.869 or something like that. I was looking at one of the postings earlier. You're going to buy a U.S. bond under 4% and believe you're going to get value for 30 years when the debt explodes, because at the end of 30 years, U.S. sovereign debt is going to be close to $130 trillion. What will inflation be like when you've borrowed that much money? The only way we would survive is you got to inflate like crazy, wipe out the value of all your savings, wipe out the value of that bond. So, how many of you, let's go in the Wayback Machine, 2011, U.S. sovereign debt got a one-tick downgrade. Standard & Poor's came in and said, nope, you guys are AA+. I remember the Biden administration just being enraged. How dare you do this? And a bunch of the folks, liars, a number of the folks who wrote about it ran around saying, well, this is because of the debt ceiling. No, it wasn't. If anyone reads, now it's not just a letter, it's an entire report from Standard & Poor's, but some of the takeaways from it, it's because we did not provide a credible path, that we were serious about taking on our debt. And the funny thing is, there's a paragraph in the report. Remember, this is 2011. The political brinkmanship of recent months highlights what we see as America's governance and policymakers become less stable. This is 2011. Do you think we're better off today? Do you think we're taking our debt more seriously today? Because do understand, I think at that time we were like $9.5 trillion of borrowing. Today we're 31. Are you telling me things are better today? This is Standard & Poor's report from 2011. They downgraded United States debt because we did not take our debt seriously. We did not take it seriously how we were going to manage it into the future. Here we are, a decade plus later. Things are dramatically worse. We've now hit the inflection period of baby boomers moving into their benefit cycle, and we have no way to pay for it. We lie constantly because we are terrified to tell the truth. But I will argue, and this is, I just wish I could get more of my brothers and sisters around here to make this argument. It's not about the stressor of the debt ceiling. The ultimate stressor here is if we get downgraded. If the world starts to look askance at U.S. debt and saying, well, we want a premium for buying their bonds because they're not taking it seriously. They're going to have to set off a huge inflationary cycle to devalue their dollar, so in the future they're paying back that debt with devalued dollars. You don't think we're going to walk into a downgrade? And do understand the law. There's lots and lots and lots of laws around this country that this state pension system, this retirement system, if you get 2 downgrades out of the 4 big rating agencies, if you get 2 of them, they can't even buy U.S. sovereigns. This is 2011. Things are dramatically worse. You don't think we're getting looked at on how unserious we are about, and yet, once again, it's debt ceiling fights, stressors, however you want to politely phrase it, are the only time we've done something rational around here. You know, I don't know if I just need to buy the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg subscription or something for my brothers and sisters on the left to read what's going on and understand we are going to be punished unless we take this seriously. So let's go back to some of the very basics. Why do we care so much about the debt and what's going on? I've been using the same board, and I need to get an updated one. I just hate to spend the ink printing another one. Ignore 1965. I need you to look at, this is 2022. Take a look at this pie. Do you see right here the green? That's domestic spending. Do you see over here the blue? That's all of defense. Understand, in 9 years, if you came to me and said, David, I need you to balance the budget in the 10-year window. In 9 years, you can get rid of every dime of defense, every dime of discretionary. And let me define discretionary. Discretionary is functioning everything you think in government. It's the Park Service, it's the FBI, it's the White House, it's the Supreme Court, it's Congress. Yeah, maybe applaud for that. But all government is gone. The only thing that's left is what we call mandatory. It's the benefits. It's your Social Security, it's your Medicare, it's Medicaid, it's veterans benefits. 9 years, all government is gone, as you know it. You still have to borrow a couple $100 billion. And in that same year, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. In that same year, seniors take a 25% cut to their Social Security check, and the immorality of this government, we just doubled senior poverty. But yet I had a president get behind that podium at the beginning of this year and basically say, promise you won't talk about Social Security and Medicare. He basically sentenced seniors in this country to doubling senior poverty. Because we're all running around here terrified to talk about it, yet it happens. Go look at the CBO report, which is now functionally 8.5 years, less than 9 years. Social Security Trust Fund is gone. This inflationary cycle kicks up and the COLA keeps as high as it is. It could be gone in 8 years. And at that moment, you double senior poverty. That's the immorality the left is handing us. And they walk around here and pretend like they care. Care by your actions, not by your words. That's almost a cultural difference we have between the right and the left. We want to be judged by what we do, not by our virtue signaling. Because you can't turn virtue signaling into policy. So let's actually walk through, and I did this chart. It's really hard to read, but I'll try to walk through. So okay, I do these floor speeches every week, and I know, I almost sound like an accountant on excessive caffeine. But at some point, the math always wins. So let's actually walk through some of the inbound we get from people who will watch the video or talk about this. And there's one woman who over and over and over and over says, if we just didn't have your wages, we got rid of all the wages of Congress and your pension, we could balance the budget. And you read it and you wonder, is it just an insane bot or someone that's off their meds? But so we're going to walk through some of these brilliant suggestions we get. That would be, we put it on this chart, get rid of all of the U.S. Congress and the Senate too, plus the pensions, plus the salaries, just it's gone. You basically covered 18 to 19 minutes of borrowing for an entire year. 18 to 19 minutes for borrowing. Okay, let's look at a couple of the other favorite hits. Let's just get rid of every dime of foreign aid. Every dime of foreign aid is about 17 days of borrowing. And that's in this last year. Understand, by the end of this decade, it's no longer 17 days. It's basically like 9 days because the debt is going up so much because it's mostly it's almost all healthcare is the growth of the debt. So last year, we got rid of every dime of foreign aid, and we got rid of 17 days of borrowing. Now, you may say, fine, if that's your policy, but you got rid of only 17 days of borrowing an entire year. Well, what if we just got rid of all the 2017 tax reform and pretended it didn't change all the growth effects and all the companies that moved their book of business back to us and their IP and all those things? This is one of the Democrats' favorite points. You should get rid of the 2017 tax reform. Okay. Look here, it takes care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days of borrowing. Getting rid of the entire 2017 tax reform got rid of 12 days of borrowing. That's what this brain trust around here right now proposes to the American people. You are lied to because we are terrified for you to understand how bad the math is. And this goes on and on. I mean, we could actually do a 50% income tax. Just start with 50% income tax, meaning if you're in California, we're basically with your state tax, if you're a higher income earner, you're in the 70s. Great. Love California. 50% income tax. Basically, it takes care of about 5.5 weeks of borrowing. 50% income tax. It shows you how absurd many of these suggestions are. One of my favorite ones is go to a 70% income tax for people that make $10 million or more. 70% income tax, $10 million more. It takes care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of borrowing. Are you starting to get the point here? That the suggestions that keep being thrown out and people pretend this is real. They're not. They're not. The primary driver of our debt between today and 30 years from now. You're approaching almost $120 trillion of debt 30 years from now. 75% of that debt is the shortfall of Medicare. 25% is if we take Social Security and backfill it. It's demographics. we have, 67 million of us who are baby boomers. And every day we wait, it gets dramatically more difficult to fix. And I have an entire side here that cares so much more about winning the next election because we've lied to our voters for so long. If we get rid of waste and fraud and foreign aid, we'll be fine. Come on, look at the math. It's not that hard of math. Download the CBO reports. Download one of the Social Security actuary reports. They're not that hard to read. But stop making things up. And here's the primary driver, and I know this makes people upset when I show it, but it's the reality. And I want to make sure people understand this board. Percentage of people age 65 or over relative to the prime working age. So there's this whole body of economics that basically says, hey, people between 25 and 65, that's their prime working years. That's their productivity years, when they pay taxes, do family formation. And I've done presentations on the collapse of family formation, which is just making a mess of our future economics. But how many people are 65 and older as a ratio compared to those who are in their prime working age? And you got to understand, we're already basically here. We're already crossing over to 40% of the population. So 40% will be 65 and older compared to the number of population that's in the prime working age. That is the math. That population has earned benefits. We made a societal promise. We promised Medicare. We promised Social Security. Now we got to figure out how to pay for it. But understand, we're right here. We're 2023. We're right now 38. We're about in, looks like in 2028, just a couple years, we crossed 40%. And then as you start to get in, another 25 years, you're up to 46% of the population is 65 and older, and compared to how many you have in the prime working age. Now, this is a combination of baby boomers and the fact that fertility rates functionally started collapsing in the early 90s, and we didn't want to talk about it. So now I'm going to show the couple boards that enrage people. But yet the math has been vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted. So board one. This board now is already a couple years old. The new scoring, I'm just too cheap to print another board, it's not $116 trillion of borrowing, it's 128, so almost 130. 75% of the borrowing over the next 30 years, Medicare. 25% of the borrowing is if we backfill Social Security plus their interest costs. The rest of the budget is calculated to have a positive balance, meaning if we hold discretionary for that 30 years, basically in the formula that's already in law today. This is the law as it is today. Just the shortfall in Medicare is somewhere between $80 to $90 trillion during that 30 years. And yet, I've had town halls where I go, how many of you would raise your hand if I would just give you back every dime you put into Social Security and the dimes you put into the Medicare trust fund? Would you take that? And a bunch of the people raised their hands. We should take that deal as a society because most people don't realize what the actual underlying math is. So this is for a couple. Social Security, you would have made so much more if you'd been allowed to put some of that money in the market. But let's be honest, AARP, the Democrats, others, back when George W. Bush proposed it, went to war, they crushed the idea. Now we're 20-some years later, and we look back and go, we were idiots for not actually doing it. your life would be dramatically more secure. Your retirement would be dramatically more secure if you hadn't given it to the trolls who fought it. But the basic math on Social Security, this couple will have paid $625,000. That's the mean over a 40-plus quarter work life. You're going to get back $698,000. So what is that? $72,000 spiff you get. So you functionally get your money back from Social Security. It's not a great rate of return, but you get it back. But what people don't understand is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt is Medicare. That couple will have put in about $161,000 into Medicare taxes. The Medicare trust fund only pays 40% of the Medicare bills. The rest comes right out of the general fund. So you put in $161,000 in your work life. This is for the average couple. You get back $522,000, and this number has gone up dramatically because of medical inflation. We just haven't had the time to recalculate it. It's this differential right here is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. And I've done this in groups, and I get booed for the math. You get booed. And you're going, but it's a calculator. It's math. Are we that terrified of the truth? And understand, the wheels are coming off already. In the first 7 months of this fiscal year, entitlement spending is already up 11%. That's particularly driven because Medicare costs in the first 7 months of this year look like they've gone up about 16% because healthcare inflation really almost doubled the base inflation from this, from all the spending the Democrats did when they were in charge. But last month, receipts, revenues started to collapse. Capital gains taxes have crashed. So understand, when we did the calculations last month, 7 months into this fiscal year, our costs on entitlements are up 11%, and our receipts, our tax revenues are down 10%. That's why if you actually pull out the Treasury tables and read them and do the math and add them together, you are today about heading towards 1.7 trillion borrow, and assuming that the rest of the fiscal year is normalized. If it stays on the particular path, that number may be a few $1 trillion higher. I mean, you may be getting up to 1.9. God forbid if we're having a 2-year. Because the reason I'm talking about this is we are hitting numbers of borrowing we weren't supposed to hit for another decade and a half. There's this concept called fragility. Everything is fine and wonderful in life and our bonds, and everyone's willing to buy our debt until they're not. And that moment you have that failed bond auction, the moment you actually have this starting to happen where receipts are crashing and your costs are going up, and the rest of the world sees that and says, maybe we don't buy U.S. bonds this time. And the moment you hit that inflection, if U.S. rates for the next 25 years are 2 points higher than we had over the previous decade, at the end of that 25 years, every dime of tax receipts goes just to pay interest. You want to know what default looks like? That's what default looks like. It's not the clown show we're having around this place where people run around pretending their hair is on fire. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I know it's a little agitated, far too much caffeine. This is important. We need to understand the math. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. This evening, we're going to actually do a handful of things. Some of this is just sort of responding to some of the absurd conversations I've had this week. And this is my moment where I apologize to the stenographer, the clerk. Much of this you will have already heard, but it bears repeating because I actually sat down with a group of congressional staff. And just, it was one of those sort of passing conversations where you sit down and there were Republican, Democrat staff there. And they didn't understand some of the most basic numbers of what's going on around us. So the first thing we're going to start with here, how many of you picked up a newspaper and heard anyone talk about the debt ceiling? Apparently it's a really big deal. Fine. But then you hear them say things like, it's the default if we don't just raise it. No, that's not how it works. Default is when you do not pay back your bonds. It's still really important. We're going to actually ultimately have to raise the debt ceiling. It's, can we do something? It's also going to be very, very, very important. Can we do it in a fashion where we message to the world debt markets that we're taking our debt seriously, that we understand the curve is unsustainable, and we're going to walk through a bunch of boards that basically show the scale of the debt that's coming. But once again, default is when you do not pay back your bonds. Now, we actually had a Treasury Secretary under President Obama that he and I remember had this wonderful conversation when I kept correcting him, saying that's not default. He came out saying, okay, we're going to create a new term. It's now called a technical default. And that's when the 30% of government spending that's functionally borrowed every single day, we're not able to pay for that. Fine, call it technical default. Let's just be accurate. But the other thing that's really important, and if there's anyone in Republican leadership listening out there, please hear this. 2011, the United States actually got a downgrade. Standard & Poor's lowered the United States from its AAA rating. They took us down a notch. They did not lower our credit rating because of the debt ceiling. They lowered our credit rating because we didn't provide a credible path on managing the scale of the debt. And this is 2011. The numbers today are devastatingly more ugly. If you can sort of mix that in language. Seriously. So 2011, we moved down to a AA+, fine. But it was because we were doing nothing about budget deficits. And once again, I talked about this last week, and once again, I think it was yesterday, a member of the left going, well, they're going to get us downgraded if we just don't raise the debt ceiling. That isn't why we were downgraded in 2011. It's because we did not demonstrate to the world markets that we want to buy. Remember, we borrow more than, I think last year it was $48,000 a second. Every second of every day we borrow $48,000. Someone has to buy that debt to finance the 30% of our spending that we don't cover with our tax receipts. Wouldn't the people that buy those bonds like to know we intend to pay them back? Does just raising the borrowing on a limit, which is functioning just like on your credit card, raising the borrowing limit, does that tell them we're going to pay it back? What tells them to pay them back is we're building a plan saying, here's how we're going to basically deal with the debt over the coming decades. And the people that say, we're just going to balance, fine, I can get you to balance, but I don't think most folks have any concept how bloody that would be. So maybe the better way to think about it is the size of the economy. We're going to maximize the economic growth of the economy and try to minimize the growth of the debt so we stabilize what we refer to as debt to GDP. Great concept, but this one just, I don't know why it grates on me so much, is we have these people that think they're geniuses around here. They're going to ruin the credit rating in the United States. It was, the threat to the credit rating is we do not communicate to debt markets here and around the world that we're taking our debt seriously. So once again, an oldie but a goodie, and it's already out of date. But it's, I wasn't going to kill another board and printer ink. And this will hopefully make sense. I need everyone to understand. Let's not even worry about 1965. This is last year. 71% of all of our spending was functionally what we call mandatory. Okay, fine. Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, things of that nature. But the punchline I want you all to understand is actually right here. Defense was 13% of our spending. The rest of domestic discretionary was 16. So I got a 13 and a 16. And I'm going to show this on a couple more charts. In 9 budget years, if you look at the CBO report from a couple weeks ago, makes it very clear, in 9 budget years, you can get rid of this entire portion of government. All defense, all discretionary, it's gone. And the growth of this will be so big, you still got to borrow a couple $100 billion. And the next year, it's dramatically worse. So that's what, 2033, which isn't that long from now, but in 2034, Social Security Trust Fund is gone. Are we going to let seniors take a 23% cut? Are you going to double senior poverty? Well, remember, the Democrats have made it almost impossible to have an honest conversation about entitlements. You can't have a conversation how we're going to save Social Security. The president got behind that microphone there and made it toxic. A year's worth of our work where we've been trying to come up with a way to save Social Security, and we've been doing it with the Senate, with Democrats. And he knifed us. That's really moral. So he stands there, I am going to protect Social Security and Medicare. You promised we're not going to talk about it, there'll be no cuts. And everyone applauds, yes, and fine. There have never been conversations about cutting it. For that year, I was the senior Republican over Social Security and Ways and Means. Not a single person ever spoke to me about cutting it. We were working on trying to how to save it. And now those very people I've been working with run away from the issue saying, look, the president's made it toxic. The year's worth of work, all the money we spent with actuaries, everything else, it's over. You know, Democrats aren't serious. They're going to use it as a weapon. You know, fine, we walk away. And once again, we sit and let the problem fester. And every day we wait, the math gets more difficult. And then we have the inane, well, we'll just raise taxes. A few weeks ago, I did a presentation here on the floor where I showed what happens if you raise the caps. Okay, so the new tax cap for Social Security, I think is what, $160,200. You pay your FICA tax. If you're self-employed, you know, or your employer pays half, you pay half. You just raise it. So every dime of income above that, if you do the incremental benefits, because remember, to be honest, Social Security wasn't a welfare retirement plan. It was sort of a forced savings plan. If you gave higher income earners the benefit on, even though you made $1 million, you paid your full Social Security tax on that, you only save about 17% of the shortfall. If you just pure tax, you only save about 33% of the shortfall. You've been lied to. If you actually dig into what was the Bernie Sanders plan, it's not just tax on all income. It's a tax on all income. So over here's the unearned income, over here's the stocks, over here's the businesses. It's functioning. Everything in society gets taxed. And here's the punchline. That still doesn't take care of everything, but it would take care of most of Social Security shortfall. Now you got another problem. 3/4 of the future debt is actually shortfall in Medicare. And one of the frauds in the president's budget is they come back and say, well, we're taking care of the Medicare Part A trust fund with $600 billion, $660 billion over the next 10 years. Okay, except I need you to conceptualize this. Over the next 30 years, the shortfall in Medicare is $80.5 trillion when you do the shortfall in the interest. Okay, $660 billion is a lot of money over 10 years. It ain't 80 trillion. But this place is basically a fraud. It's virtue signaling. So one more time, I need this to sink in, and I don't know why this one has been so hard. Functionally, in 9 budget years, I can wipe out all of government, and you still have to borrow money. So if you get the brain trust that says, just get rid of foreign aid, we'll get rid of waste and fraud, we'll get higher taxes on rich people, fine, maybe that's the policy, maybe that's where we go. It doesn't take care of the problem. That's rhetoric you use in campaigns. Stand behind the microphone and pretend you have any idea what the hell's actually going on. The math is the math. And I feel like I work in a math-free zone. I mean, and I've done this presentation before where you say, hey, I can get rid of all of defense. I still have to borrow, but the one that seems to sink through to some people, in 9 budget years, I can get rid of every dime of government, as you know it, and just to maintain the mandatory spending, the earned benefits and some of the unearned benefits, we still have to borrow $200–300 billion. And that was assuming two things I should throw out, and we're trying to recalculate. That was assuming on the previous interest rate calculations from last month that turn out that already look wrong. That looks like our financing U.S. sovereign debt is going to be higher. And I'm going to show you a chart here that it was also based on a much higher GDP. Now, understand, when we were getting a 2024 outlook and 1.6% economic growth, that's miserable. This is a country that used to run over 3% decade after decade. But we have a demographic problem. We've gotten older, we don't have as many children. Newest economic outlook, we're down to 1.2. You tell me how I make the math work in a society where the policies from this administration have telegraphed to the markets that want to make investments, that want to grow the economy, that want to just the animal spirits of let's invest, let's see if we can grow. They're abandoning us. The new projected GDP growth as of this month is we expect over the next year to be down to 1.2% GDP growth. And that may not mean much to anyone here, but when you have a $20 trillion economy, a percent or two is like real math. It's real money. And it multiplies on itself. Remember, it's like you all in elementary school, you remember learning about compound interest? This is like compound economic, because today's base is the next year's base, is the next year's base. These differences, if they go a couple years, are just devastating. But that's what we're heading for. And back to why this is so important and why I'm just almost constantly angry around here, and I'm working on it. I'm working on having a better attitude. Look, I'm still very optimistic about the future. We're Americans. We will work this out. But I do this just passionately hoping someone's listening. This board is a couple years old. The numbers are much worse today. I just was too lazy to print up a new one. We're functionally heading towards borrowing $114 trillion on this board. The new update is closer to $128 trillion over the next 30 years. But the reason I brought this out again was basically say Medicare, Social Security, the shortfalls, and the financing. And this is making an assumption that we backfill Social Security in 9 years. When the trust fund's gone, we're not going to let senior poverty double. Somehow we're going to backfill it with general fund. Because remember, the president stood behind the microphone. We functionally have made it toxic to actually work on saving Social Security. It is absolutely immoral what happened, but that's the world we've been given. And Medicare, remember this is the 2-year number. I'm still using it. When you add in the interest, is over $80 trillion short. The rest of the budget actually has a positive balance. It has, the model is it actually will have cash in the bank. So as we work through this, you're going to see one of the punchlines. We could come together and fix Social Security. It's a little complicated. I think there's actually, in my world, I think I came up with like 19, 20 plus little levers you'd like to adjust. I'm a big fan of incentives to people so that they want to stay in the labor force, they can, things of that nature. There's no cuts. There may be some formula where you do some redistribution of those who only work 20 quarters, but they're higher income earners compared to those who work 40 quarters and lower income. It's geeky stuff. If you want to hang out with me and the actuaries, it's actually fascinating. There's a path. I've actually even grown fonder of the idea of the sovereign wealth fund sidecar, but a year's worth of work, hundreds of hours with actuaries and other people is gone. So that's this side. Medicare, it's about healthcare costs. Are we ready to start having an adult conversation that technology can do miracles? We can disrupt the price of healthcare and do it in a moral fashion where we make things faster, better, cheaper, more accessible. And why is that so hard? And I know I've said this dozens of times here, but I'm learning in Congress, we're all so busy chasing virtue signaling and giving a speech. Hopefully I can get my 3 minutes on YouTube. There's a path, and I'll end on a couple of the boards, but I've done hour-long presentations here of disruptions of curing people. Concept, 5% of U.S. healthcare, 50% of U.S. healthcare is 5% of the population. These are our brothers and sisters with chronic conditions. Stunning math. Do you know what happens if you start curing some of the chronic conditions? So if you ever get someone that does this, well, the most expensive part of healthcare is those last couple of weeks of life. There's a little fraud in that math, so let's see if I can work through that. It is for the individual. It is not for the system. The system is those with chronic conditions. So if you're not one of the people with the multiple chronic conditions, the last couple of weeks of your life are probably really expensive. You're probably in hospital or hospice. It's heartbreaking. There's some really ethical questions when we talk about that. But that's actually not the driver of Medicare costs. 31% of Medicare is diabetes. How many presentations have I done here saying, what can we do to help our brothers and sisters out there? Whether it be changing food support, nutrition support. Is it now the types of monitors where you can track your blood glucose and you don't have to prick your skin? Is it having an adult conversation of, and forgive me, don't make fun of me if I screw this, GPL-1 appetite inhibitors, and I guess there's 2 or 3 different types of structures there on the molecules that are used to accomplish that. Many of them are actually off patent, so could you encourage more entries into the market? Actually, my understanding is the 3 big ones, there's about almost half a dozen more entering the market, all the way down to the presentation I did the previous couple of weeks of the phase 1 beginning on the stem cell trial that actually looks like a cure for type 1 if it works and you don't need anti-rejection drugs. And it just uses as an example because it's so prominent. I represent a tribal community that's the 2nd highest per capita diabetic population in the world. It's not a poor tribe. But is it moral to actually say, hey, turns out curing certain diseases, taking on the healthcare costs that are the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, isn't it really neat the fact that I could be doing something good for society? I had done some presentations in the past showing income inequality may be most affected by health. So if my brothers and sisters on the left who scream at us all the time, income inequality, it's an unfair society. Okay, what happens if I can show you the data that health, not racism, not even education, though education was big, number 1 driver is probably health. Why wouldn't they join us? to actually do something that's optimistic and visionary. So let's walk through some of the realities. This is just one more time the same exact chart, just trying to explain my net interest on just the shortage here is $47 trillion. And this is underestimated because we're now basing on a higher interest rate model for the future. And if I get one more person who, I want to say this carefully. A lot of the political class, a lot of the people that write about this who actually have no idea what they're saying, you've been robbed of your Social Security. That actually isn't the math. When you have paid in and it goes into the trust fund and the trust fund goes over and buys a special T-bill, treasury bond, and it actually in the past had a little spiff on the interest. And then when the Social Security over the last couple of years has started to run short, they take their little certificate and call the Treasury and say, hey, send me some cash. And the Treasury sends cash. And now the Treasury, because the Treasury functionally doesn't have enough money because we're already living on borrowed money, they go and sell another bond to backfill. But here's a point that's important. And I know this is averages, but the averages are important. The average taxpayer, and this board is now probably 2 years old. The average taxpayer in America over their lifetime will put in about $625,000 in Social Security taxes. They get back about $698,000. So it's about a $72,000 spiff. Now, obviously, you would have made a hell of a lot more money if you'd been able to take in even a portion of those Social Security taxes and put them in the markets and other places. But remember, we had that conversation in the early 2000s, and there was an absolute war. The left, the AAR party went nuts. You can't do that. You can't. Fine. We didn't do it. You're all a lot poorer today because we didn't do it. But, hey, the unions, the collectivists, basically stand up. Take responsibility. If you were on the left side, you fought us, great. This is what you got. But you, average American gets about $72,000 more than they actually put into Social Security. Fine. This over here is what crushes me. This, and I need to make sure you understand, this is a couple, not an individual. The average couple puts in around $161,000 in Medicare taxes when you pay your FICA tax. Now remember, the taxes you're paying are functionally only paying for the Part A, which is up around 38 to 40% of Medicare spending. We call it the Part A. But that average couple, they put in $161,000, they're going to get back $522,000. It's this gap right here, multiplied times 76 million of us baby boomers. That is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Now, how many in the political class are like me, dumb enough to stand up in front of a room and tell the truth? But it is the truth. It's math, and the math will always win. And I know I've said this over and over and over, but trying not to curse. I've had a lot of coffee today. If we're willing to actually just embrace the truth, I can head us towards solutions. I'm just fighting around here just to get people to accept the most basic math. And I feel like an idiot week after week coming up here and saying versions of the same thing when we should be having amazing debates about the solutions. But I can't get an agreement on the basic math. And this one I'm just throwing out because I did it a couple weeks ago and I got all sorts of crap. That's not true. Well, it turns out the economists have now done it multiple times, and yes, it was true. The Orwellian name Inflation Reduction Act, the left actually put in all these tax credits. Hey, solar panels and cars and batteries. Well, Goldman Sachs actually modeled it. Now, there's a punchline coming. It's not what CBO said, which, hey, it might be $300 billion. No, Goldman Sachs said, no, the way they read the language, $1.2 trillion spending. So you have the left here who complains at us, you guys did tax reform in 2017 and it grew the economy, it shrank income inequality, it raised the poor up, and it grew the economy, but rich people got some taxes and it was a couple $1 trillion. Well, God damn it. Sorry. You just did a bill where you're handing out potentially $1.2 trillion. To a handful of the green energy super companies who write you checks. Another thing, just trying to get to understanding of the fragility we're at. You do understand, when I've been talking about that 9-year budget window, where we think interest rates now have gone on U.S. sovereign debt, just that small rise in interest rates that we now are seeing structurally, we think the 10-year deficit right now is structurally $3.1 trillion that year. Just trying to help folks understand, when you're floating this scale of debt, how fragile we've become. And this is just a bit to mock the administration's budget. Okay, current deficit held by the public, about $25 trillion. And we should always explain the difference. When you hear us talk about, oh, there's a $32 trillion deficit, there's parts of there that are actually, we're borrowing from trust funds and those things. And then there's debt that's sold actually to public bonds. That's the one that gets really dicey because market movements can change those interest rates. Debt in 10 years is basically $44 trillion. Do you remember the excitement in the Democrats or the administration's budget was they're going to have $3 trillion, actually almost $6 trillion in new tax hikes, several trillion in new spending. Now, this is where the math got really interesting. We still can't, and we're going to lower the deficit by $3 trillion. No, we were heading towards borrowing $20 trillion. They were going to lower that from $20 trillion to take off $3 trillion off that. And the left here says, we're lowering the deficit. Huh? Let's see. In 10 years, I'm at $44 trillion of borrowing. And within there, you may have, through tax hikes and slowed down the economy, and we're still working on the model of how much the economy slowed down, if every tax hike, those dozens and dozens of tax hikes I've shown here on the board, if every single one of them passed and every one of them maxed out and the absolutely unrealistic numbers were somehow magically became real, they might get $3 trillion out of it. I guess what I'm saying is, it's insane we're talking about trillions. But if I'm heading to a $44 trillion deficit in 10 years and I have the left giddy that they will have reduced it by 3 with all the tax hikes, but there's still, that means there's still almost $20 trillion of borrowing in that time. I'm not going to even make you subject to this board. And I need my brothers and sisters on the left to stop making up stories. Just as my side, if we say, I can balance the budget by getting rid of foreign aid and waste and fraud. No, you can't. We should do some of that. We should do. All waste and fraud should be gone. We really should review all spending. But we can't keep lying to the American people saying it actually does much of anything. Remember, every dime of foreign aid is about 12 days. Actually, in the next budget, it might be only 12 days of borrowing. You got to think that through. So this is just amusing because if we took, okay, let's get it right. Confiscating all income over 500,000. So we take our country and say, hey, you made 501,000, I get that dollar. Government gets that next dollar. So you basically, the mantra here is, well, we don't tax rich people enough. Let's just take all their money. 500,000 and $1, and every dollar up, we take every dime from you. In the budget we're working on today, you might get $1.5 trillion in revenues. It's actually receipts is the right term. but in receipts by taking every dollar of income over 500,000. But we're borrowing 1.7. Taking every dollar of people over $500,000 doesn't get you to balance on this single year, and you basically have collapsed all the economy. There's no more economic growth. But it's just, look, it's the rhetoric around here, the virtue signaling around here that has no basis in math. It's theater. So let's actually do another board. And the reason I pulled out these couple boards is that conversation I had with these young staffers, where I had a couple of these young Democrat staffers who really believed if we just tax rich people a little bit more, it takes care of everything. Maybe they should pay more, but it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't get you anywhere close to it. So let's look at this one. If I functionally took all untaxed personal and small business adjusted gross income annually earned above the income. So if I take every single dime of business, small businesses and wealthier American or higher income Americans, and this is done in GDP, but that's the way when you're starting getting these numbers, I get about 5.1% of the GDP in taxes. This addresses all the base taxes we have and then add additional here. My problem is in 9 budget years, our spending is at 7.2% of GDP. And then 10 years after that, we're at 9.3% of GDP. And the year after that, excuse me, this is projected deficits. Sorry, not spending, deficits. And then the deficit in 2050 is 12.4. So let's see. I can take every dime of small businesses and higher income earners, take over 500,000, I can take every dime. And the budget window we're working on right now doesn't give me anything close to paying off the annual deficits, annual borrowing. Am I making a point here, just understanding the scale, the size of the borrowing, and it's mostly healthcare costs. And this is just almost the exact same thing, just in a different chart. Total tax revenues raised, combining federal tax, and this one board makes a point. When my brothers and sisters on the left say, well, if we just tax rich people more, you got to understand there's a little fraud. There's actually a number of frauds in that number. When we say, well, we should put them at this tax rate. Okay. Did I add in my state and local taxes also on top of that? So we tried to see what actually happens, saying, okay, we're going to respect a state like California that for the high income earners, what is it, like 13 point something, and if they have a local tax, when you do the adjustment, I can take every dime of those high income earners, every dime, and I'm still letting states have their part of the tax. I get about 4% of GDP. My problem is my Social Security is sitting at, and my Social Security and Medicare is sitting at 6%. It still doesn't get me there. And we've done a presentation on, there's a couple of the left senators who walk around saying, well, all we have to do is tax rich people. They're taking every dime, not just income. They're taking everything from the investments, the holdings. Actually, some of them even do unrealized capital gains, which I'm still trying to figure out how you tax that. So, all right, let's actually do a couple moments of optimism. There are solutions. This one I brought here because, and I'm bringing again because it's getting close. So remember the outrage here over insulin prices. They're outrageous. And the Brain Trust on the other side, basically their idea was, what we're going to do is we're going to take $36 billion and give it to Big Pharma to subsidize them to buy down the price of insulin. So you're going to complain about Big Pharma and their outrageous prices on insulin, and then you're going to hand them billions of dollars. That's how the insanity. But it's actually great politics. We're going to beat you up, but I'm going to hand you billions, and you're going to write me political checks. Yay! I mean, does anyone else see the scam? But there's solutions like this. This is a co-op, and they're getting, I mean, I think actually they're in production this year. This is a co-op about 70-some miles from where I'm standing right now, And it was insurance companies. It was state Medicaid systems. It was hospital systems all got together and said, hey, you realize most insulin is actually off patent. The big 8 generics out there, they're off patent. Why the hell aren't we just making it ourselves? This is actually, and I've done other presentations, I'll do some more in the future about drug pricing, and the solution is not a command and control rationing model, but actually a market supply model of let's get everyone and their cousin in the manufacturing business. The elegance of this is functionally co-op. The fact they were coming online has now disrupted the insulin market. You actually see some other companies, and forgive me if I got the wrong one, Johnson & Johnson, I think, crashing their price because they were coming to market as $30 a vial, $55 a box. You do realize the co-op was bringing insulin prices less than the subsidized price that was going to cost taxpayer billions of dollars. That's the absurdity around here. Instead of doing a market solution that actually works for everyone, the left passes subsidized solutions that only certain people get the benefit from, and Big Pharma got the checks. Did anyone here show up at their basic economics class? Simple pitch tonight. Tell the truth about the debt ceiling and how important it is to communicate to debt markets that we're taking our debt serious so we can maintain a stable interest rate. Because you saw some of the charts of how ugly the numbers get if we spook the debt markets. Number 2, understand how devastatingly ugly our coming debt is and its demographics. Turns out it's not Republican or Democrat. We got old. And we promised lots of benefits and we didn't set aside the money for it. And we live in a society of miracles where if we can adopt the technology, whether it be the diabetes, whether it be the next generation of telehealth, whether it be bringing in lots more competitors into the pharmaceutical markets, it doesn't have to be a dystopian, ugly future. But how do you teach a body to think, and I despise the term outside the box. The box needs to be burnt down, and you need to think about what's moral, what grows, and what actually changes what's crushing us financially, morally, ethically as a society. And it turns out the solution actually is almost this unified theory of good. It doesn't have to be an ugly future if I can just get this place to think and buy a calculator. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to let everyone go home and I'm going to yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move we do be adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and it's good to see you in the chair. Tonight I'm going to actually have one positive and lots of things that are just terrifying. So let's have some fun with some math. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we often start with this board just because it helps everyone sort of visualize what we're talking about. And we're going to fixate. A couple weeks ago, I actually beat up on some of the Republican ideas in regards to where the debt was coming from. Tonight I'm going to beat up on some of my brothers and sisters on the left on tax proposals and how little they actually do. But first, let's get an understanding of how bad, how difficult, how terrifying. If you are not terrified right now on what's going on with U.S. debt, you don't own a calculator. So look, this I've used this board for years. It's actually the 22 board, but the concept is real simple. You see this blue, you see the green, that's all we vote on. This wedge right here, that's all we get to vote on. That's what we call discretionary. The red is mandatory. That's Medicare, that's Medicaid, that's Social Security. Those are the things that are on a formula. You get those because you worked certain number of quarters. You get those because you turned a certain age. You're part of a certain tribal group, or you fall below a certain income. These are formula-driven. This wedge over here, defense and non-defense discretionary, when we were here a couple weeks ago, our math said every dime of that discretionary, defense included, was going to be on borrowed money this year. The Supreme Court made its ruling in regards to student loan debt. That backs off $200-300 billion of spending this year. We're having to redo the interest calculations, because if you've all watched what happened in interest over the last 10 days, and then there's the discussion of what we call paying back the extraordinary measures. When we were having the battle over the debt ceiling, one of the ways they kept the government running is they borrowed from all sorts of trust funds. Well, now they have to sell lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of debt. That's actually how you saw the thing where we borrowed $1 trillion in like a week. That was actually selling bonds to functionally pay back those extraordinary measures. And I'm going to show some charts on that. But those bonds are now at the much higher interest rates. Haven't had the time to actually do those calculations. So the good news I'm going to show on a chart is we may not borrow $1.8 trillion this year. It could be 1.5, 1.6. I'm a little more dour. I think it's going to be closer to 1.7, but we haven't done all that. But the point of the matter is, give or take a couple $100 billion, all discretionary is pretty much borrowed this year. Think about that. So if you're part of the brain trust that walks in, this is me beating up on myself and some of my friends, you walk in and say, we can balance the budget by getting rid of foreign aid. A couple weeks ago, I showed the chart. That's like 12 days of borrowing. The last 12 months, anyone want to guess? Let's play a game. In your head right now, last 12 months, how much have we been borrowing per second? What's the burn rate? What's the borrowing rate last 12 months? Not the fiscal year, the last running calendar 12 months. What have we been borrowing per second? If you said $63,000 a second in your head, you're really good at math. Because in the last 12 months, we've borrowed $2 trillion. It's over $63,000 every second. The delusion that debt doesn't matter, maybe it doesn't matter until it does. And when it does, it's the poor, it's the working middle class that are going to get their heads kicked in. It is immoral what's going on here. In 9 years, when the Social Security Trust Fund is empty, and I'm going to show the trust funds in a little bit, and grandma takes a 25% cut in her Social Security check, and we double senior poverty. That's moral? But once again, you've heard me gripe about that. When the president stood behind that podium and made it toxic to have an honest conversation of the trust funds being empty. Remember, the Social Security Trust Fund will be empty this 10-year window. The Highway Transportation Trust Fund is empty in just a couple more years. The Medicare Trust Fund is empty. How many times today did you see people get behind these microphones and talk about the math? Last week, when we were at home, I had a great conversation with a reporter from one of the big cable news networks. And she had all sorts of questions, but they were personality, who's fighting with who doesn't like who. And I stopped her and said, do you realize how much of this year of all discretionary is borrowed? And she said, yes, David, I watched part of your speech the other day, and understand, none of my national audience cares. My producers don't care. Dear Lord, I hope that's not true. Because it's the single thing that wipes out a republic. Look what's happened over history. The debt is what destroys you. Maybe that's why we're terrified to talk about it. So once again, why this was important is a year ago. So let's go back, way back, like a year ago May. This year we were supposed to only borrow about $980 billion, only. as of 2 weeks ago, our best math, because remember, healthcare costs had gone up dramatically. I think our math was in the first 7 months of this fiscal year had gone up, just Medicare had gone up 16%. Interest costs had gone up $130 billion, and now continue because we're even at higher interest rates than that previous calculation. And tax receipts had fallen like 10%, substantially because capital gain taxes. I mean, who's going to sell an asset when most of your gain is inflation? And there's historic precedents that during times of high inflation, people stop selling things because you're going to get taxed on not gain, but inflation. We were calculating that this year's borrowing was going to be about $1.8 trillion. Now with the Supreme Court ruling on student debt, take away $300 billion from that. So that's the good news. The terrifying news, once again, still is almost all of discretionary spending is on borrowed money. So let's have some more fun with math. It doesn't really change some of the outside economists' calculation from about 3 weeks ago. So CBO basically said, hey guys, well, you did the debt ceiling deal, you probably pulled down debt to GDP by about 4 points. Remember, we were seeing things we were going to be in the end of the 10-year window, 9 budget years from now, at about 119% of debt to GDP. Remember, that's publicly held debt. Let's make this point. When you see the number, it says there's a $32.5 trillion of debt. A few trillion of that is actually money we borrow from ourselves. This is the money that's in the healthcare trust fund. This is the money that's set aside for future benefits for veterans. We internally borrow that. Now, we still pay interest on it. Like when the Treasury borrows money from the Social Security Trust Fund, we pay interest. Matter of fact, for years it was actually a spiff. They actually got a little higher than market interest rates. So there's $2+ trillion in the Social Security Trust Fund. And we're going to burn through that in about 8.5, 9 years. But for that remaining $25, $26 trillion of borrowing, that's where we're at today. CBO now updates the number saying, hey, you made the debt ceiling deal. You're basically going to remove about $100 billion of spending for the next few years on discretionary. So instead of spending $700 billion, you're going to spend $600 billion. That brought us down to 115% of debt to GDP. But then Moody's did their calculation and saying, well, with higher interest rates, higher healthcare costs, and we believe flat GDP growth, we think at the end of the 10 years, you're going to be at 120% of debt to GDP. Why that's a big deal is that's higher than during World War II. The one that terrified me was Bloomberg Intelligence. They actually have a fairly sophisticated data model, like Tax Foundation, like Joint Tax, others here, CBO has one. The Bloomberg model said, nah, you're going to like $52 trillion of borrowed money, 130% of debt to GDP at the end of the 10-year window. If this is true, please, I desperately hope Bloomberg Intelligence isn't true, but if you read their notes, it makes sense. And there's a couple things I want to throw out why their notes make sense. That's in 10 years, we're spending about $2 trillion a year in interest. Remember, CBO today, well, actually last week, put out their long-term estimates. Their long-term estimates have, because I know we all grabbed it and read it last week when it came out. Remember the little booklet? It's percentages of GDP to debt, but in there are some line items. What's the borrowing? What's the interest cost next year? CBO, which has been far too conservative on some of these numbers for the last decade. But what did CBO say we're going to spend in interest next year? $750 billion next year. My math for this year was about 620, 630. We have one economist with us that says it could be 680 depending on the cost of this recent financing. But what was fascinating is something those who care about the honest math don't talk about, is in the notes from Bloomberg Intelligence. They said, hey guys, you really, really, really need to cut spending. Okay, but do understand, it's not a free option anymore. So when Bloomberg Analytics came back and said you're going to be at $51+ trillion of borrowed money at the 10 years, 130% of debt to GDP, think of this. Just the removal of that $100 billion of spending, got to pay interest on it and those things, but that's going to lower GDP next year by 0.5 point. So one of the things that goes on here is we're going to cut this. Fine, we need to reduce spending, but don't think it's a free option that the GDP continues to grow because you just removed $100 billion of spending out of the economy. Now, you got to do it, but when you do it, you also have to adopt other policies that grow. And there's the thing that frustrates me so much around here. It's we're incapable of thinking complex answers for complex problems. It's not just cut. You got to have policies over here, grow, promote investment, promote risk-taking. You don't get to just do one without the other. It's just sort of like when the left a couple of years ago did, hey, we're going to spend $1.9 trillion, and then they didn't think through, and we're going to pay people not to have to work. The economists, even Democrat economists, were losing their mind. If you're going to put out that sort of stimulus, you got to be actually making stuff to sop it up. And then they wonder why you set off inflation. So let's actually walk through a little bit more of this. This is a new board for us. And I'm just trying to point out a very simple concept. I've done entire presentations on this. Look at the last 50 years of history. When we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 18.5%, 19% of the economy in taxes. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 18.5%, 19% of the economy in taxes. You see something? The tax receipts actually are not sympathetic to the tax rate. They sort of fall into this mean. So the concept is grow the economy as much as possible, and you actually, as the bigger the economy, that percentage represents more dollars. But when you start to look at this chart, this black line is revenues. The proper term is receipts. And you'll notice, if you can run a line, it's always right there about that 18.5%, 19%. But you see the color lines here? Just this green here, it's just borrowing. And why this is a big deal. You remember a moment ago, I was starting to show you that Bloomberg and some of the others, CBO was saying, hey, you may get as high as 7.5% of the entire economy in borrowing. And Bloomberg comes in and says, no, it could be as high as 13% of the economy in borrowing at the end of the 10 years. Okay. Let's say CBO's right at 7, and your economy is now growing at 1.7, 1.8. The difference between 1.8 and that 7, 7.5, and God forbid it's not Bloomberg's 13, that difference is what buries you. And yet we have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of history of when we've raised taxes, you get a little pop of receipts, and then it fades back down because as a percentage of the economy doesn't grow. So let's walk through a couple more things. Interest spending is now a key thing in driving parts of the debt. I'm going to show a couple boards here showing it's spending and interest. And when we say spending, let's be honest, it's mostly healthcare. One of the things we're not supposed to say out loud, but it is. When you actually, and this is a complex board, we should actually put it up, but here's where we are. And actually, one of the things that's fascinating with this is you're about to see interest in just a couple years exceed defense. So the interest payment next year is $750 billion. A couple years after that, the interest expenditure for this government will be more than defense. Then you keep looking, a couple years after that, exceeds non-defense discretionary. It'll be more money than that in a couple more years after that. And you start to get into 20 years from now, interest is more than Medicare. And yet Medicare is the primary driver of U.S. debt. And then at a certain point, it starts to exceed 6.5%, 6.7% of the entire economy, is just the debt payment of the United States. And this isn't conjecture. This is functionally built in. This is this Committee for a Responsible Budget, their math, and I think their interest calculation is too low. But that's actually the chart we have. So understanding you're not at the death spiral yet, but you're getting pretty darn close, where healthcare costs go up substantially because we got 67 million baby boomers. And inflation. Inflation has made all these bad, ugly predictions that weren't supposed to happen for years move forward. And now, because of inflation, you have much higher interest rates, because inflation is the devaluation of the dollar, so you got to have a higher interest rate. And then the Federal Reserve trying to have higher interest rates to slow the economy down, particularly now wage inflation. Healthcare, inflation, interest rates. If we don't get in front of this, if we don't somehow get productivity up, if we somehow don't get investment capital to actually things that are productive. There's some fascinating articles last week about how it's amazing how many factories are being built around the United States with government money. And then the second paragraph is, of course, there's a problem. There's no consumers for the products they're about to make, and there's no workers for them. So I'll make you a prediction today, and I'll buy someone a fancy coffee if they remember this a couple years from now. We're going to have a whole bunch of government-financed factories, because remember the soft nationalization that happened in the previous couple of years when Democrat control here, and we're going to have factories that basically run at a fraction of their capacity because they can't find labor, and there's functionally no consumers for the product. Remember, right now the world has a glut of computer chips. It was funny, as this place was passing the CHIPS Act a couple years ago, that same week or the week after that, The Economist magazine ran a front page or major article that basically said, hey, you do understand the economy is actually awash in chips. They're just having a supply chain issue problem of delivery. But we believe in our brothers and sisters on the other side believe in a soft nationalization of major industry, and that's what happened. So let's actually walk through part of the rest of the crisis. And this isn't Republican or Democrat, it's demographics. We got old. We got old. It's not Republican, it's not demographics, it's just the way God made us. But here's what's happening. The Social Security Trust Fund, this is from, I think, using the number from the Medicare Social Security actuaries, but the CBO functionally has the trust fund gone in about 9 years. Grandma having to take a 25% cut. But within here, so this one is Social Security, but you realize this right here, 2028, the Highway Trust Fund is gone. This one here, the Medicare Trust Fund. Now remember, Medicare, about 40% of Medicare spend comes from the trust fund. The rest comes right out of the general fund. But that part is mostly the hospital portion. And it's gone. It's gone in about 8 years. This is our reality. What are we going to do? Are we just going to raise, how much taxes here? Then you're going to, how much taxes are you going to do to backshore the Medicare Trust Fund? Then, of course, the Highway Trust Fund. If you start to stack all these requirements and then just the baseline deficit, the amount of the economy you'd have to now start collecting in taxes, you almost have to double. And I don't think there's an understanding of how bad the numbers and how fast the numbers are moving away from us. Look, this is just one of my fragility charts. It basically just says, look, if interest rates continue to stay uncomfortably high, there's some models out there, it basically say within the 30-year window, you hit points here where, and one of the best parts, calcs here, is if you had a 2% increase, and yes, you got to calculate it from this, if you had a 2% increase from interest rates that we had a year or two ago, and you held that for the 30 years, at about the 25th year, 100% of all tax receipts just go to interest. That's how there's a concept of fragility, how on the edge we're living, and now we're starting to deal with it when inflation starts to shoot up healthcare costs and interest rates start to shoot up our carrying. Did I mention $750 billion next year in interest? And that's CBO's number before the recent additional spike in interest rates. So, I brought this one just because I get this question, oh, but China owns our debt. Yeah. No, actually, Japan is the #1 holder of our debt. They hold about $1.1 trillion. China has pared theirs back to $850 billion, and they continue to sell off U.S. treasuries or let them roll off. This is the reality. United Kingdom. Now, understand, United Kingdom holding U.S. treasuries, they're often acting as a domicile for investors from other places in the world, so that number's often distorted. But that's 668. But the reality, much of the world has been slowly paring back their purchases of U.S. sovereigns. Think about that. It means much of this debt we have to finance internally. It is the savings. It is your pension. It is the capital that we build up to grow the economy, to pay for your retirement, for your kids' college. Much of that now is being ultimately borrowed by the U.S. government. What happens when, at the end of the decade, they have to turn on the printing presses because they don't have enough buyers at an auction? Is it the rest of the world? Yeah, the rest of the world would probably go into recession, depression. We'd get wiped out. And look, I'm not one of those who believes it's a crash coming. It's more the rot that comes. You inflate the dollar, People don't understand inflation. Inflating the dollar is a type of tax. We devalue your savings, and then the value of the debt actually gets paid back with inflated dollars. So it becomes a transfer of your wealth. It becomes a transfer of your wealth to government. That's the really sneaky evil of inflation. It's actually a wealth transfer. It's a tax. Last couple of years have been one of the biggest taxes in modern history. People don't know it. And we've made America poor. I mean, if you want to know why the working middle class, why the working, the working poor are really cranky, they're poorer today than they were a couple of years ago. It's inflation. Their wages haven't gone up as fast. So I do this chart just to basically beat up my own side and sort of make a point. If you do a baseline number, now here's one of the great scams going on right now in budgeting. We're ticking along, economy is growing phenomenally well, the poor are getting less poor, really good things, income inequality shrinking, some of the greatest shrinkage of food insecurity. So the late 2017 tax reform happens, and we have this remarkable growth with no inflation. Pandemic hits, spending goes way up. And now we're actually starting to rebuild our budgets, but we're often using the inflated base from the pandemic. So the way you actually look at honest math is pick a benchmark year. Go back a decade, go back 2 decades, go back 3 decades, it doesn't matter. And then just pick a date and then say, here's the budget, and we're going to inflation adjust it. How much would the 22 budget be if we just inflation adjust it? How much higher would this be than the baseline? Simple? Non-defense discretionary is up 154%, defense is up 35%. So when someone tells you, saying, well, discretionary spending is pretty flat, it's flat from the last couple of years, which were dramatically higher. But if you see the chart, I know this is uncomfortable, and that I'm not making a lot of friends by sharing this, but the reality of it is non-defense discretionary is up dramatically from its inflation-adjusted trend line. It's math. It is the truth. So let's have a little more fun here. And this is my one shot at inflation, well, actually 2 shots at inflation. I have another board to understand, and I do need to update from the unemployment number from a couple, what was it, the end of last week, that actually had some pretty good wage growth in it. So this number may shrink a fraction of a fraction, but that was actually positive to see. But if you want to understand why much of the population is cranky right now, it's because they're poor. Look, under President Obama, real wage, let's phrase it the right way, percentage change in real average weekly earnings. Okay, so this is for production type workers. This is for our brothers and sisters, the classic middle class sliver. The BLS gives us a great data set here. Under Obama, over that time, you had about a 4% growth in real wages, adjusted for inflation. Under President Trump, it was 9.8. It was a remarkable growth in real wages adjusted for inflation. But so far, at this moment, under this administration, you're 3.5% poorer. It's just math. And much of this is wages are up, but inflation's up more. Just is what it is. And there's another way to calculate it, that if you actually look at it and go back to the BLS numbers, if you look at the change in real disposable personal income per capita, so now you adjust it per person, today the average working American is 4.5% poorer. You feel that. I'll also argue it's immoral. We should be fixated. And transfer payments aren't a fix. It's a Band-Aid that ends up making the wound worse. But that's actually been the solutions that keep being offered around here. So, back to something that's really uncomfortable to talk about, but there's a reason for pulling this chart right now. This chart now is almost 2 years old. Numbers are much worse. Over the next 30 years, we no longer expect about $116 trillion of borrowing. We now expect it closer to $130 trillion. And if you want to tell the truth about it, 3/4 of the borrowing is Medicare, 1/4 is Social Security. And that's if we choose to backfill Social Security, which you already know the moral dilemma we're walking into, 25% cut. And we had a president stand behind that podium and made it almost toxic for my brothers on the left and folks on our side to have an actual honest conversation about the math, because it's a great campaign issue because the public doesn't understand it. But the math basically said the rest of the budget's in balance, because this is where all the demographic growth is. This coming year, remember how many times you've heard people say 10,000 Americans turn 65 every day? In 2024, it's 12,000 Americans turn 65 every day. For those of you with a calculator, take that 12,000, multiply by 365. And that's just the new additions to the Medicare rules. And you start to understand the math. So, let's have a little more fun here. So, I often end up with discussions when I do certain groups, things at home, and say, well, tax rich people more. Okay, fine. A point of reference. So our brothers and sisters on the left, the president, have said, people who make $400,000 and below will not be touched. Okay. $400,000 and up is 2% of the population. And most of them live in Democrat districts. So maybe as Republicans, we should stop caring. They live on the coasts. Most of that population lives in Democrat districts, but fine. It's your voters. But it's only 2% of the population. You actually believe when we're projected to have, what, a $2.5, $2.6 trillion a year borrowing at the end of the 10-year window? So 9 budget years from now, the annual borrowing will be over $2.5 trillion a year. And that's CBO's number from, I think, from last week, and I think it underestimates interest costs. You're going to finance that on 2% of the population. Okay, let's walk through why that's mathematically doesn't work. Now, why this board is important, it's a distribution, share of individual income versus share of federal income tax. What's fascinating is upper income If you start to look here, take the populations that are $100,000 and up. They pay the vast majority of income tax. Now, look, they have very high percentages of the share of income until you get to the really wealthy. So functionally here, if you can see this blue line here, that's the percentage of total income. And this is the amount of taxes they're paying. So if you're one of the people who makes $1 million, which I'd like to meet a few of them, I'd like to become their friends, but functionally, the percentage of the total federal income tax they pay compared to others is like 2.5 times more. Bit of trivia, and I dare anyone to walk up to someone from the left and just ask them this question. After the 2017 tax reform, was the U.S. federal income tax more or less progressive? Trivia answer, the tax model got more progressive, meaning the wealthier were paying a higher percentage of federal income taxes after tax reform than before it, and half the population was removed from the tax rolls. But how often will you have anyone actually tell the truth about that? So let's walk through just a couple more of these boards. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask on my time?
The gentleman has 27 minutes remaining.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And to my friends who have the next time slot, I promise I'll even talk faster. I have a series of boards. I may save these for another week, but it just sort of talks about some of the spending that happened last year. Do you remember when we were getting the Inflation Reduction Act, which, come on, let's be all honest, was a completely Orwellian name for something that actually boosted inflation? But where the spending was, well, remember, we were first told, oh, it's going to be a couple $100 billion, maybe $280 billion of handouts to big green energy for energy companies that do things we want. Then we saw Goldman Sachs say, nah, it could be as high as $1.2 trillion. This one actually has the latest data at about $659 billion. So you want to understand why inflation's continuing? Why there's factories being built that are going to be empty? It's the ultimate Keynesian economics without actually demand on the other side, and without so build the factory, but then don't build the mechanisms to actually have supply. This is what happens with the arrogance of us who sit in this body thinking we can manage the economy. So let's have a little fun here. And I'm going to be a little caustic on some of these. I know I'm going to be slightly mean, but I'm just trying to get it through. So let's actually walk through a couple of these proposals. Let's repeal all of the 2017 tax reform cuts, including also what we did for low-income folks, the doubling of deductions and those things. Over the 10 years, remember, in 10 years from now, we are borrowing about $2.5 trillion a year. Over the whole 10 years, we get about $455 billion in. Over 10 years. So next time you have a Democrat behind a microphone going, it's the tax reform. Okay, so just repeal it. And when you take away the growth effects, the wage growth effects, look at the number. You get $455 billion of receipts over an entire 10 years. So let's actually walk through a couple of other things going on. Proposal, a 30% minimum Buffett tax. How many of you have ever heard the Buffett? Because remember, we tax income different than passive incomes, capital gains, those things. Okay, how many people have gotten behind the microphone on that side and said, it's not fair? Maybe it isn't. Rewrite the 16th Amendment. But go to a 30% under that Buffett rule where everyone's paying. It produces $66 billion over 10 years, or 0.03, if I can do my 3%, of GDP. Remember, we're heading towards borrowing 7.5%, something much more percent of the entire economy in borrowing, but this would take care of 0.03. It's theater. It's not real math. But those are the types of proposals this place likes because they politically poll well, but it's crap math. So let's do a little more of some of the proposals the other side gives. Eliminate all itemized tax deductions. Okay. $1.7 billion over the 10. Excuse me, sorry, I knew I was getting that wrong. $1,718 billion over the 10 years. That's real money, except you saw some of the boards that if you're borrowing $2.5 trillion a year, and I get it $1.7 trillion over 10, so about $170 billion of tax receipts by getting rid of all deductions. Okay, but this is a Democrat proposal. It's real money, but it's nothing. I mean, it's just still almost nothing compared to the scale of the borrowing. Remember, we borrowed $2 trillion in the last 12 months. So let's take another proposal here. Raise the FICA cap. Just get rid of the cap. Now, maybe there's part of this we should have a debate over. But don't think it solves all the problems. It's more complicated. And this is what breaks my heart, is I actually think letting Social Security Trust Fund run out of money is immoral on all of our parts. But we're terrified to talk about it because you'll lose your election if you do. I'm an idiot. I talk about it. So you get rid of the FICA cap. Over the 10 years, it produces $2.18 trillion. Okay. Doesn't get you there. Doesn't get you there. I think this, if you remove the caps and you can keep the current benefit formula, it takes care of only 19% of the shortfall. So you got to decide. You're going to be taxed on every dime with the 15.3% FICA tax, and if you're going to give people the same formula benefits, you're only covering about 19% of the shortfall. But that's one of the big talking points on the left is raise the cap. Okay. But don't pretend it actually takes care of the problem of saving Social Security. 2022 tax revenues were $1 trillion of pre-pandemic levels. Now, understand, lots of pandemic spending in this and those things, but do understand, it's a trillion. So you went from 3.7 to 4.8 trillion dollars, $1 trillion growth. It's like, 20%, 25% growth in tax receipts pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. And yet, somehow we're still burning through it. So go back to a couple of the other proposals. How about a 50% income tax rate on everyone, $200,000 and up? Okay? Take everyone $200,000 and up, you get a 50% federal income tax. Now on top of that, put on your FICA, put on your state and local taxes, okay? You basically 1.59, it actually should be trillion, or 0.45% of the economy in additional taxes. So we're heading towards a time where we're going to be borrowing 7.5%. That's CBO's number. That's the most conservative number. Let's call it 7.5. And this does less than 0.5%, going to 50% income tax rate on everyone over $200,000. Can't pretend that raising these taxes gets you close to the numbers that are necessary. A couple more boards and then I will shut up. Taxing 100% of all income over $500,000 would balance the budget over the decade. No! And I can show you a dozen members who've said those things behind these microphones. We just need to tax 100%. Take those rich people, make $500,000 and up, and just tax everything additional. It would raise about 5.1% of the economy, assuming you don't slow the economy down. So remember, these are static scores. These are not dynamic. So you take everyone that makes over $500,000. Fine. Take every dime of income. And then pretend the economy does not crash on you, doesn't slow down, the economy stays the same. You get about 5.1% of the economy in taxes. You're borrowing 7.5%. Okay, so you closed a bunch of the gap. Now, it's also fantasy that you didn't just blow up the economy. So let's do a couple of the other fantasies. Raise corporate tax, income tax from 21% to 35%. Okay. You get 1.39 trillion over 10. So you get about another $130 billion a year. Did I mention we borrowed $2 trillion in the last 12 months? But you could go to a 35% corporate income tax, make us not competitive in the world. And remember, corporate income taxes are just passed to you as the consumer, but it makes us feel better. Look, we have lists of the different proposals our brothers and sisters on the left have given. And look, maybe there is a need for fixing parts of the tax code. Fine, I believe tax codes are living documents because we have to compete with the rest of the world, which is also always changing. But to live in the fantasy world that just raising a handful of these taxes gets you anywhere, it's just not true. So just as we have some people on our side, if we get rid of foreign aid, we can balance the budget. It's 12 days of borrowing. We've got to have our brothers and sisters on the other side stop pretending, if we just tax rich people more, we'll balance the budget. It's not true. We all know it's not true. Do we care so much more about not telling our voters the truth because they might not love us anymore? Guess what? They don't love us anyway. But the math is the math. We have a demographic problem in this country. And you take a look at where we're at. Think of that. The Social Security Trust Fund, at the end of last year, the very end of last year, held $2.7 trillion. And that is gone in functionally 9 years. Helps you understand the burn rate. So 75% of what goes out in Social Security is functionally what comes in on the FICA tax. The 25% is what goes out from the trust fund. And that 25% is going to chew up $2.7 trillion over the next 9 years. And most of these trust funds are gone by the end of this decade. What do we plan to do? What do we plan to do? Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I typically, when I do these, I try to come to the end and talk about what we could do with diabetes and obesity and health and making our society healthier and the effects that would have on balancing the budget. But I've just grown so weary of you do these presentations to show the crashing of our window of opportunity, the scale of the growth of debt. Remember, we borrowed $63,000 a second in the last 12 months. And then you get these idiots that go, what? You could just raise this guy's taxes, we'll be fine. It may make you feel better. You may not like people who earn money. Fine, you're allowed to do that. But don't pretend it actually solves the problems. Complex problems require complex solutions. And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I worry this place isn't capable of complexity anymore. And with that, I yield back.
Okay. Again, let's turn. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, until 10 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As we get ourselves sort of set up here, the hazard when you use sort of boards. I actually want to walk through a couple things. And if I don't make some folks mad, particularly on the other side tonight, I'm not doing my job. And let's see, Mr. Parliamentarian, we have till 10 o'clock as our shutdown time, correct? All right.
The gentleman is correct.
So we will go through this. How many of you have been basically hearing even the president today talking about the debt ceiling and how outrageous it is that Republicans are trying to actually use it for some policy? If there's any of the scribes that we call reporters, please listen for one moment. When we talk about the debt ceiling, how many of you remember 2017? How Democrats rolled Trump on the deficit ceiling. The Democrats and the press were giddy that when we were up against the debt ceiling in 2017, that Schumer and the gang basically required another $15 billion in spending. And that was the cost of their participation in the debt ceiling. Oh, but that would be outrageous to try to do policy as part of the debt ceiling. But you did it. And then, how about this? 2019. Does anyone remember someone called Speaker Pelosi? In that case, the extortion was additional spending of $324 billion. Now, the difference for Republicans is we're trying to save the country from the debt crisis, where the left was trying to spend more money. But this is in the last couple years. And now you basically have the press, a whole bunch of the Washington, D.C. chattering class. Obviously, our Democrat colleagues, we can't believe the Republicans are actually asking for some fiscal constraints. Okay. But it was just 2019 that Pelosi, no debt increase until spending limits are raised. That's policy. So how come it was wonderful just a few years ago, when we're up against the debt ceiling, when Democrats asked for policy changes, and now they're enraged that we're asking for it? Does anyone understand how absolutely duplicitous this place is and the short memories around here? It took us a good, 20, 30 seconds on a search engine to find this. If you're going to hold us to a standard, hold us to the very ones you on the left live by. 2017, you demanded changes. 2019, you demanded $324 billion of additional spending. And that was your price of playing with the debt ceiling. What we as conservatives and Republicans are basically asking is help us save the country. And you got to understand some of the things going on. But this is a real point. And I know this makes some folks uncomfortable. The only way this place seems to work is when we're up against what's called a stressor. It's a budget. It's a deadline. It's a debt ceiling. But yet, if you look at the last couple decades, actually going back to the 80s, almost any time we've actually accomplished any fiscal constraints, we were up against a debt ceiling. Look, you go back to Grand Rudman, all the way through policy agreement after policy agreement. There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in functioning the last 40 years. Every single one of these came from a debt ceiling. And yet, if you read particularly the Washington, D.C. press, and these are supposed to be the people that know what the hell's going on, we can't believe Speaker McCarthy and those Republicans are actually asking for some fiscal constraint tied to the debt ceiling. Now, when the left had it, they demanded more spending. But all these are ones that actually gave us some policy. It's just the duplicity around here. And does anyone pay attention to the numbers coming out of Treasury, the numbers coming out of CBO, the numbers coming out of joint tax? Are you following what's actually going on? Sorry, I'm trying not to get too angry. If I have any of my members here or your staff, I know literacy sometimes isn't our greatest accomplishment around here. This is this week's Economist magazine. Please, someone just read the cover. Fiscal Fantasyland. When will politicians wake up? When the Economist magazine is warning us how much danger we're in and that the numbers are coming off the rails. You need to understand what the hell's going on. Governments are living in a fiscal fantasy land. And this is from the Economist magazine talking about the green tax credits that we were all promised. Remember, the left got up in front of these microphones and said, there'll not be more than $391 billion over the 10 years. And then all of a sudden we come back and find out the actual scoring's turning into 1.2 trillion. And yes, CBO rescored it and they basically doubled it, but the outside world is calculating it. Goldman and others are basically saying, no, it's 1.2 trillion. Do you remember how proud the left was? Is we're going to cut the deficit because we raised these taxes and then we're going to do these green credits. Have you noticed they don't talk about that anymore because the new scoring, it spends money. It doesn't save a dime. Yet at the same time, do you understand what's happening in the first 7 months of this year? Entitlement spending's already up 11% in the first 7 months of this year. That's stunning amounts of money. But receipts, we put revenues on here because most people know it, but for Ways and Means, tax revenues are the receipts. We're down 10%. You understand what I'm saying? Spending on entitlements is up 11%, but revenues are down 10%. Do you understand what the hell's going on? There is a reason. You remember a few days ago or 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden the Treasury Secretary goes, oh God, the cutoff date when they've used up all the extraordinary measures is moving up, what was it, a month, 6 weeks? That was because the tax revenues weren't coming in nearly as high as we expected. And you start to understand some of what's going on. Just this year, we will spend 40% more on interest. We're going to spend over $100 billion so far. I think the first 7 months, over $100 billion more just on interest, because we were living in this artificial fantasy land for the last decade with suppressed interest rates. And now, remember, it's not just the $2 trillion we're going to borrow this year. And yes, it's approaching $2 trillion. It's the fact that we have what's called a weighted daily average. I think we're about, 60, 70 months. And that basically means within that time, you have to refinance half of all U.S. sovereign debt. That new sovereign debt, when it's refinanced, or the new $2 trillion that has to be financed, is at today's interest rates, not at the artificially low interest rates we had 2 years ago, before the Biden inflation took off. Actually, that's not fair. Democrat inflation took off. But we're going to spend dramatically more on interest. And be aware, if those people who are giddy in today's inflation number didn't pay enough attention to what the core calculation was. That core calculation was sitting about 4.9, but if you read the notes, it was so sticky, we may have higher interest rates in this country for years. Not this magic thing where, hey, we're going to fall back down to 2% inflation at the end of the year and everything's going to be hunky-dory again. That's not what the data is saying. And you got to understand, federal spending soars, revenues fall. And this is from the Wall Street Journal just this last week. Budget surpluses, including adjustments for timing effects. The outlays already, this was just this last month. April's supposed to be our big month, where we take in all these tax revenues. We were functionally $274 billion upside down. That's a 74% change from last year. Do you understand what's going on? And I'm sorry, I'm going through these pretty fast because I have a cutoff date time in 10 minutes. Federal spending, and this is also from the Wall Street Journal. April, we fell by $135 billion from what we expected. Year-to-date spending is up $400 billion, 12%. Now, do this with me. Federal spending is up 12% from last year. Year-to-date deficits. Now, this one you're going to love. Year-to-date deficit, we're doing a calculation. It's not done yet, and we don't know. We're 7 months in, so we're doing some guessing. Maybe there'll be some late tax receipts. Maybe all of a sudden, bunches of people will start working and start paying additional taxes, but we may hit $2 trillion this year. And right now, year-to-date deficits, we're functioning, this is for last month, $928 billion, are up 236% from this time last year. If you want to know why many of us are so emphatic on actually getting some fiscal constraints, this is the punchline here. Please hear this. Why do we need some fiscal constraints as part of this debt ceiling? If we do not communicate to the world debt markets that we're going to start to take our debt seriously, we will be punished as a nation. Now, that punishment may mean our bonds are just at a little bit higher interest rate. But you already saw one of the previous boards, just this year, interest is costing us 40% more. Just a couple ticks on interest rates when you're floating our publicly held debt. I'm actually not even sure where we're at. Are we at maybe $24, $25 trillion of publicly held debt? This stuff here should scare you to death if you own a calculator. And yeah, we really are heading towards borrowing $2 trillion this year. We weren't supposed to be anywhere near this. This is where we're heading at. And this is just assuming that the numbers are going to come in as they have. The problem is, if you've been following what CBO has been publishing, they keep ticking down the gross domestic product calculation, the GDP calculation for the rest of the year. We're down. I think the calculation for 2024 is we expect a year of 1.2. They're basically telegraphing if we hit recession second half of this year, I guarantee you we're going to blow through $2 trillion of borrowing just this year. And this, I know this chart is almost impossible to read. You know, we printed it too small, but individual income taxes, here's our big hit. Individual income taxes look like they've fallen about 18%. Corporate income taxes are up about 9%. Payroll taxes payroll taxes are up about 9%. Corporate income taxes are up about 4%. But the total receipts are down 10%. But here's our spending charts. Social Security has gone up. The spend on Social Security is up about 11% so far this year. Medicare, remember the vast majority of the borrowing in this country, the vast majority of it, is just Medicare. It's healthcare costs. Medicare this year, the spend in it is already up 15% in a single year. Medicaid is up maybe 7-8% in the spend just this year. Anyone see the math problem? And some of the calculations, so this is from CRFB, the Committee for Responsible Budget, our federal budget. They're actually almost predicting we are going to cross over 7.5% of the entire economy being in borrowed money. So we're being told long-run GDP, this is CBO's calculation, long-run GDP is basically going to be sitting at about 1.8, and yet borrowing is going to be 7.5% of the economy. But the growth in the economy will be 1.8. Does anyone see the math problem? This Federal Reserve now has lowered the outlook down to 1.2 for just this year. And even the Economist magazine here, in their math, has us now starting this year and starting now to run deficits that are 7% or more. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this math should scare us all half to death. There is a reason if we do not get some fiscal constraints, whether it be part of this debt ceiling or something else, the markets will punish us. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move we do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Got a lot of boards, going to try to get through them as fast as possible, and I wish there was some way you could set off an alarm if I start speaking too fast, because I always feel guilty when I do that, but once again have had far too much caffeine. I actually want to walk through a couple things. I meant today to be a day where I was going to come with things that were happy and hopeful and look at these great disruptions and we can crash the price of healthcare. But I'm going to have some of that. But once again, I think I need to actually reset some of the math. So we're going to walk through a few of these. Just because I'm just sort of enraged when I hear the White House put out materials, my brothers and sisters on the left put out materials, talk about this wonderful economy, the Biden economy, the Biden economics. So let's actually deal with some real-life math. Amortized change in real disposable personal income per capita. Under President Trump, it was amazing. It went up 5.1%. Under President Obama, it went up 1.2%. But under President Biden so far, and this is annualized per capita, your income, if you're an average American, is down 4.5%. You are poorer today. You are poorer today than the day President Biden took office. That's the left's idea of a wonderful economy? Come on, these are people. You think actually there would be this passion behind these microphones, particularly on the other side, saying something's wrong out there, inflation, and then salaries haven't kept up to the inflation, and our spending and some of the things the Fed did set this off. We care. Instead of just trying to lie and cover it up and say things that just aren't true. So let's go into this a little more. There's just another way to calculate when you start to do change in real average wages for baseline middle-class workers. And we've actually done adjustments on this for raises of income. So let's say you're that truck driver. Your wages have gone up, but inflation has gone up more. You're 3.5% poorer now. You are poorer today than the day before Biden took office. Now, fascinating thing is those 4 years of Trump, whether you love the guy or don't love him, I don't care, the math is still the math. Your real purchasing power, you're up 9.8%. Do you see the delta here? Yet, how often do you hear this from the talking heads on cable television or in the print press here in Washington, D.C., that Americans, the working population in this country, you wonder why they're angry. They're poorer today than they were a couple years ago. And as I often come behind this microphone, is that moral? Now, you can make excuses why it is, but we have these debates here, and it's like our friends on the other side won't admit America's poor today because of what they did. And now we have to start dealing with the other side of this equation. So think of this. Because of inflation, America is poor. And something that is really hard for many people to process in their head, you do realize you and I have lived through probably the largest tax hike in modern history over the last 2 years. And you go, huh? What do you think inflation does? Okay, remember your high school economics class. Who does inflation help? Borrowers. Who's the biggest borrower in the world? United States. But who does it hurt? Workers and savers. So if you're that saver, you've been saving for your retirement, so your kid's education, or you're out there busting your backside. The fact of the matter is inflation devalued that savings. Who benefited? Who got that value? The borrowers. Who's the biggest borrower in the world? We are, this government. You've been taxed, and that wealth was transferred to basically we will pay down the future debt now with inflated dollars. And if we don't take on the U.S. sovereign debt, that's how you do it. It's not a crash. Governments, this isn't new. This has happened for hundreds and actually thousands of years. Governments spend and spend and spend and borrow, borrow, borrow. And then when it's time to pay it back, you just inflate the currency. Just turn on the printing presses. So let's talk about this year. You do realize the wheels are falling off. So May 22, functioning a year ago, the 2023 budget, which is what we're all in right now, we were supposed to borrow about $980 billion. That's a year ago, was the math. Today, we're crouching in on 1.8 trillion. We functionally doubled the projected borrowing for this year, this fiscal year, over the last 12 months. What's gone wrong? Seriously, this type of movement, CBO is often not 100% perfect, but they rarely miss a number by 100%. What happened? Well, a handful of things happened. Healthcare costs have skyrocketed. I was here a couple weeks ago and I was showing a chart that basically said Medicare costs, just Medicare, were up 16% in the first 7 months. A couple inputs on that. Delayed surgeries, procedures, in medical inflation 2.5 times, depending on your market. Financing costs of the debt. You've got to understand, it's not just the functioning 1.8 trillion. The number printed on here is 1.79. We think it's going to be a little over 1.8 trillion dollars is borrowed. Okay, that's going to be new issue debt. But what about the several trillion dollars of debt this fiscal year that have to be refinanced? People forget that. So you get the higher interest rate on the new debt, and then off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number. Let's pretend it's $5-7 trillion of bonds, instruments, other things that come due that have to be refinanced now at the higher interest rate. We know in the first 7 months, so 2 months ago, we had already spent well over an additional $100 billion in interest. Functionally meaning by the end of the fiscal year, you're probably another $250 billion in financing costs. Third thing that's happened is some of the tax receipts have fallen fairly dramatically. One of the numbers from a month ago was tax receipts were down about 10%. A lot of that was capital gains taxes, because are you going to go sell the thing you have a gain on, whether it be your house, the building, your stock, whatever it is, where you'd be paying capital gains, if most of that gain is inflation? So you're going to go sell this and buy something over here to replace it, but if most of this is inflation, your gain, you're going to pay a bunch of tax on inflation, and then you're going to buy another asset that's also been inflated because of inflation. People do the economically logical thing: they don't sell. And we don't have incentives in our tax code right now to have that velocity in the economy. So you got the triple whammy, and that's how you functionally go from $980 billion projected for this fiscal year to let's call it 1.8. It's an easier number. So $1.8 trillion will be the borrowing this year. And you go, well, what does that mean? Well, here's one of the punchlines, and I'm going to do this board a little backwards. We were projected to only spend $1.823 billion on all discretionary this year. All defense and all of what you think is of government. You know, the White House, the Congress, the EPA, the State Department. All that discretionary. That's what we vote on here. The vast majority of our spending, as you know, is on autopilot. We call it mandatory spending, earned entitlements, unearned entitlements. But you realize, I just showed you a board that this year we're going to borrow $1.8 trillion. And the total projected spending of all discretionary was functionally going to be $1.8 trillion. Think about what that means. Please, someone out there, do you get the joke? Do you get the pitch? Do you realize how terrifying this is? Every dime of what you think of as government, the military, all discretionary, looks like it will live on borrowed money this year. That wasn't supposed to happen for 8 more years. This is a big deal. And I'm enraged that no one seems to be talking about it. The wheels have come off. Borrowing's doubled from what we projected it to be a year ago. And the borrowing is so big now, all of government, other than the mandatory, the Social Securities, the Medicares, the Medicaids, the Indian health services, the things that are in mandatory, actually much of Indian health service actually isn't in mandatory, it's in the discretionary. Sorry about that. Those are on autopilot. But everything you think of as government is functionally being borrowed this year. And it happened about 8 years earlier than it should have. This is what crappy economic policy has brought us. So as the Democrats here run around parading how happy they are, they've functionally soft nationalized parts of the economy. It's working really well, isn't it? Tax receipts are way down. Spending is way up. Borrowing costs are really way up. Look what you've accomplished. The other reason we also put together this board, and we stole this from Manhattan Institute, Brian Riedel over there, and it's just to set something in our head. We are going to start negotiating the appropriations bills for discretionary spending. Okay, it's important. And if on most charts you look at, discretionary is much, much, much flatter than what we call mandatory spending, because mandatory spending is primarily driven by, come on, done this a dozen times here, demographics. We got old as a country. Getting old is not Republican or Democrat, it's just the math. And a couple weeks ago, I did a whole demographic presentation here of what was going on, and it's a big deal. But this is all of our discretionary spending. And here's something for my brothers and sisters, the staffers who are in your office. If I'm on your television, God bless you. Go get a life. But my fellow members, annual growth since 2018. So this is a number before the pandemic. But I need you to annualize the growth in spending on discretionary spending. It's 5.1% every year. Okay. But if you go back to 2018, and this is inflation adjusted. Okay. So when the screaming and yelling here begins, because it's the most fascinating thing I've dealt with, all the groups have come in saying, David, we're so happy you guys were able to cut some spending during the debt ceiling, but we need you to spend more money on our program. The hallways around this place are still filled with people at our doorsteps. They're wonderful people, but they see the world with this tunnel vision that they have an idea, a program that they need money for. And they're not looking at the rest of these charts, realizing the wheels are coming off on us. So, just to make this a little bit clearer, there's this concept of go back, pick a base year. So we picked 1990 as our base year here. Plug in all inflation. How much did spending really grow from that base year? Well, discretionary grew 154%, defense grew 35% over inflation. It's math. So be a little careful here when we start to talk about these things. This is uncomfortable. This makes people really mad. It makes lots of folks who are walking our offices demanding more spending. But helping them understand, okay, so much of when you're doing the non-defense discretionary, you're talking ultimately about 11% or so of the budget. But it's at least what we get to vote on. And how dangerous is the economic environment? So we have lots of smart people out there. CBO is coming to us and saying, hey, you do realize, okay, let me explain this first. There's sort of two pools of debt. You'll have some people say, oh, you just crossed $32 trillion of debt. Okay, that's all federal government debt. Actually, it's not all of it, but it's what the Treasury is managing. But a big portion of that is financed by borrowing from trust funds. So there's this concept of publicly held debt. Publicly held debt today, off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's 26 trillion. So the orange bar here is the publicly held debt. The blue is basically sorry, I just did that backwards. So right now, this was what we were projecting the publicly held debt to be. The reason I put up this board, and I did this last week, there's this thing called Bloomberg, I think it's called Bloomberg Intelligence. Two of their lead economists actually sort of laid out a formula saying, hey, we're not as optimistic as the Congressional Budget Office. We think within the 10-year window, at the end of the 10 years, if interest rates stay higher longer, as they expect, if healthcare costs keep going up higher longer, as they expect, if those things slow down the economy, as they expect, you may be approaching it on $51 trillion of borrowing, 130% of the economy being borrowed. And that's in the 10-year window. That's functionally 9 budget years from now. Do the math with me. If there's 51 trillion of borrowed money, it's on a bonds that average 5 years, because that makes the math easy, and you're at today's interest rates, you're closing in on a couple $1 trillion a year just in interest. That's more than double what we spend today on defense. The wheels are coming off. Or you could go to something much more optimistic. Moody's Analytics had a much more optimistic number. They were only at 121% of debt to GDP. Where CBO came back to us and said, hey, after the debt ceiling deal, you guys did okay. You reduced a few points. So maybe now you'll be 113, 114% of debt to GDP. But they haven't given us the numbers for the new interest costs. Because, as you saw the Federal Reserve Chairman yesterday tell us, higher interest rates longer. We're not at the death spiral yet. We should do everything we can to discipline ourselves on discretionary spending. But at some point, we're going to have the brutally honest conversation here of how do we bend healthcare costs. So we're going to get to that. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask you how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 12 minutes remaining.
All right. I'm going to go a little faster then. No one cares about percentages of debt to GDP. One of the reasons we do debt to GDP, it's when we talk trillions, often that's a distorted number, because trillions in a time of high inflation, the most elegant way to do math like that is it's percentage of the economy. Because that's stable, because lots of inflation, low inflation, lots of economic growth, low economic growth. That actually gives you an idea what the real impact is on our borrowing on the economy. So what's the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt? Come on. Come on. It's we got old. This board is now 2 years out of date. New calculation, and we haven't gotten the update on it, and it's going to be even higher than this. Our new calculation is about $128 to $130 trillion of borrowing over the next 30 years. 75% of that being Medicare, 25% being if we backfill Social Security. Because remember, Social Security Trust Fund is gone in 8.5 years. Meaning we're going to double senior poverty in 8.5 years if we don't fix it. Because the average amount of Social Security recipients across the board, at least as it looks right now, will take a 25% cut. If you are on Social Security, what's your life like if we cut your benefit by 25%? That's where we're heading, because we had a president get behind that podium right over there and tell us we weren't allowed to talk about it. Because it's great campaign tactics. It's horrible morality, it's unethical, and it's crappy economics. But the fact of the matter is healthcare, primary driver of borrowing. A bit of trivia. Diabetes is what percentages of the total spend on healthcare? 33%. but it's 31% of Medicare. Think of that. If you were to do Medicare and Alzheimer's, though we're really close to major revolution in being able to take on diabetes. Alzheimer's is much more difficult. Put those together, it's like 60% of all Medicare spending. Turns out, fixating on disruption of pre-diabetics, of those who have it, of obesity, which I know we're not allowed to talk about. You know, play with kerosene and matches. But here's one of the concepts we got to sell. We can take on the debt and deficits, or at least stabilize it. But we got to be willing to fixate on things that we don't talk about. 5% of the population is over half of all health care in America. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have chronic conditions, multiple chronic conditions, are over half of our health care spending. What happens in a world when you go to our brothers and sisters and say, okay, you have diabetes, you're also now having kidney failure, you're having this. What happens if we actually took an approach where we start to cure, not do what the left often does, is we're going to build more diabetic clinics so you can maintain your misery. How about the morality of ending the misery? We can do it. And 5% is more than 50% of all healthcare spend. Cure some of these people's misery. And this is now already in phase 1 trial. It's actually its second phase 1. The first one required anti-rejection drugs. You've all, because I know all of you pay attention to synthetic biology because it's such an incredible thing that's going to do so much good. Phase 1 trial out there. They worked with CRISPR. They figured out how to tag stem cells. So you take a skin cell, you direct it, it becomes you're heading towards being an islet cell, which produces insulin. And they learned how to tag it with CRISPR so your body doesn't see it as foreign, so you don't need anti-rejection drugs. This one company we had here a week ago, Monday, actually just puts the cells right into your tummy layer, and they believe it will start to produce. There's another one out there that's already well into its second version of phase 1 trials. What happens at the end of the decade? If our brothers and sisters whose bodies don't produce insulin again, we could fix that. So just some concepts. I want you to sort of process. If disrupting the cost of healthcare, because healthcare is almost all the future healthcare is our borrowing, just do simple things. Do you know now there's a number of watches out there that actually have blood glucose meters in them? Do you know there's things you can actually almost like a tape on yourself and it's blood glucose meter? I'm still waiting for my Apple Watch to have one, but apparently that's 2 generations. But I think it's Samsung or one of those other now has actually blood glucose in the watch. The ability to help our brothers and sisters who are pre-diabetic stabilize is a big deal. It's also hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of future spending if we could get rid of it. It's also moral. But we also need to be promoting the concept of there's apps, there's technology now you can strap on your wrist, you can use your phone to help manage your health care. We had a war around this place years ago about telehealth. Oh, telehealth won't be used. People won't know how to work it. This won't happen. And then the pandemic hit, we adopted telehealth, and it turned out Grandma knew how to work FaceTime on her phone. Legalize, promote, reimburse using technology to make people healthier and to crash the price of health care. And look, I'm just throwing up these boards because I'm fascinated in this stuff where there's even something you can put on your phone to do certain types of biopsies. The technology of personalized medicine, why this is such a big deal. Even a couple of moments ago, sitting right here, listening to some of the other speakers, I was reading an article about, now it's really, really expensive. Now it's cheaper than letting someone have the disease. I think it was cystic fibrosis, a drug the FDA may have approved today. There's things going on around us that are miracles. How do I get this place to be optimistic that's saying our debt is a disaster? It is going to basically crush this society. I have an 11-month-old little boy at home. I have a 7.5-year-old little girl at home. And now it's 23 years. According to CBO, we have to double their taxes. We have to double every business's taxes. We have to double every import fee and tariff, everything in government. We have to double receipts just to maintain baseline. We basically are heading to the moment where we're passing the inflection. There will be so much debt, and with the higher interest rates now being projected, it's a death spiral. Stabilize, lower as much spending as you can, and adopt the technologies, chase them as hard and fast as you can, and then do the hardest thing that is right now for many of us. We're going to have to start thinking about our brothers and sisters and how to take on obesity in our country. 4,000 human diseases. 2,000 of them are associated with obesity. So half of all the human misery out there. We're going to have to think about how we deliver the Farm Bill. We're going to have to think about the technology of putting it to our brothers and sisters that needed to manage their blood glucose. We're going to have to think about GLP-1s. And are there population out there that we could change their lives? And then at the end of the decade, is there a societal contract we could ever make to help people's bodies start to produce insulin? And it feels very big government-ish. Except healthcare spending is what drives the debt, and we've signed up for it. It's the Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, VA, and so many other things. It's part of the societal contract. Every American has an interest in this because you are paying for it through your taxes or through your children's future debt. Let's do something that actually is disruptive, that provides a future that works, because with these technologies, our math is you don't solve the debt, but you could stabilize it. And that is actually, there's hope. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The joys of when the calendar has some hiccups in it, we're all running around. Want to do a couple things, and what I'm going to sort of walk through is what we're seeing in the numbers. There is a sense of theater around here that I'm trying to break through. So let's see if we can have some fun with some math. For those who were complaining about the caps, the spending reductions, and the recent debt ceiling, for those that wanted more over here, for some of our brothers and sisters around this place that didn't think any of it was necessary, I need to break through and help this place get its head around the fact that we actually were allowed to negotiate on 11% of the spending. Remember, your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. The vast, vast majority of our spending is on autopilot. It's earned benefits. You earned your Medicare, you earned your Social Security, you max out your work your 40 quarters, veterans benefits. You get certain things if you fall under a certain income, that's called Medicaid. You get certain things because of treaty agreements, tribal populations. But those are in formula. We don't vote for them. Matter of fact, it's almost radioactive around here if we tell the truth that it's the vast, vast, vast majority of spending. So I'm going to do some of this backwards. A week ago Friday, two of the lead economists at Bloomberg, they call it Bloomberg Intelligence. You have to sort of go to the Bloomberg terminal to get this, but I subscribed to a couple things where I got the top line. And have you ever started to read something and you go, oh my God, what are they talking about? That number can't be real. And then you bother someone who has an actual Bloomberg terminal and they pull the full printout on it. Here's the reality. And I don't know how to get to folks to actually understand the math. The Bloomberg Intelligence, the two economists said their model, because Bloomberg has this fairly fancy model, just like we do at Joint Tax, at CBO, the Tax Foundation, everyone has their models. Theirs is fairly impressive. Their model said in 10 years we're at 130% of debt to GDP. Now understand, the cuts we just did, the rebalancing, the flattening, the slowing down, the debt growth that we just fought through in the debt ceiling, we sort of took ourselves from 119% of the size of the economy at the end of the decade, or 10 years from now, to around 114. And that's a big deal. You figure 10 years from now, you have a $39 trillion economy, a percent, that's real money. So we pulled it down from 119 to 114. Yay! Matter of fact, I think I have a board on it. And then to read through the analytics from these economists saying, here's your problem. Interest is dramatically higher than we've been modeling. They see inflation and therefore interest running longer. They also see healthcare costs growing faster and larger. And if you actually think about the reading you've done this last week, because I know all of us around here read the technical aspects and, whether it... Sorry, I was going to get sarcastic. I'm trying to dial that back. You start to see we're seeing this huge, very substantial spike in Medicare spending. Turns out a lot of our seniors actually had postponed lots and lots and lots of procedures. You just saw one of the major health companies that caters to Part D, their stock just cratered yesterday because of utilization. Then they had some other interesting things in there. So interest is up. Healthcare costs are up fairly dramatically. And then the thing I've tried to explain here, no one gets their head around. Before the agreement, and I'm going to use rough numbers, the non-defense discretionary spending is $700 billion. Okay? We functionally just removed $100 billion. So now it's $600 billion. Just that reduction of that $100 billion over those 10 years, they actually calculated that next year the GDP growth will be down a whole 0.5%. That's huge. Because we were already starting to say, because of our demographics, we've gotten very old as a society and we're getting older very fast. And you all know what's happened to fertility for the last, since the early 90s. Last year we're down to 1.67. So in 18 years, the United States has more deaths than births. Half the states today already have more deaths than births. So you start to say, okay, we're going to be at 1.8. There was a couple projections for next year. We're a little higher than that. If we just shaved off another 0.5%, and then I have folks running around here saying, look at our pretend budget. We can balance in 10 years. We can... Absurd. The borrowing this year. Have you seen the numbers? You realize now you don't do budgeting this way. We have a fiscal year, but year to date, so if you do a 12-month cycle, we have now borrowed $2.1 trillion this year, and that does not have the backfill of all the extraordinary measures that just are getting done right now, as now the debt ceiling has been raised. $2.1 trillion is more than all defense and all discretionary, meaning everything you think of as government, the FBI, the White House, the Supreme Court, the State Department, all of it. All of government is functionally living on borrowed money. We weren't supposed to hit that for about 9 more years. And we've already hit it this year. So why this board? Look, I hope this is wrong. I desperately, desperately hope these numbers are wrong. But this was Bloomberg Intelligence. 2 of their lead economists saying, when you put in these factors of the cuts in spending, which we have to do, but you got to deal with the reality that it does slow down the economy, the higher interest rate costs, the dramatic increase in the utilization of health care, particularly in Medicare and Medicaid, but mostly Medicare, 130% of debt to GDP, that's 9 budget years from now. I beg of someone, pull out your calculator, put some batteries in it, and do a little math experiment for me. If you had 130% of debt to GDP, if today publicly held debt is, let's call it 26 trillion, that's publicly held. That's where you haven't been borrowing from the trust funds, publicly held. You had to go to markets. That's doubling publicly held debt. So let's say it's 51 trillion. You can almost do that math in your head if you said you had a 5% strike rate, which is high. That's well over $2 trillion a year. $2 trillion a year just in financing costs. 9 years from now, the interest cost is functionally equal to every dime you and I think of as government. We were not supposed to hit that for like 15, 18 years. With the higher interest rates, the increased cost of health care, the fact that economy does not look like it's going to grow much more than a point, if we even hit the consensus number of a 1.7, 1.8, 9 years, $2 trillion a year in financing costs. I hope it's absolutely wrong. I hope our projection on interest rates is way off. But this is coming off the Bloomberg model. These aren't slackers. These are some of the best in the world at analytics. So let's go to something that was more optimistic. Moody's Analytics. So it's Bloomberg Intelligence, Moody's Analytics. Their number was much more optimistic. So instead of being at 114% of debt to GDP functionally in 9 budget years, they had it as 121% of debt to GDP. And all understand, we're supposed to be at 114. Even Moody's has a few points above that, meaning we will have broken through the debt to GDP more than the World War II. Just the financing costs, let alone the drag on the economy, because this government, in trying to finance all this spending, and it's, well, we'll come back to where the spending's coming from, is going to consume much of the world's capital. We don't have a high enough savings rate in the United States to have an economy that grows and to finance these. So we're going to have to reach out all over the world and grab stunning amounts of capital. How much discussion have any of us heard this week, last week, the week before that, behind these microphones about dramatically changing the cost of health care? Because when the president got behind that microphone during the State of the Union and said, "You're not allowed to talk about Social Security," even though in 9 years the trust fund is gone and we doubled senior poverty. So if you're on Social Security, understand, start planning for it, because we've made it radioactive here to even have an honest conversation about it. In 9 years, you take a 25% cut in your check. Therefore, we're going to double senior poverty. And that's the morality of the State of the Union we had. You're not allowed to talk about it. We won't cut, we won't touch it, by not working on it. Well, how about Medicare? The Medicare Trust Fund is also gone in this window. And the Medicare Trust Fund only pays for, 40, I'll be generous, 40%, because it's mostly the hospital portion. The rest comes right out of the general fund. So please understand, when you read something like that, and CBO was over here originally before the debt ceiling agreement at 119% of GDP. They brought it down to 114. And then the other analysts are saying, yeah, but you haven't calculated the cost of higher interest. You haven't calculated the fact that as you're trying to start to slow down the growth of spending, you actually slow down the economy. And the healthcare costs are going off the charts. But we're terrified to get behind these microphones and tell the public the truth. So one more time, an oldie but a goodie, and I will make a new slide one of these days. People don't get their head around the vast majority. Don't look at the 1965 date. This is 2022. 71% of all spending in 2022 was just Medicare, Social Security, what we call entitlements. They're earned benefits. Some are not earned. Some you get because you're part of certain groups or certain incomes. Defense was about 13%, meaning the rest of the discretionary is 16. We actually took some of that off. You couldn't negotiate on it. So when we were doing our negotiations, we were down to 11% of the budget. This red part of the pie grows and grows and grows. Everything else is flat. This consumes us. And yet we've made it politically dangerous to talk about it. You talked about Medicare. You talked about Social Security. Oh, you're right. My passion, one of the reasons I keep running is I'm trying to save them. It is a moral argument that you deserve to have security in your retirement. Not talk, it's like having cancer and refusing to actually go to the doctor and talk about it. This is a malignancy and it's growing dramatically faster. Just look at the data that came out in the last 10 days of the growth in spending in Medicare. In the first 7 months of this fiscal year, Medicare spending went up 16%. Now, a lot of that's healthcare inflation. A lot of that was seniors who had postponed medical services during COVID. But 16% in the first 7 months. The frustration around here. And so here's part of the punchline. And I don't know when we talk about these big numbers, particularly in a time of inflation, we often use, oh, that's $1 trillion. The more elegant way, the way we are all officially economists, went out and got our PhD, you would talk about a percentage of the economy because that stays constant. So you can have lots of inflation, a little inflation, but the percentage of the economy that's going to debt servicing, that's going to borrowing. We were projected in 9 years to be about 7.5% of the economy being borrowed. Okay, so you sort of see over here, this is just the running borrowing chart. We had that huge spike substantially because of COVID spending. But in 2023, we were supposed to be at 7.5% of the economy, the entire economy, United States government, federal government would be borrowing. But we're only growing at about 1.8. So you remember that delta, it's simple math, 1.8, and over here you're borrowing 7.5. But if we go back, sorry, let's see if I can grab this chart without breaking myself. If you go back to what Bloomberg said, they're economists, in 10 years, that's not 7.5% of the economy being borrowed, that's 13. You're growing at 1.8 and you're borrowing 13% of the economy. This is Armageddon and it's in the 10-year window. And the clown show around here is either terrified to talk about it or we're going to make up numbers. Unless you see budget documents talking about dramatically changing the cost of health care, this starts to become real. And all of a sudden, running 7.5% of the economy in borrowing will look good. Because if we get up near 13% in a 10-year window, you think we're going to have money for defense? You think you're going to have money for education? You think you're going to have money for research? Where are you going to have any cash at all? You're going to be struggling for every dime you have to keep the retirement security benefits. It's math. It's demographics. What is the primary driver of U.S. debt? Demographics. We got old. Today, for every dollar we spend on young people, we spend $5 on seniors. In the 70s, for every $5 we spent on young people, we spent $1 on seniors. It flipped because those young people were the baby boomers, and they've moved through the python, and now they're here. And we still have about, 6 more years of baby boomers moving into retirement? So what's the number? Like 10,300 Americans turn 65 every day. So many of us, we weren't giddy, but we were pleased we had started to make, and understand, the debt ceiling deal is actually the largest cut in U.S. history. You wouldn't hear that from the propagandists who are trying to raise money from scaring the crap out of you, but it is. So we went from 119% of GDP down to 113. Think of that. If that's our new base, 113, 114. Our math in our office was 114. And I'm not even sure. This is Center for Responsible Budget. They had us down to 113. But our math in our office is, okay, we picked up about 4 points of GDP in reduction in spending, and just the higher interest rates consume maybe 2-3 times that savings. So let's sort of walk through some of what we're seeing. And I try so hard to try to convince people, because if you go right now to sort of our social media for our office, and I'm sure it's for other members here, look at the crazy that you get. If you just cut foreign aid, we could balance the budget. Foreign aid's about 12 days of borrowing. At the end of the decade, it's half that. Just get rid of congressional salaries. Trust me, we're probably overpaid for our work product. But every dime of senator salaries, members of Congress salaries, is like 18 minutes in an entire year of borrowing. We borrow 15, God, what's our latest number? It was like a little over $50,000 a second. And in 9 years, we're over $90,000 a second. Every day, 7 days a week, 12 months a year. That's per second. And this is, and it's all Social Security and health care entitlements. Do you see this delta here? So functionally, you can get rid of every dime of defense, every dime of government. There's no government at all, and you still will be borrowing trillions of dollars at this rate 10 years from now. There's a model out there that we talked about. Now, this was on the CBO numbers from last February that said in 9 years you could get rid of all of government, all of defense, and you had to borrow $300 billion. That was not with then a couple weeks later we got the data that the Social Security Trust Fund would be empty. And I apologize for talking too fast. I know sometimes trying to take this down. I had a lot of caffeine today. So with the backfilling of Social Security, you add another few $100 billion a year. If these new numbers are correct, we are about to hit the numbers that we were supposed to hit in 9 years, and we're hitting them now. And part of that is, and I'm sorry the chart is in the pile over here, tax receipts have taken a huge fall in the last month or two. And if you actually dig into the data, saying, okay, well, what's happened? Well, it turns out it was capital gains receipts, which make perfect sense. Let's say you have an asset. It's gone up substantially in value because of inflation, not because you're more productive, not because it's some incredible technology. It's gone up because of inflation. So if you sell it, you're going to pay all this capital gains tax on inflation because another asset you're going to go buy has also been inflated. There's lots of data in the literature that talks about when you hit inflationary cycles, the fact you've devalued the dollar, you've devalued people's savings, you've devalued people's retirements, but you also create such a distortion because you don't know what's actually a gain and what's just fluff. It's inflation. And now we're starting to see it in our tax receipts. It's already begun to hit us. So as we start to walk through, and I wanted to do this board one more time. The number of times you hear, particularly our colleagues on the left, talk about, well, you need to just get rid of this debt ceiling. It's not right to have these stressors. It made people nervous. That's part of the point. And I know this sounds like being a jerk, but you got to understand, this place is incapable of doing adult work unless there's a stressor, whether it be the budget or the debt ceiling. So I come here and ramble behind here. I bring my charts. I bring my calculator. You know, I have my handful of PhD economists from the Joint Economic Committee. We do our data. You preach it to your brothers and sisters, both on the right and the left, and they just stare at you. It's not till you have a moment, something like the debt ceiling, where everyone on financial television has their hair on fire, even though it's mostly theater, because we have plenty of cash flow to cover the interest on our bonds. And it requires those inflections. But when we hit debt ceiling When the Democrats controlled this place, they required more spending. Remember, the 2019 debt ceiling agreements, that bipartisan agreement, it is scored by Center for Responsible Budget as costing that Speaker Pelosi, the Democrat gang, because they ran this place, they took a Republican president and said, we won't pass a debt ceiling unless you spend. In their number, $1.4 trillion. How many of you heard anyone talk about the fact that just a couple years ago, the left demanded more spending? By 1.4 plus trillion, more spending for them to vote out the debt ceiling. And then there's rage from my brothers and sisters on the left that we asked to flatten the spending growth. That's how duplicitous the media is here. And when you talk about numbers and they have lots of zeros, I think people immediately tune out and go hit their Netflix account. But here's the history. When the Democrats have been in charge, we hit debt ceilings, it's more spending. When the Republicans have been here, at least we've gotten some inflection of some fiscal sanity. And once again, I've used this chart every month for probably 3 years now, because I'm trying to get it to sink in. 100% of the next 30 years of borrowing, 100% of the next 30 years of borrowing, interest, Medicare, and if we choose to backfill Social Security. Everything else is flat. The new number on this chart, we had calculated to be about $128 trillion. With the new numbers coming in on inflation and therefore interest costs, we think we may be a few trillion short. Understand what that means. If I tell you right now, hey, 30 years from now, the United States government, when you add in its cost of Medicare and the financing, the backfilling of Social Security and its financing, we've borrowed $130 trillion. If any of you plan to be working 23 years from now, the CBO's own math says the United States will have to double all U.S. taxes. Double all U.S. taxes just to maintain the baseline services. That's nothing new. That's baseline services. This is the reality. And then you have the irony. We haven't had time to put together all the boards because it turns out it's a lot more than I thought. The incredible duplicity where our brothers and sisters on the left attack us. You're trying to cut things. Okay? So Inflation Reduction Act, which is just an Orwellian title. Goldman Sachs says the actual spending of the grants, handouts, tax specialties for their favorite companies equals $1.2 trillion. We haven't done, what's the financing cost? Remember, that's all borrowed money. So you hand out borrowed money to these favorite companies. This is the Democrat bill, not a single Republican voted for it. What's the financing cost of $1.2 trillion over forever? Because we won't have a demographics balance for what, 30, 40 years before you can actually start to pay down this debt. That's the math. CHIPS Act, here's $50, $60 billion. You got to go to the White House to get a grant, but you got to be nice to Democrats in the White House to get your grant. The number of soft nationalization that the Democrats passed. Now, understand, Goldman Sachs said this would be $1.2 trillion of spending in their Inflation Reduction Act. CBO came back about 3 weeks ago and doubled their estimate. Because remember, when they were voting on this, they told the American people it'll only be $2.8 trillion. Excuse me, 280 billion. Sorry, got to get my math right. $280 billion over the 10 years. CBO just came back and said it's 500 plus, and that's partially with the assumption is you can't get all the credits because you can't get all these components made in the United States. But if you could, Yeah, it's 1.2. I know people glaze over when I use math like that. Where I'm simply going with this is the left has spent a stunning amount of money in the last couple of years when they controlled this place. And then they attack us for trying to slow down the spending. And our big is, hey, we want some caps. We want to cut discretionary spending. That 11% of the budget we were allowed to work on, that $700 billion, we're going to roll it down $100 billion over the 10 years. And we're heretics for wanting to slow this down. At the same time, interest and Medicare, healthcare costs explode. So what's the solution? Seriously, what's the solution around here? You mathematically you can't cut unless you're willing to wipe out government to get us anywhere close to balance. We're now heading towards the death spiral of interest. The argument we make is if the predominant driver, actually it's almost all of the driver of spending is healthcare, we got to come up with a way to revolutionize the cost of healthcare. When was the last time you saw members, both Democrat and Republicans, get behind this microphone and willing to have a discussion about obesity? When did you see us get behind this microphone and talk about the stunning growth of diabetes in America? Diabetes, it's type 2. Diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending. 31% of Medicare. Maybe the discussion of our brothers and sisters are dying in this country, there's something horribly wrong, but we're not supposed to talk about it. Though these are the same people that 30 years ago made the moral argument that stopping people from smoking was good for society and good for those individuals, but today we're not allowed to talk about the fact that we functionally have about 3.5 million prime-age males missing from the labor force. Some of the best data we have says number one cause is probably obesity, number two is drugs. Now it's complicated. People are complicated. But we look at the data and what we did during COVID of forcing people to stay home, the stunning growth of morbid obesity in the United States. Is it moral? Is it moral that we're not willing to talk about it? Do we care so little about our brothers and sisters that we're not going to reach out and save them? So you have some opportunities. You have the Farm Bill coming. Are we willing to think like revolutionaries, both on what we grow and what we do for nutrition support? Is it moral to hand someone an EBT card, which is the replacement of food stamps? It's the new, better, faster, whatever way, and say, you can use that EBT card to go buy onion rings. Okay, look, I believe you should be allowed to eat anything you want, smoke your cigarettes, but you should also carry your own cost, not pawn it off on the rest of society. If you're willing to cover your own costs, have a party. If the rest of us have to pay for it, because right now it's borrowed money, I have an 11-month-old at home we're adopting. That little boy, when he is functionally 23 years old, his taxes have to be double. Is that moral? Make the moral decision today. Change the Farm Bill. And I know it's politically hard. I know it's a balancing act. But Democrats have to care about people too. At least I hope they do. The second thing I would do is there's now over-the-skin blood glucose monitors. We're told that there's actually now, and forgive me if I won't say the company. One company now already has it in the watch. There's another one that actually has something that would actually calculate your calorie intake. We're told a couple generations from now, even the Apple Watch will have blood glucose in it. If we could stabilize pre-diabetic populations in the United States, it's one of the most dramatic things you could do to stabilize debt. Have we ever had a conversation about that? Can we get the Budget Committee to actually put that in one of their footnotes that here's a couple positive, Republican, Democrat, because I don't know if we've made that partisan yet, that could actually work with each other to say we need to stop having our brothers and sisters in the country dying. Third one, and this one I will get crap for, is the new GLP-1s. The data is remarkable on how effective they are as appetite suppressants. Do you take, and we're doing the math right now, and it's going to take us another month because it turns out the math is hard if you're going to do it like adults. If you took your populations of Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, VA, these are government paid for populations, took those who were morbidly obese and said, we actually love and care about you. We're going to give you access to these because we want you to live. We want you to be able to participate in society. And here's one of the punchlines. On Monday, we had maybe the nation's leader in healthcare statistics do a little forum down the hall. His data says, remember, this is the guy with 70 million U.S. health records, and it's used for mining and used for setting up drug trials, but he is sort of the demigod of data. He said there are functionally 4,000 human diseases. 2,000 have direct relationships to obesity. Half the human misery. 2,000. So we're a moral body, right? We care about people. We're going to have oh God, we're not allowed to talk about it, except an idiot like me who's willing to get behind the microphone. So would it be good for productivity? Of course. Would it be good for people's future economic vitality, their ability to save for retirement? Of course. Would it be good for the debt and deficit? Of course. Would it be good for my little boy's future? Not having to pay for the borrowing of today, because that's what we do. We borrow today so our kids and grandkids can pay it off tomorrow. That's number 3, the willingness to actually do the math. What would happen if the GLP-1s, we made a government decision that the math is so compelling, the economics are so compelling, we are going to roll these out in our populations who are suffering. And the fourth thing, on Monday we had one of the teams here that is about to begin their phase 1 on a cure for type 1 diabetes that they believe is applicable to type 2. It's a stem cell that does not require anti-rejection drugs. They lay it into the lining of the tummy, and apparently it produces, these islet cells produce insulin. At the end of the decade, we may have an actual cure. So the math is like this. If someone is a type 2, and type 2 is actually complex, there's lots of things within it. But if it's the traditional type 2, obesity is a driver. And that weight gets back down, about 70% of Americans, their bodies will start to produce insulin again. 30%, the damage is done. For that 30%, at the end of the decade, there looks like there's hope. These are 4 just simple moral steps that are great economics. So we're going to come here and complain about the debt and deficit, but at least I'm standing here and giving you one idea that actually can pass this body. Unlike some of the fake budgets that the left and even some of my friends, we will roll out here that will just be pretty words, no math. And we'll say, you see, I can get you there if we just pretend that we're going to grow at this rate and get rid of all government. I will argue, and I have the math to prove it, that the path of taking on diabetes and its primary causes is the most elegant, most moral, and something it can pass and get a presidential signature. If someone else has a better idea that equals trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of savings in the 10 years, please send it to me. I'm happy to steal brilliant ideas. But Mr. Speaker, how do we get our brothers and sisters who are all smart?
some are more smart than others, but our brothers and sisters that work here, whether it be staff, whether it be elected members, to understand sounding like it's the 1990s policy-wise isn't going to save us. And the numbers are crashing dramatically faster than any of us even expected a few months ago. There's a path, there is hope. But the hope only exists if we actually start dealing with the realities of a path that's actually doable. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Speaker
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Hoyer, look, you've been kind to me, even when you and I, whether you remember, there was a while back where we were beating each other up on the floor, and then you gave me more time to finish, so sometimes you remember those things. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm well caffeinated and I'm angry. So let's actually have some fun on the truth with math. And I'm terrified what's going on around here because we're making crap up. So let's actually do math. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, this is what we're borrowing per second over the last 12 months. Every single second, we're borrowing $72,932. Every second, we borrow $72,000, and $20,000 of it is just interest, and it gets dramatically worse between now and the rest of the decade. So there's a punchline here. I need you to understand. How many times have you listened to members walk behind these microphones and do this? Well, I don't get to vote on mandatory spending. I only vote on discretionary. Seriously, you've been here how long, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem? It's our mantra. Well, I vote on defense and non-defense discretionary, and that's like 30% of the budget. It's actually closer to 27, but, well, guess what? Every dime we as members of Congress now vote on is borrowed. It's all borrowed money. So, look, I threw together this chart. Thank you for staff. But in the current budget year, the appropriation was about 1.8 trillion, 1.813, and in the July update, we've spent about 1.7 trillion on discretionary. This is not Medicare. This is not Social Security. That's this orange part here. But we're functioning in the last 12 months, we have borrowed 2.3 trillion. Does anyone see the math problem? The 2023 budget discretionary spending was going to be $831 billion. And we're going to borrow when this fiscal year is over. My math is crouching in on 2.2 trillion. Some of my staff thinks it's only going to be 2.1. What's $100 billion between friends? But I need you to process what I'm saying. If anyone out there is listening, if there's any staffers sitting in your office watching the television, understand everything your member of Congress votes on. Everything is borrowed money. Tell me, do you remember it was a year ago? Actually, let's actually go back where I can say something personal. In February, March, I came behind this very microphone and I predicted saying, do you know, I think we're actually heading towards borrowing 1.8 trillion. And I got mocked. I have to apologize. I was wrong. It wasn't 1.8 trillion. We're heading towards 2.1, 2.2. It's much worse. And you just heard the left talking about how wonderful everything is. Explain to me how in May last year, a year ago, May 22, we thought the budget deficit for this year would be about mid-800s, $860, $870 billion, and now we're heading to 2.2. What happened? Medicare costs went up dramatically. Tax receipts have fallen. So you heard about how wonderful this economy is. Isn't it neat? We're doing all these subsidized projects. Government is handing out money to anyone who wants to build a factory. Yay, socialized, nationalized economy. We functionally soft nationalized the chip industry. Isn't it wonderful? Think of what's going on. And yet the tax revenues have fallen actually fairly dramatically. Brilliant economics once again from what the left did last year.
And then the third thing no one seems to want to fixate on, that Inflation Reduction Act that they passed, that they were celebrating here. If you even read the left-wing economists in their journals, okay, about half of inflation was supply chain stress, and yes, half of it was the excessive spending. Okay, so the people in my community, unless you've had a 20% pay hike if you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, you are poorer today. You are poorer today than you were 24 months ago. Will the left take responsibility for that? Will they take responsibility for the 50% of it? And this is the insanity, and the wheels are coming off, and no one else seems willing to come behind these microphones and tell the truth. What's happening? Every dime we vote on. Because remember, Social Security, veterans benefits, those things are on autopilot. They're mandatory, they're earned benefits, they're a formula. No one here votes on them. It's borrowed money. So the old days when you heard Republicans come behind the microphone saying, well, if we would just get rid of waste and fraud, if we would just get rid of foreign aid, we'll be fine. Foreign aid is about 12 days of borrowing. And I'm going to show you a number of things where the Democrats, the left, makes crap up. The dollar amounts, well, if we would just tax rich people more, if we would just get rid of the threshold on Social Security, I'm going to show you that gets nowhere near the types of monies they misrepresent to you. We won't use the word lie tonight. I'm going to try to do my best. All right. So we're just going to run through a number of these because I gave away a little time and I only have a half an hour tonight. Actually, I probably only have 20 minutes left. Trying to actually start to demonstrate how fragile we are. There was a bond auction about 5 hours ago, of 30-year paper here, and it all sold at the very top of the market. Basically meaning if you thought interest rates were going down tomorrow, they're not. And you're starting to see actually how fragile we are. We're starting to look at numbers within 10 years. Our interest rate calculations on what we're going to pay on the debt are absolutely wrong. They're absolutely wrong. We're now starting to see math saying we may be missing in 9 budget years from now. Total interest was predicted to be as high as $1.4 trillion, just the interest. I need you now to add another $315 billion on it, and that difference is just the marginal interest rate increases we've had over the last several weeks. When you're borrowing $26 trillion from the public, when you hear the 32, 33 trillion, a bunch of that is money actually we borrow from the trust funds, which are also running out of money. So why this is important? This big red hump here, that's defense spending for 2024. It's like $820, $30 billion. This one here is interest, just interest we're going to pay in 2024. My math is there's very high likelihood interest this government pays in next fiscal year will be equal to every dime we spend in defense. Interest will equal the defense budget. So next time you're talking to a leftist who says, if you would just cut defense spending, interest now is equaling defense, and that's next year. That's the budget we're working on right now. Understand how much trouble we're in. And I'm going to go through some of these fast because there's not a lot of time. But this one is really important. Almost no one here understands or talks about it. It's not the $2 trillion we're going to issue as new debt next year. It's functionally the almost $10 trillion that comes to market next year. We have about $7.6 trillion that gets refinanced. Those are bonds from years ago that were at the remarkably low interest rates. They're coming due. We're going to bring almost $10 trillion to market of U.S. sovereign debt next year. What happens when we bring that debt at these new higher interest rates? Anyone here paying attention to we've gone off the rails. Oh, but we don't care. That's math. We don't do math here. This is a math-free zone. Pay attention to this. This will be a story as we move through next year when you bring $10 trillion to market. And you got to convince investors to buy this debt that they won't get a better rate of return if they go buy high-quality corporate paper over here, or they should roll over the debt and buy another U.S. sovereign. And at the same time, we're going to be issuing a couple trillion also additional virgin debt. This is where we're at. And you start to look at, we were doing this calculation a couple months ago, that just by raising the interest by a single point, which we've more than exceeded, you start to look out a few years, and by the 10-year window, you might be having a $3.7 trillion a year shortfall. A deficit of $3.7 trillion, and it's mostly that growth. This is not calculating in the new higher medical costs. This is just basically interest fragility. And this board is important to my Democrat brothers and sisters who basically, the comment I always get, well, if we just would tax rich people more. Please buy a calculator. Read some of the documents that your own leftist economists produce, because if we would confiscate, a lot of caffeine today, confiscate next year, if we would confiscate every dime, so you make $500,000, the next dollar you make, we just take it. Government takes everything. So you make $500,000, everything up. So the guy makes $1 billion next year, we take every dime of it. That would bring in about $1.5 trillion. A lot of money. This number's already wrong. Before we were projecting a $1.7 trillion shortfall budget deficit in 2024. Now we're thinking if this year's 2.2, what will next year's be? But confiscate everyone over $500,000. How many times have you heard, if we just tax the rich, we'll be fine? That's an absolute fraud. Remember, the number one driver of debt here is not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's demographics. The one thing we're not allowed to talk about. We're not allowed to tell the truth. We made promises and we have no cash to keep them. And at some point here, I'm going to set myself on fire after soaking in kerosene. We're going to talk about Social Security and how ugly the basic math is. Oh, let's actually start that right now. And look, some of these, we've put together these slides just trying to demonstrate. On this side over here, these are the taxes you've paid over your lifetime. The average couple. The average couple. The one bar here I want you to get your head around is this orange bar is Medicare. Do you see that gap? This is the benefits you receive. That gap from here to here, that right there, that's 75% of all future debt. We're not supposed to talk about this because it gets people unelected, but the fact of the matter is, unless we have a revolution in delivering the cost of health care, the 130, it may be dramatically more now, that number hasn't been updated in a while, of U.S. sovereign debt that we plan to issue over the next 30 years, 75% of it is Medicare, 25% if we cover the shortfall in Social Security. I'm not going to make you go through that one. So let's actually have some fun with math. I had a group discussion. Most of the room were people on the left, but they were very polite. Every other person claimed to have a PhD. And we got to discussion saying, hey, the actuary reports, the CBO basically saying 9 years from now, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. It's empty. So that first year, 2033, $616 billion is the shortfall. That if you're an average couple in America, that's a $17,200 cut to your Social Security check. We will double senior poverty. How many people have you seen come to this microphone and say, I give a damn about seniors. I don't want to double senior poverty. Have you seen the stories of how many baby boomers are starting to live on the streets in America? And the projections, this is an article today, and I think this was actually, God, I'm not even sure where this was published. Actually, it may have been Wall Street Journal today. Read the article. Understand what's happening, the fragility, and then we're going to tell these people we're taking 25% of their Social Security check from them? It's 9 years from now. But the problem is that first year, these short, let's just do 1 year math. 2033, that's $616 billion. Let's do the Democrats' suggestion. We're going to tax people over $400,000. Take everyone over $400,000, you hit for it, so there's this donut hole. You pay your Social Security, your FICA tax up to $160,200. Then you don't pay anymore, but once you hit $400,000, everything up, you'll pay the 12.4% Social Security tax. Great. It's $80 billion. The shortfall is 616, but the Democrat solution is $80 billion. Does anyone see a math problem? So let's go on to the next one. Let's do the Bernie Sanders suggestion. Let's get rid of the capital. Every dime you earn, you're going to pay 12.4%. When you do the dynamic score on it, that's about $158 billion. Did I mention the first year shortfall is 616? 616 billion, removing the cap, tax everything, only produces $158 billion. What is that? 437 billion shortfall. What would you like to do? Where'd you like to get it? Democrat colleagues, you refuse to have the discussion how we're going to save Social Security and not do the immoral thing of double senior poverty. But you won't have the conversation because the president stood right there and said, you're not allowed to talk about Medicare and Social Security, and everyone applauded. Because they're going to do attack mail and attack television ads and you're off because you talked about trying to do the moral thing and save this program. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, how many minutes do I have?
The gentleman has 11 minutes.
Oh, good. We're going to have some fun here then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, let's actually walk through what this means to you. You're right now expecting that 17,200, 17,400, there's a little dispute of is the cut you're getting in as an average couple in America in 9 years. Yay! Okay, but let's actually do that thing where we're only going to let the Democrats, they're going to tax everyone over 400,000. That cut now becomes 13,482. Remember, this is just on the first year. If you completely remove the cap and just tax every dime without the dynamic score of how much the economy you slowed down, the cut that average couple on Social Security is going to get is going to be approaching $11,000 a year. And that's the Democrats' moral solution. Does anyone here own a calculator? And then let's actually go a bit further. So the hard left here says, well, let's do the oligarch tax. And you go, huh? Well, this is a tax, it's unconstitutional, and it's, I think in front of the Supreme Court this coming year, where the Democrat solution is, well, we know we've been lying to the public, but we're not going to tell them that, but we're going to offer another tax proposal where we're going to tax, the Democrats want to tax unearned capital gains. You go, huh? What's that? Well, you're rich. You have a building. You have a business. You have an asset here. You haven't sold it, but there's capital gains there. Every year, the government's going to come in and ask for part of it. If you're really rich, they might want 10% of it. But if you're only moderately rich, every year you might have to only pay 2%. But it would be paying unrealized capital gains because that's where the real money is. Except the problem is the fantasy of going at that money, and this is without a dynamic score. So how does it change behavior? Remember, taxes like this change behavior. We won't do the geeky economics. Produces about $137 billion. So that first year, it would produce $137 billion. Do you remember the previous board? Social Security has a $616 billion shortfall in the first year, and the most radical tax proposal produces $137 billion. Am I getting the point across? Do you understand how difficult these numbers are? And instead, we're going to come and do theater. Oh, we're building another factory that there's no workers for, and there's no one that actually wants the product, but we subsidized it. Yay, nationalized, Sorry, in our office, our new nickname is we call this soft nationalization of industry. Because the Democrats figured out the way to buy the love of big industry, big business, is hand them cash. As Republicans, we tried to say, let's fix the tax code so you have to compete with each other. You got to go out there and engage in creative destruction and make things better, faster. Democrats, hey, make the old same crap you used to make, but we're going to give you cash to do it. It's insane economics. And look, this board's a little harder to read, but we were trying to figure out if the hard left's theory of, well, we're going to have all these taxes, but we're going to sweep the assets of rich people, which is unconstitutional, and we'll find out next year if my non-lawyer legal opinion is true from the Supreme Court. But the principle of this board is CBO has told us we are heading towards 115, 120% of debt to GDP in sort of the 10-year window. With all this new taxes to Democrats, we're still pretty much about 111% of debt GDP, and this is assuming every dime comes in. It's a fraud. And this is supposed to make you feel better. Oh, we have a tax proposal. Those nasty Republicans won't let us blow up the economy. And look, I know this is hard to read, but why this is so difficult is you see these gaps. Those are functionally, these lines are basically to say, you see the gap, the tax proposals being proposed by the Democrats to save the Social Security Trust Fund get nowhere near it. And as you go up further in time, the gap gets bigger and bigger. Part of the punchline here, I need someone to process. That's in 9 years. In less time than that, Medicare Part A Trust Fund, which is about 40% of all Medicare spending, is gone. The Transportation Trust Fund is gone. And we're hitting numbers. We are hitting numbers. The 2 trillion we will borrow this year, we were not supposed to hit for a decade. We are borrowing now at rates that we were not supposed to see for years. This is the Democrats' economy. This is what sort of nationalizing much of the industry, the chips industry, now they're a green energy industry, handing out the cash. Something happened. We're building all these factories, but we're getting no tax receipts from it. Something's gone horribly, horribly wrong out there. And instead of our brothers and sisters on the left and those of us on the right coming together and saying, we have a moral obligation not to have baby boomers on the street as part of their retirement, not to double senior poverty. To my young kids, yes, I'm an old dad. I have a 14-month-old and an 8-year-old. Do they deserve to have a future? Because CBO math basically says in 20 years, if we wanted to maintain baseline services as they are today, we have to double taxes. That means my kids live in a world where they're dramatically poorer than how all of the rest of us have lived. And you want to know why the middle class is so cranky? Once again, back to something I said in the beginning. The middle class in this country is poorer today than they were 24 months ago. If you live in my community, if you haven't had over a 20% pay hike in the last 24 months, you are poorer today than you were before. This is the morality. So let's have the most difficult discussion this place is capable of. What are we going to do? I've come behind this microphone dozens and dozens and dozens of times showing you that if we could actually have a revolution in the cost of health care, and I've brought the ways to do it. I've brought whole sorts of charts to say, hey, Did you realize diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending? Could we have a revolution there? Are we really going to do the same old farm bill? Are we going to actually understand we have ways to help our brothers and sisters live healthier lives, come back into the labor force, have some economic growth, and stop watching America die? Next decade, we will have more Americans dying than being born in this country. We're dying as a society, and we're financing it ourselves. The immorality of what we're doing, whether it be the debt or the way we're hiding from it. There is hope. There is a way it works. There is a way it works. Is this place capable of actually thinking? Are we going to continue to do this, the petty, well, so-and-so hurt my feelings, so I'm going to oppose this. I'm going to like this. I'm not going to read this. Oh, this is uncomfortable. I can't go home and explain this to my Chamber of Commerce. Screw you. This is a moment of action. So I'm going to give you an absolutely radical proposal that I just want you to ruminate. I accept has no chance of passing. And I'll use this year's numbers. In the 2023 budget year, non-defense discretionary spending is, let's call it about $740 billion. About $326 billion of that is money that we're borrowing and sending to states, counties, cities. Many of them are programs I absolutely love, justice grants, other things. I have always supported these, but we're borrowing money to send to entities that have their own taxing and borrowing authority. That's the definition of insanity. For those who come in here and say, I want to defend the 10th Amendment, got a great way for you to do it. Stop borrowing money over here to send to states, and so they have to come and lobby and grovel at your office every 6 weeks. It would be hard. The hallways up and down might be depopulated because they won't be lined up at our door begging for more cash. But is it rational for us to borrow hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars over here and hand it to entities that have their own taxing authority? And to my brothers and sisters on the left, this is the punchline. You bang on me saying, well, we just need to raise taxes. Great. You control most of these cities. Go raise the taxes and make it so we stop borrowing the money. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman, and I apologize to the Speaker and the body as we're sort of organizing the slides here. Mr. Speaker, and anyone that's listening, okay, so the House is in a fairly cantankerous spot right now. But part of my frustration and part of the reason for actually grabbing this hour is, what's a nice way to, what's a more elegant way to use the word, I need to stop the lying? Oh, actually, I don't think we're supposed to say that on the floor. The people just making crap up. So let's actually have a sort of an educational discussion here. If you don't like math, please just turn off your television, stop watching, because this is becoming a math-free zone around here. And why is there the fighting here on the House? What's the fussing? You do understand every dime a member of Congress votes on now is all borrowed money. There's a very good chance, and we'll know actually next week when the final Treasury data is posted, that for this fiscal year, the 2023 fiscal year, which ends this weekend, we will borrow, and I'm sorry, but this is how you need to think about it. We will borrow functionally 9% of GDP. So 9% of the entire economy will be just the borrowed money, not the spent money, the borrowed money. We are hitting numbers that should be terrifying. I don't know why they're not terrifying to the folks on the left. Basically, you just saw it. They just came to the microphone saying, we want more money. Where does it come from? So let's actually walk through just some basic facts. And this isn't Republican or Democrat math. It's just math. And as the family saying is, math will always win. It may take a while,
but the math will always win. So the reason for this chart, Mr. Speaker, is one more time to try to visualize. This is the 2023 budget. Okay, in that 2023 budget, here's what we call discretionary spending. This is defense and non-defense. Okay, we have 1.7 on this chart. It's actually closer to $1.8 trillion. This wedge over here is actually, let's just call it Medicare. Social Security still has its own trust fund, which is out in 9 years. So when you hear a Democrat saying, well, we don't borrow any of Social Security, you shouldn't be talking about it. The trust fund's gone in 9 years, and the recapitalization of it is brutal. But once again, our brothers and sisters on the left don't want to actually deal with the math because it's such a great campaign hit on anyone that actually cares about not doubling senior poverty in 9 years. So back to this chart. So when you look at this, you got to understand, this blue wedge is all we get to vote on. All the red, the 72% of spending we call mandatory, is on autopilot. You get that benefit because you worked your 40 quarters, you earned your Social Security benefit. You worked, a certain amount, you paid into your Medicare, you turned 65, you get that benefit. You hit a certain age. That is the vast, vast majority of the spending, and it's also, if you go from today through the next 30 years, is 100% of the future debt. It's demographics. I say this over and over and over and over, and the idiot class around here who wants to say, no, it's Republicans not willing to tax people more. Stop it, because I'm going to walk you through all the Democrat tax proposals and show you how little of GDP it creates, even at tax maximization. There's this concept of, at this rate, you maximize tax receipts without rolling over the economy and rolling over the fall of receiving less tax receipts. So I'm going to show you the math on maximizing. It's nowhere near what the Democrats keep telling you, and it's really crappy economics. So one more time, this board is incredibly important. You want to know why there's fussing around here. It's all borrowed now. And what's happened in the last couple months interest rate-wise? Think of this as just a thought experiment. August 1st till today, the movement in interest rates, just that movement in interest rates, is about $50 billion of interest next year. We're borrowing over $6 billion a day. That is functionally. Let's take a look here. If you take a look at our borrowing over the last 12 months, it's $72,932 a second. $72,000 a second. And that's why the idiocy here of people who say, well, I'm going to save $1 million here. That's real money. Great. But let's see, if you're borrowing $72,000 a second, that's how many seconds did you just cover? The $300 million that was stripped out one of the bills. Okay, fine. But it's 57 minutes of borrowing over an entire year. There's this just delusion. Every dime, I believe, of foreign aid is like now it's, I used to say 12 days of borrowing. Someone pointed out it's actually closer to 9 days of borrowing. Because we in the political class, math is hard. Our audiences often don't want to hear it because it doesn't satiate the feelings. We make public policy now by feelings, not a calculator. And so you have a world now where you get up and say, hey, it's demographics, we got old, it's healthcare costs are the primary driver of debt, and they look at you and go, no, it's waste and fraud and foreign aid. And you show the little chart that says, okay, I can get maybe a couple weeks of borrowing eliminated. What would you like to do with the rest of the year? And people just look at you in daggers. And then you have the left who just makes crap up. And I don't think it's meant to be evil. I think it's just that you get something in your head and you repeat it over and over and over and over, and the math is delusional. So I'm going to walk through some boards here. When we get to them, Some of these are really complex, but I'm going to do my best so they make sense. Because how do you save this republic if you have a bunch of people who can't even agree on the most baseline of, this was an OMB, CBO, joint tax, basically their data sets, no one reads their reports. The Joint Economic Committee, which, I chair the Republican side, we did a brilliant report 2 months ago. We gave actually options where you could save this country. And it's crazy stuff like, did you know if you could actually eliminate, moderate, take on, do the moral thing with our brothers and sisters and talk about diabetes and obesity? It's a few $1 trillion over 10 years. But it would require complex policies and decisions to do things that are difficult. So the reason I hold this board up, this board is from 3 weeks ago and it's already out of date. What does this board say? It basically says next year interest will pretty much equal the defense budget. Interest will equal the defense budget. And the reason it's out of date is just the movement of interest rates in the last 3 weeks on the U.S. 10-year sovereign. Interest will be more than the entire defense budget next year. And if it continues, if the trend line continues, there's a very good chance that interest isn't going to be $830 billion. It could be starting to approach $1 trillion next year. And why is that a big deal? Well, let's do something else interesting. Okay. For people who have never really thought about it, how does the United States finance itself? Remember, 30 cents out of every dollar we spend is borrowed. Okay? Where does that 30 cents come from? We issue bonds. Every couple of weeks, like 3 days ago, Treasury issued a $30+ billion of 5-year instruments. It went out at the very top of the range price-wise. So you sit there and have to calculate. Coverage was a little disturbing. It was only like 2.5 coverage. I know that doesn't mean anything to me. It basically means, the huge lines to buy U.S. bonds weren't there. The line is getting shorter and shorter, interest to buy our debt, which often means the interest rates are going to go up. Okay, but what happens to bonds that were sold in previous years? Because the last 3 Treasury secretaries, Republican and Democrats, did something stupid and we couldn't get them to change it because it benefited them politically that week, is they went very short term on the bonds. I'm going to issue 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. When interest rates were basically almost free. Guess where we're at right now? Those bonds are coming due. So in the next fiscal year, if we bring $2 trillion of new virgin issue, that's the borrowing for next fiscal year. Remember, this year we're going to borrow 2.3, 2.4, but let's just pretend next year is about 2. Well, we have a little problem. There's about 9.6 trillion of borrowing coming either as virgin issues or refinance next year, and it's all at these higher interest rates. Your government is functionally an insurance company with an army and a budget problem. What do we look like at the end of 2024 when we've just refinanced a little bit under 10 trillion at these higher interest rates? It basically means that dystopian number, as you go into the 2025 budget cycle of $1 trillion interest coverage. And interest buys you how many, if you're into the military stuff, buys you how many new weapons. If you're into your social justice agenda, interest buys you what? This is what we're doing to ourselves. And it's the reality. And the interest rates keep moving away from us. So let's continue on some of the more difficult stuff. Just a simple math. We're going to spend some time talking about how do you fix things when you can't even get the other side that you need. We have to do this together. It's complex. It's hard. And it's politically brutal because this place has functionally lied to the public for decades. So, let's use the most optimistic, and I believe these numbers are one side of these numbers are absolutely wrong. It's basically saying, hey, next year, the projection months ago was, hey, the 2024 budget year was only going to borrow about 1.7 trillion. I think that's wrong. I think we're going to 2, but let's just say it's the 1.7. Let's say we did the most confiscatory tax ever. We basically took every American, you make $500,000, every dime you make above that, we take all of it. Every dime belongs to government. And people keep working. The basketball player, the scientist, the entrepreneur just keeps working. They don't basically say, well, I made my $500,000, government's going to take every other dime, I'm just going to keep working and paying it all into government, which is a fantasy. That's not how economics work. But let's just, for a math experiment, let's say we're going to confiscate every dime of people over $500,000. You raise about $1.5 trillion. Okay. Did I mention the borrowing from CBO months ago was projected to be 1.7? You can't even cover the deficit if you had a fantasy number of taking every dime of those high-income earners. And yet, I will show slides like this at certain town halls where I have a number of Democrat activists, and they look at you going, well, that's Republican math. No, actually, I think this one came from Cato, but I have some that are from OMB, CBO, Progressive Budget Priorities. It's all the same. We're living in a mathematical fantasy world. So I'm gonna go out of sequence here because I'm angry that I saw a California member on CNN a little while ago basically holding a little whiteboard and completely lying to the press because it's such good politics. Republicans shouldn't talk about Social Security. You see, it doesn't add anything to deficit. Absolutely true. Because there's a trust fund that has cash in it for 9 more years. What happens in 9 years? Well, here's the reason we want to talk about it, to save it. In 9 years, the average couple on Social Security gets a $17,400 cut. You double poverty of seniors in America in 9 years. It's absolutely immoral. But the recapitalization of this is going to be complex because that first year, so 9 years from now, the first year shortfall is $616 billion. Okay, do this with me. For anyone, you don't have to be good at math in this. This isn't that hard. 9 years from now, boom, the trust fund's gone. You got $616 billion shortfall in 2033. Okay, big deal. You don't care. It's 9 years from now. But here's the Democrats' policy. We're just going to raise taxes on those who make $400,000 and up. So the Democrats' piece of legislation is $400,000 and up, you're going to pay the 12.4% FICA tax. All of it. Great. Okay. Raise the taxes, every dime, you get no benefit from it. Let me slow down, let me explain. Today, you pay your FICA tax up to, what is it, $160,200, and then it stops. You don't pay the Social Security tax on above that because you don't get any benefit for it. So you create this donut hole under Democrat policy and saying, well, then you start paying the tax again when you hit $400,000. Okay? That produces $86.3 billion in 2033, 2034. Well, let's use 2033 because that's the year the Social Security's on. So can anyone do the math with me? 86 billion of new taxes, 616 shortfall. Anyone notice a math problem? You're covering 1/7 of the shortfall. And that's the Democrats' solution. So let's actually do the more grand one. I'll get people say, well, David, we'll be just fine. Just eliminate that cap and make people pay the full 12.4% Social Security tax on every dime. For a person that makes $1 billion, they pay it on that. Okay. And they get no benefit. No benefit for those higher taxes. Okay. And people say, and that solves the problem. And then you show them this. Remember, the first year is $616 billion shortfall. Eliminating the Social Security cap produces 164,700. You're basically covering 20% of the shortfall. And this is the Democrats' grand solution. This is why, for those that own a calculator around here and have a soul of not wanting to double senior poverty, we're willing to get the crap kicked out of us by the activist left saying, but you're talking about Social Security, you're not allowed to do that. We're trying to save it. We're trying to save it because you have people manipulating you and lying to you about the math. This is immoral. In 9 years, you double senior poverty in America, and their solution only covers 1/7 or 20%. This is what you've been given. And then you wonder why there's friction. What if you have friction because some people want to tell great stories and some people actually like to save the country? So let's walk through a few more of these. Mike, if you're bored, you're welcome to join me. Okay. All right. Either you can stand here with me. Mike Kelly, for everyone, congressman from Pennsylvania, he is my senior, so he sits to my left in Ways and Means, which annoys me because we need to explain a part of the inside joke. In Congress, there's only one committee that's solely by seniority, and it's called the Ways and Means Committee. And so when people to your left retire, quit, go away, you move up. If they're on this side, that makes no difference to your life. And you're senior to me, so I love you. But Mike Kelly also chairs the tax subcommittee. And Mike, this is one, I was trying to do something that was a little, because no one else has been willing to do this math. So our brothers and sisters on the left keep saying, we'll tax our way out of the crisis. So we did a simple, the first chart, I was trying to be somewhat brutal, saying, okay, tax revenues versus expected deficits under different wealth models. So basically, we bad some debt saying, okay, here's actually the deficit. This was the baseline deficit number. And here's what you got. So the Sanders wealth tax. Now understand, it's probably unconstitutional. This is where they would take and come in and say, we're confiscating, even though this isn't your income, we're confiscating some of your wealth. The big one they're pushing right now is the oligarchs tax, where they're going to come in and say, you know, if you're really rich, we can come in and just every year take 8% of your wealth. The problem is, I got 1.8 trillion, and this thing is basically covering what? That's $230 billion of shortfall. It also blows up the economy, but it doesn't get you anywhere. And look, I'm not here to defend really, really rich people. I'm here to defend math. And look, you have a personality. I'm like a walking calculator. I mean, tell me, why am I failing to communicate the reality that the proposals we're getting are absurd? They only cover a fraction of the shortfalls.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to walk down front, and I'm going to ask our folks to help us all the time. For those of you, and there's no reason for any of you to know me, my whole life has been in the private sector, and I've really come to believe that nobody should serve in the public sector unless they first have been in the private sector. My whole life has been about making sure that on the 6th of each month and the 21st of each month, there are special days for me, because those were days that the people who work with me every day got paid. So we use something called kitchen table economics. Now, I sit beside David, and I talk to him all the time. I said, I'm more of a person who says, you know what? Let's use kitchen table economics. Now, I'm told that Army manuals are written on a 6th grade level so that people can understand them. So I want to show you something. I reduced this down to a $1 bill. Because when you hear our friends talking about, oh, no, you can cut spending, you can do this. I want you to think of something not as a member of Congress who can spend whatever he or she wants because it's not coming completely out of your pocket, but to the American people, hardworking American taxpayers. So we took a dollar bill and we said, let's look at this dollar bill. Mandatory spending. This is money that has to be spent out of every dollar we collect from a taxpayer. Mandatory spending, 63 cents. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, we're talking about Social Security. We're talking about Medicare. We're talking about Medicaid. And, as all of you know, any loan you ever had, you're actually charged interest on it. 10 cents of every dollar. And this year, that represents $663 billion just to pay for the interest on our debt. That leaves us a whopping 27 cents out of every single dollar we collect from you. And this is the important thing. I am so fed up with elected officials talking about what they've done for you. They do nothing for you. Every single thing we do in this country is paid for by a taxpayer or a debt that you co-signed that you didn't know about. Now, I told you a little bit of my history. I'm an automobile dealer. Most people, 97% of the people that we sell a car or truck to, borrow money to pay for that car or truck. They sign their name to a contract. And we take great time to explain to them exactly what is expected of them. Now, so I told you this, 63 cents goes for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, 10 cents on each dollar just to pay our debt down, $663 billion. That's why I wanted to reduce it down to kitchen table economics. This is what's happening to your dollar. Now we have 27 cents that we can spend any way we want. And what does that mean? Well, that includes transportation, education, defense, and other programs. So let's take a look at the 27 cents of our budget, of our revenues that we have left to spend. Of the 27 cents of each dollar, spending for defense, 13 cents. We don't ever want to walk away from that in the world we live in now. Are you kidding me? We're going to stop that. That leaves us, my friends, with 14 cents that we can actually control. Every single dollar out of your pocket is reduced down to this. And so when people say, you just have to learn how to cut spending, I say, so you gave me a dollar bill? I can,
Mike,
adjust 14 cents.
And it's worth pointing out, for everyone looking at that, you see that chart of defense and let's call it non-defense.
Yes.
It's all borrowed. Every dime of that today is on borrowed money,
yes.
Plus another $400 billion of the mandatory.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually what so many of our brothers and sisters around the country don't understand. It's so out of whack now because look, the number one growth is healthcare costs. But that's sort of on autopilot because every time we try to fix it, the lobbyists, the Democrats lose their minds, and we're just trying to save the country. So we end up having the fights that are going on right now over that 14 cents. And look, there's waste, there's fraud, there's things in there we need to fix, but it's a fraction of the budget, and it's all on borrowed money, which adds the additional stress of there is a morality of squeezing everything we can out of it.
Well, David, and you and I, because we sit beside each other every day and we keep, I'm honestly, these are things that keep me up at night. In another month, my wife and I will be celebrating our 50th anniversary. I don't know what she was thinking of. All I did was ask. She said yes, and then for half a century we've been going at this. But so we have 10 grandchildren, 10 grandchildren. And I'm constantly asked by people, how can you be so responsible when it comes to spending our tax dollar? I said, well, we don't want to be irresponsible. David and I sit there, and I got to tell you, sitting beside him is hard because he has so much going on in his head at one time. It's like a calculator, and I keep going back just to the basics. The 14 cents, David.
So in other words, you're telling people the truth, I drive you nuts.
Social services, natural resources, science, space, and technology, and other programs. We are down to the very 14 cents of a dollar. And this is a dollar that you paid, by the way. This is out of your taxes.
Well, they're paying the interest on it now.
well, the
because we
interest
borrowed it.
the interest is 633 or 663 billion
And
on what we owe.
800 billion next year.
Yes, and it keeps growing, and it keeps growing, and it keeps growing. No responsible person would ever sit back and work this model. The greatest country, the greatest nation the world's ever known, the wealthiest nation the world's ever known, has been totally irresponsible in the way she has spent her money. And it wasn't done by her. This incredible group of people that sit down here, and remember I said this to begin with, I don't believe anybody should serve in public office until they've been in the private sector. I myself have been in situations on the 6th of the month and the 21st of the month where I made sure every person that worked at the dealership got paid. There were many times I did not pay myself because I didn't have enough money to do it. And the point I think we keep trying to make is that when are we going to wake up to what is going on? This is a titanic moment for our country. And the reason I say that is because the Titanic went full speed ahead into an iceberg. And what did the captain of the Titanic see? Just a small part of the iceberg was hidden up. They didn't see what was hidden. My friends, right now, the hidden part of what it is that we're spending, and I would just ask you to please think with us as we go through this. Reduce it down to where it makes sense and understand what is happening right now on the floor of this country. We represent you. We do not represent ourselves alone. We represent you. So, David, if we talk about this, and this is where we are, and I would just think that at some point we would sit back and we would say, I cannot watch this and allow this to happen to hardworking American taxpayers.
And I think in some ways you just described why the fussing over the budget documents is going on. Look, we put together a fairly some interesting slides here. We've never presented before. We took these from a researcher at Manhattan and a couple other places. And then we did joint economic, some of my economists, we did some math here. We set this for 2033. So we actually had a year that's 10 budget years from now. We did not put in the fact that the Social Security Trust Fund is gone and there's $616 billion that needs to somehow be recapitalized. That's actually not in this deficit number. We also rolled the number, so we baseline, for anyone that's really geeky out there, we ran this to the standard debt to GDP number, because there's a new update on what debt will be in 9 years from now. That's now $3.1 trillion. If interest rates stay as high as they're spiking right now, it could be as high as 3.7, but we're going to use the $2.5 trillion. And the reason this board exists is we took, and I have a bunch of slides here we're going to walk through, but I need to set up the pitch first. If we took every tax that our Democrat colleagues talk about in the Ways and Means Committee and did what they call a revenue maximizing rate. There's a rate that you can charge that the economists and this is the economic modeling, where you maximize the tax collections before it rolls over and people change their behavior and the tax collections go down. So we actually added up, maximize estate taxes, maximize income taxes, maximize corporate taxes, maximize capital gains taxes. So we maximized everything. And then we also then came back and said, all right, here's the maximum number taxing the rich. This is the top 2%. If you make $400,000 or higher, you're part of the top 2% of income earners in America. You got to understand that. And then we also did, if you did the economic effect, what they call the dynamic score, which is always the real number we get. So here's our $2.5 trillion borrowing. If you did the full max on Democrats and got every dime, you get about $700 billion. And if you actually do the real number, where the dynamic score, it comes in about $450 billion. So you've just maximized all taxes. It gets you a fraction of the talking points. And my reason we're all going through these boards, how do I say this politely without sounding like a jerk? Our brothers and sisters on the other side, they may actually believe these numbers, but they're not real. And how do you make public policy that saves this country when half your brothers and sisters here say, no, we just tax people over $400,000, we'll be fine. And you show the slide, and it's nowhere near that. The unwillingness to deal with the reality of the math. And this is one you and I have talked about a couple times, where if you basically look at our history, so go back to 1950, because actually what's fascinating is from 1950 till recently, you actually have history where sometimes we've had really, really high marginal tax rates, 90% for the top income earners. And then, after tax reform, lower, but you took away a bunch of the deduction. You took half of society and removed them from the tax rolls. They don't pay income taxes. But we actually built lots of charts that sort of show during times of high tax rates, you get pretty much the same part of the size of the economy in taxes. Low marginal tax rates, you get the same part of the economy in taxes. There's this concept of it always goes back to the mean. So the way you get more tax receipts to government is a growth in economy. That's the magic. That's how you get more tax receipts, is growth. But when we have really high marginal rates, the chart after chart after chart just shows you get the mean. When you've had very low, you get the mean, but it's a bigger pie because the economy starts growing again. And you show this to our Democrat brothers and sisters, and they'll often say, yeah, I've seen that, but my voters don't like that. Because it doesn't satiate the feeling of punishing.
So when we've talked about this, because we have time when we're in meetings to talk about this, but I want you all to try and just bear with me a little bit. And I know that at some point you say, I don't know if I like this dog and pony show. In my district, PA 16, the average income for a family of four, mom, dad, 2 children, is $54,000. Now, and this is because this is where it really starts to make sense. Federal revenues this year would be the highest we've ever got. They're projected to be $5 trillion. That's a lot of money. I mean, it's almost incomprehensible. Now, what we're projected to spend is $6.9 trillion. You say, well, okay, well, that's not that far apart. It's only $1.9 trillion. Here's what it means. And please, this is where it starts to sink in. That means a family that I represent in Western Pennsylvania, earning about $50,000 a year, is spending $69,000 a year. So you see what we're getting to? You see where it is? Because when you reduce the numbers down, first of all, the high numbers are just so high, it's unimaginable. It's also unimaginable that we can ever pay the debt down. But I would just say this to you. If we continue on the path we are going, if we disregard the basic math that stands there and the way we do it, and most of us, I can tell you, most of the times when I pay monthly bills, it is at our kitchen table, and I open my checkbook, and I start doing the addition, subtract. And I'm just trying to understand how we can be so reckless. None of you would do this because you have too much respect for your children and grandchildren's future, and you also have too much respect for yourselves. Nobody would consciously do this. That's the problem. And that's the problem. One of my favorite movies, and I think this is what I just want to make a point with.
You're not going to do movie reviews.
But the movie that I really love is called A Few Good Men. So have you seen this movie?
Yes.
Jack Nicholson's in it, and he's being cross-examined in a trial, a military trial. And they keep asking him questions, and at the end he becomes so frustrated, he says, you can't handle the truth. In our lives, the people who raised us, our moms, our dads, our grandparents, would never have done to us what we are happening right now and we're doing to our own grandchildren. We have to handle the truth. We have to face the truth. And David, this path that we're on and this mission that we're on and this idea that somehow we have to get the message out to our hardworking American taxpayers. Our future is being destroyed because of irresponsible spending. Now, just to be sure on this, your Social Security will never be touched. Medicare, Medicaid is not going to be touched. And the banks are never going to forgive us the interest on our loans, okay? That's the reality of it. So when you understand it that way, it becomes, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? And so, my friend, as we sit there and try to figure out what is it that we can do to save the future for our children. And I looked at pictures yesterday with your two children and say, oh my God, what are we doing to these kids? What are we doing to them?
Look, Mike, you and I have, in some ways, we are the yin and yang of districts. I have a very highly educated district, a fairly prosperous district. I'm Scottsdale, Phoenix. I'm blessed to have grown up there. And I have to accept, the economic experience of a lot of my people are going to be very different than yours. But we're all in the same boat. And so back to trying to help people understand the reality. I do need to amend something you're saying, though. And we used to talk here that this debt is an existential risk to our grandkids. I'm sorry. It's a risk to your retirement. There's the reality of math. If you're retiring anytime now in the near future, you got to understand we're heading towards the time where we're going to have to turn the printing presses on. Yeah. And when we turn those printing presses on, we wipe out your savings. We wipe out besides the misery we create for the devaluing of the dollar, devaluing of every bit of your savings, making it so your kids can never afford high interest rates out to the future. But it's not a crash. It's actually an extension of potentially decades of misery. And folks don't think this way. And look, I keep coming back to trying to make the tax collection argument. So why this is so important, here's the 1950s, where we had a 90.5% tax on the top income earners. So, and a little deep secret, actually the tax code today is more progressive than it was back then because they had the lower middle class pay income taxes back then. Today they're off the tax rolls. But back then we used to get 7.2% of the economy came in income taxes, even though we had a 90%. You go over all the years there's been tax reform. So today, 2020, let's do that year, we functionally had a mean tax of 37%, not 90% as that high part of the marginal tax rate, okay? But we're getting 9.2% of the economy. Okay, most people have no idea what I'm talking about when I say, but here's the economy. Here's a really high marginal tax rate. We have a history of this, and repeatedly you're only getting about 7% of the economy in taxes. We lowered the marginal tax rate for these top brackets, and now we're getting over 9%. We get dramatically more because the economy got bigger. And you show this to our brothers and sisters on the left, and they'll often say, yeah, I know it, but it doesn't feel like I'm punishing people. And the amazing irony, do you know the highest income Americans vote for Democrats, not Republicans? It's the bizarreness. Here you are in your district. How many billionaires do you think you have in your district?
I don't think there's many. Listen, the people I represent, they're either in ag or they're in the fields. Yeah. They're in the mines, they're in the mills, they're on the rails. They are blue-collar people who are living an incredibly strong life because those families, and you all know this up there, the nuclear family, the mom and dad raising children, is the key to our success going forward. And in education based on the very foundations of what we know is true and is accurate and has been proven over the ages. The gift that America gave all its citizens was the gift of education. But sometimes you look at it and say, and honestly, you and I can talk all day. I want you all to understand, and I wish the gallery was full. I really wish the gallery was full. This is a message. It's not a message of anger. It's a message of hope. We have got to change our spending. We just cannot sustain this irresponsible trajectory.
Look, there's a path where this works. And I want to double down on something. I want to make it perfectly clear. We're not defending rich people. We're not defending poor people. We're not defending the middle class. We're just trying to tell the truth. This is how it works. Yeah. That this is about a society that prospers. Prosperity is moral. And we first need to shut down the excuses for not actually doing anything, saying, oh, don't worry, we'll just take those 400,000 and take, fine.
Okay, do it. Fine. Democrats, do it. You had all sorts of chances to do it before this session. But they knew the math was a fraud. But it's great talking points because they can get on MSNBC or CNN and say, way off, just do this and we'll be fine. And it's not true. And there doesn't seem to be a reporter in this city who owns a calculator.
They won't touch it.
And look, this is one you and I have actually touched on. It was what happens when you have really high capital gains rates or really low capital gains rates. It turns out when you've raised capital gains rates really high, like some of our Democrat proposals, you actually get less revenues. And we have charts of this going back to 54 when we started to play with some of those rates. So this is why, back to that concept, I'm going to show some numbers here when we get ready to close, that if everything was at revenue maximizing, whether it be capital gains, whether it be estate, whether it be income, even corporate, you take a look and you're only going to get about 1.5% of the economy of additional revenues, additional receipts. This year we're borrowing 9% of the entire economy, just this year. And there's why the elegance of really good pro-growth tax policy, and then doing some of the things I've been on this floor dozens of times, you and I have talked about for a couple of years now. There's things you could do to crash the price of healthcare, the adoption of technology, the taking on something that's very uncomfortable, take on obesity, take on diabetes, take on the things that are both killing our brothers and sisters. Remember, the last 4 years, life expectancy in America has gone down. In a decade, next decade, we have more deaths than births in America. How do you help people understand it's beyond just those of us who are math and budget geeks? The morality is what you talk about. That's why I was asking you to come share this time with me. I need someone like you who's able to talk to people's hearts, because sometimes I don't think I do it well. I sound like an accountant on steroids. The morality of opportunity, the morality of prosperity, the morality of our brothers and sisters, and I don't care if you're on one of my tribal communities, your rural communities, an urban community, take a look at the statistics of our brothers and sisters who are dying of diabetes and other diseases when we actually can have incredible impact of having them be healthy. How do you get this body to see sometimes great math is also great morality?
Yeah. So I would just pose this for those of you that have been watching this. Are we making sense? If we're making sense, could you just please raise your hand? I mean, does this make sense to you about what we're talking about or what we're doing with your dollars? No, it doesn't make sense. We can't have the interaction. The only thing I can tell you is...
You're not allowed to actually see them react to you.
Yeah, okay, well...
Because Sergeant
but this
is going to come
is their
taser you.
house. We just happen to represent them. This is your house. You know that. Everything that goes on in this house is being done by people who are voted in to represent you, not represent themselves, but represent you. And so that's why I asked, if it's not making sense, we need to know, because I've got to tell you, it makes no sense to me at all of what we're doing. Not only to our future, but to our present. And if we can't grasp what's happening right now, and that's why I talk about the kitchen table economics, if I can reduce this down to a $1 bill, that I would hand you a $1 bill and say, oh, by the way, that first 73 cents, give back to me. Now, you can keep the 27 cents, but then I'm going to take another 13 cents out of it. So you really get down there. It's so small of what it is that we can control. And in your own lives, you know, if you have a mortgage payment come due, if you have a car payment come due, if you have health care costs come due, you can't walk away from that. And at some time or other, a lender's going to say to you, you know what, we'd love to help you, but we can't. The math doesn't work. It's not good for you. So, David, because when we talked about this the other day, the real challenge is to make sure that we understand the path that we're on and not try to sugarcoat it for you. I know for myself, the hardest lessons in life to learn are the days that you lost something. And I think all of us at one time or another, I wish I could go back and one day have time to sit across from my mother and father and thank them for what they did for us, my grandparents, and thank them for what they did for us, and say, I can't thank you enough for what you did for us. I'm just so disappointed that we haven't performed as well as you have had, and that made it possible for us to enjoy the most incredible country the world has ever known, a nation of people that is so diverse. There's no place else in the world. None of us are thinking about leaving to go someplace else, but it's our responsibility to make sure that it is a sustainable business model. And so if I'm not connecting with you, I apologize for that, but only because we have to understand the dilemma that we're in. This is not a scare tactic, by the way. This is forget woke, this is a wake-up moment that we have to be aware of what is happening right now to each of us every day in every way.
Look, Mike, and I'm sorry you have to hear it all the time sitting next to me, but the math will win.
Yeah.
The math will always eventually win. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, what's our remaining time? Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Mike, I'm going to run through a couple boards real quick.
Please do.
It's going to be a little thick, and I'm going to do them quick, and we will put these up on the website. If anyone really wants to dive into this, I believe Brian Riedel, about 2 weeks ago, published a fairly substantive with amazing footnotes, so you can, if you actually care about the subject, get it, read it, pull out your calculator, you'll see it proofs out. So let's just, I'm going to blow through this real quick and then sort of help people understand why is some idiot on the floor of the House walking people through maximum sustainable revenue calculations. And I'm trying to make a point. There isn't an easy fix here. No. If we do a deficit commission or something of that nature, it turns out it's going to be complex. You are going to have to deal with things that don't seem interrelated, but they are. You're going to have to talk about immigration. You're going to have to talk about technology. You're going to have to talk about maybe AI. You're going to have to talk about a tax code that promotes growth. You're going to have to talk about changing the way we finance parts of healthcare. And you got to do it all at the same time. And you've seen this place. We're having trouble walking and chewing gum at the same time. So, all right, let's blow through this real quick. Part of the studies out there, and this is from CBO, OMB, and also the Tax Policy Center and the U.S. Treasury have all confirmed these numbers, that if you did a maximum sustainable revenue from taxing the rich, let's first do individual income taxes. If you took the rich and said, you're the top 2% income owners, this is functionally anyone over 400,000. We're going to put a tax rate that maximizes receipts before the calculations say revenues would roll over. And, for some of those, that's like, adding another 10 points on top of it. And then you actually tax some other parts of a state. You actually put a bunch of money into enforcement. So you do all the things. These are all the Democrat proposals added up. And you're picking up another couple points, or another half a point of GDP or so. I have a board where I add it all. Then we added in maximizing corporate taxes. Well, it looks like we can get up to about another 0.8% of GDP if you maximize taxes, because we have a little problem in the United States. You go up to like the 28% corporate tax rate, the next increment, you see a bleed saying, well, screw it. We're just going to recharter the headquarters in Ireland, those things. So you hit this point where you start to roll over, and this is in the liberal models, conservative models, the people that just do models, and you walk through everything from the corporate tax hikes that Biden's been promoting, even the new international tax that Secretary Yellen's been pushing. You do the some additional corporate savings by IRS enforcement mechanism. Add that all up. What do you get from that? Then you go in and actually add in, we call it investment taxes. We're going to raise capital gains up to like 39.6%, which we know at that point you sort of hit a wall and you actually get less money in the taxes. You actually do other types. You close all the loopholes. You actually remove the ability to roll over certain assets, the 1031 exchanges, the like-for-like in kind. You take those all away. You basically take and say, we've done everything to start to maximize income taxes from the rich. Okay, that's a lot of money. But you actually take a look, and I'm sorry, but we had very little time. We took these directly from the report. you can get up to, if you do what they call static, no economic effects, that's about 2% of the economy in new taxes. Then when you do the actual, okay, people stop working, it changes investment, people basically hunker down. So the economic models, you actually get about 1.1 to 2%, so a mean of 1.5. Okay, that's a lot of money. 1.5% of the economy in new taxes. Yay! But did I mention we're borrowing 9% of the economy just this year? So the utopian tax everything of that $400,000 and up. You've maximized every single tax. We're borrowing 9% of the economy just this year, and every tax proposal gets you another 1.5. Does anyone see a little problem? We're living in this fantasy world. And look, God knows I love my charts. and it's, I sometimes feel guilty for all. But this one's actually really important for particularly if you're one of my progressive left acquaintances and you care about income inequality and progressivity and all those things. Today's income tax code is the most progressive in U.S. history. That top percent of income earners now pay more of the federal income tax than any time in U.S. history. And this is after our tax reform that Mr. Kelly and I worked on. And yet, I promise you, today, tomorrow, someone will come to that microphone. Well, the Republicans give away to rich people, except we're taxing them more as a percentage of the tax collections, because we remove so many of our brothers and sisters, the 50% of folks in the economic term, lower quartiles, don't pay income taxes now. And there's the problem. It grew the economy right up to the time of the pandemic. Then we started spending money like crazy on corporate subsidies, Democrat proposals. It's fascinating. They accuse us of liking big business, yet they're the ones giving hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars out as subsidies to corporate America. And at the same time, our tax receipts are falling when they're doing it. It's the weirdest economy you've ever seen. It basically shows modern monetary policy, their Keynesian economics have fallen flat in their face. Last board, even when you start to do the adjustments for, they call income inequality, you normalize those.
Just want to make sure.
We have a more progressive tax system today than we've ever had before. And when a member of Congress looks at you in the eyes and says, well, we're just going to tax people over $400,000, that solves the problem. I showed you the boards. It doesn't come close to solving the problem on saving Social Security in 9 years. It's only 1.5% of GDP when we're borrowing 9. Is there anyone, Mike, you've been here longer than I have. Do we have anyone we work with that owns a calculator that's willing to save this country? I'll let you do the close.
Well, and thank you for the chance to work with you and for all our friends in the gallery. This is called the People's House because it is truly your house. Anybody that's here was elected. They just didn't walk in and sit down. They take an oath of office to do things in your best interest. And so what we've been trying to go through, and we look at all the different charts, all of you probably have a $1 bill somewhere in your wallet or your purse. I want you to imagine, take this $1 bill, and this is what you actually can control when it comes to the spending. And so when I hear this thing about, well, you just have to cut spending, you just have to cut spending, I said, that's fine. Could you please give me a roadmap of what you want us to cut? And that's not accepted because that's not what's being fed to you. So I've just got to tell you, listen, we're here because of you. We're here for you. I thought the dollar bill was the easiest way to show it because we're all used to that. As I told you, I have 10 grandchildren. This is maybe you can all relate to this. When our kids were growing up, they liked to go skiing. And in the wintertime, because I'm from Pennsylvania, they came to me one time and said, Dad, can we go skiing? I said, no, I don't have the money to go this weekend. And they said, sure you do. And they went under the bed and they picked out my checkbook that has 3 checks to a page. And my son said, here, you have all kind of money. I said, well, you have to put the money in before you can write the check to take it out. That was a concept that a child didn't understand. And unfortunately, there's too many children representing you here right now that don't understand what is taking place in every American home and with every one of our hardworking American taxpayers. We're here for you. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, or just say, I just wish you keep people we say the heck out of our lives. We're here. We're representing you. I would ask you, please, communicate with the people who represent you to let them know that you're concerned about the way the country is going in the future, not only for our grandchildren and for our children, but also for us. So, with David, I just think that I hope we got through, and if we didn't, please contact us. We are here every day for you. For you. There's no other reason for us to be here other than for you. So I want to thank you.
The gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the gentleman from the great state of Arizona, your time has expired. Reminder members are not to.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Michigan. Mr. Speaker, we're going to actually try something. And these are always those moments where if you don't like something, it's fairly thick. We're going to do lots of demographics. If you don't enjoy that sort of stuff, don't watch this. I'm going to try to lay out a bit of an argument of the headwinds we're facing as a country, as a society. I'm also going to point out that we're still dramatically better off than much of the actually all the industrialized world, and we've done it better over the last couple decades than the rest of the industrialized world. But you gotta understand what's coming. And there'll be a couple examples here where we can take a look and see what's happening in Japan, and is that a foreshadowing of some of our demographics. But there's something, it's once again, it's a chip on my shoulder. As I listen to my brothers and sisters from the left, I just need them to step up and admit that in the last 2 years, Americans are poorer. You know, they'll get up behind the microphone and attack Republicans for trying to grow the economy, for trying to provide opportunities. Matter of fact, a couple minutes ago in the 1-minute speeches, we had a member of the left get up and talk about supply-side economics. I'm going, where have you been the last couple of years of my life? You're now actually stealing our language. If you are a working man and women in this country, your purchasing power of your paycheck, you are poorer today than the day Joe Biden was elected. It's math. And so if you want to understand why so many Americans are cranky, are dour, are just, in some ways, just very dark on what the future looks like, it's because every day they go into a grocery store or to work or this, and they realize they're poorer today than they were a couple years ago. Where's the empathy, but also where's the goal to grow where we can actually make up for the wages not keeping up anything close to what inflation is? So we're going to actually start to walk through. I have a lot of boards. I'm going to do some of these very, very fast. If there's a staffer or someone out there watching, because I try to explain to people, the room is substantially empty. It's supposed to be. The House is done with its legislative work. But there's thousands of people on this campus and around Washington, D.C. and around the country who are working for members of Congress who may have this idiot, me, on their television trying to talk to them about economics and how we make America prosperous again. So let's actually do some of the positives. Something we don't tell each other enough. If you actually look at the economic conditions, go ahead and set that one right there. The economic conditions of per capita, and you actually look at it from 1980 till today, you do realize the United States has done dramatically better than the rest of the industrialized world. We're up, if you actually sort of adjust all the currencies to the same purchasing power, per capita income for the United States is around $70,000 per worker in this country. But you take a look at our competitors. You know, I mean, the next best one is all of Western Europe. They're around 46,000. Do understand the brain trust around here that often comes in, we should be more like Western Europe. You want us to give up that much? That much of our economic prosperity? We are better. We are more prosperous. We are more actually innovative. And we're losing it. It is this prosperity that many of us are behind these mics trying to defend. This is what we're trying to defend in our policy sets. And you actually, I have another way to try to explain this. Average income in the U.S. continues to be significantly higher than other countries. And I think on this one I use Japan and Western Europe. Our per capita income, if you actually look over, in 1990, we were about 24% per capita income higher than Western Europe. Today, we're about 30%. We still outgrew them. But I want you to take a look at Japan, and this is one of the examples we're going to use in here, what happens when you have that demographic headwind, when you're running out of actually workers. 1980, we had about a 17% to the plus side, healthier incomes than Japan in 1980. Today, it's 54%. And Japan didn't actually shrink in their income. We grew so much more than Japan and obviously Western Europe. Pat ourselves on the back and then get back to work because we are going to lose this marginal prosperity with many of the policies I'm seeing happening from this administration, from what the Democrats did to us over the last couple of years, and now we need to walk through the headwind of what's really going on in America. A couple points of reference, and we went back and vetted the number. In about 18 years, the United States has more deaths than births. In 18 years, more deaths than births. And that's actually with current sort of immigration models. So if you walk through this, you're not a dying society, but you're fading. Now, there's ways you make that up. You know, in country after country after country have tried to change their what we call fertility rates, and we're going to do geeky stuff here. I think there's one country, it may be Hungary, I think if you have the third child, they give you a house, and it's barely adjusted the country's fertility rates. You need to accept this is across the industrialized world. Prosperity actually is sort of the opposite of Malthusians, opposite of the idiots that wrote things like the population bomb back in the late 60s. They were wrong. The only thing Ehrlich got right was maybe the spelling of his name on his book in 1968, but the left still worships him. Prosperity actually leads to delayed marriages, to less fertility. And we're going to talk about that, but we're also going to touch on some other things that we could affect by policy. And I'm gonna step out on a limb. I'm gonna talk about some things that, you know, a politician gets himself in trouble for, but it's math and it's the truth. We got a real problem with young males. And it's blowing off the pages in the statistics. So let's go see how uncomfortable we can make each other, but it's math, and the math always wins. And I don't, and Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I hope, I'm trying not to curse, but I don't give a darn if it hurts your feelings. We got to embrace and deal with the facts. So let's do some facts. Percentage of people 65 and over relative to the number of people we have when we say 25 to 64. So 25-64 is what we mean when we say prime working age populations. That's actually our productive populations. Now, I actually believe in today's world, I intend never to retire because I'm also crazy. I'm 61 and I have a 9-month-old. And yes, my wife is exactly my age. I'm pathologically optimistic. So people like me are never retiring. But the reality of it is what we see in our society is my prime working age population is shrinking, where my over 65 population is exploding. And we call it, what was the term? Baby boomers. It's like Congress completely forgot there were baby boomers. But you look at this chart, and we're here in the inflection years, where the growth of our population that is 65 and older is just growing incredibly. And understand, in a couple decades, if you say my ratio of prime age workers compared to my population that's 65 and older, we get as high as 46%. 46% will be 65 and older compared to prime age. Grow your economy when almost half your population is 65 and older compared to your working population. And yes, that number skews out under 18 for a couple other reasons, and some of that's because of fertility and some other things trying to calculate it. That type of ratio, you need to think through how do you design economic incentives for productivity? What are you willing to automate? Are you going to run around and be terrified of chat AIs and other things that may add a huge productivity spike or allow an individual worker to be much more productive? This place has to stop being terrified of technology, because without it, we're going to be buried. Here's another slide, basically in some ways saying the same thing. By 2042, so how many years is that? 19 years. Population growth will be driven entirely by net immigration, basically saying in about 18 years, remember, we're going to have more deaths than births. Any population change we're having at the time will be from immigration. Are we going to ever update our immigration codes so saying we want immigration that maximizes vitality for the country? You're going to go fixate more on a talent-based immigration system than, I don't have a more polite way to say this, when you have an open border like Arizona, and come down to the border sometime with me, and you have migration of poverty. Wonderful people, I'm sure that, they're God's children, but the fact of the matter, I got to figure out a way to pay for Medicare and Social Security. I need highly productive populations to have the multiplier effect in the economy. The math will win. And I know this chart, this one's a little hard to read. The only adult population group expected to decrease past 2485 will be my prime working age. Our working population, our productive population, and from the economic terms, is shrinking. We get about a decade out and we roll. We begin to shrink. Another way, and this one's a little easier to understand, the prime working age population is the only age group. The prime working age population is the only age group expected to decline in the long run. And you start to see this, and I'm going to show you some slides of what this means to economic growth. So part of the argument I'm making here is we're fighting over the debt ceiling and what the budgets look like and what the long-term projections are. Remember, I've been to this floor, heaven knows how many times over the last few years, saying between today and 30 years from now, 100% of the borrowing. So we're expecting now, about 128 trillion of borrowing in that 30-year. 100% of that borrowing is the shortfall of Medicare. Remember, 3/4 of Medicare comes from the general fund, and the Medicare Part A trust fund is going to be empty in about, 6 years? And the other part, the other 25% of that $128 trillion of borrowing will be if we backfill Social Security. And you all saw, because I know all this place ran out, got a copy of the Medicare Social Security actuary report that came out 3 weeks ago that basically said we lost another year. It's not 10 years, it's now like 9 years. Social Security Trust Fund is gone. And at that moment, if we do not fix Social Security, we double senior poverty. And what did the president do in that podium when we had the State of the Union? He basically made talking about fixing Social Security toxic because it was a better campaign issue than a moral one. All right, a little bit more fun with math. An increase, large share of births or an increasingly large share of births, are happening to women 30 and over. Why would you show this slide? It's basically when we're doing fertility curves, when your population, you have older parents, they have fewer children. And look, I'm one of these. I have 2 kids and I'm in my early 60s with my wife. Now we're an outlier, there were other health issues and other things. But this is actually becoming much more common, that as we wait for prosperity, it's so hard to start a family, it's so hard to find a spouse, it's so hard in the economics, particularly with what's happened the last 2 years, where if you're that working person and you want to get married, but you're poorer today. Remember, family formation is a derivative of a couple things. It's who graduates schools and your ability to find stable employment, to have economic growth. Most people will not enter into family formation until you start to have that level of stability. And the last couple of years, with the policies here, we're willing to give out stunning amounts of money to green energy, to this, to that, to whatever favorite groups, subsidize really rich people to go buy battery walls. And we functionally subsidize people not to actually participate in the labor force. So another one, just a basically, and this is where it gets uncomfortable, but the math is the math is the math. And if we don't start to think about it, we're avoiding a really uncomfortable subject. Men's participation has fallen 19%. Now, I know this is like over the last 70 years, but something's going on in our society. And we've brought in an expert a couple of years ago, and the conversation was fascinating. It was a professor from one of the Ivy Leagues, and she was saying, look, we don't know if some of it's drugs, though we expect that. We don't know if some of it's video games. We don't know if it's also, and there were questions that, how many young men, particularly, are put in hyperactive drugs during their adolescent years, other things. I mean, we just don't know, but we do know we have a crisis of young males coming back into society, and we need them. We need their participation for more than just their tax revenues from their labor. A healthy society is one that has the vitality where everyone is sort of loved and participates in the economy and has opportunity. And with that comes sort of the American dream of family formation and other things. But the number's gotten ugly. Total 13% of prime age males are not working. Remember, I just walked you through some of the prime age male calculations, or what that demographic was. 13% of the males in that group are not participating in the economy. You want an economic pop? I can fix things in the tax code. I can do some incredible things here with the Ways and Means Committee and the members here that actually care about economics to incentivize investments. But I also have a moral issue of I have a huge portion of my society that have dropped out. We need to understand why, and we need to bring them back. If not for economic reasons, just for basic humanity. And so you actually see, and we've been trying to dive into this to understand, okay, here is functionally, we're getting right up against the pandemic, but the new baseline is dramatically below where we were before. Male labor force participation. And it just continues to steadily decline. This is a problem. I can't make much of the math work in the out years. So I get members here who say, David, give me a plan to balance in 10 years. Do understand, I can balance. We could build a plan. As we could all come together and balance in 10 years. Of course, the next day we'd be out of balance. In 9 budget years, and I've said this, and this seems to be the single thing I say that upsets more people around here than anything. So let's do it slowly. In 9 budget years, according to CBO's report from 6 weeks ago, you can get rid of every dime of the military. You can get rid of every dime of the rest of what we call discretionary. That's the FBI, the military, the Park Service, the State Department, the White House, the Supreme Court, it's all gone. Everything you think is discretionary. In 9 budget years, it's all gone. There's no discretionary. You still have to borrow a couple $100 billion to have enough cash flow to cover Medicare, enough cash flow to cover veterans benefits. And we haven't actually calculated in the fact that the actuaries from the Social Security Medicare just removed a year of actuarial life. So it may be much worse, because our math before was the very next year, so that 10 budget years, it's not a couple $100 billion you have to borrow. It may be several $100 billion you have to borrow if you were to backfill Social Security. These are demographic. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's a bit of both. But the fact of the matter is the primary driver of our debt is demographics. We got old as a society, and this place needs to be maniacally fixated on growth, on efficiencies, on adopting the technologies that make healthcare and other things less expensive but more accessible. If we don't do this, this math gets really ugly really fast. This is not something, we're not talking about something 20 years from now. We're talking about something, how many of you expect to still be with us in 9 years? That's what we're talking about. And you start to see things of this. So this is actually one of the things that's going on, and the number is actually worse. This is just the only chart we have that we've vetted. The number of males and females which are entering sort of our university world, they pretty much entered about the same, except graduation rates. Males are only about 40% are graduating, and I think the number now is in the high 30s. It rolled over again over the last couple of years. Females, God bless them. We're seeing around 60% of those are graduating. It's wonderful. But this number between there is actually a really uncomfortable conversation. It's called functionally family formation gap. How many that have succeeded, you got your bachelor's degree, you got your master's degree, you went through the university process, you've graduated. What's the population of prospective spouses? Something's going on in our society where we were trying to understand why are there so few family formation, and some of the demographers that responded to our question said, you got a problem. You got lots of success in females making it through college systems, university systems, and males. We have some universities where females are graduating at twice the rate. And that differential, because how much of this population is comfortable marrying someone who also did not graduate? And that's a tough thing. And we don't talk about things like here, but it's at such sizable numbers now. We're actually seeing it in our economic data. So let's see, what else can we produce that actually makes us uncomfortable? This is basically the same thing we just talked about, actually broken out by genders. But this trend, this chart ends in 2020. It's actually gotten worse in the last couple of years. But this is not a new trend. This has been going on for about, we've been tracking for about the last 15 years. And we actually have been also trying to understand what happens because of some of these societal factors, the fact that the economics of, government has pumped in lots of money, done all these things, but people are poor because they set off inflation with much of the economic policies and what the Fed did, but also the Inflation Reduction Act and all these other things where we just dumped money back into society and won't take responsibility for setting off inflation, to my brothers and sisters on the left. But with those economic headwinds, you're actually seeing other data of the delays in marriage formation or household formations. And with that, we're recalculating how many children we expect to have in America. Understand, half the states in the United States today have more deaths than births. Half the states today have more deaths than births. And as a country in total, in 18 years, we'll have more deaths than births. By 2042, deaths are projected to exceed births in CBO's population growth model, and this one's already out of date. So even CBO has been putting this out. Now, the reason I keep showing these demographic slides is, do you all remember your high school economics class? Stable populations or growing populations have the ability to have economic expansion, what we call, I don't want to geek out too much. It's hard to have that domestic gross product expanding and expanding unless you have populations to take the jobs, or you're willing to do tax and regulatory code changes like a number of the countries we compete against. I'm going to show you some of those slides in a moment, where they said, we can't get labor, we're going to incentivize robots. We're going to incentivize automation. And you're going to get people who go, but what about the jobs? We don't have people. You have school districts all over America that the incoming kindergartners, first graders population is falling. The schools are going to have fewer kids. They're going to be closing schools. And then they look at you like, well, that makes me upset. We've been talking about this for, what, a quarter century, the falling fertility rates. And here's the punchline. And we worked really hard on this math. The Joint Economic Committee and some of the economists, some of the others, we spent weeks, because this is sort of one of those things you don't really find in the literature. But if I have a 1% decrease in my labor population, my labor growth, you lose 0.6% of GDP growth. If you had a 2%, you lose a point and 1.2. If you had a 5% decrease, which that's what some of these charts are talking about, in your labor force populations, in the out years, you're losing 3% of your GDP growth. Why this is important? How many of you all just saw that CBO just basically said, Congressional Budget Office just said, hey, we expect the next year, maybe a couple of years, the United States is only going to grow like at 1.2%. You're already seeing it in the math. Yet how many of us have gotten up behind these microphones and tried to explain, got to fix tax policy, got to fix regulatory policy, got to fix trade policy, got to fix immigration policy. We're not sure how to fix demographics. This one's really uncomfortable because almost no one understands it. And back to an oldie but a goodie. Why is this so important? This slide here is maybe 3 years old. It gets dramatically worse through the end of this decade. But once again, your government is an insurance company with an army. This is from the 2022 budget cycle. 71% of all of our spending is what we call mandatory. Some of that is earned. You earned your Social Security. You earned your Medicare. You earned your veterans benefits. Some things you get because you fell below a certain income. You get Medicaid, or you're part of a certain tribal population. The United States has a treaty obligation to meet. There are things out there. But the vast majority of this is what we would call earned benefits. So when you hear someone here, we say, oh, it's mandatory spending. We're not being disrespectful. You earn these. This is part of the societal contract. But you see over here, this wedge here, defense and non-defense discretionary. That's what you all think of government. In 9 budget years, every dime of this and part of the mandatory live on borrowed money. Now walk in my door and say, David, I demand you balance in 10. I can balance in 10. How much of the mandatory do you want us to cut? Because we can wipe out everything else. Also, you're prepared to live in a country without a defense? Of course, violation of the U.S. Constitution, but a lot of these folks don't seem to give a damn, care about what the U.S. Constitution says anymore, as long as it doesn't inconvenience them. And here's the one I get the most nasty emails about. What is the primary driver between today and 30 years from now? It's not the primary driver, it's 100%. 100% of the U.S. sovereign borrowing between today and 30 years from now, 75% of it is basically Medicare. 25% will be if we backfill Social Security in now, 8-9 years, because the trust fund's all empty. But what we allocate to the rest of the budget actually has cash in the bank. It's demographics. That's why we just spent the last half an hour going over what's happening demographically to your country. Getting old is not Republican or Democrat. How we react to it may be. And just one more time, to understand 30 years, and this slide is already out of date, Social Security is on hard dollars. This is without the financing costs. If we backfill it, is $21 trillion short. Medicare, the part comes out of the general fund, which is 75% of all Medicare spending comes out of the general fund. Then there's this what we call Medicare Trust Fund, which the president talked about taxing, but it only produces, his new taxes only produce like $660 billion over 10 years, which is just a fraction of the spend, believe it or not. And that trust fund is functionally gone. So the Medicare shortfall is $48 trillion, and the financing cost of those two is $47 trillion added up, and the newest number, when we add it up, is closer to $128 trillion. Anyone getting the punchline here? We can fix Social Security. Of course, it would have been really helpful if the president hadn't made it toxic. If he had gone behind that microphone and said, I need our brothers and sisters on the right and the left to do the moral thing. We care about our seniors. We're not going to allow, at the end of this decade, doubling of senior poverty. We're going to work together. But instead, he made it toxic. But for Medicare, we need a revolution in the cost of health care. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman has 26 minutes remaining.
If the Lord has mercy on us, I won't use all that time. Federal spending. Now, this is one I've never used on the floor. And it's been several years ago. I remember reading, actually, I think it might have been in The Economist magazine, which, and it was talking about in the 1970s, for every dollar spent on seniors, we spent $5 on young people. And that today, for every $5 we spend on seniors, we only spend $1 on young people. It's completely reversed. And this is basically what we're trying to say, is today, for folks 65 and older, and this is a 2015 number because it's the newest number I could find in the literature, we will spend $35,000 a year on seniors, and we'll spend $5,000 on young people. Just understand, that's what happens when your demographic curve changes. And we've updated this and we have vetted it, and this is as conservative. We were careful on this number. 1960, you had 5.1 workers for every one person on Social Security. Today, the math is, well, excuse me, in 2035, where we're basically heading, we believe it to be 2.3, and that number is assuming a stabilization of labor force participation. We have some other articles that say this actually falls down to only 2 people. So you and your partner, you and your spouse will have 1 person in retirement. But we're going to use 2.3, but understand those differentials. Social Security is a pay-as-you-go system. When you get the folks that say the lockbox, for years we had more workers than retirees were consuming. The trust fund built up, built up, built up, built up. No one stole your money. The cash came in and they loan it to Treasury. Treasury would give them special Treasury bills, just like you might take your own retirement account and say, I have some cash, I'm going to buy a Treasury bond. That's functionally what Social Security did. For the last couple of years, they've been cashing in those Treasury bonds. And that cashing goes faster and faster and faster as the baby boomers are moving in. And that's what gets used up now, what is it, in about 8, 9 years. And at that moment, Social Security lives on its cash flow. So it'll be the cash flow from these workers, whatever FICA taxes they pay in, that's what will go out the door. That's why right now the best math is we expect a 23% cut in that first year the Social Security Trust Fund is expired. And then the next year it gets bigger, and the next year it gets bigger. And it breaks my heart because I think this is a moral obligation to fix this, except, once again, the left is going to use it as a political item for an election instead of a moral item of we're all going to come together and fix it. And for anyone out there, and I was surprised in these numbers, and this board I've used for years now, who says, just give me the money I put in. The United States government should grab that and run. But it's not, once again, it's not Social Security. Social Security, yeah, you get back every dime you put in, plus a little spiff. You would have made so much more. You would have been so much more prosperous if the left and these other groups hadn't stopped, what was it, 20 plus years ago, when there was a discussion of allowing younger workers to take a tiny sliver of that FICA tax and put it into the markets as a private account. We wouldn't be facing much of this crisis today. But the control freaks didn't want you to have any of your own money in the economy. So in Social Security, this is for a couple. And this slide is now a couple years old. For a couple, you'll pay about $625,000 in a lifetime. You're 40 quarters, you know, as you qualify and those things. But you're going to get back about $698. So what is that? About $72,000 spiff. But it's Medicare. That's my mathematical problem. In Medicare, that couple will put in about $161,000 because the only Medicare actual FICA portion or tax you're actually paying is that Medicare Part A trust fund, which we just talked about is, okay, depending on the mix, can be up to about 40% of Medicare spend because it's really sort of the hospital portion. But the vast majority of Medicare spend comes out of the general fund. So you, as a couple, are going to put about $161,000 in your lifetime taxes into Medicare. You're going to get out $522,000, and this is based on math from a couple years ago. We're told this is substantially different today because if all of you have looked at medical inflation numbers, medical inflation has been running about double mean U.S. inflation. So there's a whole bunch of ugly recalculations that are going to be happening around this place as we try to figure out what we've done to ourselves in this inflation cycle. Spending on mandatory programs is expected to increase as a larger share of the population is in retirement age. Duh. But we still thought we'd make a nice slide out of it. Okay. Social Security right now is functionally a little over 5% of all the entire economy. The entire economy goes out, 5% of it in Social Security. In a couple decades, that goes to 5.7. So Social Security, okay, it's fixable. It's Medicare. Medicare today, now this is Medicare, not Medicaid, not Indian Health Services, not veterans, just Medicaid itself. Today, the spend on that is about 6.4% of the entire economy. The next couple of decades, it goes well over 8%. When we get into large numbers, we actually often use percentages of the entire economy. So if anyone's paying attention here, we were talking about those earlier slides, that if we can maximize growth, because we're doing percentages of the size of the economy, and you don't want to be putting out 8+% just in senior health care in the economy, grow the economy. And this number goes down. Change the price of health care by adopting technology, curing things. And the number of times I've come to this floor and talked about what we could do. Number one cost in society today is what? It's diabetes. 33% of all healthcare spending is diabetes. 31% of all Medicare is diabetes. If I came to you and said, what's the single thing you could do to maximize an impact on the budget, the debt, the borrowing, and also be one of the most moral things you could do in society? If you cared about income inequality for my tribal populations, and it's not income, my tribal populations, I represent the second highest per capita population in the world with their diabetes. But urban poor, rural poor, it turns out if you cared about income inequality, it's health. When we've been trying to do, and the economics, the math is really complex because there's so much noise in the numbers. as we say, noise in the data. But so many of my brothers and sisters on the left come in and say, it's racism, it's education. Well, it turns out the data may say it's actually health. As a moral society, why wouldn't we say, okay, there's things we can do. We know we could actually tomorrow revolutionize the farm bill to say we're going to take on obesity in our society because we're killing ourselves. We're not going to hand you an EBT card that you can go get onion rings with. And yes, there's lobbyists everywhere here who are now upset that I'm not selling their onion rings. Welcome to the world. Every time you tell the truth about this math, you have an army of lobbyists in the hallway who are mad at you because you may have taken away dollars from who they're representing. I care so much more about the survival and prosperity of this country. Okay, how about the next thing? Have you seen the over-the-skin? Matter of fact, I saw the article that, a future Apple Watch is going to have a blood glucose meter in it. What would happen if you had our pre-diabetic populations who could actually watch what's happening to their body without pricking themselves? They could see it right there on their phone. Would that change society if you could stabilize the pre-diabetic population? Remember, diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending. How about this GLP-1s? I have an article from University of Southern California, which I'm still upset they're moving to the Big Ten instead of the Pac-12, but that's a whole different discussion. Article basically says just the use of GLP-1s in Medicare, not Medicaid, Medicare population would be $1 trillion. $1 trillion impact to the positive. We need to study that. Is that Republican or Democrat, or is it just giving a darn? And then I've come here a couple weeks ago when the company that has this incredible stem cell that they've actually tagged with CRISPR so the body doesn't want to rejection, so you don't have to have anti-rejection drugs, and it's in phase 1, that actually gets a body producing islet cells again, meaning your body produces insulin again. That may be at the end of the decade, but because of the way they're doing it, you could do it in a biofoundry fashion, which meaning you could have a production line. It doesn't have to be designed to you. Why wouldn't we, as we're doing the budget discussion and all these other things, set a decade vision saying, we are going to stabilize pre-diabetic populations. We're going to help our brothers and sisters get healthy again. And dear heaven, if it works, at the end of the decade, we could actually have people who've wrecked parts of their body's system to actually start producing insulin again. And it would be worth trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of less borrowing. That's a vision. And this place is incapable, almost incapable of processing vision. But the reality is upon us. Annual spend for Medicare and Medicaid, and this number is already not enough. And by the end of the decade, it's functionally $1 trillion more, annually. And the majority of that money will be borrowed. And I, in a weird way, wanted to close on this. We are still the shiny object in the industrialized world. We are still better off than people we compete with. We need to embrace that, but not lay on our laurels. We need to stop the stupid types of conversations we have here on the floor where we talk about the shiny object instead of the things that take down us as a republic, which is debt, which actually is our economics. And understand, this is what's called a dependency ratio. And it's not a derogatory term. It's an economic term of here's what I have in the labor market in a country, and here's how many people I have not in the labor market. It's not complex math. China, we hear the conversations about China, China, China. China's a problem, but China is on the verge of a collapse demographically. I'm one of those who believe much of what we see China doing is they're running around the world trying to build annuities because their one-child policies, all the other things they did, they are collapsing demographically. And they start to roll over in the next couple years. I mean, where, boom, their working population is collapsing. Is that why you go out and buy ports and buy farmland and buy these things? Is you're trying to turn the world into an annuity so you have cash flow? It's worth thinking about. But here's Japan. Excuse me. Japan's already way down here. And they actually sort of flatlined, but Japan has done incredibly creative things. Incentives for seniors saying, if you're healthy and you want to, we're going to make it advantageous if you want to stay in the labor forces. Adoption of technology, and they have incredibly high savings rates. They are able to finance much of their own debt. We don't. We have a society where the majority of our population is living paycheck to paycheck, substantially because of inflation. But we fall, but we don't fall nearly as hard. Our demographic curve is ugly, but it's so much less ugly than Western Europe, than Japan and China. And the reason we did these three countries, this is number one, number two, number three size economies in the world. If we get the most basic tax, regulatory, immigration, adoption of technology policies right here, this can be a hell of a great decade. It can be a hell of a great century. This could once again be another American century. But I will argue it will be the decisions made in this time frame, in this year and next year, because we are at the inflection. You see it demographically in the chart. We're at the time of inflection. Do we actually step up and use an IQ around here, or do we still sound like it's the 1990s politically? For everyone that's terrified of a chat AI, grow up. It could actually be one of the next generations of economic growth if you do it right. Embrace it, learn it, get it right, and run with it. The new stem cell therapies, the fact we might cure diabetes, and the fact there's things we could do. Understand it, learn it, run with it. Fix this stupid immigration system. Close up our borders, stop importing poverty, bring in talent. There's just simple things. The tax code, get it so it incentivizes risk-taking and investment to grow. It's not, you don't need a PhD in this stuff. You may be required to be literate, and maybe that's a problem. And our running joke here is, I work in a place that's a math-free zone. That was meant to be funny, but it's sort of sarcastic and cruel. I believe really, really good things can happen. You got to get the policies right. And my rage that I feel is I don't believe this place has even come close to actually having those pro-growth, those sort of growth is moral, what are we going to do type conversations, and then to turn it into policy. And I'm exhausted. I just don't know how to drag this place over the line so they actually think. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. For anyone out there who's insane enough to have C-SPAN on, I may suggest requisitioning a life, but if you don't want someone to talk to you like an adult, if you don't want someone doing big math, big numbers, and being serious, I'm sure there's a video out there of a parakeet playing a piano someplace. Please leave now. You know, today I was actually going to try to come here and do the happy, positive talk. I actually had put together some boards of some really good things that had happened. And then we made the mistake of, on my flight, the staff was actually looking at the trust funds that were collapsing over the next few years. People forget, Medicare trust fund is gone within 7 years. And we can't actually work out the math of how devastating that will be, because about 40% of all Medicare spend comes through that trust fund, but it's almost all the money that Medicare patients receive at the hospital level. So let's first, I do have one happy slide, so we're going to do that one, and then we're going to go on to the reality. And let me sort of make a point. We're going to have the fight over, you know, the continuing resolution or the budget or these things, and people are going to do their political posturing, and we're going to fight and fight.
Please understand, it's all important. It's rounding of the rounding errors of what's really going on. You're going to see some slides here where you got to understand every dime we vote on as members of Congress is now borrowed. Plus another $300 billion, and that's in this fiscal year. And it gets dramatically worse over the next few years. So if you actually, in somewhere in your head, think, well, if we just got rid of waste and fraud and got rid of foreign aid, we'd be fine. Foreign aid is 12 days of borrowing. Why is it so hard for this place to grow up and understand the most basic parts of math? So, all right, I went off track there. I apologize. Let's go back. So how many of you saw this article? These are happy things. These are also things that are moral. They could make incredible differences. They could also save billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. I've been tracking the researchers on this, and I think it's University of Chicago. They had this crazy idea. Say, okay, we give people vaccines to train their body to attack things. How about if we gave a vaccine to train their body not to attack things? Okay, but if you think about multiple sclerosis as your body attacking your nerve systems. And one of my reasons I'm interested in it, we had a horrible, horrible family tragedy in regards to multiple sclerosis when I was very, very young. But the concept of sort of an inverse vaccine to take on autoimmune diseases, and it turns out type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease. So I've been coming to this mic for years talking about the research on being able to replant islet cells back into the body, either through stem cells or the one that's been now FDA approved, which actually is islet cells that are bleached from cadavers and adjusted with CRISPR so your body doesn't need anti-rejection drugs, to now this concept of we're just going to teach your body not to attack. This is a big deal. There's some wonderful things happening. Now the really interesting question, will we be so broke as a country and a society that the ability to actually make the investment to do what's moral, that actually also lowers future borrowing? So look, today we finally crossed the 33 trillion. And some people are going to light their hair on fire. It's a big deal. It's about to get dramatically worse. This number we're going to look back on fondly the way we're going right now. Do understand, we now have, and we don't bet money, but we do have a little pool going with some of our staff and some of our economists of what will the fiscal borrowing be this year. Remember, the administration is trying to play some games where they're going to try to credit themselves back some of the student loan money that the Supreme Court said they can't spend. So we're actually looking at the real-life borrowing number, not the fiscal deficit number, which has a journal entry fraud in it. And as of a couple hours ago, so far this fiscal year, and we still have a couple weeks left, I think we've borrowed $2,158 billion. Now, I don't want to win because I'm the idiot who said we're going to borrow $2,200 billion. Please understand. A year ago, Congressional Budget Office, 2002 May, said this year we'd borrow about $860 billion. Does something seem wrong in those numbers? 860 some billion over here. Now it looks like we're going to borrow 2.2 trillion. And almost every dime of that growth is healthcare costs exploded, particularly Medicare. Tax receipts have fallen fairly dramatically. So much for this Biden socialized economy. I mean, we've handed out a couple $1 trillion of money to build factories, to subsidize this, to subsidize that. This was actually their modern monetary policy. Okay, you now have proof in the pudding. They set off inflation, and tax receipts have actually fallen. You know, I mean, if anyone wants to write an academic paper on monetary, modern monetary policy, you got the laboratory right in front of you. It collapsed. And what's the third thing that's actually gone against us this year. Interest. We've been tracking, bond market has not been treating us kindly. And we were playing with some math the other day, maybe another additional, on top of everything else, $160 billion of interest. Now, those are big numbers. Almost no one can process that sort of math. But let's actually walk through it in a way you can all understand. If you look at the last 12 months, we borrow over $72,000. We borrow, not spend, borrow. Because we're borrowing about 30% of all of our spending. We borrow about $72,000 a second. About $20,000 a second is interest. And next year, my math, and look, I'm a little more dour than some of the people around me, but my math has us closing in on $800 billion of borrowing, $800 billion of interest, just interest next year. And I'm going to show you a chart saying, please pay attention, that's almost defense. I mean, there was a time this place would have been losing its mind if I came to you and said, well, interest next year would be pretty much what we spend on defense. Oh, David, that could never happen. Ta-da! How many times have you heard anyone come behind these microphones showing any concern? Instead, we're going to do the theater on rounding errors. I'm going to stop another $50 million here. That's a big deal, fine. But don't think it does anything. Did I mention we're borrowing over $72,000 a second? Because this is really difficult math, and it's really uncomfortable. And back to my opening statement, if you're someone that doesn't like hearing something that's uncomfortable, please go watch something else. What's the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt? Yeah, a bunch of it, at least the current cycle, it's a bunch of stupid things the Democrats did last year when they had power here. But no, right now, today and over the next 30 years, what's the primary driver? It's our demographics. We got old. We made lots of promises. They're moral promises. They're commitments. And we don't have the cash for them. We don't have the cash flow for them. And we're going to run out of the borrowing capacity for them. But we're not allowed to talk about them, because if you talk about them, you will get unelected around here. Because it's the see no evil thing. We had a president stand behind that podium on the State of the Union and say, you're not allowed to talk about Medicare and Social Security. And everyone got up and applauded. That was immoral. Absolutely immoral. In 9 years, we doubled poverty in America. Last week I came here and was showing some stories of the number of baby boomers who are in retirement, who are living on the street. And in that article, it talked about how many more, I mean, it was a stunning number, how many more by the end of this decade are expected to be living on the street. This is retirement in America. And in 9 years, we cut the average couple's Social Security by $17,400. That's the morality of this place, but you're not allowed to talk about it because that's difficult. So, for those who are not good at math, but like pie charts, let's do this one. The entire discretionary budget, and this chart is a little off because it was some of the original, the actual fully appropriated discretionary budget was $1.831 trillion, but we'll use the 1.7 because that's what they printed. But you got to understand, what you see in orange, members of Congress do not get to vote on. We should, but it was this politically safe thing to do is make Social Security, make Medicare, make veterans benefits. We'll put them on a formula. They just happen. But what we vote on is all of defense and the rest of what you think of as government, the State Department, the Supreme Court, our salaries. Every dime of that is borrowed. So that my point here is just very simple. If you have about 1.8, 1.7, that's the entire discretionary budget, including defense, and we're going to borrow $2.2 trillion this year. Every dime we vote on is borrowed, plus about $300 billion. Yay, team! And we'll have people here have little temper tantrums over rounding errors, because these numbers are so difficult. and so hard to get your head around. We'll do the theater because the theater actually sells. So let's actually walk through how ugly some of this math gets. One of the things, and I've done entire presentations of this concept of interest rate fragility. If you have, remember I just showed you that we crossed over the $33 trillion of borrowing. Well, about 26, 27 trillion of that is what we call publicly borrowed. The rest is actually transfers from trust funds. So the money that's in the Social Security Trust Fund gets borrowed by the Treasury. Treasury gives them interest. So we'll make a big, we're going to pay 50, 60 billion at the end of the month. It's our monthly interest that we pay out to the trust funds for the borrowing. That's why I think my 2.2 trillion borrowing this year is correct. But you forget about all the other bonds that have to be refinanced. If any of you like to watch markets, go grab your phone, go grab it right now, and go look at what interest rates are right now on a U.S. 2-year. How about a U.S. 10-year? You're at the very top of the range. You are seeing interest rates that we have not seen in a dozen years. And that's what we're going to be refinancing. And here's the punchline, 9.6 trillion. 2 trillion of that will be sort of new issue, new borrowing. But the rest of that is what we call refinancing. It's the bonds that come due. So when we're talking about these higher interest rates, it's not on the new virgin borrowing. It's on almost 10 trillion of U.S. sovereign debt that's coming to market. And there was this old adage, I have a U.S. debt instrument. I'm just going to, when it comes due, I'll just put it right back in. That's not what happens. You see foreign governments start to roll out of U.S. sovereigns, but you also see other people who say, look, I can get this interest rate, but now I can go buy corporate paper, or I don't trust U.S. inflation, I got to go put it some other place. If you're bringing almost 10 trillion to market in 2024, is there a chance of a stressed bond auction? Is there a chance of a spike in one? Sure there is. Now, we have some games that with the Fed and the Treasury we can play to gobble up an issuance, but the moment that happens, be prepared that the interest rates we have today look charmingly quaint. But this is the reality. This is what we've done to ourselves. But we're not allowed to talk about it because it requires math. I sort of already gave this one away, but let's do it anyway. So, the defense appropriation bill is about, what, 830 billion, and our best guess is for interest is 800 billion next year. Think about that. I mean, I just need you to process. Do you remember the old days when you'd meet a liberal and the first words are, just raise taxes on rich people and cut defense spending, we'll be fine. But guys, interest now is pretty much equal to defense spending. Does anyone care? Will anyone talk about this? Will anyone pay attention? Or we just go back to our theatrics because there's no reporter that's going to write this. There's no blogger out there that's going to pay any attention to it. And look, if you're selling clickbait on the internet, you're not going to do any of this. This requires an intellect. This requires thinking. May even require a calculator. And I've just grown so weary. How do you save a society? Because remember the very first slide, there's good things happening if we would embrace those things and run with it. I did entire presentations here week after week on showing, if you took on diabetes, I even came here and talked about things you're not allowed to talk about. Took on obesity in America. Turns out it's the single most powerful thing from a debt standpoint and economic growth standpoint and morality standpoint of making your brothers and sisters healthier or letting them be healthier. Function got, a handful of academics were just thrilled to death that Schweikert's willing to talk about this. Everyone else goes, yeah, but it didn't make me angry. We basically, the political class around here on the left and the right, we just sell having people be pissed off. Great. Did I mention we're borrowing $70,000+ a second? Do you think that your anger is going to, and look, this is something, and I do this almost every day with reporters. The working middle class in this country has every right to be angry. It would be crazy if they weren't. They are poorer today than they were a couple years ago. If you live in my community, Scottsdale, Phoenix, and you're not making 20% more today than you were 2 years ago, you are poorer today. This is what the left brought upon us. And when they go, oh no, it wasn't us, it was supply chains, read your own academic papers. Even the most moderate academic papers say, yeah, about half the inflation came from the excessive spending the Democrats engaged in their insanely named Inflation Reduction Act. And now the last several months, it's 100% the derivatives of their excessive spending. Read your own literature. And there'll be big words. You might need a dictionary. To my brothers and sisters on the left, take responsibility for what you did. You made people poor. Now you want to know why they're angry. But when you start seeing numbers that we're going to borrow just next year, every dime equal to defense will be borrowed, does that not set off any alarm bells? And look, some of these next slides are going to start getting geekier and geekier, but they're trying to make a point. And this isn't Schweikert math. We grab these things from CBO and OMB and some of the academic institutions because we're trying to reach out there because it's been shocking. We spent hours and hours and hours today trying to work on the Medicare Trust Fund, which is gone in 7 years. You've got to understand, it's empty in 7 years. And how hard it was just trying to find out where, okay, if that's several $100 billion that goes to hospitals and the trust fund's gone, what is the cash flow, remaining cash flow, able to cover? And we're going to have to spend another week working on that. You'd think that would pop. It's within 7 years. We couldn't find any decent research that was walking us through the math. That gives you an idea how sick this place is. With some of the biggest, these aren't little numbers. These are the types of things you plan decades for, except we're not allowed to talk about things like that. So look, been trying once again to sort of show even the numbers we know today. I'm not going to take a shot at CBO. CBO's job is to produce projections as they know it. But darn it, they've been missing the numbers. And first off, the interest rates we're at, we weren't supposed to be here right now. Remember, we were all supposed to be, into the economic slowdown, interest rates were supposed to be falling. So we're even doing some math, just sort of showing even some of our worst case scenarios, we're off by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars in additional interest if we start using these current interest rates. So we did this one because this one's the simplest to understand. If interest rates rise by 1% over the CBO projections, remember, CBO's already missed the projections by, I think it's 1+%. The fiscal year, so 10 years from now, budget deficit will be about $500 billion more than we already expect. So are you prepared in the 10-year window, so 9 budget years from now, to functionally have a $3.7 trillion deficit? That's 9 years from now. And this isn't a projection, this is pretty much where we're at. $3.7 trillion in 9 years. Because our brothers and sisters on the left needed to spend lots and lots of cash handed out by their votes, by their industries, by their love from corporate America, which they did. Set off inflation and won't admit it. They made people poor. Now they wonder why they're angry. And now we got to figure out how to survive this. So let's actually walk through some of the Democrat solutions. How about we use this one? Even confiscating all income over $500,000.
So we'll actually take, and first off, the deficit number here on here is absolutely wrong, but this is an old chart. So if you took one of the Democrat proposals saying you make $500,000, the next dollar, it's all government. So you pay your regular taxes, and then if you make $500,000 or every dime, it's just government money. And it's federal government money, not your state and local. The federal government takes every dime of it. We're now actually seeing a deficit projection of a couple $2 trillion next year. Taking every dime over $500,000 produces about $1.5 trillion. It wouldn't even come close to covering this year's deficit. This is taking every dime over $500,000. Huh? But I was told by Bernie Sanders we'd be fine. And I've done this dozens of times, so I'm not going to belabor it. We've actually, one of the real ways you would do this sort of math is you do it by percentages of GDP, and we did those and we walked people through showing that all the Democrat tax proposals of confiscating money or doing something, it's probably unconstitutional, we'll know probably this time next year, of taxing and confiscating unrealized capital gains, you know, the oligarch taxes and those things some of the hard left are pushing, where you actually just say, well, you got a building, you have a family business, you owe us 8% of the business, you know. But this is a chart, and this one's easy to find. Just go Google Manhattan Institute, Brian Riedel. He's done all sorts of charts like this, where he just takes CBO numbers, OMB numbers, and makes them sort of understandable. And you see all the little tax ideas don't get you anywhere close. But we can lie and pretend, right? So let's do a little more of this. As you start to understand the drivers of what's going on, remember I told you one of the deep, dark secrets we're not allowed to say. 100% of the borrowing that's scheduled for today through the next 30 years. Medicare is 75% of it. Social Security is 25%. No, that includes interest, so if you want to throw interest in there, but that's rolled into those, the financing of those programs. The rest of the budget's actually pretty much flat. And you look at charts like this, and you can find this one everywhere. I think we've even put it up on our website. You start to understand, when you start to see the explosion here, these three lines are net interest, Medicare, and Social Security. And everything else just lays flat or actually falls as a percentage of discretionary. But we're not allowed to talk about this because it doesn't fit the narrative where the political class has not told the truth. And let's be honest, those of us on the right, it's waste and fraud. It's foreign aid. And then the Democrats, rich people don't pay enough. I'm going to show some more rich people don't pay enough slides and show you complete fraud in math. And then there's the thing I'm fixated on, and I'm going to do more on Social Security because I'm not comfortable enough with my Medicare numbers yet. But you got to understand, Highway Trust Fund, well, that's gone in 3-4 more years. Okay, it's big, but it's not ginormous. The Medicare Trust Fund, we have gone in 7 years. It's big, but it's nothing compared to Social Security, which has gone in 9 years. Did anyone notice something there? The three big trust funds are gone within this 9-year window. How much discussion have you heard on how we're going to recapitalize these? We have a moral obligation to keep Social Security. We have a moral obligation to keep Medicare functional. Anyone here talking about how to do it? I've come behind this mic over and over and over and over, walking through how you could revolutionize the cost of healthcare. You got to be willing to legalize technology. Well, it turns out that upsets people because much of this is all about the money. But there's so many things we can do. There are so many good things happening out there. It's just, will we allow the good things to come to us before we've got ourselves in such a debt crisis that all we're doing is just paddling to survive? So All right, let's do the thing that they train you the day after you get elected. A bunch of the really smart consultants sit down with you and say, David, welcome to Congress. There's this thing called a third rail. It has something to do with subways. I'm from the desert. We don't have subways. You're not allowed to talk about things like Medicare and Social Security because they'll run nasty ads about you and you'll get unelected. So let's tell the truth. Let's talk about Social Security. In 9 years, could be 8 years, this chart has a mistake on it. This is 2033, not 2034. In 2033, the Social Security Trust Fund has about a 25%, it's empty, and that causes about a 25% cut to the average recipient in America. This is 9 years away. That average cut will be $17,400. As we had testimony in the Ways and Means Committee, that will double senior poverty. Doubling of senior poverty is 9 years away. I was here on the floor last week already showing you that because of rents and other things and Biden inflation, you're already seeing the number of baby boomers in retirement who are ending up homeless. This is 9 years away. $616 billion. So when you show this to someone on the left, well, David, if we would just tax people over $400,000 a year and not give them any benefits, but we make them pay the entire 12.4% FICA tax, we're going to be fine. And then you do the math and you realize they've never actually put a calculator to that, have they? So one more time. In 9 years, $616 billion is the shortfall. In 9 years, everyone's getting a 25% cut. So let's do the first suggestion given to us by our Democrat colleagues. Just create a donut hole. You pay your FICA tax up to $160,200 today. It will go up with inflation over the next few years. And then you create a donut hole, and then people $400,000 and up, you get to pay the 12.4% tax. From that to the sky's the limit, whatever you make, but you get no benefits for it. Turns out our best estimate, we have to work at these numbers to do this because for some reason no one wants to actually put these on charts. Our math comes out to about $86 billion. So you remember the chart before. Let's do this again. Sorry, but this is important because almost no one ever wants to talk about this. Do you see the $616 billion? That is the shortfall in 9 years. Taxing people the full FICA portion of Social Security at the 12.4 produces $86 billion. Does anyone notice a math problem? So let's do the hard left suggestion. David, we just need to get rid of that Social Security cap. So we'll let them have benefits up to that $160,200, but every dime above that still pays the 12.4% tax. But you don't give them any benefits. All right, so this is lifting the cap. And I've had some of the most arrogant leftists over and over say, and that solves the problem, does it? One more time. The shortfall in 9 years, as our estimate, is $616 billion. Lifting the cap, our best estimate, produces about $164.7 billion. You get about 20% of it. This is what the brain trust around here has as the solution. We're just going to force the Republicans to just lift the cap on Social Security taxes and it will be fine. Really? Really? So you have $428, $27 billion. You're still short. And that's in the first year. That's in 1 year. You're still doubling senior poverty at these numbers. And this is the left's plan for us? Come on, people. This shouldn't be Republican or Democrat. But we had a president get behind that microphone and say we're not allowed to talk about this. Please understand, it is absolutely just abysmal that we're going to spend the next couple weeks doing theatrics and fighting out, and we'll scrape out some savings. But those savings are going to be tiny compared to the scale of this sort of nuclear debt bomb.
and this isn't way off in the future, this is no longer about your kids and your grandkids. This is you. This is your retirement. So let's actually do a couple other pieces of math that really upset people, but it's math. Okay, we're going to do something called expected present values. Why this is important is you have a lot of folks who somehow believe that they've paid in stunning amounts of money into Social Security and Medicare, and they're getting cheated. In some ways, you actually are, but it may not be what you think. So what we're trying to show is lifetime taxes, lifetime benefits. The blue here is that purple. This is Social Security, Medicare, Medicare. On Social Security, the average couple, you get every dime back plus about $72,000. Now remember, if 25 years ago when George Bush tried and he was absolutely nuked by the retirement, I got to come up with a name for the folks who basically want to nationalize retirement, and the Democrats, President Bush ran around saying, could we just take a sliver of it and allow people to have their own private account? Oh, you're trying to privatize. Okay, well, too late now. That window long past. So you're going to put in several $100,000 into Social Security through your taxes. If this is an average couple, it works their 40 quarters. You get about a $72,000 spiff. It would be several times more than that if over those working years you'd been allowed to put that 15% or so into a private account. But water under the bridge, this was the brilliance of left's economics. Primary driver of debt, though, turns out this is the lifetime Medicare taxes. It's about $200,000. And we're still working on updating the number, but our newest number is maybe just shy of $700,000 per couple on the benefits they're going to get from Medicare. Someone see a problem? Average couple, remember there's 76 million baby boomers. That couple will put in a couple $100,000 in Medicare, and they're probably getting close to $700,000 in benefits. That gap right there is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Almost no one will ever tell you that. And I don't take you through some of the same. My reason I keep coming behind this mic, I truly believe there are people out there in the public that want to be talked to like adults. Yes, you like getting, the stimuli of having someone say something angry and crazy and, go out and burn down but that's not how you save the republic. There are ways to stabilize this. There are ways for this to be another American century. But that clock is ticking on us. You think we're going to recapitalize? If the Medicare trust fund is how many $1 billion of shortfall starting in 7 years? I just showed you Social Security is 616 in its first year. Transportation's also gone in that time. Plus, we're heading into $3 trillion year deficits at the end of the decade. We're going to do 2.2 this year. This is moving away from us very, very, very fast. And I do need people out there to understand the difference between $1 million, $1 billion, and $1 trillion. Play with your calculator, see how many zeros are the difference. Don't let someone trying to get your vote pander to you by making crap up. If they're not being serious with you, because I will argue this is the thing that destroys your republic. This is what will make you much less free. This is what will take your freedoms from you, destroy your retirement, and heaven knows the misery we're leaving to our kids. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, as reclaiming my time, and to Ms. Salazar, I apologize for having us all have to speed up our clock here.
it's sometimes just the nature of when someone else on the Democrat side cut their time short and didn't show up. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, as we start to go, we're going to walk through a couple things here. Part of this is actually going to be something I don't get to do that often. It's going to be actually optimistic with a potential solution that will functionally soak myself in kerosene and play with matches. But I come here every week and I'm incredibly terrified, I'm incredibly dour on what's happening in debt. So let's actually first set up part of this conversation. We are borrowing in the last 12 months, anyone want to give me a guess, how much do we borrow per second? Per second in the last 12 months. $63,000 per second is what the United States federal government is borrowing. And if you start to actually dig into it deeper, when you start to see stories popping up of cities like Chicago with $35 billion debt crisis coming, that $63,000 of borrowing is just the federal government. That does not include a bunch of the other types of pension obligations, which are another, I think we had one that was showing another couple dozen $1 trillion of obligations. Now do municipal debt. Now do state pension debt. Do understand the debt monster is not just the fact that the United States functionally right now has, what, $32.5 trillion, and out of that, 26 trillion of that is publicly borrowed. That difference we try to explain is when the Treasury borrows from the trust funds, and the trust funds are given, so you're the Railroad Retirement Trust Fund, the Social Security Trust Fund. They're given sort of IOUs, but they're paid interest. And they have a functionally a negotiable security that can only be cashed in with Treasury. So if anyone says, well, they stole the money, that's just not true. They just interborrowed, but they have the obligation. But in the coming weeks, probably when we get back from August, we're going to do a presentation on just the scale of borrowing. Do you remember the debates we had here on the floor, 2 years ago, of the multi-employer pension systems that were bankrupt? They had no money. And the brain trust around here, instead of fixing them, we just said, here's $135 billion. Here's lots of cash. Except even that money now has been pretty much burnt up. We have a crisis. Much of the political leaders, union leaders, others from the 70s, 80s, 90s were unwilling to tell workers, we need to set aside more money to cover these costs. And then the other thing we didn't prepare for, healthcare costs. So I'm going to show in here just the scale from today through 30 years, best calculation without using the new interest rates on debt as we've had the last year, it's about $130 trillion of borrowing coming. Every dime of that is demographics. 75% of that $130 trillion is the shortfall of Medicare. The other 25% is if we backfill Social Security, because remember, in 8.5, 9 years, Social Security Trust Fund is chewed up. It's gone. And seniors take a 25% cut in their check, and we double poverty in the senior population in America. And it's immoral, but once again, we have no partners here to actually work on it. If you actually go into many of our home districts right now, they're running ads, the Democrats are running ads saying, David Schweikert is willing to talk about Social Security trying to save it. He's a horrible human being. And they're doing this because they care more about winning the political debate than saving it. It's just immoral. And then something started to happen the last 2 weeks, and I just brought one of them because the number of times the handful of us here who actually care about debt have almost been mocked. And then something happened. Suddenly, we have some of the most leftist publications in America. I mean, here's The Atlantic. It turns out that debt matters after all. What's happening? Our brothers and sisters on the left all of a sudden had an epiphany going, oh God. Maybe what some of those people on the right have been saying, that it's out of control. Did I mention $63,000 a second? The debate used to be you'd come behind the microphones and say, don't you care about your grandkids? Then the math got so bad, we started to come and say, well, don't you care about your kids? And it was shocking. It was just shocking the input we'd get. We'd often get seniors saying, nah, screw them. I hope that's just a tiny, tiny, tiny part of the population, but you would be just taken back of some of the inbound to our office when we talk about what was happening in debt and that it was demographics. Demographics aren't Republican and Democrat, but now the math has gotten so bad, it's no longer your grandkids, your kids, it's now you and I. It's those of us who will be heading into retirement, it's us. I'm going to show here some of the outside estimates on how bad the math is. And if any of those outside estimates are accurate, in 9 years, this place is a basket case. There's one estimate done by Bloomberg Intelligence, and they have a really sophisticated model. They have some top-end economists, and they're saying it's not the 115% of debt to GDP that Congressional Budget Office. They say if their model is correct, it's like 130% of debt to GDP, meaning just interest cost 10 years from now is a couple $1 trillion a year. The other punchline, I came here last week and we were trying to recalculate what the Supreme Court's decision in regards to student loans meant, and was that going to be a placeholder to move up and down some of the debt numbers. We basically took what Treasury was saying and we couldn't make the math work. So we spent a couple days saying, okay, if we take the historic of the last quarter we're in of the fiscal year and say, here's the tax receipts we typically get, here's the spending we typically get, we will borrow more money this year than all of defense and all of discretionary. So I take back what I said last week saying, hey, we might be getting a bit of a reprieve. It doesn't look like the reprieve is actually in that math. One of the models, if you use the mean number, not the outliers, the mean, it basically says we will borrow more money than every dime of what you think of as government. All defense and all of discretionary, that's what we get to vote on, will be on borrowed money. We were not supposed to be hitting numbers like that for a few more years. And it's a combination of multiple things. Healthcare costs have exploded. We know, because we've documented this one, in the first 7 months of the year, Medicare went up 16%. Spending on Medicare went up 16%. Interest is up dramatically. Next year, just interest will be functionally $750 billion. How many people have you had talk about it, that interest in just 4 or 5 years will be bigger than all the defense? And then tax receipts have started, because this great Biden economic economy, well, the tax receipts are starting to collapse. Because you don't go and sell assets and pay capital gains when your capital gains are mostly inflation. The wheels are coming off, people, and we need to take it seriously. So let's actually do a couple of our boards here and just sort of set up what we see happening, and then we're going to walk through something that's semi-hopeful. We always start with this chart, and one day I will actually update it because it's now almost 2 years old. But for anyone watching, you see the red, mandatory. That's on autopilot. You see the green and the blue? Okay, let's just pretend that's like 26, 27% of all of our spending. This right here, this year, every dime of that's borrowed. Your government, if you think the State Department, your poverty program, this, that, you care about, if it's not in the mandatory, it's borrowed money. And so the brain trust around here that will come in and say, well, if you just get rid of foreign aid's about 12 days of borrowing. you can make an argument saying, we need to think about ourselves. Ukrainian funding. Okay, whether you're for it or against it, it's functionally might be 3 weeks of borrowing in an entire year. And now we're actually working on the budgets, and this is just a placeholder. When you have someone tell you saying, we're holding discretionary spending flat, well, we're holding it flat from the couple pandemic years, which were incredible spikes. But if you actually do the right way to look at a spending chart, go pick a base year, add in inflation, what does that curve look like? Non-defense discretionary is up 154% if you use 1990 as your base year and just say, here's inflation, here's what the line would look like if we held it steady, but it's up 159%. Defense is only up 35% over inflation trend line. Just worth, and I get more crap for showing this board because the poor folks who are having to try to build the budgets and the hallways in this place being full of people begging for more cash. But there's no cash. Understand it's all borrowed right now. The trust funds. So you come in here and say, Social Security Trust Fund is gone in the 10-year window. It's all gone. The Highway Transportation Fund is gone in 4 years. So the Highway Trust Fund, all that money is gone. The Medicare Trust Fund is actually gone about a year before the Social Security Trust Fund, meaning the whole Part A Medicare Trust Fund, the whole hospital portion, which is it's close to about 40% of all Medicare funding. The trust fund is gone. All these are empty and functionally within this 9-year window.
If the gentleman would suspend for just a moment. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-70, an act to require the Bureau of Indian Affairs to process and complete all mortgage packages in association with residential and business mortgages on Indian land by certain deadlines and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's always important when the Senate actually passes something. Sorry, 10 seconds of levity. When you become a freshman here, you probably had the same thing. You sit down, and it's always a member from Texas. Did you notice? They plop down next to you and go, David, our freshman member of Congress, you see them on that side. They're Democrats. That's your opposition. Your true enemy is down the hall. It's called the Senate. And that joke has been here for like 200 years. All right, back to being serious. I just showed you a chart that the trust funds are gone in the 10 years. We will need not hundreds of billions, trillions to backfill, particularly when you put in the Social Security Trust Fund. How much discussion do you hear? Instead, you see it used as advertising. We had a president that got behind that podium there and basically said, you're not allowed to talk about Medicare or Social Security. And the room applauded. And a number of us who had spent the last year of our lives trying to find a way to save it, Republicans and Democrats. Remember, when the president gave his State of the Union, he knifed a number of Democrat senators, too, who had been willing to have an honest conversation on how we were going to do the moral thing and save Social Security. But it was just too tasty of a political issue. So then you get this. I get this question often when I'm talking about U.S. sovereign debt. Yes, but all of our debt is owned by China. It's not true. Number one holder of U.S. sovereign debt is Japan. It's a little over $1 trillion. Out of that, 26 trillion that's publicly held. That's not inter transfers. China now, and for the last several years, has been dialing back their U.S. sovereigns. Meaning today, China holds about $800 billion. And you actually go down, this is the reality. The rest of the world has been slowly, over the last few years, backing away from buying U.S. sovereign debt. What do we know that Americans don't know? Why have they decided we're not that safe of an investment? Is it because the United States does sanctions? Is it because of our creditworthiness?
but the fact of the matter is foreign holdings of U.S. debt continues to fall, meaning we as U.S. savers have to finance that $63,000 we're borrowing every second. Much more of that today we have to finance with our savings. And then you have the insane policies that this place did over the previous couple years when the left controlled it. You know, when you had a Democrat House, Democrat Senate, Democrat President. Do you remember the Inflation Reduction Act? Insane name. Had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It was spending money. It kept inflation going. But about 2 hours ago, the Wall Street Journal published an analysis of these grants that they're giving away to big industries. Now, they're in the clean energy industries, but they're still really big industries. Well, it turns out the vast majority of the cash this government's giving out from last year's Inflation Reduction Act is going to foreign companies. Yep, our taxpayer dollars that were supposed to help us build a U.S. clean industry or clean energy industry functionally structure, 60% of clean energy projects awarded from the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, are foreign-owned businesses. Yay, policy! So you see we're borrowing $63,000 a second. We have crushing our kids, our grandkids, and many of your own retirements because they're the ones that have to pay this debt back. And we're doing projects funded by last year's legislation that was only supposed to cost about $280 billion only. And then Goldman Sachs comes in and says, nah, the spending on all these grants and these giveaways and this, these supplements functioning could be $1.2 trillion. CBO comes in and doubles their estimate. And now we find 60% of that money is going to foreign companies. This is not what we were promised. The president, the Democrats promised us this was to create a U.S.-based infrastructure for clean energy, except the vast majority of their money, our money, is now going to foreign companies. Great job, guys. And it just gets worse because now we're starting to look at what's going on interest. Do you understand how, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be a jerk. There's a concept of fragility. How many of you have ever, I'll use an example from Taleb's book a couple years ago. How many of you, you're going to go to school? You know, for young people it might be here, or those of us who have to go to the airport, and you know if you leave at this time, you're always going to get there. Except that one time out of 10, there's a car accident, and boom, you miss your airplane, you miss getting to class. The concept is fragility. If you squeeze it too tight, just-in-time inventories, at some moment something breaks, and that one time you miss the airplane, is it worth all the other times that you got 5 extra minutes at home drinking coffee? Interest, in a weird way, is the same concept. Things are wonderful until they're not. Next year, we are estimated to borrow almost $750 billion. None of that buys anything. It doesn't buy you a new bridge. It doesn't buy you a new program. It doesn't help you fund education. All that's just paying bondholders back. $750 billion next year. But one of the things that this chart is trying to show is if you actually go out and then look at some of the higher interest rate possibilities, the math says a single point higher interest than what Congressional Budget Office was estimating a year ago. Over the 30 years, it's $30 trillion. 2 points higher interest over that time. Actually, it's closer to like 25, 27 years. Every dime of U.S. tax receipts goes to cover interest. There's no more government. That's called fragility. You become subject to the whims of the debt markets. And now this chart is starting to show we're over here. Here's our historic. And all of a sudden, what happens to the cost of these programs with just simple marginal increases in interest? So when I talk about that $30 trillion, and you're going to show it to you in a chart in a moment, how much of the financing of Medicare is actually not delivery of health care. It's actually the financing of the debt that financed the last increment of that Medicare.
And this is the chart that should scare you to death when you start to realize that if you had 3% higher, which isn't, go back 20 years ago, this was a normal, these types of interest rates were normal for U.S. debt. In that 30-year window, you have over 345% of debt to the size of the economy. You got to understand that this isn't a game. We're already right now at 100% of debt to GDP. The wheels are coming off, and we're going to dink around with little arguments saying, well, I have an idea. We're going to work on it all year, and our big success, we're going to save 0.5% on Medicare spending. We've lost our minds around here. Our unwillingness to do the things that are difficult because we got to explain it to a reporter. It's going to be an attack ad in one of our campaigns. This is the end of your republic. This basically means you will live in a country with functionally no growth, and functionally every incremental dollar you have is trying to just cover the interest, the borrowing costs of your country. And it's not tax receipts. We have chart after chart after chart after chart that demonstrates it's spending. It's mostly demographics. We got old. A bit of trivia. 1970s, when I was a child, yes, I've gotten that old, for every dollar it went to seniors, $5 went to young people. Today, it's just reversed. For every dollar it goes to young people, $5 goes to seniors. It's not actually real a policy shift. Healthcare got dramatically more expensive. It's out of control. We cannot afford it. But also our demographics changed rapidly. Last year, we had 1.67 fertility rate, meaning this country will have more deaths in 18 years than births. Half the states in this country today have more deaths than births. It's demographics. We're not having children. And this started back in 1990. This didn't just happen yesterday. The fertility rate started to collapse in 1990. They just accelerated the last couple years. Next year, 12,000 Americans a day turn 65. 12,000 Americans turn 65 a day next year. And our hallways will be full of people begging for more cash. I can't even figure out how to finance what our current obligations are. And you start to look at the reality of the money. Deficit projections. This is important to understand when I say the wheels are coming off. So let's go way back in history. May 22, so about a year ago. We were supposed to borrow $980 billion this year. $980 billion. Today, our latest adjustment on the expectation. So a year ago, we were going to borrow $980 billion. What happened? Why is that number doubled? So within 1 year, we went from 980 to now we're estimating $1.84 trillion this year. What happened in 12 months? Well, you got some of the Democrat tax policy, which turns out is not raising any money and is actually slowing down parts of the growth in the economy. We're building factories like crazy with subsidized tax money that we have no workers for and there's no customers for. That's going to be brilliant. Well, and the best part, that money, as I just showed you, 60% of it is going to foreign-owned companies. Brilliant. But this is pretty much a math-free zone. So this is the one, and I keep showing this one because it's almost, I almost have bad dreams about this one. And I should disclose. I have a 1-year-old. I have a 7-year-old. Matter of fact, my 7-year-old's here in Washington with me this week. What's their right? What do they get in the future? Because today the math basically says in 23 years, all U.S. taxes have to have doubled. All U.S. taxes will have to double in that 23-year window just to maintain baseline services. So when my little people are out of their postdoctorates, because I have high anticipation for them, they're going to walk into an economy that looks nothing, even nothing like what we have today. How many of you intend to still be alive 20 years from now? Are you ready to live in a country where all your taxes will have doubled? Everything. That's the math. We can keep pretending it doesn't exist, but the math will always win. And what was so terrifying we did here is when we did the debt ceiling deal, we functionally went from, hey, we're projecting to head towards 120, 119% of debt to GDP at the end of the 10-year window. Say, hey, we're going to get it down to maybe 114, 115. That's actually real money. That's $100 billion a year. So right now we spend about $700 billion this fiscal year, $700 billion in non-defense discretionary, and we're going to remove $100 billion of that. That's real money. Because no one here actually does economics, they also don't understand when you remove that $100 billion, you got to do it. You don't have a choice. The wheels are coming off. But you also slow down the economy by about 0.5% of GDP if you have not adopted other program of policies, whether it be you're fixing parts of immigration, where you're fixing parts of the tax code, you're fixing parts of regulation. But without it, when you're doing the very cuts that you have to do, you also affect the growth of the economy. And so the really smart economists come in here and do the math, and Moody's comes in and says, yeah, at the end of the 10 years where you're going demographics, the healthcare costs skyrocketing, higher interest rates, we don't think you're going to be down to 114, 115% of debt to GDP. We think you're going to be at 120% of debt to GDP. Okay? If you do the math, that basically means your interest cost is probably $1.25 trillion a year. So you're going to spend that sort of money to get nothing, just pay the bondholders. But then the one that takes your breath away is the Moody's intelligence, or excuse me, the Bloomberg intelligence folks ran their model and their economists. And they said, hey, we see at the end of the 10-year window, you're going to be at 130% of debt to GDP. If you do the math, when you're holding that sort of debt to GDP, that's like $2 trillion a year in just interest. Okay, pay attention with me. $2 trillion just in interest. I told you that this year every dime of discretionary is going to be borrowed. At that time, equal to almost every dime of discretionary, the discretionary will have grown a bit, but stayed fairly flat. Will be pretty much just interest, meaning the borrowing 10-year window from now will have to be like $2.7 trillion in a year. I mean, this is functioning 9 budget years from now. Dear heaven, I hope this number is wrong, but they walk you through the math saying you're going to have this many baby boomers in their benefit years. Because of that movement demographically, the economy is going to slow down. Because of what cuts you're having to do, the economy is going to have slowed down. The higher interest rates of financing is going to cost this much. And we're terrified to tell our voters this, because our voters get all upset and say, well, if you just got rid of waste and fraud and foreign aid, you'd be fine. Or for the brain trust on the left, if you would just raise taxes on the 2% of the population that makes $400,000, we'll finance it. And I showed last week, that's all fantasy. You don't get anything close to it. But the political class here relies on the fact that our voters don't care about the math. Our interest cost just this year is up 40%. That's a punchline. So what we budgeted, remember, we were only going to borrow $980 billion only this year. Now we look like we're going to borrow $1.84 trillion. One of the drivers in that is our interest cost is up 40% this year. How many people do you hear even bothering to tell you the truth? And this is the board that also gets me in trouble all the time because it's also 2 years old. The numbers are much worse. It's no longer 116 trillion, it's about 130 trillion of debt. 100% of the next 30 years of debt is, I've already said it twice in this, anyone listening? 75% is the shortfall of Medicare. We don't have enough money for it. And the other 25% is if we backfill Social Security. Because remember, in functionally 9 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And this is before this inflation interest rate cycle, this math was done. And you start to look at this, and you understand how much is the direct spending, how much is the interest cost of financing those sorts of debt. This is $130 trillion of borrowing over the next 30 years, and it's all demographics. We got old. Pay attention, we're going to come back to this concept of if the vast majority of our borrowing, of our debt, is health care, we're going to get to a couple points where we're going to have the willingness to talk about the drivers of that spending. So, JEC, Joint Economic Committee, the Republican side, which I'm the senior Republican, Medicare spending will double. FY23, it's $1 trillion. 10 years, we functionally go to $3 trillion. We're going to functionally add, over the 10 years, $22 trillion of, you get it? Is anyone looking? Medicare. This is not Medicaid. This is not Indian Health Service. This is not VA. It's just Medicare. $22 trillion in that 10 years. And look in the hallways of this place, and it's lined up with people who are wonderful. They're smart. They work hard. They care about their patients. And it's more money. And we're trying to figure out the wheels are falling off, and is anyone willing to tell them the truth? Oh, sorry about that. JEC estimates, and this is where I'm about now to soak myself in kerosene and light myself on fire, because apparently we're not allowed to actually talk to people and tell the truth. We've been writing the Republican side of the Joint Economic Committee report now for a couple months. There's functionally 5 PhD economists. There's an idiot like me doing some of the math, working on it. And we're trying to figure out what moral approach can we do to save the country from the debt crisis that is here. Did I mention $63,000 a second we're borrowing this last 12 months? And there's a chapter 3 in here. And this chapter may get me unelected. But we calculated the cost of obesity. I can't tell you how many members here are terrified when I start to want to even have a conversation what we're seeing in the math. But we know diabetes, most just functioning type 2, diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spending. We know our brothers and sisters out there that have multiple comorbidities, that 5% of the population is over 50% of all of our healthcare spend. I've shown you chart after chart after chart here showing healthcare is the driver of our debt. And we got 5% of our brothers and sisters who are really sick, and the most common morbidity within that population is obesity. Of the 4,000 human diseases, and I have this one really well documented, 4,000 functioning, 2,000 are related to obesity. So 2 out of the 4,000. Are we willing to basically have a moment of honesty? I'm going to show you a couple charts here. We're in trouble. Have you seen the latest obesity statistics of our kids? Have you seen the numbers of how many Americans are dying? It's immoral that we're terrified to talk about this. And you're going to see in the report, because we spent a lot of time working on the math, and they wouldn't let us use some of the more optimistic math because it wasn't properly vetted. So we had to find peer-reviewed studies with lots of math and that could be recalculated and done. But we're looking at if we could stabilize the sickest in our obese population, both with productivity, because you get to come back into society and work, but also the healthcare costs associated, it's a few $1 trillion in the 10-year window. There is a moral path to save us from the crushing debt? Are we willing to adopt policy that basically says we love and care for people and we'd like them to live for a while? We'd like them to not be miserable all the time. But are we willing to discuss the Farm Bill? Are we willing to actually discuss the technologies that are out there right now, where the watch, which actually has blood glucose, or the portable blood glucose monitor you can, stick on yourself? Are we willing to have, and I'm going to show you a board here that talks about the GLP-1s, and this is not even with actually the new generation that's coming out, where FDA approves first cellular therapy for type 1 diabetes. First one's now actually approved. It gets the body to start producing islet cells again. It's here, and there's actually 4 or 5 others in phase 1 right now. Maybe we are on the cusp of technology miracles. The dear Lord gave us the ability to think, and it turns out really smart people are giving us a path. Are we willing to be smart enough? Joint Economic Committee estimates related projections. 12.3% of the 33 trillion, 1 out of every 8, functionally that spending is directly related to obesity. And that's the most conservative of the numbers. Obesity risk. I mean, you all know this. I'm showing stuff people know. We all know it. I mean, heart. The one. What is it? 1 in 12 cancers. The number of human misery that's directly associated. And now we get into some of the more uncomfortable things to talk about. Life expectancy. For 18 years old and up, given their BMI class. So, and look, we all know there's controversy on the body mass index, but we have lots of data around it. And if you care about people and what's happening in society, because remember, functioning the last 4 years, Americans' life expectancy has gone down. We are dying younger, and even when you remove COVID, and even then try to take a look, so for our particularly prime age working males, we have a data set I presented here a couple weeks ago that just shocked me. It turned out that it wasn't drugs. Now, drugs was really close. It was actually obesity was killing more of our brothers in America. I didn't have a female data set to look at. How many of us are willing to actually say, wow, so if we would actually take on the drug problem and the obesity problem, we would add how many years of longevity to Americans' lives? That's moral. And also, it's really good economics. And we can see when we start to see some of these numbers where 81 was someone with healthy down to 72, so they're losing almost a decade of their lives. And you get into some of our minority populations and the numbers are even uglier. So my brothers and sisters that keep coming here and saying, let's talk about income inequality. Turns out some of the data says health, taking on diabetes, hypertension, obesity, may be the single most moral, fast, and economically rational path if you care about income inequality. You just got to be prepared for the armies of lobbyists who we're about to change. If we did these things and actually took it on, we would be changing their business models. Thank you. Look, the numbers going off the charts. This one actually just came out, I think, about 48 hours ago. The projections over the rest of this decade of how many of our young people, when we're starting to see some numbers where we're heading towards a time where the end of the decade, where half of our young people are technically obese. This is a country that took on smoking and saved how many lives? We have seatbelts, we have airbags. We did it because it made us safer, healthier. We got to live longer. When you're seeing a new study out, and it's a good study, and it's detailed, and it's a huge data set, and saying, hey, at the current rate, in about a decade, half of our young people. Are we willing to take this on? Because just the economics, just the lifespan, healthcare costs, you're going to see things in our joint economic report if it gets passed. It's not a report till it's passed by the committee, and I hope I can get the votes of my fellow members on the committee to support what we wrote. But if it becomes an official report, you're going to see in there stunning amounts of money for those of us who sound like accountants on steroids that we would save by being healthier. But then you have the other side. But look at longevity. Look at the ability to participate in society. Look at the ability to have family formation. This is as close as I've come up with for unified theory of what we could do to save ourselves. And how many other idiots are going to be like me and get behind the microphone and be willing to talk about this and get ready for the television ads? He was willing to talk about this. And here's some of the punchline. I believe this number is dramatically too low. But we're coming up with math that says, look, just the use of the GLP-1s for some of the highest BMI segments, potentially hundreds of billions of dollars of savings. And that's without the economic effect, and that's also without the long-term health effects that are outside that 10-year window. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I appreciate you sitting there, letting me go through this. I'm trying to make a point, instead of coming to this mic every week after week after week saying there's something horribly wrong in the debt data. It's getting worse dramatically faster. People don't understand how fragile we're becoming as a society because of the threats that debt means. I'm going to try to be better. I'm going to try to demonstrate there is hope. There is a path. This is only one of about 4 key things I believe we could do to become a much more prosperous society with dramatically, we're not going to pay off the debt, but we could stabilize it. There's hope. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, but is anyone listening? I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Feels like it's been a while since we had these. I think it's been 6 weeks since I've been behind this microphone, 6 weeks since we basically shot ourselves in the temple and all the other craziness that went on. And the amazing thing is, in that 6 weeks, you'd be stunned how much the numbers, the debt numbers, have moved against us. And this is just a fascinating time. Think of this. Within a month or so, we've actually been having to recalculate our projections of debt deficits and what was going on. If that doesn't give you a sense of this thing called interest rate fragility, basically meaning as interest rates go up, it's consuming more and more and more of the available resources that you would have either put into your communities or maybe into military or other things. But right now, I'm going to show you a couple charts in a moment. Interest and the Office of Management Budget, Treasury, just a couple hours ago did an update that shows that gross interest this fiscal year will not be the 4th biggest expense, it will be the 2nd biggest expense. Social Security, interest, Medicare, defense. Now that's a gross number, but we're going to talk about what gross and net means in the U.S. government interest rate world. So let's actually walk through some of the primers here. And once again, our basic rule is if you don't like math and don't want to deal with reality, please stop watching. This is our update from 2023. 73% of the spending members of Congress get functionally have no voice on. We don't vote on it. That's mandatory. That's Social Security, that's Medicare, that's certain veterans benefits, certain tribal benefits, those things that are formula. We call mandatory. They're mostly earned benefits. Some are benefits that you get because you fell below a certain income, but they're a formula. You see this green and this blue. The blue is defense. The green, 15%, that's all other, let's call it non-defense discretionary. The blue obviously is all of defense, that's 13%. All of this colored area right here, the green and the blue, is on borrowed money. Every dime members of Congress vote on is on borrowed money. And then last year, about $400 billion of this red was on borrowed money. So as we kick each other's heads in here, which a lot of it's well worth doing, fighting for a little here, a little there, we're borrowing about $6.5 billion a day. I think on average about $77,000, $78,000 a second. And one of the reasons I come back to this is being home this weekend, having some conversations with people. These are smart. I represent one of the best educated districts in America. And you have these conversations, David. David, if it just weren't for waste and fraud. David, if it weren't for foreign aid, or my friends on the left, and I'm going to show a bunch of slides here because I need to nail this down. If we just would tax rich people more, we'd be fine. None of that is true. You take the math and take every Democrat proposal, let's start with this one, and do tax maximization on those over $400,000. So on estate tax, income tax, capital gains tax, you do the tax maximization and then do the economic model, you get about 1.5% of GDP. Last year we borrowed 8.4% of GDP. Turns out 1.5 is a hell of a lot less than 8.4. But this being a math-free zone, I thought we might do this several times to see if some of it sinks in. So once again, 73% of our spending is on autopilot. If we don't really move defense, all we're fighting over right now is within this green wedge, 15% of our spending. That's what's going on. So let's actually talk through what's happening around us. If I had come to this floor a year or two ago and said gross interest in the 2024 fiscal year was going to cross over $1 trillion, you would have laughed your hearts out. Guess what? OMB a couple hours ago confirmed gross interest is going to be over $1 trillion this year, making it the second biggest expense of this government. Does anyone understand? A couple years ago, it was 3 or 4 years ago, we were looking at numbers of $300, $400 billion. We've more than doubled it. Does anyone care? Is it just one of those, we can just continue to ignore it? A couple months ago, I came here and showed some charts that in this fiscal year, we're going to bring 9.6, that was our best model, 9.6 trillion to market. About 2 trillion we estimated to be virgin, new issuance. That's from the borrowing from this year. The rest is what we call refinancing. It's the short bonds, even some longer bonds, that many of these bonds were really low, I mean, just slightly above zero, and they're coming back for refinancing. And all of a sudden you have, how many, trillions and trillions of dollars that are down here with almost no interest expense to this government, to our taxpayers, and now they're coming in and we're starting to see mean interest moving over 3%. And it keeps going up. This should be what we talk about on the floor. If this continues, it consumes everything in its path. Is interest Republican or Democrat? It's just something we have to pay. But trust me, we'll find a way to turn it partisan. And this is one of the punchlines I need us to try to get our heads around. We're modeling for the 2024 year, so the fiscal year we're in now. We just finished our first month of it. Social Security, we expect to come in about $1,450 billion. Gross interest, as of a couple hours ago, we adjusted it. We actually had it, our model was $2 billion over this, but CBO came in and said, hey, gross interest is now over $1 trillion. And if you want to do net, and now might be a time to explain the difference. What's the difference between net interest and gross interest? When Treasury reaches over to the Social Security Trust Fund, which is also gone in about 8-9 years, reaches over and grabs that money and spends it, we put special T-bills, Treasury bills over there, but we have to pay them interest. We pay them interest twice a year. It's still an expense. It's still money that got paid as for the rent of that money, and you take all the trust funds, and that's the difference between whether we're going to pay, as the Treasury is coming back and saying, $839. I need to disclose my model, our joint economic model, is closer to $879, and we've been more accurate the last 2 years than Treasury has. But gross interest, money we will spend on interest as this government, is now over $1 trillion. The third biggest spend now is Medicare. Medicare moved up 12.3% last year. So for its scale, interest moved up 38%, Medicare moved up over 12%. Those are the primary growers in borrowing and spending. And then number 4, the fourth biggest expense now is defense. You run into someone at the grocery store back home and ask them, particularly if they lean on the left side, and they almost immediately, viscerally go straight to defense. How many of them will believe saying, hey, but defense is now the fourth biggest expenditure? It's no longer the first, it's not the second, it's not the third, it's the fourth. And interest now has become the second. If I had held up this chart a year ago, you would have stared at me like I was out of my mind. It's happened. It's happened, and we've talked about this was coming. And in some ways, it saddens me the predictions come true. And you got to understand, when you start seeing these, and we did it in chart fashion to try to make it more visual. Here's Social Security, here's interest, here's Medicare, here's defense now. Healthcare costs and interest. Your government is an insurance company with an army. And the interest payments just keep coming. We actually believe this number is wrong, but we think it's out of date. But the point of this chart is to show you the fast-moving, what interest fragility is doing to us. 2022, we spent $475 billion in interest. 2023, we spent $659, and we thought that was outrageous. Our number is actually $880 for primary interest, not gross. But even if we use the most conservative number we've been given, and this number is already now a month or so out of date, you're looking at another 30% growth in just that spending line. And that's not counting for the interest we pay ourselves from the borrowing when we borrow out of the trust funds. And look, I know this didn't move the markets, and it won't move the markets until we start to have a really stressed bond auction. But you already know that 2 of the big credit rating agencies have done an actual downgrade. Moody's, last Friday, basically put us on downgrade watch. They still let us have our AAA, but they said, we believe the bias is now negative. You do realize there's 5-6 countries now out there that have better credit ratings than the United States. Good jobs, guys. We should all be very, very proud of ourselves. And not that anyone here pays attention to the bond market. why I keep coming back to the bond market is because we are incapable of doing our job here, telling the truth about the math. Remember, 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years is demographics. Takes away some of the political fun out of it, doesn't it? When you can't sort of say, well, it's this or that. We got old. Take a look at the baseline data. It's healthcare costs, it's interest, it's Medicare, it's Social Security in functioning 9 years when that trust fund is gone. This is a chart of what happened, I think it was Thursday or Friday. We had a 30-year bond auction. Did anyone pay attention to the fact that it was substantially what they call undersubscribed? It wasn't a disaster, but it was definitely signs of stress. It shot up. That's what this line is here. They had to spike up the interest rates on those 30-year bonds to get the buyers, get them sold. And I believe, and I may have my number wrong, I believe the primary dealers, this is actually a special deal they have with Treasury, the primary dealers had to take down, had to buy almost a quarter of these bonds. Past years, it would only been around 12%. That is a big deal. The fact of the matter is when you had to turn the switch and the dealers had to take down the bonds because there weren't enough buyers. Does anyone in this body pay any attention to the fact that if we're borrowing $6.5 billion a day and then we're about to refinance several trillion dollars this year, how much of this we have to bring to market every couple of weeks? If this had gotten a little bit worse, this would have been the headlines over the weekend. And let's actually start to walk through, once again, our realities. Social Security. And the reason I'm walking through this chart is I'm going to spend some time on where the spending is. I'm going to spend some time on where the tax receipts are and who pays them. We're going to spend some time on some of the proposals out there to show how hollow they are. Because I'm so tired of having conversations with people who I know are smart, and they're so wrapped in folklore about the U.S. debt and deficits. And even this body, we will knife each other, which, trust me, I've been involved in those knife fights. I've offered some of the most brutal amendments on this floor for cutting spending. But we'll go to war with each other, and the debate time on the floor, if we're borrowing $77,000 a second, there was more borrowing during the time of the debate than the amendment would have saved. Social Security is about 21% of our spend. Now, you always need to think of Social Security as unique. It functionally has its own tax line, FICA taxes. But why do we keep coming back and paying attention to it? And this is one of the brutal dishonesties I get, particularly from our brothers and sisters on the left. I actually watched one Democrat member over here who I think she's running for Senate in California on one of the left-wing cable television shows holding a little whiteboard going, you see, it adds nothing to the deficit. She's absolutely right. Social Security adds nothing to the deficit. Today, in 9 years, we double senior poverty because in 9 years, there's a 25% cut to Social Security. And I'm going to walk through some of those slides to understand the scale. That's one of the reasons, if you have someone talking about debt and deficits and they're talking about the future, if they're not talking about how to save Social Security, they're completely dishonest. They're absolutely hollow. They're immoral. And I'm going to show also the proposals being given to us by the left on what we could tax only get you about 20%. I'm going to show the charts that say, just get rid of the cap. Tax everyone to 12.4%, and you only cover about 20% of the shortfall. We have no concept the scale. Remember, the shortfall is functionally 3/4 of what we spend on defense. There's this lack of understanding
how brutal the math is. And no, you can't actually tax your way out of this. And no, my brothers and sisters, we can't actually cut our way out of this, because the growth is actually because we got old. We made promises, and we haven't figured out how to finance them. And it's a moral imperative that this group gets off its heinies and starts putting some batteries in their calculator and starts understanding the scale of what we're talking about. Social Security is 21%. Medicare is 13%. National defense, 13%. Interest was 10%. That was last year. Guess what? That interest now is closer to 13, 14, 15% of our total budget. Just in that function 1 year, now that we're starting to refinance our bonds and the trillions we're having to sell that are new borrowing, those new interest rates, this whole hierarchy is changing. And we get what for paying the interest? And no, if you're one of the people that goes, well, we're paying China. China now only owns, we think, maybe $800–900 billion of our bonds. Still a lot of money. And yes, they may hold certain of our bonds on offshore. Our best guesstimate is Japan owns more, is our number one one we're indebted, but that's only like $1 trillion, $1.4 trillion. Everything, most of the rest is actually we finance ourselves. So we owe our own pension systems, your retirement. I bet you if you have a 401k, you'd find out that part of this U.S. sovereign debt is in it. And this is important to understand when we start talking about the growth of our obligations. This year, 12,000 of our brothers and sisters turned 65 a day. This was 65 years ago, this was one of the peak years of the baby boom. We get 12,000 baby boomers turn 65 a day right now. So our estimate is Social Security this year will pop up to $1.45 trillion. But you see, and that's about a 7.9% growth, even though the COLA is only a fraction of that. You know, last year the COLA was 8.3, and the spending went up 11.1. How to do that? Because of the increase in populations. A decade ago, 1 out of 8 Americans was 65. 2 years ago, 1 out of 6 was 65. It's demographics. How often do we ever talk about the reality of our demographics? How many of you saw the article, Census Bureau put out their report a couple days ago? Did you see what's happening on our fertility rates? Looks like in 15, 18 years, this country has more deaths than births. We have about 40, maybe 50 years, and actually then we roll over and the United States actually might start to have a declining population. It's demographics. And that's part of our job here. But it would require math. So let's actually walk through something that just frustrates me so much because I believe it's moral to fix it and immoral to avoid the conversation. And the fact I talk about saving Social Security, I get ads. I get attack ads at home because at first, oh, he talked about it. Let's attack him. Our model, and it's not 2034, it's 2033. We have a mistake on our boards. I apologize for that. We estimate in functioning, this is 9 years, 9 budget years. The very first year the trust fund is gone, the shortfall is $616 billion. Okay, first year. Trust fund is gone. So let's go to the solutions we get from our left. Let's just tax everyone over $400,000. We're going to tax them the 12.4% tax. Okay? Unlimited income. And they get no benefit for it. All right. Except the problem is the best math says that gets you about $86 billion. Remember, 616 is the shortfall. And I did this on a single year to make it more understandable. 616 billion is my shortfall. It's our shortfall. In 2033,
taxing everyone over 400,000, the 12.4% tax, and giving them no benefit only produces about 86 billion. All right. So let's get rid of that. No cap at all. You get your benefits up to, what is it right now, 160, 200. Next year, I think it's 168. But we're going to tax everyone above that. That's to 12.3% or 12.4%, but you get no benefits. How much of that first year shortfall would it cover? Remember, the shortfall is 616 billion. You cover 164 of it. 20%? This is the solution we're being given. Does anyone understand the scale? And the fact that to recapitalize something that's burning through, in a few years, it's $750 billion a year shortfall. What does it take to recapitalize parts of that Social Security trust fund or to actually have enough taxes? I'm going to show you a slide now where you can, in a little while, where you can go to a 20% VAT tax in the United States with all the other taxes, and you still can't get close to covering the Social Security shortfall. Why isn't this place terrified about this? Because it's such a great political issue to attack people to try to save it. And is it moral, the fact that in 9 years you double senior poverty in America? Because that's what's being laid upon us. Yet you see these parasite groups that fill up our email boxes. You can't talk about that. Just tax rich people more. I'm going to keep showing you, it doesn't get you anywhere near what's required. We're going to have to do really difficult, but really complex problems all have simple solutions that are absolutely wrong. Turns out complex problems require complex solutions, and in this case, require a hell of a lot of math. Reason this chart, all the big trust funds are gone over the next 8.5, 9 years. Transportation's gone. Medicare Part A is gone. And the big behemoth Social Security Trust Fund is gone. But I'm glad we're spending lots of time working on the fact that how we're going to not dramatically increase senior poverty in this country, how we're not about to do what's necessary to protect our brothers and sisters, how what's necessary to grow the economy. That I have a 16-month-old son, I have an 8-year-old daughter. No making fun of being about an old dad. My wife's exactly my age. Do they have the right to live as well as we did? Because if you look at the math, the basic math from CBO says something like in 20 years, every single U.S. tax needs to double just to maintain baseline services. Does anyone here actually care? Is it too hard? Is this too difficult? I thought this was what we were here for. To basically have common prosperity, and instead we lie. Or we lie through avoidance. And even 100% tax ratio, or tax rates on small businesses, upper income families, when we did the math, we're heading towards times. Remember, we borrowed 8.4% of GDP, so this slide is already out of date. You do 100% tax, which obviously is anyone who the most basic elementary school economics class, when you take everything, no one works at all. But if you took every dime of upper income families and small businesses, you might cover 5% of GDP. Think about that. If we borrowed 8.4% of GDP last year during a time when we're being told how wonderful Bidenomics was, how wonderful the economy was, does anyone see something's horribly wrong around us? And you start walking through the actual pay-fors. And the reason this slide is really important, this is just the Social Security and Medicare. Just Social Security and Medicare. The shortfall is about 5.5% of the economy. And we're using 2040 as the base year. So if you have 5.5%, that's the amount of the economy that it's short. And you start walking through. So one of the reasons I grabbed this board is there was something here, impose a 20% VAT tax, a national sales tax. It doesn't even come close to covering half of the Social Security shortfall. And that's a 20% VAT tax. And understand, VAT taxes basically crush the middle class. So we have this fight around here, you know, the middle class, the working poor. These numbers are terrifying. But we'll do everything we can to avoid telling the truth. In just 20 months, President Biden's added $4.8 trillion to the 10-year deficits. So all the people that spend their time attacking the 2017 tax reform that did an amazing job closing income inequality, and then this little pandemic thing hit, and it's outside, when it was first scored, might be $1.7 trillion, then add some interest on it, but it turns out it had dramatic impact on growing tax receipts. Okay. But in 20 months, our brothers and sisters on the left basically laid in $4.8 trillion. So like 2.5 times more than the tax reform. Are they willing to be intellectually honest and say, okay, maybe we're a little duplicitous in their language? And look, these start getting into geeky. And one of the problems is when you start dealing in very large numbers on U.S. budget issues, and then in a time of inflation, the most rational way to do it is you do it by percentages of GDP. Except no one knows what that means, but it's actually the proper way to do your comparisons because it basically normalizes what would be your inflationary growth. And this is just important to understand where the tax receipts come from. The top 20% have an effective tax rate of about 15% of their income. The second quartile, so then the next 20% down, functionally have 5.7% of their income. But you get to the bottom 40%, the bottom 40% of income earners in America actually get money from the government. They don't pay taxes, they get money on income taxes. And the working middle class, if you're on that third quartile of 20%, so you're in that 40 to 60%, you're paying 2.2% of your income. I don't think most of our friends around here, do you understand? After the December 2017 tax reform, the United States actually, our income tax actually got more progressive. More progressive. Not less progressive. The working poor and the working middle class before tax reform actually paid a higher percentage of their income to income taxes than they do today. How many times have you ever heard that? Because we have a real trouble telling the truth about math around here because when it doesn't actually fit one person's campaign ad. But the facts are the fact. And this next one, this is a new chart for us, trying to figure out how you think about where the tax receipts come from. So let's have a little fun. If you're part of that top 20%, and understand the top 20%, turns out it's a lot lower than 400,000. Depending on parts of the country. I think the top $400,000 and up you're in the top 5% of income earners. Okay, so understand what we're grabbing here. But they actually would pay about 209 days of the federal budget. Then the next group pays 44 days, next group 19 days. The bottom 40% pays 5 days. So if you go from people who are very, very poor up to the 40% of the population, they pay for 5 days of the federal budget. And then 88 days is borrowed. So you basically see 25, 30% of what we spend is borrowed. This is the math. Our brothers and sisters on the left believe we're going to finance the rest of government from this population up here. I'm going to show you the slide saying, okay, maximize their tax rates. Maximize them up and down, everything. And then normalize it for the economic effects. You get about a 1.5 points, 0.6, 1.6. It just doesn't get you there. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask my time?
The gentleman has approximately 28 minutes remaining.
All right. I'll try to speak faster. All right. So now some of this, the reason, and I'm doing this again, is I've just grown just exhausted trying to work with some of my brothers and sisters on the Democrat side who I'll walk through the math and say, here's some ideas, here's some things we could do, and then, no, my people just want us to tax rich people more. Okay, fine, maybe we should, okay, do it. Okay, and then the next day, can we go back to talk about the problem? Because you didn't fix anything. Taxing the rich could raise at most 1 to 2% of GDP by maxing out all the different tax rates and then adjusting for the economic losses. Okay, so let's say you get the full 2%. We borrowed 8.4% of GDP last year. I know I've come back and done this again, but is anyone paying attention? So let's walk through this just a little bit more detail. I'll do this quickly. Maximizing sustainable revenues from taxing the rich. Okay, let's actually maximize income taxes. Raise the top 2 income tax brackets by another 10%. And there's actually a whole model out there where okay, and I need to probably explain this for someone that doesn't live in this economic world. There's this concept of you can raise taxes to a point where you maximize receipts. Technically, government doesn't have revenues, we get receipts. Receipts, but the next incremental tax hike rolls over and you start to get fewer receipts. We see this, capital gains is actually in many ways the most sensitive to this, where there's sort of this maximizing rate, and we actually have very, very good models on this now. So if you took every single tax and did the maximizing of the rates, and that's what we've actually seen here, from removing itemized deductions to paring back retirement income, abuses and all the other things, everything you can do. And go up and down the list, and you start to see the calculations. And actually, if anyone wants to see Manhattan Institute, I think it's Brian Riedel, about 2 months ago actually has a fairly detailed paper, and it's all referenced. And it's not only just referenced from Tax Foundation, Joint Tax, CBO, but even some progressive groups are in the footnotes on how this math works. So this is if you maximized every single tax. And why this gets important is, why don't I just skip to the punchline? It looks like when you do the economic adjustment, you get 1.1 to 2% of GDP by taxing the rich. Okay, maybe we should do that. Maybe it'll make us feel better, because God knows we now make our public policy here by our feelings. But the point I keep coming back to is we borrowed 8.4% of GDP last year. And if you actually do the blend, you get about 1.5 points. And that's how childish the discussion is here. You ask for real math, real policy decisions. So we on the right, we're going to battle each other and try to cut parts of discretionary, non-defense discretionary. Okay. There's a bunch of that I'd love to get rid of. It's a really interesting ethical question. Is it ethical for us to borrow money and give it to entities around the country that have their own taxing authority. Now, that's going to be politically really unpopular, but it is sort of absurd we do that. And that's actually about 40% of non-defense discretionary is actually transfers to entities that have their own taxing authority. But if you're functionally borrowing $80, $90 billion a month, you just covered, three and a quarter months worth of borrowing by wiping out most of the discretionary budget, and then the next year it gets worse, the next year it gets worse, the next year it gets worse. Because remember, 100% of the future borrowing is driven by Medicare, and then in 9 years when the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, and I showed you the scale of that. Mr. Speaker, I've come behind this microphone for years now and walked actually through some really interesting things we can do. We saw during the 1 minute some of our brothers and sisters here came up and talked about this being diabetes awareness. Diabetes is the single biggest cost of healthcare. It's actually the single biggest cost to this government. 33% of healthcare, 31% of Medicare. I've come up here repeatedly and talked about what we could do in the Farm Bill, the new blood glucose monitors, the discussion of some of the GLP-1s and the effect they're having on obesity and diabetes. There is a path, and it turns out the Joint Economic Committee about 4 months ago, the Republican side, Chapter 3, we went where we're not supposed to go, but it was real math. We talked about our brothers and sisters' longevity, the fact that the last 4 years life expectancy in the United States has fallen. And if you actually look at the math, what's the number one reason? It wasn't drugs. Drugs was up there. It was obesity. Let's actually have an honest conversation, because it also turns out it's not only a moral battle to save our brothers and sisters from dying young, it also is the most powerful thing you can do to starting to stabilize U.S. debt, is helping Americans be healthier. Isn't that something neat? Is that Republican or Democrat? It's neither. It's just the right thing to do. And we were coming up with a few $1 trillion over 10 years by taking on obesity. Because of diabetes, heart disease, kidney failures, all these other things. I'm just trying to do two things here. Have an understanding how brutally ugly the actual debt and deficit math is, and that the solutions being provided to it are just fantasy land, ridiculous, childish, asinine. And then the second thing I'm trying to do when I come behind this mic, there are things we can do to have a revolution and stabilize this debt, and none of them are going to be easy. But in the complexity is the morality. We could work with people to be healthier. We could bring technology to make lives easier, to provide more access, particularly to health care, and you would disrupt the cost. The hardest part for us as electeds, you're going to have to deal with those armies of lobbyists marching up and down your hallways, look them in the eye and say, in many ways, the morality, the cure, is in the disruption of doing the right and moral thing. I just don't know if this body has the intellectual prowess to actually deal with it. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back. And Madam Speaker, tonight we're actually going to sort of continue on the theme. I'm going to try to dial back sounding like a jerk tonight, but I've been trying to make a point on the scale of the debt, the level we're at, the misunderstanding on its growth, and some potential solutions. We're also going to spend a little bit of time tonight, and this is what I was sort of pre-apologizing for. I'm going to show that some of my brothers and sisters' ideas from the left on raise this tax, do this, do that, don't even count as rounding errors. And so let's actually start with some of the boards here. I've shown this a half dozen times, and I keep showing it because this is what I have bad dreams about. Yeah, if you live in a world of math, and I know this is functionally a math-free zone, but when we finished the debt ceiling deal, we basically got some applause by economists saying, oh, guys, you basically moved yourself from maybe 120 to maybe 115% of debt to GDP at the end of the 9 years. Okay, so that was the CBO number. But then some of the outside economists came in. Moody's Analytics said, hey, guys, there's other things going on. The higher interest rates, the dramatic increase in spending in Medicare. Remember, the first 7 months of this year, we spent 16% more on Medicare. Next year's interest will functionally be $750 billion. $750 billion. We weren't supposed to hit numbers like that for years. But the one that took my breath away was when the Bloomberg economists, and these aren't slouches, and they have a really good data system, said their model was coming back and saying, okay, higher interest rates, higher healthcare costs, lower labor force participation, some of the other things we don't talk about because it doesn't really fit our scenario. And I'm going to hyper simplify this, and I've done this a handful of times, but I'm trying to get the concept through. So as part of the deal, 6 weeks ago, the $700 billion that's in the non-defense discretionary, we're going to cut $100 billion of that. Okay, great. Bloomberg economists basically say the removal of that $100 billion, it's necessary. It also slows down the economy by about 0.5% of GDP. We don't seem to understand when we do policies like this, which we need to do, you also have to be adopting policies that backfill the growth. And this place can barely walk and chew gum. And that's why this number here was so terrifying when the Bloomberg economists are saying, hey, at functionally that 9-year window, 10 years from now, and what reason we say 9 years is because we're already working on next year's budget and appropriations and spending, is 130% of debt to GDP, $51 trillion of borrowing, and if interest rates even go back to a somewhat more normal number, that's almost $2 trillion a year in interest. That's functionally 9 years from now. And we're going to do what? We're not going to talk about it. We're going to be just giddy that, hey, look at the hard work we did. We removed $100 billion out of discretionary. And let's see, this year, and I know my math is different than Congressional Budget Office, and come the end of September, we'll find out which one of us had a better calculator. But I've been right more times this year than they have. And I know that's boastful, but I can prove it, because go back and look at some of my floor speeches, and then we've gotten the quarterly reports from Treasury. I have this fiscal year us coming in around $1,820 to $840 billion of borrowing. Why is that important? The 2023 fiscal year discretionary, defense included, so defense and non-defense discretionary was supposed to be total spend, $1,836 billion, basically meaning every dime of what you think of as government is on borrowed money this year. When we go home and talk to our constituents, do we basically say, hey, do you know all of defense, all of the Supreme Court, all of the State Department, all of everything you think of as government is on borrowed money? Is that what we do? Because many times do we go home and we get someone who says, hey, we just got rid of foreign aid. And then I show them my chart that foreign aid's like 12 days of borrowing. And they just look at you with daggers saying, well, then it's waste and fraud. It's this. But the Democrats do something that drives me insane. If we just taxed rich people more. So I'm going to show you some boards here that basically show that's theater. It's not real math. So let's actually walk through some of the things going on right now. And I'm going to come do back and forth on some of these boards. And there's going to be a reason why I'm doing it this way. I spent the last 2 weeks when I came to this microphone talking about obesity and diabetes. And that's a really dangerous thing sometimes to come and talk about. But diabetes is 33% of all U.S. healthcare. It's 31% of all Medicare spending. We need to talk about it. Our brothers and sisters in this country are dying. And we're afraid to talk about it. So I'm going to spend the first part here sounding like an economist on steroids, and I'm going to try to explain what the cost here. Then I'm going to try to talk a little bit about just the simple morality of not doing anything here. So let's actually play a little bit of a game here. Estimated deficit reduction for 2023. If you actually were just to take on obesity-related illnesses this fiscal year, so we're using current math, $283 billion. Okay, well, remember, the Democrats' tax proposal, the president's tax proposal was, hey, we're going to go from 37% to 39% for top earners. Okay, stagnant number. None of these are dynamically scored on the effects on the economy, because if you made people healthier on this side, the economy would grow. When you raise people's taxes, the economy shrinks. But the stagnant number is $30 billion. So let's see, just obesity-related spending will be $283 billion this fiscal year to the taxpayers. And the Democrats, the president's tax hike produces $30 billion. Did anyone see the insanity here? So we basically did the math for everyone, saying if Democrats would have to increase the top tax rate to 62% to raise the same amount of money as getting rid of obesity for people on government programs. Okay, that's uncomfortable to talk about, but think about that. You'd basically have to raise the top tax rate to 62% just to produce the revenues, receipts, for this population here. It's a different way. I'm struggling just trying to find a creative way to get people to think about that the path of having a healthier America is both moral and it's great economics. So let's try it another way. Estimated deficit reduction for fiscal year 24 to 33. So that functionally that 9 fiscal years. We expect federal spending on this is severe obesity, not the mainstream, to be $1,724 billion. And if anyone wants to see this report, once it's officially voted on, then it's a report. This will be on the Republican side of the Joint Economic Committee, Chapter 3. Read it. It's brilliant. $1,724 billion over functionally that 10-year cycle, just for severely obese populations. And these are for Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, veterans, on taking care of our brothers and sisters because the illnesses that come with this. You would have to increase the top tax rate to 49% to raise the same amount of money as getting rid of severe, we're not talking obesity, just the severe obesity. Remember last week I brought the charts on how it's rated. One disease that we are told that of the 4,000 human conditions, illnesses, misery, half of them are related to obesity. Are we willing to talk about it as we do the farm legislation? Are we willing to talk about it with some of the new technologies, and I'm going to touch on these, that are available to us? Are we willing to talk about it just on what's happening on how much of prime-age working males are not in the labor force? And the number one thing we're seeing actually isn't substance abuse. It's close. It's actually health-related to obesity. So let's try another one here. Let's see if I can make myself a complete pariah around here from telling the truth on the math. Estimated deficit reduction for 2023. Projected federal spending on severe obesity. This is just that very top threshold. This budget year will be $115 billion. And this is, once again, just in Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, veterans. Democrats would have to raise the top tax rate to 47% just to raise the amount of money just this population costs. Am I at least making a point here that the discussion say, just raise taxes, that takes care of it? Because remember, the last 12 months, what do we borrow per second over the last 12 months? $63,000 every second is what we've borrowed over the last 12 months. Okay, one more of these. Estimated deficit reduction between 24 and 33. Estimated deficit reduction. Projected federal spending on all obesity-related illnesses. Now remember, this is a static number. There's also, we estimate, about another $1.5 trillion that you would gain in productivity because these populations can actually come back and participate in the society. But over that time, it's over $4 trillion is what our government will spend. Now add another $1.5 trillion on the economic vitality you gain. You would actually have to have a marginal tax rate for the top earners in this country of 65% to come close to covering that cost. And that's for one illness. Now, it's the illness that is the most expensive in our society because it's related into diabetes and kidney failure and heart attacks and everything else. But am I sort of making the point? Because we're seeing over $4 trillion just in the disease, and the Biden tax proposal produces $375 billion over the 10 years. For those of you who are not really good at math, $375 billion is a hell of a lot less than $4 trillion. And this is the lunacy here, where the theater is so much more important than the reality of the math. So let's actually walk through this. Joint Economic Committee Republicans estimate the cost of obesity over the 10 years, so the 10 years we're about to start the budget cycle on, is $5.6 trillion. If you want to start to stabilize debt to GDP, can we at least have a conversation about this? When you start to see the mortality statistics in this country, the number of working age people, people who should be actually living their lives, who are dying, and they're dying early. I'm going to show you a chart in a little bit of our young people and what's going on there. The game of avoiding this discussion needs to come to an end because the economics and the morality of it are here. So let's pull our heads out. Let's actually time to actually have that difficult conversation. So let's do the next one. This one is really interesting. Estimated economic cost. This is actually $2.6 trillion of growth in the GDP. This isn't spending. I just showed you a few $1 trillion of spending. This would be actual growth in the size of the economy and participation because our brothers and sisters actually are not sick. Their ability to come back and be part of society. $2.6 trillion over that 10 years. We worked hard on this math. We spent months vetting it, and I will argue it's incredibly conservative math. So, let's have a little more fun here. Okay, maybe you just don't care. Maybe you're one of these people that sends in things to my office, and all you care about is you want more money for something. Fine. Do you at least care about your kids, your grandkids? I have 2 young kids, and I look around and I'm terrified what I see. But we're actually looking at the growth of obesity amongst our kids. Do you understand what happens to their life expectancy, their ability to participate in their society when you start to see numbers growing like this? We're actually starting to see a world where at the end of this decade, 12% of our children will be morbidly obese. Uncomfortable to say, but that's the math. But in 10 years, half of our kids are technically. Is this moral? Should we not talk about it? Because it's going on. This is the math. And understand what it does to the society. An unhealthy society doesn't grow. It doesn't have the economic vitality. And then you start to wonder why all day long our hallways are full of people saying, well, I need you to spend more money on us because we can't find workers. We can't do this. But yet we come back and show data that basically says what? There's like 3.5 million prime age working males that aren't in the economy. And then the economists come back and do the stats. The demographer comes in and sits there and rattles off the numbers, and we start to realize number one cause wasn't substance abuse, it was obesity. So, am I starting to make a point here? Life expectancy for 18 years old and older by their BMI class. You understand, functioning the last 4 years, life expectancy in the United States has fallen. Is that moral? Does anyone care? Even when you adjust for COVID, our lifespans are falling in this country. Well, it turns out, in digging the number, the primary reason is this. And look, we have this stratified by different ethnicities, different genders, but you start to actually see what we're seeing here in the numbers. When you start seeing some of our populations that when the life expectancy is 66 years. So a little while ago, the Congressional Black Caucus took the first hour, and they talked about the morality of their issues. I would argue this is their issue. This is all of our issue. But no one else will talk about it. So, and yes, there is some happy stuff coming. So part of the point I've been trying to make over and over and over, so let's just talk about diabetes. Diabetes, 31% of all Medicare spending is just diabetes. 1 in 4 TRICARE dollars in the United States is just diabetes. 33% of Medicare benefits are spent for folks with diabetes. 67% of the $327 billion spent on diabetes is by government insurance. And that's from way back in 2017, and today it's dramatically higher. But that was the last year we could actually get the number. And 5 of the top 10 Part D drugs. Now this one drives me crazy. So remember, we're having all this debate and all this money. You're spending too much money on pharmaceuticals. These Part D drugs are driving so much of the debt and deficit. Half of those top 10 drugs, half of those Part D drugs are drugs for diabetes. Anyone see sort of the trend here? Am I making sort of a flow of a concept? Is consciousness coming with us? Joint Economic Committee Republicans, Medicare spending will double, functionally being $22 trillion over the next 10 years. I have come here for the last couple years and brought the chart that basically shows over the next 30 years 100% of the $130 trillion of borrowing, all the borrowing growth. 75% is the shortfall in Medicare, 25% is the shortfall in Social Security if we choose to backfill it. And remember, we're functioning 9 years away from the Social Security Trust Fund being gone. And in that same 10 years, the Transportation Trust Fund's gone, the Medicare Part A Trust Fund is gone. And we dink around with stupid stuff around here, not taking seriously. The wheels are coming off. And it turns out there are some things that are absolutely moral we could be doing, if anyone here actually gave a damn. All right, a couple more of these concepts, and then we're going to do some of the positive side, some of the plan. JEC, Joint Economic Republicans, project annual health care costs attributed to severe obesity. Now, this is interesting. This is for the sick person. This is for the person with obesity, severe obesity, not regular, severe. They spend over another $14,000 a year on top of their other health care costs. Problem is, a huge portion of this population is also in government-paid-for health care. And here's the one that I expect I will get the nasty grams on tomorrow. So yay, let's have at it. Joint Economic Republicans, annual increase of Medicare expenses caused by obesity-related health, $3,500 a year per taxpayer. $3,500 a year per taxpayer is functionally what obesity costs. Okay, that's me sounding like the accountant on steroids. But the math always wins. You know, I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable, well, bless you, but the math always wins. So let's actually come back and say, all right, let's say I've actually convinced someone out there that maybe we should make America healthier and actually have an honest discussion about what's going on, because these numbers have just gone skyrocketing over the last 10 years. So let's talk about a couple things here. This is just another example. I've brought a handful of these. It's a blood glucose monitor you can have in your body. Fairly cheap, fairly this, and incredibly effective in stabilizing someone with type 1 diabetes or pre-diabetic condition. We're about to have a pill for obesity. It's the next generation of, you've been looking at these GLP-1s. It's coming. It's almost through the process. There's a whole series of other categories of weight loss drugs that are coming that are remarkably effective. Studies actually sort of breaking down, it turns out that one of the most moral things we could do is use the technology we have. So if I came to you tomorrow and said, let's do a plan, maybe we should make some changes in the farm legislation. Really hard to do. The lobbyists marching up down the hallways won't be happy with it. It's what we have to deal with. Number two, go back to access for people to be able to manage their blood glucose. Number three, maybe we should start to look at the accessibility for those who are on Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Service, veterans, who actually really have comorbidities, lots of diseases, substantially because of their weight, because of diabetes. Maybe the moral thing is make these drugs available to them. And then here is part of the Holy Grail I've come back and talked about multiple times, and I've been mocked. Sorry, don't mean to be personalizing it. Well, screw it, I do mean to be personalizing it. FDA approves first cellular therapy to treat patients with type 1 diabetes. Yes, it's finally one of them, and there's a half a dozen of these that are in their FDA approval stages or tests. But the first one is fully approved now. That therapy can get the body to start producing, accepts a replenishment of islet cells, and islet cells produce insulin. It's here. So do you see the flow? if we actually said we need a healthier society, oh, by the way, it's amazing for what it does in bending the debt curve. Oh, by the way, it's moral. Oh, by the way, it would mean actually populations can come back into society. We might get productivity gains. We have a way to help people manage their pre-diabetic with some technology. We have some ways to help people get their weight down. Oh, by the way, those people who do get their weight down, the 30% or so, that their body is so damaged they can't produce insulin anymore, turns out we can replace their islet cells in their body now. It's here. It's moral, it's optimistic, it's joyful. When was the last time you had an idiot like myself standing here sounding like an accountant on steroids and saying, I actually have a solution. It doesn't solve the whole problem. It only solves a portion of it. But damn it, this would do more than all the jaw moving around here that you've heard so far this year. And it's doable, because is this Republican or Democrat? I will just argue it's the right thing to do. Is this place capable? Is this place capable, Madam Speaker, of actually doing the right thing? Is it capable of doing something? It's also great math. It's morally wonderful, and actually would be really good for everyone. Dear God, I hope so. And with that, thank you for tolerating my tantrum, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.